out from the side, which was the answer we gave why it wasn't a proof that Rabbi Yochanan was like Rav. Then how are you going to explain the stira in Rabbi Yochanan's halachos to restore the proof that he holds like Rav? In fact, that there is. Again, I'm gonna say that there's no proof that Rabbi Yochanan holds like Rav as relates to Hilchos Shabbos, because they're both talking about something minatzad. So then the question will be, okay, well, why in one case does he say it doesn't work for Shabbos for Klayim, and in the other case he says it works for Klayim but not for Shabbos? What's the difference? The Gemara says, Hasam ba'eser, Hasam b'yosem eser. So he says, when Rabbi Yochanan said that it works for Klayim and not for Shabbos, we're talking about where it was 10 amos or less. But where it's greater than 10 amos, so then he would say it doesn't work for Shabbos or Klayim. So again, we're back to a point that Rabbi Yochanan is not discussing a properly constructed Surat HaPesach at all. So he has no proof when Rabbi Yochanan holds vis-a-vis Rav Halacha that Surat HaPesach on Shabbos does not help for wider than 10. But rather, what are we seeing in the two psukim of Rabbi Yochanan? He says in either case it doesn't work for Shabbos, but for Klayim will depend on whether it's 10 amos or less, or it's more than 10 amos. If 10 amos or less, then even a weak, poor form of Surat HaPesach, where the wire is on the side, will still work for Klayim, but greater than 10 amos, then even Klayim, which allows for a sufficient or less than ideal Surat HaPesach will not allow that, and it's not going to work either for Shabbos or for Klayim. That's how we resolve the stira in Rothschild. So now, says the Gemara, just where do we get this idea that it should make a difference whether it's more or less than 10 as relates to Klayim? So we're not saying that the Sunny Lambe and so where do I have this idea that by Klayim there's a distinction between whether it's 10 amos or less, or it's more than 10? So I'm like, Rabbi Yochanan Slukis. Because Rabbi Yochanan says very Slukis. Lo kacha v'no, or lo kacha yamaisa hamaisa wasn't the story. Shahol Yeshua ate Rabbi Yochanan and Nuri Lama. Yeshua went to Rabbi Yochanan and Nuri to learn. Apal Pisha Baktas Klayim. That's a beautiful thing that Rabbi Yeshua went to Rabbi Yochanan the lesson. So he found Rabbi Yochanan and Nuri. So what happened to Rabbi Yeshua trees? And he said, very convenient that we're between the trees. I'll demonstrate what I'm talking about. So Rabbi Yeshua, he did a vine going from tree to tree. So essentially, Rabbi Yochanan and Nuri, Rabbi, he Gefanim Khan put up this wire between the trees, and he said to him, Rabbi, I'm standing on the side. If I were to plant a vineyard here, could I make a grain field right next door on the other side of this branch that I put up? So he asked him this question. Hello, and Rabbi Yochanan said back to him, that if it's 10 or less, it's mutter. If it's more than 10, it doesn't work. So it says the Gemara, but my askino, what are we talking about? If it's on top, Yosem Eser Aser, could you say that then? And if you're saying the prices are talking about where it's on top, and it's telling, and I'm sorry, that Yochanan is talking about where it's on top, and it's telling you that more than 10 width is Aser to carry. I'm sorry, Aser for Klayim if you have a Surat HaPesach. But we learned in the Brisa, I have some Chanamas is running. So Asal and Peyam Nomala, if you had poles that are stuck in, it's just a different shaped pole that comes to a sharper edge, so you stick it in the ground more easily. But in any event, it's a pole. You stuck it in, and you made a Peyam Nomala, which was a twisted vine. A feel of a Yosem Eser mutter, even more than 10 is mutter. So the Brisa tells you that by Klayim, more than 10, as long as it's al-Gabon, works. So when Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri said more than doesn't work, cannot be talking about al-Gabon. Elalav Natzad. So it must be that when Rabbi Yeshua sprung up this vine and showed it to Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri, it was where it was Natzad, where the branch did not go over the tree or over the branch, but rather went on the side. The Kamarle and Rabbi Yochanan already answered him, but that if it's 10 or less, it's mutter, and if it's more than 10, it's usher. So we were looking for a source. Where do we get this idea by Klayim that there's a distinction between 10 or more than 10? So we see it from the story with Rabbi Shua and Rabbi Yochanan. So the Gemara says, in fact, learn from there. So again, we are dealing with the fact that if you have by Klayim, if you have the wire from the side, so then it depends. If it's 10 or less, it's okay. If it's 10, it's not okay. By Klayim, if it's a properly constructed source of vessel, we talk in the Brisa, as long as the wire goes on top, the branch goes on, the vine goes on top of the branch, so then we're going to say even more than 10 works by Klayim, but not necessarily is that the same by Shabbos. We don't know by Shabbos, we have no proof that they were arguing by Shabbos. If it would be a properly constructed Shurta Pesach, what would be the halacha? Presumably, Rabbi would say it doesn't work, just like he says in our Mishnah, but we don't know whether Rabbi Yochanan says like Rabbi. Okay, says the Gemara, Gufa Amr Kista. Kista says, Shurta Pesach, so some in Asad, lo also so we learned that before. Kista says, by Shabbos, if you put up a Shurta Pesach from the side, it doesn't help. So this, by the way, is very halacha because what happens in our Eruvim, we by and large rely on telephone poles. Now, a telephone pole is a case where it goes up and the wires are strung along the side of it. But if you tie on a sewer system on that side, we would have to really do very little to create a Eruvim because the telephone wires are good. But the problem is you're not allowed to have them in that side. So what do? What we do is, you see on the sides of the utility poles, they get permission to put a strip, and that strip serves as a lefty. And we're going to see in a minute, the lefty doesn't have to be connected. You have good optics. It goes up, and therefore they place that lefty, line it up so that it's beneath the wire that's going on the side. You have the wire on the side. You have the pole. You have the wire on the side. So they put the lefty right here where it's beneath the wire, and that's because it's not good. It's not good if it's minatzad. If it would be minatzad, we wouldn't have to put that lefty on the pole at all. We could just rely on the wires as they're constructed. In any event, says the Gemara, this source of Pesach Shamru, this source of Pesach that we said, so basically what we're saying here is the concept of the source of Pesach is it's as if it's a doorway. So we say you don't need an actual door, but it has to be a reasonable doorway, so therefore it needs to be strong enough that you could theoretically put a doorway up. And the Gemara says even a door made out of like a staff or a straw, that would be fine. But in our halakha, want it to be something that's capable of being built. I'm going to talk to you from Yanai. The Pasuk says in Yanai, "Suras Pesach trika hekar tzir." You have to have like some kind of like a hinge there. So my hekar tzir. What kind of hinge would you need? I'm with Avia Avkisa. That Avkisa is we have this in there. We talk about this a little bit. It's a door that's on like a pivot hinge. You have a little thing that comes down on the bottom and comes down on the top, and the door swings on that kind of hinge. So Rav Asa, the son of Rav Avia is the one who said you need this pivot hinge. Message Talmidim Rav Asi. We said to them, need to be sure of Pesach. Did Rav Asi say anything about sure of Pesach? He didn't say anything. So the way the Rosh, they learned that he was really responding to him and saying, Rav Asi did not pass you like your father because he didn't say that halacha. So in fact, halacha l'maisa, we don't require a hinge on a Shurta Pesach. Tana says the Brisa, Shurta Pesach Shamru, the Shurta Pesach that we're talking about. It's one stick on this side, one stick on that side, and the kana on top. Basically, two lefties in a korah if you want to think in Erev kind of thing. So ask the Gemara, Shritin Liga or ain't Shritin Liga? Do the poles on the bottom need to touch the korah that goes across on the top? Now I already gave you the answer to this because I mentioned that with the telephone poles, we just put up a lefty. As long as you can't fuck him, it doesn't have to go all the way up the side of the telephone pole. But anyway, we'll see. So we're not going to say increasingly God. They don't need a touch. We'll change some increasingly God. They do need a touch. So other Rav Nachman, so Rav Nachman said they don't need a touch. He was setting up the arrows for the Reish Galusa with the head politician, Jewish politician in Babel. And so therefore he set it up where he had poles that went up to certain points, but then the wires that were going across them were not touching. Some of the Rishayshis was Shamei, so Rishayshis who held that they need to touch, said to his servant Rav Gada, he said to Rav Gada, Leo Shlov Shadinu, go take them up and throw them down. I think that's an invalid area that are not been set up for the race exclusive and knock it down. Although Shalom Shadinu, so he went and listened to Rabbi, he took it down, and he threw them, he took them up and threw them down. After finished the race exclusive, so the race exclusive people said, what are you doing? And they arrested him. And they said, they arrested Rav Gada. All the cases come up, all the cases went and stood by the door. I'm like, Gada, come out. Nothing for us. It came out because once the race was so people saw that he was acting on the direction of the cases, they let him out of jail. After the cases, the Rabbi Bashwal, so the cases, he's the one who said they needed touch. Met Rabbi Bashwal, I'm away. Tony, my reading the First Apata. Did you learn anything interesting about First Apata? I'm like, in. He says, yes. Kanino, we learned in the Mishnah, Kippah, the Mayor Machadin Zul, from Kosher. So we say as follows, that if you have a kippah is a rounded thing, but here we're talking about an art. And the question is as follows, that, we'll see exactly what there are. So the mayor said that kippah needs to go, some say you don't. Everyone agrees that if there's, let's make it easier, but let's just say that there's 10 tefachim of straight doorway before you start the arch, then everyone agrees. Rabbi, that if it's 10 tall, I'm sorry. That they agree that if there's 10 tefachim of side posts that go straight up, even though it then goes to an archway, that's going to be a doorway. Now the question is, where though is the arch doesn't count as a lintel, as a Torah? So where is the Torah for this? So the way we have a Maki, we learn that the Torah is the top of the wall. So what do you have? You have an arch, and it has 10 tefachim going up, and then above the arch is a flat thing. So what do you see? You see that the 10 tefachim going up are not the side walls, before they curve like this, are not connected to the top, and yet we're saying that it's a valid doorway that requires, that everyone agrees that it requires them to go. So you see, not like this case. Okay, keep that in mind, so that's the one. Let's say you have an opening that's 10 tall, but it does not have 3 tefachim before the curve starts, right? So then we say that's nothing, because Rashi explained something that's within 3 tefachim of the floor is considered like the floor. So it means once you knock out the bottom 3 tefachim, there is no straight portion of this doorway, so it's still not a doorway that is in the door. Alternatively, there is 3 it's more than 3 straight tefachim on the sides of the door. There ain't the law but it's a very short doorway, and with the arch, it's not even as high as 10 tefachim. That's below plum. That's nothing. So in other words, if it does not have 10 tefachim of height, even, or it does not have 4 tefachim wide for at least 3 tefachim or more, it's for sure not a valid door. Keep leaving. Remember, and Mayor and some argue. The Yates for Agla Gimel, the Gavoya Asara, they recover our ball. So what happens when you have at least 3 tefachim where it is 4 tefachim wide, meaning 3 tefachim coming up from the floor is at least 4 tefachim wide. You do have the doorway is at least 10 tefachim, but the issue is once you get above 3 tefachim on the side, the arch starts, and it's no longer a straight side of the door. So we say as follows: but there's enough. If this arch doorway is in a broader doorway that you could theoretically, it's not just a standalone arch, it's in a broader doorway that you can cut out part of the doorway. So the idea would be the mayor said that the mayor said we imagine you could cut out a rectangular doorway properly. So we're going to say, therefore, we're going to treat it as a proper doorway that's Machayv in the Mezuzah. We don't do that. At the end of the day, you have a Mezuzah, you have a doorway that does not have 10 tefachim going up straight, or 10 tefachim before the curve starts, so it's no good. Amalei. So we're going to take this purpose from him, that basically a proof that the sides don't need to connect to the top. So he said, you Kasak who if the race people find you, what came who they exclusive or meeting how much people. Don't tell them this business about people because it shows that I was wrong and that I shouldn't have taken him out of jail. Okay, says the Mishnah, Hector mothers, the family am left in the Torah. But if you have a mother with three closed sides and you have an open wound, which is rotten, what you need a lefty and a Torah. The full only shows as all lefty and Torah. Either one. Which is how we learned that Mishnah. Mother, the other left the iron. That you need two lefties on either side of the mother. You need to consider the small woman coming up with the name of Akiva, and the name of Rabbi small. There was one Talmud who said Rabbi Akiva, who said it all. The necklace that they come to tell our mother to hold the Rabbi Amos, who never overlapped the Torah, that everyone agrees. Even they agree with their pillow, that the lefty or Torah is consistent if the opening is less than 4 amas. I'm not necklace while wrapping Rabbi Amos that effort. That between 4 and 10, but even the pillow agrees that once you get past 10, a lefty or Torah doesn't work. You need to So from 4 to 10 is what they found they still argue. If they come out and left of the Torah, we come to you need both the lefty and the Torah. If they tell them, they tell them, no lefty or Torah, you need to do the 4. That they found they still argue even from 0 to 4 as well as 4 to 10, meaning in all cases of robbery, the time they say you need lefty and Torah, they show that you need one or the other. Says the Gemara, come on, the local cannot even look at the count because if you remember. And then what we thought, we have 3 closed walls, and the 4th open, which is right. They come down and left the Torah, we both the lefty and the Torah, but so long as they still say, oh, lefty or Torah, they need one or the other. They come here and left the Torah, says the Gemara, the name of the Katavi, they somehow bomb the teacher Torah, so the Gemara says, wait a second, if they somehow, it's one thing is to say, you just need a lefty or a Torah. So all you need a hacker, you need something so people don't mix it up. But once they somehow say it's not enough to have a lefty or a Torah, you have to have both. It seems that he's trying to crack the pizza. So maybe they somehow it wouldn't be a full wall, but it's kind of like sukkah. You got 2 walls and then a little wall. Maybe he holds you need to build something for the 4th wall because midaraisa, in order to have a pizza, in order to have a rishon up, you need 4 sides that have a pizza because otherwise, why take time and build something? So, meaning both the left and the first. The Gemara says. Hello, this is the fellow to be by the top of our book. Because even they come and agree that 3 walls with the right is enough. Why does he make you build something? Because they're a fun they wanted you to have a 4th wall. Not that the hecker of either a lefty or Torah wanted you to build a little bit of a pizza if you have a lefty and a Torah. The pillow and no lefty or Torah, either or. It says in my latest because they tell social pieces the right. So the pillow says you can put a lefty or a Torah only for the 4th wall. Then maybe establishing there that since they hold you need 3 full walls, otherwise that he does not hold the 2 walls is enough. If you remember, we had this with the Yehuda with the overpass, and he had Yasser came and he put up lefty that even if the 2 walls on the side of the Shishratim were there, Rabbi Yehuda was opinion that that's how you should be up to right. So should we say that they pillow? We said you can only fix the 4th wall with the lefty but not the 3rd wall. Hold them in the right, you need 3 walls. So the Gemara says, "Slow, literally, find you kind of help out and control that to throw something in that meaning of the right really only needs 2 walls. So if you would throw into something with 2 walls, you would be guided for help establish. But in order to carry, the Rabbanan said that you need 3 walls, and then the 4th wall just needs a lefty or Torah as a hecker. But that would be they would not necessarily disagree that 2 walls is enough for it to be up to the right.
Guys like Thompson, Joe Rogan, Tony Hinchcliffe, and Andrew Schultz all have, and he's also not one to really kiss the floor that Joe Rogan walks on. Like some of these other guys are so scared to call out Joe Rogan on any of the crimes against comedy that he's committed over the years. Like for example, when Joe Rogan put his photo between Robin Williams and George Carlin at his Austin Comedy Club, that's got to be a comedy war crime. And nobody really said anything about it to Rogan. The only reason he took it down was because the Elephant Graveyard made a video about it and calling him out.
Rogan like to sit around going at me for a hack piece of shit. They suck. Come, this is it. It's right after things in style. Who the fuck call it hack? I've seen you up the back of comedy rooms. Okay, in private. Yeah, I think private. You're very good in public, but no, don't want to do private the spot like that. podcast was.
My wife's never get that. They always they go to comedy section and give us, and then move on. They tell you Shane, Matt, and their guest then go on to talk about the increasing amounts of disabled people that are becoming regulars on Kill Tony, joking about how some of them don't seem as innocent as they portray themselves to be. And honestly, I just find this whole topic to be extremely interesting. And I would love to know what you guys think about it, because to me, it's always been a net positive that Tony Hinchcliffe's platforms for comics, no matter what they look or sound like. But I've seen some differing opinions about it online, and I am aware that the Legion of Skanks guys praised Tony Hinchcliffe by reading the latest golden ticket winner, which was hilariously a guy dressed up as a burn victim who couldn't even say anything on stage, which Tony seemed to be kind of pressed about.
I think this guy could be the next.
I will always say, maybe we'll set him on the most, because he's fucking great, he's the best. Gentlemen, without further ado, give it up for Jimmy Treo! Jimmy Treo, come on! So talented, this guy.
Wow. I see why you guys keep him behind a paywall.
So overall, I think it's more complex than I once thought, and I would love to hear you guys' thoughts on it in the comments.
We have all the
They're doing a nice successful blockade on the butt wipes. They're going into like deep political theory. Like, it's actually fascist.
Think about that.
gonna backfire. You can't do this.
Joe, are you okay with this?
You can't call it group fascist.
But then you can't say you're not that.
It's gonna be like Cracker Barrel. It's gonna be like Vanity Fair.
True.
You can't do that.
True.
It's gonna go above the
Just 1,000 disabled guys.
The disabled guys are a little nasty fucks. They're a little realized they're really clockwork fuckers.
Yeah.
You'd think because of the disability, like, this guy must be a sweetheart that he talked to. You know, fucking, this guy's a little clockwork. This guy's a little nasty fuck.
Think about the treasury.
I'm not.
Well, some of them don't have a lot of time to establish them.
I think those guys, they seem good.
Which is specific to say
They're all fake.
Think about the fucking dread and like drudgery of just being like a healthy young man in an office. Like, I gotta escape this form that is my life. If you fucking strap me down and like scramble my fucking wires, I'd be like, I gotta fucking do something about this.
You gotta have nothing but respect for the disabled bros.
For sure.
Kill them.
They get me every time.
Does New York have any disabled men?
a lot of stairs and that's
There's a couple of disabled men.
A lot of fake ass motherfuckers.
Yeah, the Saudi and carry.
True. Yeah, is that place even fucking is that place 88 Blind, by the way?
stairs.
Let me find out the sales at 88
If
Blind.
they go in the front, yeah, they'll get some of those
I was
guys.
about to make it. You did that. I was about to fucking trash.
Dude, the New York comedy scene, we're coming for you.
We need ramps.
We need ramps, dude. That's one thing Austin's got a fuck ton of. Every comedian takes 30 minutes to get to the stage. They gotta sit on one of those fucking. You see our pool parties, everybody's getting dipped in by those chairs.
So at the end of the day, Shane Gillis doesn't really want to be grouped in with the Rogan Sphere guys anymore. Not because he really hates them, but because he doesn't really need to be in it. Like, he's calling out a lane that's just way bigger than Joe Rogan's comedy death squad could ever be. So Rogan's inner circle might be scrambling to defend themselves against critics like Mark Maron, but Shane has already moved past that. And with that being said, that is it for the video. Thank you so much for watching.
Very cool. Tony, what's going on? You not like Mark Maron? Is that like, what was that? What was that all about?
Whoa, just dropping a big one there. I mean, I mean, I don't ever acknowledge these guys, these mentally ill people, when they, go online and start talking about me and my friends.
Mark's a fossil. So his demo's 45 to 77. Listen, Marin's a soft. Jesselnick's different than Mark. I like Jesselnick. Jesselnick's different than Mark. Mark's a salty bitch.
Alright, so it looks like the Rogan Sphere has officially started coping over Mark Maron calling them out on a bunch of different podcasts a few weeks ago. Because over the past 2 days, Tony Hinchcliffe, Brendan Schaub, and Chris, allegedly D'Elia, have all spoken about the issue and seem to be extremely butthurt about it. I mean, the fact that they're even talking about it shows how triggered they truly are. Like, they're some of the most hated comedians of our generation, and they mostly ignore the hate that they get on a daily basis. Mark Maron, however, was an established comedian that went straight at their throats, and they are completely flustered by it. Because, as you'll see shortly, instead of addressing any of the actual solid critiques that Mark made of these guys, they've instead just resorted to the age-old cope of he just hates us because we're rich and famous, which dances around the cold hard facts that Maron said about the Rogan Sphere.
I mean, it's one thing to pick on the vulnerable and the marginalized, but, I mean, they're down. yeah, I mean, it's like, they're out. Why you gotta keep getting them? Unless you're a hack. Now, there's a question.
Wow, it's sweet. At this point, it's lazy and sloppy. To be in a club where, I'm walking down the hall at the comedy store, in one room, someone's doing their bit about trans people, and then I get down the hall and there's someone on stage going, well, I guess I gotta do my bit about trans people. Like, no, you don't. You don't. It's hacked now. I mean, you guys got the freedom you wanted. You can now say whatever you want. They're defeated. Their rights have been denied. And so their responses to this is honestly weak and frankly pretty ironic, because these guys were always the first ones to pull the facts can't hurt your feelings card whenever a quote-unquote woke lefty got mad at one of their jokes. But then as soon as a comic drops actual truth bombs about them, they start panicking and making up excuses for it. Like when Hinchcliffe was asked about the whole thing on the Legion of Skanks podcast, all he could say was that Mark Maron called him out just to promote his latest special.
What's his beef with him? I mean, look, man, the couple guys out of LA that now, are at the Comedy Store that talk shit when they have, their once every 3 or 4 years special that they do when they come out like a groundhog and do something that people might see. Their new thing is like,
So on that, Pauly Shore, I read between the lines.
Maron, Jesselnick, they all are on multiple episodes of Kill Tony. They always smile right to my face. They all fancy enough, coincidentally, never leave a Bales when they know I'm going to LA. They're never around.
Wait, are they Jesselnick also came on Kill Tony?
Yeah, Jesselnick.
They've both done multiple appearances on Kill Tony, all pre-pandemic. We were in LA, and when they want to push things, they
But I guess
shit.
more like, did he recently say something about Kill Tony?
Yeah, Jesselnick's taking a bunch of shots, right?
When he had a special to promote, now he's going to be gone for a few years, and while I put out 2.5 hours of comedy content every week, and I don't blame them. If the shoe was on the other foot, if I was them, I would maybe I'd be mentally, maybe I would do it. He had a special to promote, and he's ending his podcast there. He's ending it because literally no one's listening to it. I mean, I don't know if you look at the charts at all. No, it's a thing. No one listens to
I just don't get being worked up about stuff ever being like, just to going public and be like, this scene sucks.
Yeah, and he also calls everybody a hack, and then he talks about Trump for 3/4 of his special, calling him Bad Orange Man, and then talks about his sad cats like he has for 45 years.
That's what bothers me the most.
And I think Tony's saying this here actually stems from some underlying jealousy that he feels for Mark Maron and Anthony Jeselnik. Because after these two comedians called Tony out for his hackish ways, they then went on to have majorly successful comedy specials, and these specials received much higher ratings than anything Tony's officially put out, with Maron's HBO special, Panicked, getting a 7.6 out of 10 on IMDb, and Anthony Jeselnik's special, Bones and All, getting a 7.4. So in comparison to whatever Tony's put out, it just completely blew him out of water. I mean, Kill Tony on Netflix got a scathing 4.8 out of 10, and his other specials were rated in the same ballpark. I mean, no wonder you don't really see a special from Tony Hinchcliffe. He's not good at them. And obviously Tony knows this. I mean, he probably has everyone's IMDb ratings memorized at this point. Also, this whole thing that Tony said about how he puts hours of comedy podcast a week is a bona fide reach. Like Kill Tony, as successful as it is more an R-rated talent show than a tried and true comedy show. Tony saying this would be like someone considering Wild 'N Out a comedy show. This doesn't really make sense. So yeah, just a pretty pathetic clapback from Tony and the Legion of Skanks gang. And ironically enough, they wrapped it all up by saying how Mark calling them on Nazis is a very hacky thing to say, while at the same time being incredibly unfunny talking about it. Just take a look at how Dave Smith bombs in this next clip here.
So you told you guys and Joe Rogan, he's right, is that what's happening? Yes, the two biggest most watched podcasts, which is such a great hack thing at this point. It's great, yeah, I mean, the whole Nancy thing, like, I just kind of feel like that's such a 2016 thing to be going on. Seven other product hits
We're 2008 with that. You're 2008 shit, not
it's probably called hilarious.
And so I also think they're missing the entire point of why Mark Maron called out too. Because Mark Maron calling Tony and Rogan out for being right-wing boss barely scratches the surface on this whole message in these podcasts. Maron truly hates how these guys have come to represent comedy nowadays. Because not only are they unfunny, but they act as if they're in this high society cult-like fraternity that normal people would never understand. I mean, just the other day, Joe Rogan was on his podcast preaching for the 1,000th time about how normies could never begin to comprehend the genius level of ball-busting that him and his pals do, which comes off to the general public as completely pretentious, especially considering that they're some of the least funny stand-up comedians alive.
Justify a lot of stuff because it's in the culture. Like our culture is talking shit to each other. Like the way we talk shit to each other. Like there's a lot of people and a lot of other jobs that would have a giant problem with what you and I think is awesome. Like if you cracked on me, it was awesome, and we're all howling. Like I can get you in real trouble if we were accountants.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. If we're accountants, that'd be a giant problem. Yeah. So we're used to fucking with each other. We're used to laughing about stuff, and we're used to saying ridiculous shit that we don't really mean just for fun. And most people aren't. So this is our culture. This is freak. Like, if you got normies and you brought them into the green room or the mothership, we're all just hanging out one night, just talking and having fun, you're going to freak them out. Hey, people talk like this. Like, Jesus Christ, you guys are at work and you talk like this? This is crazy.
Joe Rogan would be scared, like if he walked a construction site, you would quickly see that there are many that are way funnier than him. But anyways, Brendan Schaub and Chris D'Elia also spoke on the Mark Maron call-out recently, which was somehow sadder and more pathetic than what Tony had to say about it. Because as hated as Tony is, he's at least in the same stratosphere as Rogan, Maron, and Jeselnik. They're all comedians that are actively producing content on the biggest platforms right now. And even if you hate Hinchcliffe with all your heart, you have to admit that his ceiling is far higher than the Golden Hour podcast guys. I mean, Schaub and D'Elia were completely left behind around 5 years ago. By now, they're at the lowest point in their careers. So what they had to say about Maron here really just turned into a rant about how they were all kicked out of the Rogan sphere. And Schaub, of course, thinks that Rogan kicked D'Elia and Callen out. Really, him saying this is just a projection because Brian Callen has officially re-entered the Rogan sphere at this point. Like, he does more shows at the mothership than Shane Gillis, and he's actively touring the United States.
This is a podcast tour and press tour to basically, we're not even talking about his special. All we're talking about is like his, how what he does, what he says. He's just salty. I think that just sucks. I don't think it's good for the brother. I don't like that shit.
What brotherhood do you speak of? The one that kicked my friends out of the brotherhood? The one that kicked my friend Chris and Brian out? What brotherhood?
Yeah, there isn't any, but, you know, whatever.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. My six guys out. Like, hey, what's up? You know, oh, dude, of course. It's so funny. I'm like, oh. All right, bro. Thank you. See ya.
Shaw and Eric Griffin then go on to say that Chris D'Elia and Brian Callen were all kicked out by Rogan because Rogan had to protect his financials, which is completely true. But the thing I have an issue with in this next clip is when Brenton takes credit for taking Chris under his wing when nobody else would, signing him onto the Golden Hour podcast after he got canceled.
Anything that they think is going to take away from the money that they're going to make, they're going to put up the tents and be like, no, that's it.
They're going to protect it. Yeah, they're going to protect it at all costs.
Yeah, at all costs.
I mean, losing their friends, whatever. Whatever. So it's all good.
I always say, like, I feel like it's such that loyalty. It's not something that can be founded. Yeah, no, not at all. And it's weird, too, because
for your boy here.
Yeah. Well, there's a few. There's a few. No, there are a few.
Oh, yeah. Who else, Chris? Who else? Name.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah? In the spotlight? In the spotlight?
But that but nobody actually just. But that's the thing where nobody cares.
Like Brendan paints this as some kind of heroic act that he did for Chris, but in reality, Brendan desperately needed D'Elia to save the king of the sting when Theo Vaughn left Brendan's ass for greener pastures. Like Brendan hiring D'Elia was a completely financial decision. And the fact that he had to hire an alleged predator tells you everything you need to know about what other comics thought about this guy. Brendan then goes on to idiotically say that no other legit comics trash others publicly like Maron and Jesselnick have in the last year, because he then goes on to talk trash about Mark Maron, pretty much telling everyone that he doesn't think of himself as a true comic.
I have a problem with everyone going on podcasts and talking shit about it. It sucks, dude. It just sucks. Like when I see some comic go out and talk about some other show that a comic's on, bashing another comic that they came up with, or they're talking about how they don't like Kill Tony.
Chris, they no good comics are doing that. I haven't seen one like legit comic talk shit on that one.
Right.
Like there are no public. A fossil. So his demos 45 to 77. Listen, Maron's a soft. Jesselnick's different than Mark. I like Jesselnick just like Stephen than Mark. Mark's a soft.
That Brendan made about other legit comics, never talking shit about other comics, is false, especially when you start to think about how every comedian piled on top of Brendan after he released Brinko Poppy, Tim Dillon, Hinchcliffe, and countless others actually called him out for being the definition of a terrible, phony comedian.
Now, in the Arlington where Brinko Poppy was filmed, is that where that was filmed? Is it the Dallas Improv, Arlington? I think so, yeah. That's where Brinko Poppy was filmed. Go back to follow. Oh, man. How do you know that? How do you know that was filmed there? I was fascinated by that. I even know where the construction paper came from. Cut it out. It's so funny.
You're 6 foot 6, you're an Adonis. You can beat up 99
You man, and you don't have to disguise at the comedy store. God, women!
I feel bad. I don't shit on Tony.
No. He's saying you shouldn't be. It's the highest respect I can pay you.
I mean, comedians talking about how Shaw was a hack was so overly spoken about that Ari Shaffir had to come out and publicly say that it's gotten to a point where it's become hack to even call Brendan Shaw a hack. It's like hackception.
Are you allowed to say the reason we're both thinking right now? I'm allowed to say it? I'm allowed to say whatever I want. We're American. Okay, so I'm from poison and why? Because I know, like, every time you go, you're like, stop doing poison. You know, please. Come on.
Well, here's what I generally do. I don't take happy answers for things that have been done like 20,000 times. So I try to put a unique angle on it.
You're talking, nobody asked you to them in the face.
Everybody asks it all the time. It's done like 2 years ago.
So yeah, just some incredible copium from a couple of Rogan's dumbest henchmen.
Yeah, it was fine. They just went to the desert, just couldn't fly.
This would be good really soon.
What? Where? Why?
Saudi Arabia and UAE or Dubai.
Dubai?
I think my parents.
Yeah. For the troops? For the troops?
Not for the troops. For the Saudis.
Saudi princess?
Yeah, and everyone's like, yeah, you should do it. Everyone's doing it. For Saudi.
Yeah.
9/11 goes.
So if you heard the news, Saudi Arabia is currently hosting a pretty controversial comedy festival in their capital city of Riyadh, with some of the world's most famous comedians headlining the event. Huge names like Kevin Hart, Dave Chappelle, and even Bill Burr are being paid millions of dollars to perform there in the next few weeks. And as you might have already guessed, their fans and their fellow comedians are really hating on them for it, since Saudi Arabia has a long record of some serious human rights violations and state-sponsored atrocities that these comedians are just going to ignore while they perform there, I guess. Because if they don't, they could literally end their own lives. Like, it's actually illegal to say some things over there, and the crime is punishable by death. Just look at Jamal Khashoggi. So it's just an overall disappointing time to be a fan of comedy right now. And other comedians realize this too. I mean, just the other day, the guy who played Gabe Lewis from The Office, Zach Woods, hilariously summed up the whole thing in a TikTok post where he put everyone there on blast as they're essentially selling their integrity in exchange for enormous quantities of blood-soaked cash.
Guys, it's that special time of year. It's the Riyadh Comedy Festival, and all of your favorite comedians are performing at the pleasure of Turkey Al-Sheikh, and he is the head of the entertainment authority over there, and he has so many people thrown in prison because they tweeted stuff he didn't like about the soccer team or whatever, that there's a wing of a prison named after him where they hang people by their heels from the ceiling. Now, there's a lot of drips, killjoys, and babezoids who are saying, oh, they shouldn't do comedy over there because it's whitewashing of the team that just killed a journalist and killed Jamal Khashoggi and played a big role in 9/11. Shut up. Name one comedian who hasn't read themselves out to a dictator. Sit back. In the 80s, go perform for dying Nazis in Mr. Clean when you cry in shows for Idi Amin. Bibi Netanyahu collaborated. I pitched him a friendship called the West Bank. Let's not get our, moral panties yanked up, which hide in our homes. Human Rights Watch has been begging the Canadians not to participate in the whitewashing of the horrors that are ongoing in Saudi Arabia. What a flop.
And don't think for a single second that these so-called free speech warriors are just going to go up on stage and suddenly turn into rebels, bravely using their sets as some kind of noble protest against the Saudi regime. Their silence has to be bought, packaged, and paid for in full. They're going to keep their shut, tell some pretty safe jokes, collect the check, and then fly on home. Like, there is absolutely no room to deviate from that script. They're not even allowed to make hints at the ugly reality of what the government has done there. Just take a look at what happened to Tim Dillon. He got banned from the festival for something as small as mentioning Saudi slave labor on his podcast, a podcast that he records in America, mind you.
I was fired from the Riyadh Comedy Festival.
And the craziest part about that was that he wasn't even condemning slavery. He was, in a weird, Tim Dillon-y kind of way, spinning it into some dark humor that actually casts it in a positive light. The mere fact that he let the word slavery pass through his lips was enough to get him axed without warning.
Well, they have slaves, then they kill every... Hey. Get over it. Get over it. So what? So what they have slaves? So what? My friend, not a friend, somebody I don't even know. I bumped into them in Tribeca. And he goes, I would never do that because I don't want to interact with slaves. I'm like, why not? I believe they'd be differential. Right? I mean, I imagine the slaves in those countries are good at what they do.
That's how extremely censorship truly is. It doesn't matter if you say it sarcastically, ironically, or even supportively. The regime doesn't want the word itself uttered because the word reminds people of reality. And reality is the last thing they want leaking into their carefully manufactured spectacle. So here's Tim's reaction after he got fired.
My agent called me and told me they heard what you said about them having slaves. And I said, I was being positive about it. I was defending them. He goes, well, I know that. I know you were defending them. I said, I was defending them for having slaves. I literally said, slaves are probably hard workers and, for the most part, agreeable. But they didn't like that. I was saying that slaves were proud of some of the buildings they built. Now, I am very clear about the way I will do a gig. If I accept a gig, I am not going to break the rules of the gig. So I certainly wasn't going to show up in your country and insult the people that are paying me the money. One, it's illegal. So I wasn't really planning to go to a Saudi jail. But on my own show, in my own country, where I have the freedom to speak and say the things I want, I'm going to be funny and I'm going to be who I am. And if you're not buying that, I addressed him in a funny way and they fired me.
It's just so funny how he's acting that they do something like this. Like, the Arabian government would do something so unbelievable and uncalled for. I mean, I know that comedians aren't the smartest people in the world, but to think that the Saudis won't micromanage every little thing you say leading up to the event is an extremely boneheaded thing. They're paying them to be puppets. Like, they're not allowed to do the comedy that they decades whatsoever. The things that Tim Dillon said that got him fired were, in fact, nothing burgers, as one would say. But to a government that throws women in prison for simply taking off their abaya in public, even the tiniest joke is treated like a national security threat.
My Islamophobia and my love of bacon are completely separate things. Not only that, you know that Muslim countries, I yell, I love bacon, there's no offense. I will be doing it at that comedy festival very soon. Get your tickets! Get your tickets! Are you really going to go there? Of course I am. Why would I not?
Will they kill gay people and women? By the way, they say this about every Muslim. Every Muslim country is throwing gay people off the roof all the time.
Okay. I obviously don't agree with Saudi Arabian policies on women, things like that.
Is it my business to tell Saudi
Arabia how to live? Truly, how big was the job? 375,000 for one show. Right.
That's not bad.
That's pretty good.
That's not bad. And what happens is they cut the hand off the thief.
And I know some of you might be thinking, for the amount of money that Saudi Arabia is paying, anybody would be an idiot not to go. Which is only fair if they were being paid Cristiano Ronaldo money, okay? They're not, though. And in my opinion, they're not even being paid anywhere close to an amount that justifies going. Like on the cast that got Tim fired as the Lord, he actually mentions how he was getting paid to perform testing figures as high as $1 million and as low as $150K.
You're coming out and saying you're doing the Saudi thing for money. They're paying you a lot of money. I'm not going to tell you how much they're paying you. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how much they're paying me. $375,000 for one show. Now a lot of other people are getting $1.6 million. That's not me. I'm not in that bracket. Well, they're giving me $375. Others are getting $150. Why are they doing it? Here's the point.
If this is true, and $1.6 mil is the highest they're paying people, and this is more pathetic for the comedians than I ever thought. Don't get me wrong, $1.6 million is a lot of money, but for the impact that this is going to have on their reputations, it's really not enough, especially for someone like Kevin Hart, whose net worth is something close to $500 million. And don't even get me started on the people who accepted the $150K. That's possibly the funniest thing to come out about this festival. I'm sure $150K is a lot to most people on earth, but these comedians easily clear that on tour, where, might I just add, they're allowed to say pretty much whatever they want. A guy like Theodore Von Konopowski III literally makes $150K fucking scumbag coming from a lot of these old jesters. It's one thing for people like Andrew Schultz and Whitney Cummings, but Cooper honestly caught me off guard. I love the guy and was hoping he'd try and make a stand for what he believes in when he performs there. But being that Tim Dillon was fired for even mentioning slavery in his own country, I'm pretty sure Bill Burr is just going to play it safe, which makes him no better than anyone else on the list. And him performing there just hollows out everything he preaches about on his podcast. I mean, he's even recorded himself talking smack about people who accept money from the Saudi government way back in 2011, which now that I went and performed there, it just sounds like jack shit. When you go back and listen to it again.
There's no one right. I guess comedy showing like Saudi Arabia is not what they do. That's how they raise money with their fucking oil money.
But hey, as one legend of the channel sadly fades into the background, another rises up to fill the void. As Mark Burr has been one of the comedians calling out the Riyadh disaster lately, just as I thought Bill Burr would.
Don't get me started about Riyadh Comedy Festival. I think I saw that. Yeah, that looks like. How is it going? This thing they like under the radar. That all these huge acts. I can name names. Yeah, just go look it up. Are offered complete ridiculous amounts of plenty money on the planet. Yeah. But it's like, does it just come to that? And what I can maintain this position. Or that wasn't yeah. That's always what made me. I don't think I'd go. I know I would, but it's like, does history not matter at all? I mean, literally, it's like the Riyadh Comedy Festival from the guys who brought you 9/11. Do you know what I mean? It's like, is that just nostalgia? Well, there's a Riyadh Comedy Festival. I don't know if you heard about that. This is true. There's a Riyadh Saudi Arabia Comedy Festival. Like, how do you even promote that? I mean, the same guy that's going to pay them is the same guy that paid that guy to bonesaw Jamal Khashoggi and put him in a fucking suitcase. But no one passed off the yucks. It's going to be a good time. Full disclosure, I was not asked to perform at the Riyadh Comedy Festival, so it's kind of easy for me to take the high road on this one. Easy to maintain your integrity when no one's offering to buy it out, you know?
I honestly don't think that these comedians or their managers realized just how much people were going to trash them for doing this event, because Bill Burr performing in Saudi Arabia is not really the same as Ronaldo playing soccer there for $700 million. Ronaldo's job requires him to kick around an inflated ball for 90 minutes straight. Bill Burr's job requires the freedom of expression, and is one of the last places on earth where that's found. I mean, the only place that I can think of that would be worse would be if somebody performed for Israel or for the U.S. government. Yes, I'm aware that some of you may be thinking that simply performing in the state is worse than performing in Riyadh. Some of here is, in fact, a fake genocide. The comedians perform for the U.S. government when they do comedy here. They're performing for separately owned venues. And when the comedians do decide to perform with government, everyone rightfully shits on them for it. Like when Theo Vaughn went to perform stand-up comedy for Donald Trump in Qatar. It's a really shitty thing to do. I hope I made that very clear. At the end of the day, it's pretty simple. Taking Saudi money means selling out your voice, and no punchline in the world is worth that.
Formulated with Cedar to soothe visible redness after just 1 use. Cetaphil.
And the way you deal with that, man, is as people who believe in America and tradition, you basically segregate them out of society. That's what I would follow. You don't get a job anywhere. I'm no longer interested in talking to these people with their septums pierced and their purple hair or something.
I think this is down from left and right.
I would agree. I really agree. It's good versus evil, but we have to hold ourselves to the highest level. It's good versus evil.
The social media, the left aren't going to shoot their own, and the right don't shoot. So of course,
I mean, they both shoot, but yeah, you know,
not true.
No, that's not true. Everybody shoots.
Alright, so it looks like the meathead podcasters in the Rogan sphere are actually getting worse somehow, because it seems that they're now exploiting the horrific assassination of Charlie Kirk to grift even harder than before. I guess desperate times really do call for desperate measures after all. Like, this is really the only option Brendan and Brian have left. Their view count has never been lower than it is now, and both of their reputations are truly in the gutter, so now they're facing no other option than to pander to the dumbest category of people in America. As you just saw, they're repeating talking points that most reasonable people on Earth would consider extreme, like using segregation on American citizens and saying that anyone and everyone who opposes their political views is now evil. And the worst part about it all is that they're trying to take the moral high ground here. The man accused of R-wording multiple women is allegedly on record saying women have a primal desire to be R-worded, and the double-digit IQ bully, alleged fraud artist, and compulsive liar want you to believe that they're the ones above this whole thing and that you should listen to them. They're acting as if they're not the scum of the earth, which is so ironic that it's almost funny.
But also, we have to hold the people that the elite power structure that is practicing stochastic terrorism. Tim Walz, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, the academics who are categorizing this, and Donald Trump as a fascist, as a Nazi. Those are the people that knew what they were doing, in my opinion. That's their inadvertent way of ordering a hand. You don't vote for them. You turn your back on them. You don't give them jobs. I think you're going to see. I hope you see people come over. Now the left they're lost. They're lost. They're also bankrupt shitheads. You ever see most of these people? You see what they look like physically even. So,
Luckily, though, by regurgitating these idiotic talking points, they've really only reached around 100 people who believe them, since that's my generous estimate of how many diehard fans left, as the majority of viewers that they have come from bots, and then the rest being from people who actually hate their guts. The fight on the kids subreddit, so fortunately what they're saying here really won't influence anyone but a handful of hillbillies in the South. We're already past the point of no return. Also, I find it absolutely hilarious and ironic how these guys on the left is full of physical out of shape, ugly people. You both really don't have any room to speak when it comes to physical appearance. And for physical fitness, well, whatever gains they've made in the past year have been heavily boosted by the cocktail of peptides, hormones, and testosterone that they experimentally inject into their bodies on a daily basis. So these guys really are not the peak physical alpha males like they masquerade as.
They're never tongue. They're never in shape. They're never tan. They never worry about their health. They're going very well. They're losers. By every metric that a human can
that also goes to this third person. That also goes for all people celebrating that. You look at them like the guy got fired at Microsoft who was the head of the Did you see that guy? They're just they can't even control their own biology. They can't even control their own bodies. Much less the world. Like, worry about yourself, bro. You are not doing it.
I've never seen a person on the left.
Charlie Kirk would say that. These people come up to him and have like they just look like a mess physically. He'd go, you look like you're having a hard time. He said, he said, you look like you're having a hard time.
So yeah, just some extreme boneheaded takes from Brendan Schlupp and Brian Callen, as per usual. But as I just mentioned, they luckily have little to no influence on their audience anymore. So whatever moronic things they said here really have no effect on the American public.
You basically segregate them out of society.
But now that we've got the clown show out of the way, let's move on to someone who actually does have somewhat of an influence on the American public, Joseph 250 Rogan. Because this man has truly been on a PR nightmare speedrun recently, and as every JRE episode passes, his public perception just goes swirling down the drain. And even he knows this. In the recent podcast he did with Jordan Jensen, he's really doing some extreme damage control. He denies that he's ever been Republican, despite vomiting Republican talking points for the past 7 years on his massive platform. He denies that he's ever been anti-vax, despite having an embarrassing shouting match with Brian Callen
More than a week ago, arguing with him about how vaccines are linked to autism. And lastly, he hilariously admits that he saw a short snippet of the Elephant Graveyard's most recent video about him, which of course all his buddies showed him in the green room of the mothership. And as we'll see shortly, it's really obvious that this video is living in his head rent-free, as he was the one who brought it up in the conversation.
Dude, there's a clip I want to post about that's really funny about your club where I was like, you get in here, and there's a guy who's like, my name's Kyle, I'll carry you up this flight of stairs. I have a PhD in MMA. I'm gonna pass you up to Derek. Derek has an AK-47. And we get in the green room, and I'm like, do you need anything to kill people for you? And I was like, could I have some like almonds or snacks? And they're like, no, we have smelling salts. I was like, is there any just like water bottles? They're like, no, we have neurotropic dust.
It's so funny. We were in the green room the other day, and someone had called us like some alt-right white supremacist club. I was in the room with Brian Simpson, who's black, Derek Poston, who's black, Hassan Ahmad, who's it was Tony Broadway and me. I'm like, this is a pre-diverse lineup. This is so silly.
You're looking at comments. See, it's hard. I'm not looking at
It wasn't a video. It wasn't a comment. It was a video of someone that one of the guys was playing. It was like, look how stupid this is. The idea that you had to be like, I'm not even a Republican. Like, I voted for Trump because I thought we were going in a terrifying direction where there was not really a president for 4 years. The same people are now going to be running the government. Like,
Were you like a Bernie bro?
yes. So I've only voted Republican once in my life. The idea that you have to be a Republican to get into that club is so ridiculous. The club is filled with gay people, black people, straight people, white people, Asian. No one gives a fuck. You're just doing comedy. You're just doing comedy. Whoever you are, whatever you believe, we have tons of live discussions.
I will say, one time I was there, Jordan Peterson walked through, and I was like, you can't be here. That's too on the nose. That's crazy.
It is weird. Yeah.
That's crazy with his daughter.
Oh yeah, he came with his daughter. Yeah, he's been there a few times. Yeah, he even did Kill Tony.
Oh, he was on it.
Yeah, he was on Kill Tony.
Is it just me, or is Joe Rogan absolutely sweating now that the Elephant Graveyard's video about him is sitting at nearly 3 million views only months since it's been posted? And out of those 3 million viewers, probably more than 95% of them strongly agree with every single point made in it. I think this is truly evidence that he's seen the video, took his special cover down the mothership because of it, which was next to Robin Williams, and is now pleading with his audience that the mothership is not full of right-wing buzzword jokes every single night. Also, Joe Rogan's silence on the whole Jimmy Kimmel getting fired for saying words thing is extremely deafening at this point. If he really practiced what he's preaching here, he would have slammed his beloved administration the moment that story broke. Of course, he's not going to, because that whole thing is making him look extremely bad, especially since one of the only reasons he voted for Trump was because Trump was advocating to legalize comedy again. So the fact that Trump's now doing the exact opposite must have Rogan melting, so much so that he's trying to save his reputation by announcing any label that the general public has slammed onto him, which is so ridiculous and annoying that even the guest sort of calls him out for it. Right after Joe Rogan says that he's not anti-vax, right after spewing anti-vax talking points.
Yeah, I got like 6 times, but of course, I just
Didn't get vaccinated, got it once or twice.
really.
Yeah. Yeah, they fucked you. They fucked everybody. They fucked everybody with that goddamn stupid thing.
I got it hard. See, I'll talk to you about this, and then tomorrow, my liberal mom will be like, the vaccine is good, and I'll be like, yeah, I agree.
It's a long conversation. It would take a long time to explain what was wrong, but it all boils down to the same thing that it always does, which is money. They distorted the facts, they distorted the research, they distorted the efficacy, they distorted what it was actually designed to do, just because they wanted money. That's it.
We pay them for the vaccine.
Oh, fuck yeah. They made a shit ton of money. Might have been free for you.
I like the idea of money, but isn't your campaign on like mind control, not mind control, but knowing where we are, like anti-vax people?
I'm not an anti-vax person.
What are you?
No.
Give yourself a label.
No. I believe that all medications should be subject to scrutiny. They should all go through rigorous double-blind placebo-controlled trials to find out what the side effects are, what the efficacy rate is, what's the real fact behind it.
Just lie about that.
But this is why. This is why. The problem is pharmaceutical drug companies do their own research. Not only do they do their own research, but they do their own research that they'll do multiple studies that show a study where they can show like a little bit of an improvement, and then they just sell it.
It's just insane how Joe Rogan will say he's not anti-vax and then talk about why he's anti-vax, or that he's not Republican or right-leaning because he has black friends and lets comedians of color perform in his comedy mothership. Like, just because his comedy club isn't allowed to legally segregate performers and audience members doesn't mean that his personal beliefs don't align with someone like Daryl Cooper's, who was a guest on Joe Rogan's podcast last March, where Joe Rogan was idiotically questioning why China is allowed to keep their population all Chinese, Poland's keep their population all white.
When an all-white country wants to stay all-white, people get very nervous. If you have, let's say China, like China, Chinese people, we all agree that it's filled primarily with Chinese people. There's people who live there from all over walks of life, all over the world, but it's mostly Chinese people. If China had decided that they wanted to remain Chinese and stay Chinese, and that being Chinese is very important to what China is, no one would have a problem with that. When a country like Poland does it, you're like, oh, those white people, you want to keep everybody out, they want it to be all white.
So yeah, at the end of the day, this is just more proof that the Rogan sphere is eating itself alive. Brendan and Brian are running out of grifts. Joe Rogan is scrambling to rewrite his own public image, and the whole scene looks weaker by the week. The only thing keeping them afloat is a mix of bots, hate watchers, and a handful of diehards who cheer for just about anything, which honestly just makes it funnier to watch the empire crumble in real time. But anyways, that is pretty much it for the video, guys.
So let me ask you a question, Mr. Joe Rogan, Mr. Scientist. You say we should have had no one, Mr. Scientist. I'll start mocking you. It's so much easier. We got home. No, I know you think it's It's a long conversation that we're not going to have on this podcast because I'm going to get angry because I've researched this for years, right? Let's just say I'm not a scientist. I don't have to be a scientist to know this. You do. No, shut the fuck up. I don't have to be a scientist to read research. Brian, you don't know what the fuck I'm saying. You don't. Well, I know because you don't want to talk about it. Of course,
Alright, so this past weekend, Joe Rogan was called out and exposed live on his podcast by none other than Brian, allegedly Callen, who managed to enrage Joe by doing something incredibly rare, simply pushing back on Joe's horrible takes on vaccines. And part of the reason this got under Joe's skin so badly is because it almost never happens, especially from one of his own mothership underlings. You see, Joe Rogan giving any pushback on his podcast is basically like spotting a unicorn. It's almost mythical. For starters, his guests are usually just nodding along with anything he says because they're just happy to be breathing the same filtered air as Lord Rogan. The last thing they want is to make him look dumb in front of his millions of listeners. Another reason they don't challenge is because Joe is possibly the most unbearable person on earth to get into an argument with. The moment somebody brings up even the tiniest shred of evidence that contradicts whatever nonsense Rogan is spewing that week, completely flips out, shouts over them, hurls random insults at them, and then abruptly ends the conversation just so he can crown himself the winner. He's been doing this for decades. Like, I'm sure you know of the time when an actual primatologist had to explain to him that a Bigfoot-like cryptid he believed in wasn't actually real, which of course sent Joe through the roof.
Go online and look it up. You're a what? What do you do? It's a new discovery. Young primatologists will look it up. You're not current. Pay attention. Go online and look it up. Now, you've learned something called a graduate.
Yeah, you to the country. So once you're still
When did you graduate? When? Yeah, when was the last time you got online and researched primate?
Just couldn't accept being told he was wrong. That happened like 20 years ago. That's how bad Joe Rogan's debate style is. He argues in such an obnoxious, defensive way that he can actually make Brian Callen seem sympathetic and comparison. Trust me, that is not an easy trick to pull off.
But the bottom line is, biology is really simple. Double X, X, Y. There's no S. Super fucking rare. What this is a social contagion. Abigail Schreier wrote a fantastic book about called Irreversible Damage that she highlights how they're happening in these clusters of a lot of girls who are autistic. Yes. And let's get to the book. It's like anorexia. What's causing all that? How come 1 in every 12 kids who's a boy in California has autism now? Because that's what's going on. That's what's going on in California, which is one of the strictest fucking vaccine policies. Yeah, Florida does it. That's dangerous. I knew you jumped on the train. Of course, it's dangerous. Right. No, just run out of room. We need to bail on the tetanus thing. Suzanne Humphreys is Suzanne Humphreys explained shit as a fact. She's like, I know that. What are you talking about? So you're saying she's an animal doctor that absolutely understands tetanus. She said tetanus, all you have to do is keep the wound open and clean it. Don't shit. It's not bullshit. It's not bullshit. Do you know people die of tetanus every year? So let me ask you a question, Mr. Joe Rogan, Mr. Science. You say, don't we should have had that? Don't Mr. Science. I'll start mocking you. So what you said, what I'm trying to say to you is that there are certain diseases. Pick up history. Smallpox, diphtheria, monkeypox, tetanus, paralytic disease. Have you ever been home ill place? Yes. I know you're I've heard for just a long conversation that we're not going to have on this podcast. I get angry because I've researched this for years. Let's just say I'm not a scientist. I don't have to be a scientist to know this. You do. No, Brian, shut the fuck up. I don't have to be a scientist to read research to understand that they were spraying DDT all over the country when everybody was getting polio. Do you know that? Yeah, did you know the first anti-systems of polio? They happened in rural communities where they're all farmland and agriculture, and the cows were getting them, and horses were getting them, and dogs were getting them. It's not just to do this with you, but it's not just about. I run a thing. It's not just about. Hold on. Now, I don't want to do this, but it's not just about. We're in the middle of a fight. It's annoying, but it's like.
Man, Joe Rogan might genuinely have the most fragile ego in podcasting history, and I honestly think this exchange with Callen actually hurt his feelings, especially when Brian hit with that little Mr. Scientist jab during a debate on a topic that Joe probably has lingering PTSD from. He actually got so flustered here that he threatened to unleash his comedic skills on Brian if he didn't stop embarrassing him in front of the audience, which, by the way, might be the saddest threat in human history. Imagine being roasted by Joe Rogan.
It looks like he's like inmate on the unexpected COVID-19 release. I sent a bunch of people back out in the streets.
But the funniest part of all this is Rogan claiming he actually did research on vaccines, which is probably the biggest joke he has ever told. This man could read a scientific graph to save his life. He's even been called out multiple times for misinterpreting data. I'm talking about the actual researchers who collected and published the data he butchered on his podcast. His version of research is scrolling through the headlines on Twitter, cherry-picking whatever confirms his bias, and then regurgitating it to his listeners in a tone that makes some of them actually believe that he's smart. He's the definition of a jack of all trades, a master of none, and even saying that feels too generous. So even though Brian Callen is, the scum of the earth, at least he managed to call Joe out this time, especially after Joe once again debunked nonsense that vaccines might somehow be linked to autism. So honestly, it was refreshing to see someone finally push back. And some people online are speculating that Callen did this on purpose as a calculated move, because conveniently this was one of the rare episodes being broadcasted live, which meant that Joe Rogan couldn't have Jamie edit out anything afterwards to erase his humiliation. So people think Brian saw his shot into it. Personally, though, I don't buy that. Like, Brian Callen is not that calculated, guys. I think the real reason he spoke up was because he's finally comfortable enough in this spot and on the show that he's there every single week, hanging in the break room with Rogan, doing sets, and of course, drinking the Kool-Aid. In other words, he doesn't feel like he has to kiss the ring. So in that moment, he felt bold enough to call Joe out, not because it was some master plan, but because he just didn't care anymore. Compare that to Brendan Schaub, though. Man, Brendan Schaub was fighting for his life during this podcast. Like, this dude couldn't suck up harder if he tried. He straight up just lied through his teeth, claiming his kids aren't vaccinated just to align himself with Rogan and avoid being lumped in with Callan.
Question why there's so many of them. My kids are all vaccinated. And they're vaccinated, but they went on a delayed schedule. They delayed schedule. So did mine. So did mine. Good for you. I don't think you need to. Now they're healthy, so I'm good. You know, between the two of them, 12 dozen.
And so this is 1,000% not true. Schaub's kids almost certainly need vaccination records to get into whatever fancy private school he's sending them to. But of course, Schaub will literally say anything if it means getting Rogan's approval. This is why I'll never challenge Joe. He's stuck in the category of guests I mentioned earlier, the ones who are just grateful enough to be in the room. Like he's just not along and adjusting his story to fit Joe's narrative.
I think there are three things that have pushed let's be on our budget increase currently. Nutrition, sanitation, and vaccines. The enemy says otherwise is, I think it's crazy. You can't say all vaccines. I didn't say all vaccines. You're not saying you're very worried with me. He's not saying that. It sounds like he is. Brian, you don't know what the fuck I'm saying. You don't. Well, I know because you're. I don't want to talk about that. Brad, I don't want to talk about it in the middle of the podcast because it'll completely derail the podcast. And I'll start showing you statistics. If you look at when people stop getting all of these diseases and then when the introduction of vaccines happen, it's at the end, after the diseases are already gone through the population. Most of those diseases were eradicated by sanitation and nutrition. Also, there was a huge problem in this country. People were living in fucking squalor.
And so assuming he says that Rogan was losing ground to Callan, Brendan immediately pulled the plug and shifted the conversation to smelling salts, desperate to steer things away from his hero looking dumb.
That's the problem. Who wants to do some smelling salts? Okay, good. Who wants to do some smelling salts? Chuck one over here, Jamie. Grab some. Where's the okay? That's out of line. Hey, that bird is too far. Joe and I always have these around the screen. This one's weak. Is it? Yeah, it's a little old. That's a little old. Get you going. What are they like? We gotta besides, get you some, Brian.
No one does it better. And the saddest part is that he's been doing this for years. He's still playing defense for Rogan, even though Rogan completely distance himself from him socially. So yeah, I think this whole exchange was an absolute train wreck, but also kind of fascinating. Rogan for once got rattled, Callan for once got spine, and Schaub, as always, reminded us why he's a pathetic point in his quote-unquote career. Now that I think about it, I think it's time to make another Brendan Schaub video. His performance in this episode alone just makes me want to do another deep dive, so stay tuned for that this week. And with that being said, thank you so much for watching.
With his wooden shoe, so that Yossi says it's answer, or does the Mishnah read as if you pay on not go out with his wooden shoe, and that Yossi says that it's different. So what is the shoe that Yossi that Yossi can go out with his shoe, or you can't go out with his shoe? I'm not ready, so this is what I'm saying. I'm not ready. Well, you're not.
That's funny. They act when There's the things I hear people apply to this comedy thing. I'm just like, what the fuck is that? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I read another article the other day about us being anti-woke comedy. Why not just do great stuff? Go do great stuff. Don't worry about what we're doing. We're not anti-woke. There's no anti-woke. There's like a ton of left-wing comics and some other shit. It's like, that's not what we're talking about. We're not dwelling on that. We're making fun of them.
Alright, so it looks like Joe Rogan is Joe Rogan again, because he seems to be in denial about the fact that he and his army of so-called healthy fellas are in reality just anti-woke. That's their entire identity now. So for Rogan to sit there and pretend like he isn't anti might be the funniest thing he's ever said. It's almost like he forgot that there are literally thousands of hours of him ranting about this exact thing online. Like his whole migration to Austin was built around the idea that there was this massive crowd of people desperate for comics to stand up to the woke mob, which of course he knew he could turn into a gold mine. And luckily for us, he documented that entire thought process on his podcast, like all the way back in early 2020, right before the big Austin move. Rogan was already trying to frame this to his audience that there's this untapped market of people there who just want to see edgy comedians push back against the dark woke mob. That is what became his business model. He figured out that if he could round up enough like-minded comics and set up shop in Texas, he could corner that anti-woke market and profit off of it for years. Like, just listen to the way he talked about it with Mark Norman all the way back in January of 2020.
It's like the word retarded. Yes, you can use that word and everyone laughs, or you can use that word and you're a monster.
That's why I don't get. Why would you want to be on that bad snitch, the tattletale side of all this?
Because they want to be woke. Because there's a lot of fear in being against sensible coming after you. If you don't want to be shit on, you have to comply 100%. And then if you're scared, they come after you. They're scared.
And it's a bummer to live like that.
Well, no, it doesn't. But here's the thing: when you don't comply, so many people think. Of course, there's so many. I think more people are happy. It's just the voices that are upset at you for not being woke are the loud ones. Right? They're more into it because.
And I think that clip is important because it shows the exact mindset Rogan had coming into all this. Like, this was a calculated business move. He knew there was money in leading into the right-wing grift, and he was aware that there was a huge demographic of people wanting to throw cash at anyone who promised to fight cancel culture and keep comedy dangerous. So when Rogan plays dumb down, acting like he isn't part of the whole anti-woke crusade, it's laughable. Maybe Austin City was pretty much engineered out of this realization that the anti-woke angle was a business model. So now fast forward to today, and we can see that Rogan's little plan worked out perfectly. Tony and Dwarf have basically passed the of paper on the anti-woke side of America. Honestly, it was the easiest layup imaginable. All they have to do is spit out a handful of anti-woke buzzwords, and the crowd goes absolutely wild. No setup, punchline, or actual joke is needed. They just say the buzzword is, mix in a couple slurs about the LGBTQ people of color, and boom, standing ovation. Audience eats it up every single time. And now it's gotten so bad at the point where even some of their peers are exhausted by it. Like when Shane Gillis openly joked about this non-stop slur parade on the podcast he does with Matt McCusker. Comedy moves back. True, in a big way. That film's small. That film's fully small. Too far. They've done a flow shift. You go, that film's maybe it's a little too far. Not everyone has to say, true. Every single set. It made their name tiptoeing behind offensive comedy are rolling their eyes at how lame and hacky it's all gone. Now, as soon as Merrick officially calls him out for it, this whole crew goes into denial mode, and now all of a sudden Merrick's just jealous and mad he's not part of the Rogan. Like in this next clip, Joe literally frames the Rogan sphere as a walled garden that outsiders are just bitter. Being left out of.
That's all seen that way. And it's what a lot of that is, I think, is the walled garden issue. The fact that it's walled garden. Right? Once the walled garden doing really well together, then you find you're not, you start getting mad at that, and you find reasons why that's bad. You don't want something like that in your life, which we all do. If I see like a whole group of friends like palling around, laughing, I always smile because I know what that's like. I like it. But if you never have that in your life, and you see people palling around, having a good time together, hugging each other, and just laughing, and just having a good old time, you feel like left out. You feel like disrespected.
perspective.
plastic cells.
Do you ever get angry? Do you remember, like, I don't know if you've ever experienced this, but I'm assuming you have. It's kind of like when you're coming up the ladder initially in show business, and you see famous people on TV and whatever, and you got an opinion about everybody that's having too much fun, that's annoying, that guy's music sucks, and this guy's a hack. Yeah. And then 5 years later, you find yourself in a room with the guy at some party, and you meet him and talk about it, and you go, he's the nicest. I think I like his music now. Just know, it's so stupid.
Alright, so according to Joe Rogan and his designated foreign sniffer, Mr. DeRosa, any guy who dares to call him out with reasonable criticism is just some bitter hater standing outside the club. Like, that's their go-to defense now. And if you notice, it's the same script that Tony Hinchcliffe rolled out last week when talking about Mark Maron and Anthony Jeselnik. It's always the critics who are angry failures who just don't understand what it's like to win, but they never actually address what was calling them out for in the first place. They just skate around it, because I feel like deep down they know that there's some truth there. Like, if we go along with that too many parents call-outs, his actual problem is that these guys are successful podcasters, is that they are so far down the right-wing pipeline that they barely resemble the people that they used to be. That is a valid point. Follow Roger Rogan in his circle. Edgy contrarians and truthfully single mouthpieces. People don't seem to hear on Fox News during any given podcast, and Maron specifically put how insane it was that Rogan went as far as to back Donald Trump during the election, simply because he advocated for free talking going into their entire political identities. Now they're realizing that maybe tying their brand to Donald Trump that they barely understood in the first place wasn't the smartest long-term move.
And then it just evolved into the idea of the anti-woke angle. I'm voting the way I'm going to vote because, I can't, I don't have freedom of speech, which is so premise. Yeah, there was cold pushback, and it got a little weird with canceling, but I really think it would have found its level, and language would have evolved as it does. There's a lot of things they don't say anymore out of respect for people who we live among. Democracy. So, but that's not the way it went. So the anti-woke thing was just about like, all right, you voted this way because of this one issue, but along with that, comes everything that we're living in was a word that you're then calling back. The R word was just a natural way to go. And Rogan and Hinchcliffe and just a lot of these people just locked into this anti-woke thing. But now, the government, which is for all practical, intents and purposes, is an authoritarian government, and we have a fairly dominant fascistic culture. So they're using the same language, which is anti-woke, to dismantle all progressive institutions.
So yeah, Maron definitely hit a nerve. That's why instead of addressing what he actually said, Rogan, DeRosa, and Tony default to the same tired narrative. Critics are just jealous losers who want in, because if they admitted that there's a shred of validity to any criticism, they'd also have to admit that their whole just about freedom shit was built on shaky ground. This feels like family to me. This is a beautiful thing. Everybody's so supportive. There's no backbiting. There's no shit talking. It's all fucking love. So when I hear people say negative shit about the Bostons, I found it to be a beautiful experience. Like a truly heartwarming experience.
It's people that aren't in the scene. It's like people that look at it from the outside. It's not just us that are like this. Like, my thought on all this shit is that my favorite people to hang out with are comedians. We do it here too. And some people don't want to hang with comics. They're low rules. That's fine too.
So for Rogan to refuse that he and his pals were against the woke mob might just be, again, the funniest thing he's ever done. I mean, just take a look at the way he spoke about the quote-unquote woke coronavirus to another guy who's trying to creep his way into the world sphere, Tyler Fisher.
Show you these outrageous people over and over again with fake eyelashes, reading stories to kids, just freaking everybody out with a bunch of different, I'm too spirit of this and that. I'm trans masculine. The whole thing is just nuts. And then shutting down free speech. I mean, I've been banned for shut down for 3 years. They froze my account going. Fuck all my pandemic shit. They TikTok, they ban you. They don't size me up white. They don't have to size me white. They don't have to tell you that's part of when you sign up. It's the only way people even look at the word woke. Woke used to be a cool thing. And it was because of comedy. It's foolish. Now it's a clown world. Yeah, it's a clown world word that you can't use on the other side. You can't say I'm woke. Because everyone's like, fucking idiot. Fucking idiot. So it becomes a pejorative. It becomes something that someone points to and says, oh, you're infected with the woke mind virus.
So yeah, just wanted to point this hypocrisy out real quick here before I end the video. I just wanted to give credit to David from Red Bar for finding these clips of Roki during his latest episode. I'm sure you're familiar with Roki, and you probably already formed opinions about him, but let me just say that he's truly the godfather of this entire niche. We were all, in one way or another, inspired by what Mike's been doing at Red Bar for over 20 years now. Like the Elephant Graveyard gives all credit to Mike for his entire channel. So if you like my channel and everybody else's, you probably really enjoy Red Bar. He's easily the funniest guy covering this stuff right now. But anyways, with that being said, thanks so much for watching.
Because Rabbi says, here's the fundamental distinction. Really, Rabbi explains it. In this case, the Ikea did not rest his weight on the shoe. In other words, it's not like
I used to be, I'm such a Bilber fan. We actually bought a ticket for me and my wife and two of our friends to go see Bilber at the Hard Rock Casino down here in Hollywood, Florida. And I have to say, it was one of the worst shows I ever saw in my life. Because he got out there, and Bilber has become woke. I assume because his wife is very much on the left. Over time, he became embarrassed. And many people on the right was very funny. So he decided that he was going to start woking it up. Like that idiot Ben Shapiro. Oh, he's woke now. He's like, at that point, the guy liked me. And I'm so look at that guy like he's an adult. Alright, so as you know by now, Bilber made headlines after he called out the podcasters who platform corrupt politicians and leaders without ever giving pushback. Another huge call out in that instance when Bilber addressed his ongoing beef with Shapiro. And so I touched on this briefly in my initial video about that podcast, but I actually think it deserves more attention because after learning about the history of this beef, I realized that this was probably the biggest opponent of Little Shapiro's career. Because or not, at one point in time, Little Ben was actually Bilber's #1 fan. Like he promoted Bill's special on his Twitter account in 2019. Calling it shocking and audacious, and he even made an entire YouTube video defending the comedian in 2021, titled Leftists Outrage Over Bilber Jokes at the 2021 Grammys. Bilber said he said, and the thing was unwoke, because if our cultural puritans never allowed Bilber to make a joke about his own inability to pronounce Latino names. You get that's X. So up until 7 months ago, Ben Shapiro thought that Bilber was on his team. You know, he thought Bill was one of these anti-woke mafia heroes such as himself. But then in February of this year, Bilber vocalized his support for Luigi Vigil and criticized the evil practices of billionaire CEOs, which seemed to hurt Little Ben's feelings. So much so that he made an hour-long podcast about Bilber, claiming that his stand-up's become weak, that he's become disconnected from his audience, and that he's turned into a woke a-hole ever since he married his current wife. So this brings us to Bilber. So I have to say, Bilber isn't. Okay, so Bilber, I used to really enjoy his work. I mean, on occasion I still enjoy his work. He's a comedian, which means he's very hit or miss. His Red Rock special, for example, hilarious. I used to be, I'm such a Bilber fan. I actually bought a ticket for me and my wife and two of our friends to go see Bilber at the Hard Rock Casino down here in Hollywood, Florida. And I have to say, it's one of the worst shows I ever saw in my life. Because he got up there, and Bilber has become woke. He's become woke. I assume because his wife is very much on the left. Over time, I think he became embarrassed. And many people on the right thought he was very funny. So he decided that he was going to start woking it up. So this entire show that he did in Hollywood, Florida, it was so bad that he got frustrated with the audience. The audience was not laughing at his jokes because his jokes were basically about how Floridians were a bunch of anti-gay racists.
I'm sorry.
And
This is
Floridians were like, that's not true.
sorry. This is the
A lot of gay
case
people live down here, and a
now.
lot of Hispanics and black people live down here.
Allah is made
In fact, the room is filled with Jews.
on Shabbos and he came out
And so he actually got so frustrated, he ended up cutting his show early and walking off the stage.
I believe in
And the reason was he was totally disconnected from the audience. Well, that disconnect has continued. And now he is proclaiming he is very happy that CEOs are walking around in fear for their lives. And in case here's Bill Burr openly cheering the murder of a United Health executive. He says CEOs should live in fear if they don't act in the way that they can have them act. And it's just something he has no fixes for, by the way.
I love that the CEOs are afraid right now. You should be. By and large, you're all a bunch of selfish, greedy pieces of shit. And a lot of you are mass murderers. You just don't pull the trigger. That's why it looks clean. That's why these people look, oh my God, oh, he was just, walking into a hotel. It's like, okay, well, what was his job? What did he do? What was the results of it?
That means it has the status of a Jew.
Bill Burr isn't and what he's saying here is truly evil. And what's so satisfying about this podcast was the golden irony of Shapiro stating that Bill Burr was disconnected from his audience. Because if you slowly scroll down, you'll quickly see that this video was ratioed into the ground with dislikes. You pretty much everyone in the comment section let Ben know just how idiotic he sounded. You can see that they all came to the conclusion that Ben Shapiro would get on all fours and bark like a dog if a billionaire CEO told him to. I mean, absolutely no one agreed with what Ben was saying there. So this podcast was a overall pathetic attempt to rile up some kind of beef with Bill Burr, I guess. But the fact that Shapiro's own audience found this take to be brain dead says just about everything you need to know about the guy. And that was pretty much the end of the story. Until Bill Burr responded a few weeks later, saying, I don't know who he is, but that guy's a jerk off. Which, of course, goes without saying. But it's still a perfect way to sum it all. After that response, though, of course, there was radio sunburn. Since according to Bill Burr, his whole feud that Shapiro was drumming up with him was completely driven by money. And views about him and his wife, sandwiched in between ads for ExpressVPN, the Daily Wire, you name it, the whole thing was a grift. So Bill Burr wisely took the higher road until a few weeks ago when he was sort of put on the spot about the whole Ben Shapiro thing after the interviewer asked him directly about the situation. So to put the final nail in the coffin, Bill Burr aired out everything that he's bottled up over the last 7 months, exposing Shapiro for being a greasy slick talker who's cultivated this toxic fan base of unruly online extremists who have also been harassing Bill and his wife for the last 7 months.
Summarize for people who have been watching your career so closely. In this last few months, you've had a few things happen. Ben Shapiro talked about going to one of your shows and complaining about you becoming woke, which sort of then creates
He doesn't even know what that would mean. His definition of woke is white liberals' definition of woke, and they didn't even know what it was. They just took the word from black people. That's the worst thing about our people is not only do we take from other cultures, we don't even take the time to understand the definition. He went there to be annoying, so he can then have something to talk about, and then he can make money off of dividing his own country. Those people, that's treasonous. What they do.
yes, but it, or not to be fair, to the fact is that what his goal is, which is that it became a thing on represent a certain portion of the right, complaining about how you're woke,
Racist.
and we're racist.
They're racist. Yeah, they send pictures of monkeys to me and my cowards, and they never say it to your face. Yeah, they never do that. And no, they're like, look, dude, there's an ugliness that's out there right now where there's certain podcasts out there that if you're a racist, if you're an anti-Semite, if you're a psycho-nationalist and you want a softball interview, there's podcasts out there where you can get, they will laugh at your fucking bad jokes and just give you this pass, and it's there's a really ugly thing that's going on out there, and it's the kind of things we've already seen this, and we've seen what it does to a nation, and it's not the way to go.
And real quick here, I just love that Bill spoke about how these guys hijacked the word woke and gave it an entirely new and negative meaning. Because what Bill Burr said was true. The people throw around as an insult nowadays, but he wasn't ever supposed to take on that meaning. And saying that also shows you how Shapiro obviously just panders to his crowd and their buzzword of the day. And Shapiro was just in it for money, which Bill wants zero part of. Later in this interview, Bill Burr tells how silly it was of him to have him as his favorite comedian just because one of his jokes aligned with his worldview, just to then completely flip flop on him as soon as he made fun of something against that view. It was very childlike, which Bill summarizes in a perfect way.
What I'm finding is that people keep trying to categorize what it is that you're doing. Like that idiot Ben Shapiro. No, he's woke now. He's like, I don't. That fucking guy, someone came to me and goes, hey man, he was trying to bring me into his fold. At one point, the guy liked me, you know? And then when I didn't, then all of a sudden, I'm a fucking insult. I mean, and I'm supposed to look at that guy like he's an adult.
And you see, Bill Burr wasn't just assuming here that Shapiro was a fan of his at one point in time. Because as I mentioned at the start of this video, Shapiro actually defended Bill Burr for making jokes about Latinos at the 2021 Grammy Awards.
I will accept on behalf of her if I put your name. I'm sorry. All right, hey, how many feminists like going nuts? Why is this white male doing all this Latino stuff? Okay,
As long as it's never exposed to sunlight,
it's true. Why is that white male doing all this Latino stuff and then commenting on it? How dare he laughing about what trans people say? How dare he? Right, this is where the Puritanism comes out.
again,
Because the
never went
cultural
ahead and
Puritans
heard the
never
sound
allowed
of
Bill Burr
cranking
to
like
make a
metal.
joke about his own inability
Kind of
to
also
pronounce
never heard the sound
Latino
of
names. You can
chicken of the chicken
sorry, Latinx names.
Right,
You can never make a joke about that.
that Rooster
You switch
Growing,
words stuff. Right, he must be
Paul
Burr.
Niggy, and
Bill
never
Burr's a
heard
bad man because he
as long
insists
as
he's
your poor friend.
for the
Never
Jews
had
before
sun,
Italy.
never had sunlight,
Right, he's a
moonlight,
very
never
bad
heard
man.
metal,
But you know
never
what is great for our
exposed
culture?
to rain,
What is great for
never
our
heard
culture
the
is
twelve
Harry
beliefs,
Styles
never
were
heard
above.
footsteps,
But as
the
soon as Bill
ultimate
Burr said stuff that
super
Shapiro
effective.
didn't really
All of
like,
that from my
all
youth
of a sudden, Bill's now apparently a lazy hack who tarnished his career after marrying his wife. And then, of course, after that got loud, Ben Shapiro responded every morning after that podcast here. You just know he was jumping with joy as soon as he learned about it. And what went down in the studio that day was quite possibly the most desperate, lazy, cringe, inducing, and clapback that I've ever witnessed in my life. Like you could tell that he really wanted to savagely roast Bill Burr, maybe thinking the two of them would have it back and forth like he always dreamed about. But after watching this, you're going to see that, A, he was very clearly reading the script off his teleprompter, so for the first time, B, the entire script was generated by AI. I'm going to touch on that more after this clip plays, but I'm 99% sure that he used AI to write this shitty little roast he made for Burr. There's just a lot of dead giveaways that you'd go the way that ChatGPT writes, like moron. So now, we would presumably call that Bill Burr insensitive and unresponsive to the needs and definitions of black people. Which all this is amazing, guys, because whiter than a painting of polar bear in snow on a white canvas. So he's actually the most annoying form of a woke person. A white man, the kind he likes to criticize. A white person tries for being white and pretending that he can speak on behalf of black people about the systemic privileges of being white. Oh yeah, while pulling down millions of dollars to be an angry fellow human. So, old Rumpelstiltskin over here gets mad when he called by his real name. Still pissed off. I didn't enjoy a usual comedy show last year, and he thinks that I and my friends met with Mel G to attend the show just so that I could criticize him. Now, here's the thing. On a random weekday night, I'm going to a comedy show. I'm going because I want to laugh. We paid to attend your show because you used to be funny. And then you tranced yourself and turned into a white, bald, allegedly male version of Sonny Hansen on The View, screeching at me about income inequality and racism. There's some irony to the fact that as you lost nuts, you morphed into a shriveled, blood-sapping human. And now you decide you're a victim, and that everyone you know is a victim, and that America is cruel and nasty and such, and you're deliberately misunderstood just because you're a rich anyone. Which makes me sad, as I enjoyed watching Bill Burr. But now watching you is like watching Robin DiAngelo, but even whiter and even faker and less funny. With a scritchy Boston accent too. You turn into Billy, the piss-drunk leprechaun. Listen, I hope you turn it around, I really do, because the world goes better comedians. And I like when the comedians who disagree with me, Louis C.K. and Dave Chappelle. But, you know, we don't need 57-year-old men trying to run street cred with developed kids by turning into a human embodiment of those in this house all the time. That makes me sad. It does. And yeah, You're being
So
a little
again, there
jackass.
was
You
obviously a
cannot
lot of
tell
things
me
was
that
also
entire
society.
thing wasn't written
And
with
it's
ChatGPT.
that
And even if it wasn't, it's seriously some embarrassing stuff to be putting out to hundreds of thousands of people. I mean, come on, little Benjamin. This was truly the biggest fumble of your career. Cooper never calls out anyone by name anymore. He didn't even mention Joe Rogan's name in that interview. But the last time this happened was when he called out Elon Musk, and that was huge. So just a little more effort would have at least been respectable. But yeah, guys, sadly, this call out by Cooper was the highlight of Ben Shapiro's miserable career. Because that pretty much wraps up the Shapiro versus Burr saga for progressive eternity, as Cooper is likely done with this mosquito that is Ben Shapiro. So with that being said, that's it for the video. Thank you so much for watching.
It's such a simplistic beauty. Such a simplistic beauty. But the apologist gets a little piece of himself and tags the to his son. And just says, I just want you to listen, that's what he's talking about.
Trying to find just the right balance because there's nothing really challenging you. Because you don't have any real problems, and you're not on the earth. You're not standing on the earth. You're in a bubble where you sort of like, maybe I'll try this, maybe I'll do some protein now. You know what I mean? And you'll never find the balance because life that's not a normal life. That's not organic living. That's not living like a human being.
Joe Rogan's podcast seems to have only gotten worse this year, as every time a new episode drops, it becomes increasingly clear that Joe has drifted into wacko territory. Whereas Joe Rogan being relatable stoner that talks about the four-dimensional beings he encountered on DMT, nowadays Joe's moved into this almost grumpy variation of a boomer that no longer talks with his guests. Usually you have the same 4 or 5 political points stuck on a loop. And no matter what kind of guest he has on, Joe will inevitably end up talking about either COVID-19, how California has turned into a godforsaken wasteland, how great Austin, Texas is, or just wanting a conservative glazing session. And it's gotten so bad now that longtime fans of the show have stopped listening to most episodes. Joe Rogan's peers have also become more comfortable calling him out on public platforms recently, as we just saw veteran comedians like Bill Burr and Mark Maron do 2 huge podcasts last week.
You know, there's certain podcasts out there that if you're a racist, if you're an anti-Semite, and you want a softball interview, there's podcasts out there where you can, and they will laugh at your bad jokes. The thing with Joe is I don't know that we have a lot to talk about because my idea of what he's done becomes sure. And I don't think it's hard. But to be fair, Mark Maron has been Joe Rogan's biggest hater since the early 90s. And ever since 2021, we haven't seen Bill Burr on Joe Rogan's podcast. So these guys calling Joe out doesn't really come as a surprise to most people. A better indicator of how far gone Joe truly has become is when his closest friends call him out on his own show. Almost as if they're trying to show Joe Rogan the light with how jovial he is at Joe Rogan for talking about things that truly should matter to either of them. See, yeah, it's not much more. See if you can find anything on the Japanese population crisis. They're having so few children.
You're allowed to do different shots. Says, Allah plays to do the shots. Remember, the other album by Rina, on the kind of Rina. Most of most of the channel will not show.
I think about it with us. Because I think about it with like civilizations. I think about what we can talk about. I know. We don't have to.
So, as you may have guessed, Joe did not listen. In the past 3 weeks or so, I feel as if he's become the most out-of-touch version of himself to date, and he's now been reality based on his own personal relationships, like on episode 2352, James Tower Rico, when Joe disagreed with his guest about Nick Fuentes being a Holocaust denier, insisting that denying the Holocaust and debating the numbers of the Holocaust are two very different things.
Research on this one got the development stories about these two billionaires and their control over state government. And I say this because a big part of the deal was that Joe well, and these two billionaires hosted a meeting with Nick Fuentes, who is a Holocaust denier, and he's got a lot of questions to denier. Nick Fuentes is a denier, or does he debate the numbers? Well, to be fair, I don't listen to a lot of Nick Fuentes, which is on me, but
Pretty hard thing to push back on Joe, especially since Joe doesn't push back in the very slightest when he has people on his podcast who he actually want answers from, like the sitting president, vice president, and of course the current director of the FBI, who, if you don't know by now, is sitting 4 feet away from Joe Rogan when Elon publicly accused Trump of being on the Epstein list, to which the FBI director just conveniently skated him over.
Somehow took away the effects of the war. The last of the Sun Shabbos says, well, it's not a didn't fall under the umbrella of the law, and therefore everyone was now the rubbing is he also go ahead and say that just like the oil and salt, it changed out over the times of my day. Jesus Christ.
I'm not participating in any of that conversation. Have a nice day. So much tickets for all the way back and forth.
You don't have one. Nice cheers
How does he know?
you could bring
Does he know that Donald Trump's in the Epstein files? Does he have access to the intelligence? I don't know how he would, but I'm just staying out of Trump. I think that's way outside my motherfucker. I know my lane, and I just don't. I mean, wow, not the peep for Joseph. But you know, when Nick Fuentes is being accused of being a Holocaust denier, then Joe's got to step in to make his listeners even more annoyed with that situation. Joe actually talked about this encounter with Cash Patel a few weeks ago on his podcast with Danny Jones, where he scoffed at the idea of actually pushing back at the FBI guy about Epstein.
You can look at who you come across. Holding also below
Why they say there's thousands of hours of tapes of people doing horrible shit? Why did they say that? Right? Can't he say that? Well, they're talking about Epstein or did Epstein? Yeah, she said it literally, I think, a week before you had the FBI director sitting here telling you there was nothing. She said something about that there was like thousands of hours of tapes of people doing horrible crap there, and didn't the FBI dude say that there was nothing?
Don't try this. But when I saw they did it, let's do this.
Push back. Obviously, I'm just saying what he has to say.
So this is what I'm talking about when I say that long-time listeners have been really fed up with Rogan recently. Joe has 24 million listeners every week and refuses to practice any type of good interview when he has guests really want answers from. So it's clear that he has apoliticals on this show because he obviously gives softball here more than he aligns with, but as Joe Rogan platforms actual politicians, scientists, and professionals feel what they're talking about. What's even more annoying than Joe not pushing back is when Joe decides to talk politics all by himself, because he doesn't really fact check anything he has to say, and when he goes on these long political spiels, it's almost like you can feel Jamie on the edge of his seat, just itching to turn on his mic, but he doesn't in order to keep his job.
We're in this complete shifting of the polls where the Republicans now are in favor of free speech. The Republicans want to end wars. They want to stop contributing to foreign countries. They want comedy to be comedy again. They don't want restrictions on people's behavior and thinking. And the Democrats have developed this sort of like cult-like idea of what everyone should accept. And what's normal, and what's not normal, and what needs to be elevated in our population, and what needs to be ignored. And it's just like, it's kind of insane. Joe still pushed the idea that Republicans are anti-war and pro-free speech at this point. Come on, Joe. If you ignore the massive increases to the military budget, the push to start a war with Iran, and deporting foreign students from speaking out, there's still plenty of a lot of people actually think that Joe is saying believe that Joe is probably aware of everything that I just listed, subconsciously ignores it as if he didn't threaten life in Boston. He knows what side he's on, but for most who thinks he's innocent when it comes to politics.
this, which he says in 5 seconds later in this very podcast.
Anybody who's reasonable, like a reasonable, left-thinking person, which is most artists, by the way. Yeah, of course, and a few obvious things. Yeah, you guys you're a bunch of fucking assholes. We're using these subjects of a way where you can behave incredibly shitty, uncharitable, like vicious, mean, ostracizing people from I don't want any part of you. I don't want any part of what you guys think and behave. And you're pretending you're doing it for good. You're doing it for gluing yourself to the wall for climate change. The fuck you are. You're just a nut. You're just a crazy entitled nut. And you're fucking up society. And this is not the way people should be behaving. And I can't believe it makes people go to the other. Go get smarter about it now in this day and age. Because they're like, hey, we'll take you. It's fine. Come over to us. You can say whatever you want. Comedy's back. It's a big ebb and flow to me. It's like some weird natural balance of like things shift a little bit to the left, shift a little bit to the right, and you gotta hold the center.
So yeah, there's way too much political jargon from a guy who used to talk about grizzly bears, the hunting, and the ancient Egyptians' knowledge of the pineal gland. And again, most people wouldn't mind Joe talking politics if he went about it in a level-headed way. But it's almost like he's pandering to one side, like he sold out, if you will. But in my opinion, the political grifting Joe's done recently isn't even his worst offense. Joe's most despicable behavior can actually be observed when legitimate, reputable scientists go on the show and disagree with any of Joe's various conspiracy theories. Like Joe's handling of the Flint Dibble Graham Hancock debate was just atrocious, because even though Flint provided real evidence to back his claims, since he's an actual archaeologist who's been to the sites that Graham and Joe talk about, Joe and pseudo-archaeologist Graham Hancock just bullied and interrupted their way through the podcast. And after that show, believe it or not, Joe actually made fun of Flint Dibble for having cancer.
Flint Dibble approach, that guy embodies what you don't like about academia. You see him physically embodies it. Like it's like that's what it is. It's these weak men. These weird, kind of bitchy weak men.
Hey there, Joe. I just found out yesterday that you're going to kill my appearance in front of millions of people on your podcast. Here I am. I have had the last, 6 hours in the hospital to consider this while I get treated for my stage 4 cancer with an infusion. You know that I've been fighting cancer for the last 4 years. I've mentioned it to millions of people on your podcast.
What a little man Joe Rogan truly is. And if you haven't watched the whole expose video Flint Dibble put out about Rogan, I'll put the link in the description down below, and I highly recommend you guys give that a view, because he tore Rogan to shreds, and it really puts Joe in a light that you may have never seen before.
Joe Rogan, you're a coward. Calls cancer fighter.
In my view, all this stuff about Joe happened in the last 4 or 5 months or so, which is why I think that Joe Rogan is actually having a lot of right now, because it's not like any of this is new, you know, but it's become much worse recently. I'm sure if you're watching this, that you may have been a fan of the podcast at one point in time, because the show used to actually be genuinely good. It felt as if Joe felt as if he was lucky to be in the presence of some of his guests, and he would let the guests down the other way around. Joe also used to have the best guests on, as when he lived in Los Angeles. There was a plethora of cool people in town that could stop by the studio to talk with Joe while they were doing other promotion of their careers. That simply cannot be found in Austin. Now, when you scroll through Joe Rogan's recent podcast episodes, I bet the general listener would have to Google search and people was talking to. So Austin's now really sort of stagnated now. In the circle, aka the road, have openly criticized how shitty the city truly is. Like Tim Dillon, Mark Normand, Shane Gillis, even Ari Shaffir have all come out on separate occasions to publicly trash Austin, seemingly zero remorse.
Well, it's come both so great city and one of them. Texas City is trash. Not much, everybody. Everyone's at lunch with Austin. It's huge here. Sure. The city itself is not. I'm not saying it's a I'm saying it's actively unfair.
Well, let me just say what to Austin. I gotta tell you that Austin. I don't know how these people, these Gillises, or these Tyler Fish, or these Seguras, Whiskey Creek, how do they live there? I mean, it's that city is a boiling pot of evil goo just circling a dish.
Texas is gay. I'll say
Texas? That's fair. Wait,
well,
wow.
I'm sure not the one that Austin is a gayer version of there is
Equally as many shirtless guys of Austin. No,
I have to be one shirtless guy.
I hated everyone I had. That people were doing, I hated. I didn't understand what was going on. There was like missing the text, and I didn't get it. I didn't understand the lake, what color. These are the worst people. The crowd was in Antifa, got married, nothing works. And the food is some of the worst food in America. You have to like a college pig. Enjoy it. I've shipped on off for 3 years. Not one in the nation.
It just seems to me that Joe Rogan and his once universally loved podcast have, in fact, face planted into rock bottom recently. But I guess we'll just have to see where things go for the rest of this year. I heard rumors that the mothership will be expanding to New York City, which would be pretty interesting to see unfold. But with that being said, that is it for the video, guys. Thanks so much for watching.
I mean, what am I going to do? Push back? No, of course, obviously.
And purified his food, which the Gemara says, not Talmud Omar. The Gemara says, not Talmud Basari, not Talmud Omar, the Hasaray should be stew.
And the thing with Joe is I don't know that we have a lot to talk about because of my idea of what he's done to God. Sure. And I don't think it's correct. I think that it's tribalized, and I think that he's created a sort of army of people that think they know comedy, but they only know a specific thing. What they think is good is not necessarily good to make you what they like.
So it seems that Mark Maron has reignited his decades-long beef with Joe Rogan and his group of comedic assassins, as he just called them out on 2 separate podcasts in the span of a week. And Mark Maron's not just going after these guys because he doesn't like them. As he puts it, he has reasonable criticism for them.
It's reasonable criticism.
Like in his most recent special, Panic, Mark actually spends a good portion of time calling out the anti-woke comedy scene that Rogan's forged in Austin, criticizing them for normalizing slurs, punching down at marginalized groups, and overall platforming dangerous ideas.
Pterodactyl arms? Just supposed to put that nigga on the grill. He ain't even supposed to live.
And if you haven't seen it already, I highly recommend you go watch that entire special. But to give you an idea of what he talks about in that special, here's him poking fun at the idea of Theo Von having Adolf Hitler on his podcast, and what exactly that would sound like.
I think if Hitler arrived today, he'd probably appear on Theo Von's podcast.
See, y'all made a lot of that, right?
She'll make you crazy, dog. I did some videos for 3 days and then I ate a live bird. No shit, Hitler, a live bird, bro. Hey, Hitler, you probably didn't even hate the Jews. That was just the meth making you crazy, dog.
So now he's on a podcast press tour for that new special, and he's sent shots left and right at the entire Rogan sphere. Like in his recent Bad Friends episode, he goes at Rogan in a pretty hilarious and major way, roasting him for leaving it for enlightened meatheads who run out of material pretty quickly, since the majority of jokes that they tell are pretty surface-level jabs at marginalized groups. It completely beats Rogan era of comedy. You know that they do this quite frequently. To this day, they're probably still making COVID-19 jokes. Mark Maron considers this shtick to be hacked.
Yeah, he knew Elf Rogan. Okay. Yeah, who's that? Joe Rogan.
Joseph Rogan? Yeah, he's out of Texas.
Oh, Texas. Got it. Got it. You love Austin, don't you? He's running half the planet out of Texas. Yeah. He's got a tight hold on the enlightenment media.
Maron's disdain.
It's not just saying. It's reasonable criticism. Reasonable criticism.
When was the last time you spoke with him?
I don't know. That's a good question. I guess it would have been at the store. I never talked to him in Austin. I don't go into I don't really think I'm on his radar.
So something tells me you are.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, something tells me too.
I don't, it's weird that you get lumped into a certain thing, and
maybe it's my assumption that his army of healthy fellas.
Is that their title? Aria of Healthy Fellas is so good.
You just gotta, keep the machine's gotta be good. Yeah.
There's a shot at Bird. Go ahead.
What do you think on the off-the-shelf line? Well, I think that it's so effectively tribalized at this point. It really comes down to material. I mean, at what point? It's like whatever they represented in terms of policy. Sure. It's not a stretch. It's like trans people are frightened. They have no ability to get health care anymore, and they're afraid of being alive and have no freedom. So that's done. When do you stop with the jokes? Like immigrants, okay? Well, they're being ripped away from their homes, and they're all terrified. And okay, so that's done. When do you stop with the jokes? Right. I mean, it's one thing to pick on the vulnerable and marginalized, but I mean, they're down. Why do you gotta keep hitting them? Unless you're a hack. Now there's a question.
Another issue that Mark has with Joe Rogan was one that Mark's had a problem with since the early 90s, which is that comedy is supposed to be for the quote-unquote sensitive weirdos, not necessarily for the high school locker room bullies that Joe Rogan's ushered in. And even though I don't fully agree with this stance, since to me, you're funny, it is a stance that I've seen other comics take. When Tim Dillon was calling out Brendan Schaub right after he released his insult of a comedy special, Ringo Poppy.
When I watch Brendan do that, it's like I go, here's a big tough guy. Why should you see in a Ferrari and he should be able to rip people's faces off with his catcher in hands? And I see him running around the stage. I go, you're gay now. You become gay. Why are you gay?
It was a fucking night.
He was a knight. He's a knight.
Now he's a jester.
Now he's gay. He's a gay man. He's a fully gay man. When you watch his special, he's like, woo!
So Mark's main issue with this is that the weirdo comics have sort of been put aside in recent times, and when Mark brings this point up to WWE, he actually gets indignant on trash and lost topics, which was just great to see. That's a problem.
Yeah, so and the bigger problem about what you're saying is I think we all still do exist, but the nature of the comedy business is fragmented and some of it's tribalized. But there used to be a lot more weirdos around, who were kind of exciting and interesting and took it a different place. I would argue with just talk comedy. There are many people bringing it to a different place, dude.
Right. Well, there is some good ones that I think that kid Casey Rocket's really entertaining and fun and different and unique. I think they're there, right? I think the problem is there's so much sludge. There's so much shit. There's way more noise than we've ever fucking seen. It's hard to appreciate or even care because all that's really being shown is kind of the constant give it to him, give it to him, give it to him, give it to him. That's all I get.
I'm tired of the attitude.
I thought you were going to say violence in this country.
No. I'm tired. They come up back to LA. One guy, one name is Andrew. You seem like you're thriving on this. I'm killing it. And I'm like, whoa, dude. You moved out because you couldn't survive here. This is a different. It's an animal.
Well, I think the weirdos you're referring to, by the way, were birthed, and I defend this to fucking blue in the face. Were birthed at the comics. And I think I always push. I was like, people don't know that about the store. They think they hear this corporate bro, and that happens internally in LA a lot too, where they're like, the store is a fucking whatever sellout factory of fucking bro comics. Because not anymore. No, but there was a wash of it that came through, and I think that joke. I know. Real quick here, just based on the voice inflection that Mark was doing there, I was certain that he was talking about Tony Hinchcliffe. I mean, it's 100% something Tony would say too.
You seem like you're thriving on it because I'm killing it.
So yeah, just an all-around hilarious episode.
bad friends that I highly suggest you go watch the entire episode. One thing that this podcast though is the larger political reasons that Mark Maron called out right-wing podcasters in his special for. But luckily for us, he actually explained it in detail in the Vulture podcast he did 10 days ago, calling out Joe Rogan and Tony Hinchcliffe by name, which even if you don't agree with anything Maron says, you have to respect the fact that he calls them out by name here, as most comics are too afraid to seriously go after Joe Rogan in this sort of fashion. But anyways, in this podcast, Mark Maron explains that he's going after these guys because they essentially sided with Trump solely because he was more pro-speech than the other option. But now that he's in office and has acted on these policies, it's almost as if they're acting shocked that he's doing anything like that. Just the other day, Andrew Schultz posted this screenshot to his story reacting to the Trump administration and not mandating IVF care. I mean, this sort of thing is happening every day in the Rogan verse at this point, and Mark touches on that in this Vulture podcast.
Well, yeah, Rogan and Hinchcliffe and just a lot of these people just locked into this government, which is for all practical, good intents and purposes, is an authoritarian government, and we have a fairly dominant fascistic culture. So they're using the same language, which is anti-woke, to dismantle all progressive institutions. And whether you like it or not, or whether that's not what you signed up for, you tied yourself to that horse. Right? It's not even a matter of unforgivable. It just is what it is. So you can backpedal all you want, but this is the reality. Is that democracy was squashed because of the policy now of using anti-woke to dismantle the liberal democratic state is something you didn't shut up about. Maybe it wasn't to say, I just wanted to say they are. So that's what I'm talking about. And look, I think a lot of them were just wanted to land on the side where they could earn a living. It's a challenge.
For years, Joe Rogan has acted like the small guy that the media likes to pile on top of, as if he was the victim, just because he wasn't allowed to make jokes about marginalized groups. But now that they've sort of won that small victory with Trump, they can't play the victim card anymore. So in this next clip, Mark plainly states again that whenever a Rogan guy makes a joke punching down at trans or gay people or anything of that nature, that it's simply just hack, and it's only offensive because of how unfunny it is.
And in that way, it's at a point now where it's like you don't have the victim position anymore. You have the dominant position. So why keep kicking? Because it's hackneyed. That you walk through a comedy club or you go to some certain cities where it's like there's a prerequisite to do a trans joke. There's a prerequisite to do an hardcore joke. There's a prerequisite to push the edge in a very non-risky way. To not push about it, but act like you are just. And act like your voice is somehow dangerous. There's nothing less dangerous. It's boring. To say what people want you to say is not doing anything for those particular people.
So pretty much for years, everyone thought that Mark Maron hated Joe Rogan and was just jealous of him, because up until now, most of his critiques for Rogan were pretty surface level. He resented Rogan's athletic background, his overwhelming success, had an ongoing podcast rivalry with him. Rogan was almost like the more popular version of Maron. Maron actually confronted Joe on these very issues all the way back in 2011, which at the time felt as if Mark was simply just jealous of Joe.
When I first saw you, I had this problem with guys who were, athletically oriented or had some sort of athletic nature about them before they came into comedy. And I remember that you and Kevin Flynn, he was like a soccer guy, and you were a kickboxing champion.
there was part of me that was like,
So something.
this is
So
not for them.
was
This is not their world. Why are they here? Why don't they stay in their competitive world?
something that belongs in this
Well, of course it's silly. But you were sort of a copy of that, weren't you?
qualified
I don't know. First of all, if you're not around someone like that,
it belongs on the scale. It sounds like that box. But if you were to put on the scale, something that box. It has nothing to do, it doesn't belong on the scale.
In this podcast,
Never
Mark
belongs
also
on the
admitted
scale.
that
Then
he
what?
felt that Joe
But
and
ultimately,
Fear
again,
Factor disqualified him from being a comedy
that's
authority,
much of
implying that
globally
Joe's show was so out of sync with thoughtful or serious comedy should have not broken off any moral or artistic
that's
high
when we
ground.
say that you bring it on the
television
depth,
career.
speak out.
You're not just
Shane
raising
Roy
a Fear Factor was antithetical to who you are now. And then I thought it was hard for me to accept that you were able to stand in a position of judgment of what comedy is or isn't, having done Fear Factor and the impact it had on the comedy business and television.
That's an interesting angle, and I kind of think that that angle's got to be coming from some weird animosity that might have had to be regarding before this. Because, first of all, how many sitcom writers are really comics? It's very few.
They all, a lot of them started as comics. I'm just saying in comedy in general.
You can't say that that's taking away jobs because it's an economic issue. And if I wasn't hosting it, someone else would host it.
So after that 2011 interview, a lot of fans of the podcast came to the conclusion that Mark was just jealous of Joe. But now, fast forward to 2025, and it almost seems like Mark's criticisms of Joe are becoming more valid by the day. And now, instead of having animosity or disdain for Joe, Mark labels it as a reasonable criticism. So at the end of the day, whether you think Mark Maron is bitter or just finally saying what a lot of comics want, his beef with Joe Rogan has taken a new level of depth. Like it started as a personal rivalry, but now it's evolved into this broader cultural clash. Both these guys representing two very different versions of what comedy should be. But anyways, with that being said, that's pretty much it for the video. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure to like, subscribe, and comment down below what your thoughts are on this entire thing.
The service, it doesn't put in a service utensil, then it's not safe. So the Gemara gives an interesting case. The Rabbi gives an interesting case. So what's an example of something that has no shaykhs to the Mizbeach? But even if you put it
Look,
on,
dude, there's an ugliness that's out there right now where, there's certain podcasts out there that if you're a racist, if you're an anti-Semite, if you're a psycho-nationalist and you want a softball interview, there's podcasts out there where you can, and they will laugh at your fucking bad jokes and just give you this pass. And it's like, there's a really ugly thing that's going on out there. And, it's the kind of things we've already seen this, and we've seen what it does to a nation, and it's not the way to go.
Like many people on Earth right now, Bill Burr seems to have reached his last nerve with this group of grifting podcast bros in the Rogan sphere and adjacent circles, as he just spent a good portion of this interview he did yesterday with Variety, calling out the absurdity of what this whole thing has turned into. Because if you didn't know already, these podcasters Bill's referring to here have truly been playing with fire lately with the people that they platform. And it seems that they have zero clue about the actual impact these massive podcasts will have on the public for years to come. They're really just in it to make money. It is grifting at the highest level, and it seems to just be getting worse. Like why on God's green earth are the Bell Boys interviewing the Prime Minister of Israel?
That sucks. Yeah.
I disagree completely.
Working over McDonald's?
That's their worst take.
Absolutely.
And you know it's gotten bad when Bill Burr has to finally step in and be the voice of reason, since he typically avoids these heated topics until he just can't take it anymore. And so he really doesn't hold back here. Like he pretty calls Joe Rogan and his whole crew a bunch of pseudo-intellectuals who think they're genius because they read stuff online, when in reality they're just dumb guys who don't realize that they're causing irreversible damage just by having these types of people on.
They're talking about the billionaires and politicians. What do you feel in podcasts? What do you feel about politicians, billionaires who appeared on podcasts of your peers to try to use leverage comedy for their own?
It was before that. I remember the first time I saw President go on the Tonight Show. I thought it was cheapening the office. It's like they never did that. Now that everybody has a camera and blah 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 is just all over the place. I just think the landscape of it has changed. All I can say is personally, I would never do it. I would never have somebody come on that's running for the president with my intellect. I'm not going to sit there and be like, so, like, what is your, what's your foreign policy? Like, it would just, I would be like, within 3 minutes, dude, what was your favorite Super Bowl? And then people be like watching it going, I like that Super Bowl too. I'm going to vote for this guy. It's just like, it's just so far beyond my wheelhouse. Like, I am just it's just way beyond. Like,
Denver really starts to go in on who people assume are Joe Rogan and Andrew Schultz, criticizing them for thinking there's some form of higher intellect, like they've ascended beyond the normal working class civilian just because they can regurgitate whatever they read online that day in a somewhat coherent way. And Bill Burr explains here that this is all ego-driven, as they desperately want to appear like someone who's more valuable than who they really are. D-tier stand-up comedians at best, who have to get over their kidney toes just to reach for the lowest hanging fruit. But as Bill Burr puts it, at the end of the day, they're just dumb jocks who would only sound smart in a sports bar.
there's a difference between the people that read and the people that are the subject of what you're reading. You know what I mean? There's people that like discover shit and figure shit out, and then there's the people that read it. Like the only people that can explain the theory of relativity. That's probably not a lot of people. You know, they can do it, but then there's this ego thing that because now I can explain it like I'm somehow Einstein adjacent. It's like, no, you're not. You just read some smart shit. That was a bit I used to do with act where it's just like there's nothing worse than when a dumb person reads because now they think they're smart. It's just like, no, you're just a dumb guy that knows a lot of shit. Like intellect to me is how you process information. It's not just reading a bunch of smart shit, putting it in your head, and then puking it out at people, and be like, you know what, that's not smart. You're torturing people. So I would. It's more like how you put stuff together, and like somebody said to me one time, I go, you know, you're a really smart guy, and I go, yeah, in a sports bar. You put me in a sports bar, and you want me to talk about 70s and 80s sports? I am wildly. I'm scoring very high. Yeah. All right, you put me in like that form to have to interview somebody that is going to run for president, and then as the sports bar guy, you're going to see like, yeah, this guy did go to summer school a lot. So,
and Bill saying this is truly satisfying, as Joe Rogan and his offspring have been impersonating philosophers for way too long now. So even though he doesn't mention them by name, it's pretty clear who he's talking about here. And just so we're clear here, Bill Burr will probably never go back on degeneracy, as he A, would like to keep a healthy blood pressure, and B, doesn't want to waste time trying to save Joe since he's already past the point of no return. Like he's truly compromised at this point, and Bill knows this. So the next point Bill makes here is, in my opinion, the most important point that he makes in this interview, as he goes on to define the role of the stand-up comedian when talking about politics, which seems to have been lost in memory. So as you'll see shortly, Bill says that the comedian's job is to simply trash both sides, because like many other people around the world, Bill Burr hates both the far left and the far right, and if he doesn't trash both sides equally, too many idiots will think that he's on their side, which is the last thing he wants. And funnily enough, it's the first thing that guys like Tony Hinchcliffe and Andrew Schultz want, which just goes to show how many light years ahead of them Bill really is.
Yeah, and ultimately, my question is when you think of talking about politics at all in your act, what do you want to do right now?
if I do it, I trash them both.
Yeah, with what?
Because that is my job. That is my job. I can't fix the political system, and I don't watch a lot of it. But you know, when I do stand up, if I start trashing like Trump, I would hear the left of the crowd like, yeah. And I'd be like, fuck you voted for a guy that, is staring off into space. Like your guy literally should be in a fucking home. What are you patting yourself on the back for? X, Y, and Z. Your fucking party has not let you vote for, has not let you choose your candidate since Obama's second term. You go liberal? That's fucking insane. We want Bernie Sanders. Fuck you, Hillary. We want Bernie Sanders. Fuck you, fucking Mr. Magoo. Mr. Magoo again. Fucking 2 weeks before. It's his vice president. That's what they're doing. So I get so that after I crash Trump, I then do that because my thing is I'm not flying either one of their flags that's fake now. That is the problem. And they're always distracting us with other stuff. So, CNN and Fox News are a fucking disease.
So Bill Burr is really trying to make it clear here that he is not affiliated with either side of the political spectrum. He might be left on some issues and right on others, but at the end of the day, he is a pure stand-up comedian, and he wants to shit on both sides equally. And by saying this, he really exposes the major error that podcasters in the Rogan sphere made by taking one side before the election last year, as they quickly went from being podcasters and entertainers to political puppets, which is Bill's nightmare. And it almost came true earlier this year when he started going after Elon Musk and other CEOs on his podcast, which made the left think that he was on their side.
He's talking about Elon, that he was ruining Earth, I saw on The View. You're critical of him. What do you think of all the boycotts, like even the violence?
I don't watch the news. I don't watch the news. I have no idea what's going on. I watch Instagram. I watch people wipe out on motorcycles. I watch lions and hyenas fight each other. This is the things that I do. And I don't think you should be asking a comedian.
Comedians are on top of current events.
No. That's weak. That's you guys passing the buck. You guys need to have balls again, which you don't. You guys always go, should we be thinking this? You guys present stuff like that. You guys just have balls. You need to get your balls back.
So in this next clip, Burr goes in on the
time, you're in there to talk about stuff like this, and you have to really embracing you, and they're sharing your.
No, it's not true. Certain parts of that are true. It's not true.
Certain portions
It's
also
not true. And certain portions of the right. There's common sense on both sides. But we keep doing this shit. Where it's like, the right's all fucking racist. And the left is so most fucking. Most of the left feels like if they have a black friend, they don't have issues. Okay, I'm out of that. I'm out of that. And I don't want to hear left and right crap. They're all fucking nuts. That fucking shit post Me Too, where it went from people shouldn't sexually assault people, absolutely, to I don't like what you're talking about in your act. It was fucking nuts. It was McCarthyism on the left. And now you've gone to the other side on the right. And the left was so fucked up, the psycho right thinks that they're in the middle, and they're not. They're out of their fucking minds. And I traveled to, and I'm telling you, people who lean right and lean left are chill. And they're just sitting in the middle like, when is everybody going to fucking calm the fuck down? When is this going to go back to, like, live and let live? And there's way more of that. And I have people from construction workers to fucking, hairy leg chicks with nose rings going, hey, I like what you're saying out there about these billionaires. Because that is the fucking problem. And the other problem is that people make it like it's political. Like if you vote for this colored tie, these billionaires are somehow going to grow a heart. And it's just not the case.
Bill then goes scorched earth on Ben Shapiro, who idiotically associated Bill with his politics until Bill said something that didn't align with Shapiro, which he then criticized Burr for and called him blind with wokeness, which is just another example of why Bill tries his very best to stay far away from both sides of politics, since it just puts you in an ideological chokehold if you dare say something that they don't agree with.
Is that people keep trying to categorize what it is that you're doing. Like that idiot Ben Shapiro. No, he's woke now. He's like, I don't.
That fucking guy, someone came to me and goes, hey man, he was trying to bring me into his fold. At one point, the guy liked me. You know? And then when I didn't, then all of a sudden I'm a fucking asshole. I mean, I'm supposed to look at that guy like he's an adult. He doesn't even know what that word means. His definition of woke is white liberals' definition of woke, and they didn't even know what it was. They just took the word from black people. That's the worst thing about our people is not only do we take from, just we don't even take the time to understand the definition. He went there to be annoyed, so he can then have something to talk about, and then he can make money off of dividing his own country. Those people, it's treasonous what they do.
Yes, but to be fair, or not to be fair, the fact is that it worked for what his goal is, which is that it became a thing online for then a certain portion of the right complain about your woke,
Racist
and more racist.
They're racist. Yeah, they send pictures of monkeys to me and my wife. They're fucking horrible people, and they're cowards, and they never say it to your face.
Then, for good measure, Bill takes a shot at Neil deGrasse Tyson, who more and more seems to be one of those Lex Friedman type guys who look and sound like scientists, but really haven't done anything else to prove it.
Like I'm still out. The jury's still out with me with Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's like, is he a good scientist? Because every time I see him, he's talking to somebody like me, and I'm like, is that how the toilets work? I have no idea. It's like, he didn't figure that out. He learned it. I want to see him sitting down next to another scientist and have the guy be like, wow, Neil, I never looked at it that. Like, I want to see somebody on your level.
That's interesting. He does spend a lot of time talking about
He doesn't do science a lot. He definitely sits around a lot talking about it. It's kind of like a Dr. Phil kind of thing. So he always looked like a crooked cop to me. He just looks like he would plant a pistol, do one of those, take like a pistol, take the pistol, take shot.
So yeah, at this point, Bill Burr laid out a blueprint for how comedians should be handling this mess. Calling out the grifters, staying out of the political trap, and actually be funny without selling your soul. Because once you pick a side, you are no longer a comic. At that point, you're just another bomb. And whether you agree with Bill's stance here or not, one thing that's truly beautiful about this call out is that whether you're left or right, you can agree that the Friends in their 30s and now should have never in a million years interviewed guys like Donald Trump or Benjamin Netanyahu. And absolutely no one asked for that. And after that Netanyahu interview happened, humanity sort of came together to pile on them for it. And they actually just got completely destroyed for it in their podcast with Bassem Youssef. And so that is it for the video, guys. Be sure to like the video, comment, and thanks so much for watching.
Dude, to have a $5 million home off their backs of open micers is the greatest achievement in human history. There's nothing better than that. To watch Casey Rocket sweat so he can buy a second lake house is brilliant.
Alright, so it looks like Tony Hinchcliffe finally got canceled, but not really in the way that he's always fantasized about. You see, instead of getting canceled by the evil woke mob for saying an offensive slur, Tony Hinchcliffe was literally canceled by the WWE after he couldn't sell enough tickets for his SummerSlam event, an event that was going to be based entirely around Tony's comedy. Pretty hard pill to swallow for the comedian known to have the largest ego known to mankind.
look like Tony's ready to suck in any body of water.
Go have your magic moment. This is the biggest thing in your career. Go do it. Go get it.
It's personal one turn.
You give me a chance. You know what I mean? They give me a hungry, all for chance.
And this cancellation comes just 3 months after Hinchcliffe bombed horrendously at the roast of WrestleMania, which was so awful and in bad taste that the WWE removed all existing audio and video of it from the internet. And you know you're bad at stand-up comedy when the WWE and its fan base all come together to agree that you're a hack. These are the same guys that find Burt Kreischer to be one of the funniest men alive. So I think it's safe to say that this is now the biggest blunder in Tony's massive ego in recent memory. I mean, the last time he got a reality check this bad was when Donald Trump publicly announced that he's never heard of Tony Hinchcliffe, and in fact, wanted absolutely nothing to do with him, especially after Tony's atom bomb and Trump's rally of the year. I have no idea who it is. Somebody said it was a comedian that jumped Puerto Rico or something. I have no idea. Never saw. Never. And don't want to hear it. So for this video today, I wanted to explore the following question with you guys. Is Tony Hinchcliffe in 2025 an actual stand-up comedian? Or is he just a witty podcast host who knows when to throw in a good one-liner from time to time? We all know that his show, Kill Tony, is massively successful. I'm pretty sure in some metric that he's passed Joe Rogan's podcast recently. But when you strip away the live band and the world-famous comedian guests, can Tony Hinchcliffe really be funny all on his own? Well, to put this to the test, we have to look at the times when Tony puts on a show all by himself, which is pretty rare, but most recently happened around a month ago. He appeared on the YouTube channel Country Club Adjacent, where Tony tried to show the hosts of the show what roasts from a world-famous comedian really sound like.
Well, it's finding of the mind. It's like a manager and a pitcher at a league game. Keep you in one more inning. And by inning, I mean inning and outing of the children's book. Is here he is. Tony wrote for 6 months. The mayor of the moment. The dictator of dictation. N-word. This is a big deal because this is a special version. It's the guys that his mom are on a billboard down there. I don't know if you guys see that. You see the guys that I'm on? Can we zoom in on him? He also holds the weather, so this little gust coming from east to west might help him. You fart knocker. I love that I have literally the worst recorded backups. They are fart knocker, hibbity bobbity. Remember hibbity bobbity?
So he really tries his hardest to roast these guys here, but the jokes just never really land. After a while, the guys he's with just start to belittle Tony right to his face.
I mean, you have money, hold on, you still dress like a broke piece of shit from Tallahassee, Florida. Like when you pick your outfit, are you just like, that would go as the real celebrity? Someone could like sex with Kim Patterson for money. It's much.
Sit down, too much. Not turn it.
And the reason I'm labeling this as belittling instead of roasting is because you can really tell that Tony's not too happy at the guy suggesting that he's wearing a fake Rolex or that his outfit style isn't screamed at he's rich. Because if there's one thing that Tony would be genuinely offended by, it would be from someone suggesting that he's not high class.
But you know, he just blends in, like, clearly a man of the people with his fake watch. Yeah.
That's so. That watch means that like 2 hours in these Jordans.
Yeah. He stole from Kim Patterson. You guys literally don't know anything about taste or class.
Says the guy who has his shirt tucked in a picture. You don't come out the class.
So then Tony continues to try and chirp at them, but nothing really sticks. Sure, you might say that it's a pretty casual setting, just guys being dudes. But in reality, Tony knows that he's truly bombing hard. I mean, this is the guy who considers himself the king of roasting, the guy with the license plate title I Roast.
I don't know if you've heard about my license plate, but I roast.
It's his only show, he be a bit better than this.
Oh, yeah. You're going to need a stick of butter to hit that next ball with. It's a great show. Well, come on in, boy. You must want one of these gay cars, or as we call them, Tacoma Toyota Tundras. You can use the stick shift with your asshole. And to operate the turn signals, you got to use your whip mouth. Come on, you dirty little G-boy.
You know its laughs are the only ones heard after he tries ripping his way out of the grave he dug for himself. So overall, in this one example, he really didn't put on the comedic masterclass like I think the hosts were expecting. But to be fair, Tony's never claimed to be the best off-the-cuff roaster in real time. His best roasting is actually done when he pre-writes jokes for legitimate roasts. Because if you didn't know this by now, before turning Kill Tony into the huge spectacle that it is today, Tony actually worked for Comedy Central as a ghostwriter, writing jokes for the celebrities in the roast of Justin Bieber and the roast of Rob Lowe. So this format of roasting is what Tony's truly known for. And honestly, when I first watched his set on the roast of Tom Brady, I thought it was hilarious. But in hindsight now, I think we all may have been fooled, since it was in contrast to the normal non-comedians who went before Tony that night. Like, of course, Tony would be the funniest guy in the room in comparison to them, right? What would happen, though, if he did a roast with only comedians as guests on the panel? Would Tony still be king? Well, let's check out the most recent time this happened. The roast of Louis J. Gomez, which featured comedians like Shane Gillis, Rob Kelly, Joe List, and Big J. Okerson. You know, people who are a tad bit funnier than a drunk Rob Gronkowski spitting on the mic. So let's just compare Tony's set with the other comedians that night to see if Tony's a true master, as he says.
Ari looks like Nosferatu. Ari now famously does yoga. If I wanted to see something all stretched out disappoints black men, I would just look at Kim Congdon's pussy. Ari does yoga. His career is also downward-facing dog. You got canceled for making fun of Kobe Bryant. If only your career could rebound as good as he did. Ari got in trouble with Lakers fans for saying he was glad Kobe was dead. They told him to go to hell. But it's going to be weird when he runs into Kobe's daughter there. Joe List is here. I have a Joe List. It's a list of awesome shit I get to do because I'm friends with Joe Rogan. Fucking bitter New Yorkers. I'm sorry Dave Attell can barely afford to take you guys to fucking dinner. Should have convinced him to do a podcast, you fucking pussy idiots. Kim Congdon. How about again for Kim, everybody? Just like one of the guys. Unless you're talking about her setup here tonight, then she's not like one of the guys at all. Kim was built to live here in Texas. She already gets an abortion every 6 weeks. She takes shots to the head and chest, and her pussy looks like brisket.
You know, you can clearly tell that he's been doing this for a long time, but I think where Tony goes wrong is that he seemingly tries too hard to get canceled, which is exactly what got him in bad graces with the WWE and at the Trump rally. It's almost like his roasts revolve solely around extremely sensitive topics that are just shocking, just to appeal to the crowd that's against the quote-unquote woke agenda policies, like the censorship that YouTube uses on its platform.
How are we gonna get rid of all these?
And I believe Tony's lost himself in this one-sided battle he has with the woke agenda, and in the process sacrificed being funny for being crude and off-putting. And don't get me wrong here, we can all agree that when done right, sensitive topics are some of the funniest material out there right now. The Shane Gillis' opening monologue at the S this year, he tackled a range of highly sensitive, polarizing topics and absolutely killed it. But if Tony Hinchcliffe were to be in Shane Gillis' shit that night, it would be very, very bad. I think that's something we can all agree on. Speaking of Shane Gillis, in this very roast battle, he actually tore right into Tony, roasting him into oblivion, without feeling the need to bring up things that the woke mob could cancel him for, since Shane does comedy to be funny at the end of the day.
Tony looks like Matthew McConaughey's skeleton. I don't have a joke for this, but something about Tony being young Sheldon. They say bazinga every time he makes one of his gay jokes. Here's the thing. Tony for real thought he was going to be the Joker. You ever see the movie The Joker? It was a dream of his. He does the laugh sometimes in front of his friends. And they told me this when he wasn't around, and they all make fun of him behind his back. Isn't that funny? As soon as he left the room, they're all like, dude, he keeps going. Isn't it such an embarrassing dream to have? What a dumb fuck, he believes he can be the Joker. Tony also, I believe, had a Corvette with a license plate that said, I roast. I can't believe people are calling this guy gay, dude. That's cool. That's so cool. I roast. Is that true? Damn, that sucks. Tony His father was a mafioso, and his mother was the horse that he woke up next to.
So I think the recurring issue that Cody Hinchcliffe's been running into lately is that he's trying way too hard to get canceled by saying jokes in big 2025. And if he keeps this hacky shtick up, I don't think it'll be too long to see Tony Hinchcliffe only on the Kill Tony show, which by definition would make him just a podcast host and not a stand-up comedian. But anyways, that is it for the video, guys. Thank you so much for watching.
Cunnilingus. Do you like it?
Cunnilingus.
Yeah.
Is the whole podcast just this?
What do you mean?
Is it just like straight nonsense?
But I would love to see you make a gorilla dance.
Right here.
Yeah. Amber, bring in the gorilla twigs, please. Oh, no. We're going to bring in gorilla twigs.
I got you. Here we go.
So it seems that Harlan Williams has yet again trolled another comedian past the point of no return, as he just made Sam Hyde break out of character and completely destroy Harlan's podcast setup. All because he said jokes. Yes, but that might be hard for some of you to grasp, especially if you frequently go to the mothership. But when a veteran comedian like Harlan Williams decides to troll you, it's game over, as he's been doing this for over 40 years now. And we first saw him do this on JRE when he exposed Joe Rogan for the novice comedian that he truly is.
I have a tapeworm. For real? Yeah. Like it's about almost 4 feet. Have you ever had one?
You really do? Yeah. And then he went on to dismantle David Lucas in front of a live audience twice, which was so brutal that a lot of people considered it a career ender for Mr. Lucas.
This is the only guy I know. Everyone else in the country has Lyme disease. This has got key lime pie disease.
Yo, this guy gets this whole.
But for whatever reason, this one with Sam Hyde felt a little more personal, as I actually believe that Harlan doesn't like Sam Hyde at all. A lot of people thought that this was staged, but when you scroll down to the comments, turns out Harlan was liking a lot of the ones critical of Sam, and he actually confirmed in one of the replies that this was completely unplanned. Furthermore, the friends that Sam brought along also looked extremely uncomfortable when the whole crash out was taking place, which just further points to this being a genuine reaction from Sam Hyde. Also, if you're familiar with Sam Hyde, then you could probably interpret this as him just pulling a quick break on old Harlan here. But if you watch this whole podcast, then you quickly realize that Sam Hyde was completely out of his element from the very beginning. You see, Sam Hyde operates the best when he has control of the situation. And you can tell that he tried to establish that control by bringing 6 other buddies with him on the set, even placing one next to Harlan. But right from the bat, Harlan established that he couldn't be trolled, and that he was going to be the one controlling this episode.
Sam Hyde is here, everybody. Sam Hyde in the house with his posse. Damian, Charles, Michael, Carol, and Lasagna Lips. Yes. Sam, welcome to the Holland Highway podcast.
Where are you doing the Jewish voice?
No, that's Cajun. Are you Jewish? Since when?
I think you're in a
Oh, where? What temple?
Well, it was actually the Scientology center. Sort of bigwigs.
Wow. Wait, so you just turned Jewish, 3 days ago? And what were you before you became that you call it Jewish? To fish in a pond in Japan? And boys, why don't we start off with a ham? Pardon me? It was Cajun. It's sort of a Cajun Jewish. It was a Cajun Jew. Yeah. And yes, I was making fun of you.
Sam also attempted to riff with Harlan a lot during this podcast, but after getting outclassed by the veteran, he sort of broke out of character and questioned the premise of the entire show.
What's your heritage?
Italian.
So everything. You know you're legally allowed to open an IHOP with all those qualifications. International House of Pancake. Are you nosy? Maybe I am, yeah. I had my bar mitzvah when I was 13. Rabbi happened to be lying.
Pretty weird dynamic in the room from the very start, and it just seemed that Sam was feeling more and more as if he was the butt of the joke, especially since his posse were laughing at Harlan way more than they were at Sam. Another thing that got under Sam's skin, though, was when Harlan seemed to reference Sam Hyde's allegations, which in all honesty I'm not too familiar with, but I believe they have to do with SA, so just keep that in mind when you watch this next clip, because Sam's mood shifts as soon as of sex arises, and Sam mentions that before the podcast started that Harlan was talking about things in a sexual connotation, which he wasn't too thrilled about. So overall, I believe that this was the beginning of the end of Sam Hyde entertaining Harlan's trolling.
Sam, I'd say it's tight and right. Tight and right. Yeah. Do you like those two words together? Or no?
I don't like these. We were outside, we were talking, and we were saying things with like a sexual connotation.
Yeah.
And your eyes have this kind of like, I would say beautiful, but then it became a sinister.
Sinister sex?
Sinister sex that you were
Really?
communicating outside.
Interesting.
We were talking about how ripe and tight the tangerine trees are. And you were doing that.
What? Like what?
You know, you're looking at the drink.
I don't do that. What am I, a party boy?
Yeah.
Can we ever toss it? I love to talk. Have you ever been? You look like you have.
Sam then proceeds to stand up in what I can only assume is an attempt to intimidate Harlan, as I believe that he felt he was losing control of the situation, kind of like how David Lucas acted during the infamous Madonna Evan podcast. But of course, Harlan remains in character. He pokes fun at the guys Sam is with in the process. Harlan Williams really put on a masterclass here in a high-pressure environment, which I think really highlights his comedic ability.
Do you know how to lurch? Because there's going to be a lot. You need to lurch. If you're not going to lurch, then no. Sam, do you have something to say? Sam, okay. Then come on in, and flexi mount. What is it? Steven? What is it? Let's go to Steven on camera 5. Huh? How's your nutty friend?
That's why he's got mine.
Can we start with a choir song? Because I feel like we're in a Catholic. I know you're Jewish and all that, Jew or whatever. Can we start with a Catholic? I feel like we're in a choir, guy. What do you want to start? I'd like you to lead it. You're the spiritual leader of the Dementor of your
That's a good setup.
And right before Sam Hyde completely lost his mind and went apeshit on Harlan's entire podcast set, he dropped his whole act and questioned Harlan's show, whether he's ever going to be serious or not, and if the whole thing is just a joke, which I think was the true victory for Harlan, since usually this is how people would react to Sam Hyde. It was impossible to read if he's joking or not.
I want to talk about cunnilingus. Yeah. Do you like it?
Cunnilingus.
Yeah.
Is the whole podcast just,
What do you mean?
is it just like straight nonsense?
Hell no.
What's the serious? What do you get serious?
So how do you feel about the situation in Cunnilingus County?
Up against it for many years. It's these internment camps.
Sam, I was gonna say, if any of the gang, or you even Sam, but not you, if you have any cunnilingus techniques, we'd love to see them. If you each wanna give it a shot.
And this is where shit truly hit the fan, because at this point, Sam Hyde is mentally exhausted trying to keep up with Harlan's gaffe. So Harlan rubs salt in Sam's wound here by pretty much calling him a gorilla, telling him to make a gorilla nest with gorilla twigs. And this was a planned jab at Sam. I mean, he even had the twigs as a prop setup before the show. So Sam, in turn, completely wrecks the desk, which was absolutely unplanned and throws everyone off. Office clips playing, just pay attention to Sam's henchmen here, because if there's one thing that points to this being unplanned, it's them and their reaction to this whole hissy fit.
Are you a nature guy, Sam? You like nature? I'd love to throw a nature thing by you.
What do you got?
Okay. Gorillas and orangutans make nests every night. Like every night they get twigs and they make a nest up in a tree.
Sounds disgusting.
I know. But I would love to see you make a gorilla nest.
Right here.
Yeah. Amber, bring in the gorilla twigs, please. Oh, no. We're going to bring in gorilla twigs.
I got you. Here we go. There we go.
Oh, no. We lost power. Can you make a gorilla nest with these twigs?
We're going to do the nest building. You have to show me how it's done.
Oh, I see.
We gotta see.
I see.
We gotta get a little rich. We gotta see.
See why?
Yeah. You're a good guy.
I play hockey.
This is a strong guy.
Yeah.
Big strong guy.
Big shot guy.
But I think the funniest part of this whole crash out is that Harlan seemed to enjoy it more than anyone else in the room. And if anything, it just made him turn up his trolling even more so. Because as Sam tries to manhandle him and make a fool out of him, Harlan doesn't break out of character even for a second. Instead, hilariously, he offers to feed Sam like a zookeeper feeding the apes at a zoo, which Sam, again, gets pretty pissed at and refuses to entertain, and actually threatens to slap the cookie out of Harlan's hand if he attempts to feed him.
You never thought that feed you a cookie.
Oh, slap that out of your hand.
Not so hard. You're an artist, you're an animator.
Use my hands.
Right, so if you slap my hand, I don't want to be able to make my hand work. I want to be able to make art. Okay, but if I feed you a cookie, then you slap my hand and then I can't draw anymore. I don't want that. I don't want to get you slap me lightly. I'm trying to feed you a cookie. Oh, I ain't give it my way. Like 30 knots.
Another thing that suggests that Harlan really doesn't like Sam Hyde here happened towards the end of the podcast when Sam tried to promote his new show, which Harlan has his team of editors actually edit out.
Sam, can you tell us about your fabulous new sketch show? Of course, I'd love to hear about it. Tell the folks watching.
Thanks for finally bringing that up.
Yeah.
And we had a show called 10 years ago.
Also, yeah, before I end this video, a bad thing for Sam Hyde, one thing, like, will he be doing more podcasts after people saw how he reacted to Harlan's trolling? I personally think it's just good PR for him and Robin Williams, but do let me know in the comments what you think of it all, and as always, thanks so much for watching.
To that point, like there'll be people that like they'll DM me like, you see what your boy doing? You voted for this? I'm like, I voted for him. He's doing the exact opposite of everything I voted for. I want him to stop the wars. He's funding them. I want to shrink spending. Reduce the money. He's increasing it. It's like everything that he said he's going to do, except sending immigrants back.
And now he's even flip-flopped on that, which I kind of like. But he's like, oh, well, we kind of need the people working in restaurants, and we need our farmers. It's like everything that he said that he was going to do that he can't be, he said to us, which is important.
All right, so after about 5 short months of Trump being president, the podcast bros and the Rogan sphere are already backpedaling on voting for him and publicly supporting him on their podcasts to hundreds of millions of voters in America. Like as you just saw, Andrew Schultz is completely baffled by what Trump has done in office since being elected, claiming he voted for none of what Trump has been doing. Let's not forget that this is the same guy who was all giddy and excited at the thought of his podcast swaying the election after their Trump interview.
It's not close anymore. Is that the idea? You're a prisoner of the moment. Before Trump came on, you're like, yeah, go either way, it's very close. Before he came on, I was like, you're gonna cheat. I was like, it's coming on here. You gotta be down bad. You gotta be down. I mean, no, we're the best. Down bad. And then after the interview, obviously we saw the reaction.
Then you got 20 or 25 text messages, and you were like, this guy's winning.
The 2025 text messages, you know what it was? It was the looks on the street.
So yeah, very idiotic stuff coming from the Flagrant podcast as always. But honestly, you can't blame Andrew Schultz for behaving this way, because after all, he's just following the Joe Rogan blueprint as he's done since the very beginning. Joe Rogan was the guy who made this Waluigi look-alike so successful. He's the guy who inspired Andrew to start a podcast, and he's the guy who probably set up a Donald Trump interview. So if you're gonna point fingers at this stuff, point them at the guy who they're standing in the very short, 5'5" shadow of at best, Joseph Duke 50 Rogan. Joe Rogan is also shocked at Donald Trump doing exactly what he said he was going to do, as he was just criticizing Donald Trump and his immigration policies in a recent podcast he did, calling these policies insane.
It's insane. Yeah. And we were told there would be, there's two things that are insane. One is the targeting of migrant workers, not cartel members, not gang members, not drug dealers, just construction workers showing up at construction sites and raiding them. Gardeners. Yeah, like really?
And so the buffoonery has gotten so bad that even Hulk Smash himself, Mark Ruffalo, had to call Joe out for this in a tweet he made the other day, saying it's a little late now to pretend like Project 2025 didn't exist all along. You're either not that smart or not that dumb. It's hard to tell at this point, which I must say is pretty on the money. I mean, there were Trump supporters waving enormous mass deportation signs at every one of Trump's rallies leading up to this election. So for Joe Rogan to act this way, especially out on the podcast, is absolutely mindless. And mind you, that was likely Rogan's largest podcast of all time. So not for him and his funny news to take no accountability is very, very dumb and honestly pretty characteristic of the Rogan sphere.
Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
You regret it?
A lot of people made a big deal. I did say that I regretted it the other day. Look, if I...
Someone's like podcasters who have zero knowledge of anything outside of locker room humor shouldn't get involved in politics, let alone invite them onto their huge platforms and have them push whatever narratives they want while giving absolutely zero pushback to anything that they have to say. And the Rogan sphere has gotten so political now that some of the comedians inside of it are speaking out about it. Like when Andrew Santino, Bobby Lee, and Yanni Papa all came to the conclusion that comedy podcasts should have never turned political on a recent episode of Bad Friends.
I makes me happy to know that this show is still as stupid as it's always been from the beginning, because I see a lot of our podcast pals or people in our sphere that are taking these shows to a level that we don't go to, which is what? Well, they're all having like prohibitions on. Tim got interviewed by like CNN. Yeah. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, we stay here. We stay right here. And I saw that they had Bernie on show. Yeah. What the fuck is going on? Bernie?
we have David.
Yeah, it's been not like, yeah, that's rad. We got people that they can't get.
No, it's not that they can't get him, but they can't get him. Yeah, they got him. I still think we want politicians. No. Muddled, right? What's going on? I just think podcasting, comedy podcasting is entering this world of like news or something, and people are taking it serious, and it's not.
Well, there was an article after the election about how legacy media doesn't have the power it once had, and that podcasting is now replacing some of that.
That's not good. Well, we shouldn't replace it. This should be its own thing. This is its own form of music.
They then go on to make a fantastic point when they say that they simply don't know enough to have additions onto their podcasts, which is very refreshing to hear these comedians admit to, since the guys that do have politicians on seem to think second comings of Pythagoras or Aristotle.
We probably will know more than they probably don't know much.
In the world?
Yeah.
I only know what I read this morning.
Yeah, so me too. So the point is that we don't know enough to have these people on. We're goofy. It's a comedy podcast.
Imagine Bernie Sanders coming to Earth, and Bobby's like, what's your dance look like?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that. Why would I say that?
You say I'm Bernie Sanders.
I go to your political, I don't know, but I wouldn't say that. But
You get to beat us somehow.
Get your asshole gray.
See?
Okay, now you want to. Yeah, you're right.
Is it though? It brings big numbers, right? That's probably because everyone's like talking. It didn't used to be this way. It didn't used to be everyone was into politics. Now kids are into politics. Yeah. When I was like 12, I would just be like, smell my fingers.
Very refreshing to hear a comedian in the orbit of Joe Rogan confess that they're just comedians and not knowledgeable enough to have the types of guys on their podcasts like Andrew Schultz, Joe Rogan, or even worse, Theo Vaughn. And speaking of Theo Vaughn, he now might just be the biggest political puppet in the Rogan sphere, larger than, dare I say it, Papa Joe. And man, do I have a lot of stuff to say about this guy. But I'll just run it all up by saying that he is much worse than you think he is. And he's just hiding behind his stage act, which is him just improving as this curious hillbilly from Louisiana who says random things. In reality, guys, Theodore von Kurnatovsky comes from a line of deeply influential and successful Polish politicians, and some of his relatives are pretty shady individuals. Like I'm pretty sure one of his close relatives was assassinated in Louisiana a few years ago, which everyone just assumes was staged as him unaliving himself, since he actually owed millions of dollars to people who lent him money.
The former owner of Tibetanus Music Club has died at the age of 68. Roland von Kurnatovsky reportedly shot himself during a hunting accident. Eyewitness investigator David Hammer recently reported on allegations he took millions of dollars from investors.
Kurnatovsky was primarily a real estate developer building wide-praised projects like the Orpheum Theater. But in the last 2 years, von Kurnatovsky's financial life was unraveling. He split with partner Eric George, bounced checks to performers, and was sued by investors who gave him millions of dollars for treasury bonds, only to learn the money was tied up in his real estate projects. And this year, the FBI began questioning the investors about where the money went.
And so I have a lot to say about Theo Vaughn, because I think that he tries his very hardest to stay away from any criticism. Like the reason you never see P. Cringe, Too Lazy to Try, Comedy Enforcement, or anyone in this category make a video about him is because he has the strictest copyright butts out of all the comedians we cover. I mean, they literally ban anyone from seeing even a clip from his show in another video, which is pretty much illegal since all these videos fall on fair use. So, as innocent as he paints himself, he's actually terrified of any sort of negative review. I mean, just look at the way he scurries away from Andrew Tate and the Nelk Boys after the Nelk Boys ambushed Theo with the idea of having Tate on Theo's podcast. So, as shitty as it was to ambush Theo with someone as controversial as Andrew Tate, him scurrying away is very telling of how he's so protective of his image. I'd also like to add that when he put pushed that dude by his neck in a random bar in Nashville, everyone and their mothers came to Theo's defense before ever hearing the other side of the story. So I'm just going to share his side of the story with you guys right now to let you be the judge on whether this guy deserved physical violence or not.
Hey, I'm the fan who got choked out by Theo Vaughn. Let me tell you what actually happened. So I'm not just a random fan. I live in Nashville. I play music full time. All of this happened on May 2nd, which also happened to be my birthday. I had my gig from 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock. My friends Rabbi, Kate, and Robbie Lou, the bar Robbie, Sparkler. So when Theo walked in, he didn't have any security with him, so people were walking up to him, talking to him, taking photos. I finished my show. This was like 10:18. Nobody in my party had talked to him yet. I thought it would be a funny video idea to get him and me popping balloons together because he's a comedian. I was trying to be courteous because he was talking to somebody at the moment. So in this next video, you can actually hear me say, I don't want to interrupt their conversation. I was waiting my turn to talk to him. Everybody was all just standing around having fun, having a good time. Nobody was bothering anybody. I'll show you the full video. That's the guy I was waiting for. This is where the video that you've seen starts. I went up and I said, we want someone. He turned away and looked like I said something offensive. I leaned in and said, hey man, I'm a fan of just messing with you. He turned back and then aggressively cut in my face right there. I was confused, so you see me lean in and say, what? And that's when he grabbed my throat and shoved me back. What happened was a completely unknown reaction, especially when you consider the facts that nobody in my party had been badgering him for hours. We hadn't even talked to him. This was a 14-second interaction. That was it.
So I'm not entirely sure if I support this guy or not, as his story likely has a lot of holes in it, but I really don't think that what he did called for a shove to the throat. But do let me know what you guys think of that down below. Anyways, getting back to the point of this video, Theo Vaughn also reacted negatively to one of Trump's decisions. After seeing the mass casualties in Palestine, where he then proceeded to cry about it on his podcast, a few days after being buddy-buddy with the entire family that sends Israel billions of blood money per year.
It feels to me like it's a genocide that's happening while we're all here in front of our lives. And I don't. Something like, oh, you should say something. I'm not a geologist or geographer or anything like that, so I don't know a lot of some of it I do know though. Like I know the basics of the issues over there, and I just can't believe that we're watching that and that more is said about it. You know, and it's crazy because our country's also complicit in you know, it's in it, and it has been for a long time, and it's just kind of interesting because you just realize, oh, well, I'm just I'm a member of this country, but I'm just what we want sometimes doesn't matter. You know, and you just have to be a member of a place that your government is making other choices. So I don't know if I said that correctly. So just praying for those people and just the grief that is all going to cause. You know, it's like, what are we doing?
I just want to say that this was a completely human reaction by Theo here. It's good of him to say anything in order to make a dent and move the ball in the right direction. I just think saying this and then doing a complete 180, dining with Ivanka Trump and rubbing shoulders with the people who fund Israel is pretty contradicting of him. So guys, as more and more Austin assassins come out and visibly regret voting for Trump, it just makes you realize that these guys should have never involved themselves in politics in the first place, since after all, they're just podcasters, with some considering them comedians. I mean, even my channel is now somewhat political at times, so
simply because I focus solely on these guys. Like, I never intended to wade into these deep political waters, but here we are, and I am well aware that the comment section of this video is going to be an absolute war zone. So I'm just going to go ahead and turn off the autofilter that YouTube places on my videos right now, just so everyone can say whatever they want. So yeah, sound off in the comments on whatever your thoughts are on this whole subject, as everyone is entitled to their own opinions, of course. And as always, thank you so much for watching. Alright, so it looks like we've got a major development in the current lawsuit that Brendan Schaub is facing right now. Because just a few days ago, an official whistleblower entered the picture and dropped an atom bomb of information that further implicates Brendan Schaub in this alleged CBD fraud scheme. But before we get into that, I'd just like to add that according to Brady Bell, the one who filed the lawsuit, Brendan was actually just officially served with the lawsuit at his local Lefty's Pizza, which is just hilarious to think about, since he was probably mid-bite with his tongue all the way out when he was served with the lawsuit. So before we dive into this whistleblower affidavit, I just wanted to give a huge thank you to Brady Bell for keeping me up to date with little tidbits of information like that. Because without his emails, I wouldn't be able to share bombshell developments like the one I'm about to share with you right now. So the official whistleblower in this case goes by the name of Jessica Ostenfeld. She's a former equity holder in Pure Spectrum CBD and was actively involved in the company's internal operations, making her very familiar with the people named in the lawsuit, including Brendan Schaub. Pure Spectrum, you know exactly what you're going to get. Oh, really, dude? She also won a $2.6 million lawsuit against Pure Spectrum back in 2020, where the judge ruled in her favor after she produced internal documents, emails, and financial records proving company misconduct. So long story short, she is a very credible source and has also been collecting evidence against the defendants named in the lawsuit for over 5 years. And so now she's signed her name on the dotted line in this whistleblower affidavit, certifying that she has emails, text messages, and Zoom recordings that outline a plan to reduce Brady Bell's equity to 0% in a broader conspiracy orchestrated by none other than Brendan Schaub and his band of CBD goons. She also claims in this affidavit that she has direct knowledge that Brendan Schaub was offered $100,000 to falsely assert that he had 10% equity in the company a year after he and the company parted ways, which was also outlined in the initial lawsuit. So this is a direct and official accusation of fraud against Brendan Schaub. She's claiming that he lied about his equity stake in Pure Spectrum, participated in a corporate conspiracy, committed wire fraud, or conspiracy to commit fraud. So guys, even though nothing happened yet and it's still very early, simply being named in a whistleblower document as someone who accepted a cash bribe to commit fraud is utterly devastating to Schaub's reputation, especially in the business world. Like Brendan Schaub seems screwed at this point, and I think it's time before the few sponsorships he has left plays with him. Ostenfeld's reason to come out as a whistleblower in this lawsuit was because she was initially intended by Peter Moore, Brendan Schaub, and all the other guys to be involved in this hostile takeover to vote Brady Bell off the team, since she was already deeply involved in Pure Spectrum while this was all going down. But since she shockingly has, morals, she instead gave all of her 300 pages of evidence to Brady Bell to help them in the lawsuit, and is now presenting herself as a whistleblower in exchange to be recognized as a material witness and a co-victim, instead of being mistaken as a participant in this fraud scheme. So overall, just some very nasty stuff that Brendan's being accused of here. And now that this whistleblower is coming out with this information, it's really not looking good for Mr. Schaub right now. I mean, this is a massive development in Brendan Schaub's lawsuit, because ironically enough, after Ostenfeld's evidence is processed, Brendan Schaub will probably have over 300 pages of evidence against him that implicate him in some serious ass offenses. Oh wow, the tables have turned. And might I remind you that he could actually face prison time for what he's being accused of if he's found to be guilty, particularly wire fraud and IRS fraud, which are indeed federal crimes that carry significant prison sentences if criminal charges are later brought, with wire fraud carrying up to 20 years in federal prison per count, especially when large sums of money and interstate commerce are involved. And then IRS fraud, including knowingly submitted falsified K-1 forms, which Schaub was accused of in the initial lawsuit, is punishable by up to 3 years per offense under federal tax law. And then lastly, and certainly the worst, the count of theft in Florida, involving amounts more than or equal to $100,000, may also rise to a first-degree felony, which can carry a sentence of up to 30 years in state prison if prosecuted criminally. And remember, I'm not the abused lawyer at all. I believe the worst-case scenario for Brendan Schaub is spending over 50 years in federal prison. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. And so, according to Brady Bell's email chain with me, the evidence of this whistleblower is bringing to court is so damning that they're not going to make it public information until trial, which tells us that the 44 pages of evidence against Schaub, including the emails, documents, and text messages, are just the tip of the iceberg in this coffin-shaped lawsuit that's being formed around Brendan Schaub right now. Also, according to Bell, this case is only the beginning. He's already filed 2 additional federal lawsuits against former executives at Pure Spectrum. It says that a 4th case, potentially a RICO case, is being prepared with a major West Palm Beach law firm. That case is expected to be filed within the next 3 weeks. Could further implicate Schaub and others in what Bell alleges is a long-running scheme of corporate theft, fraud, and money laundering. So yeah, it's almost like Brendan Schaub's facing the weight of the world right now, and he somehow thinks that nobody knows about it, I guess. I feel like making a public statement would help his case here, but he and his team of monster lawyers just go, I guess. The only lawsuit reaction we have with Brendan Schaub is when he closely examined a podcast Rich Bites video that came up in his producer's recommendations, which is hilarious because it was probably right around the time it was served the lawsuit at Lefty's Pizza. Survived.
Yeah, I don't fuck with it. That guy looks like he's survived. Yes. Look at his eyes. Let me see what he said. He was just went through hell. Look at his eyes.
I
said that to him. Yeah, it's crazy. No, he's not the guy. He just has weird eyes. Now, yeah, I have no interest in. I don't want to blow this guy.
I mean, just look at his face here. It's like the face of a man who's been lying for so many years unchecked that now that he's being sued for being an alleged conniving criminal, it's almost like he can't believe that it's true. Brendan, the thick boy empire he built will probably come crashing down, and I, Mr. P. Creed, and others will all gonna report on it until it's beaten into the ground. These are just the facts, Pete. But I'd also like to point out that the only reason Brady Bell was introduced to Brendan Schaub was because of the CEO of Rothschild, one of Joe Rogan's closest long-term sponsors. So now that Schaub allegedly stabbed this in the back, I don't think Papa Toe is going to be too happy about it. And I can only assume that Joe Rogan's being filled in by his legal team or close friends, and as a result, he is staying very far away from this ticking time bomb. I'm also going to assume that Rogan's not responding to any of Brendan's daily calls or texts, because Brendan Schaub seemed to sneak this Rogan on his recent podcast, talking about how ice baths are stupid and aren't needed if you just do workouts with kettlebells, do things that Joe Rogan preaches about nonstop, pretty personal stuff.
You're just not built for the taste of nicotine. You're not built. You're not built for the cold. It's like your thing. You're like, why are you doing it? I'm not built for the cold. I never do cold. I don't get anybody who does it unless you're a professional athlete. Oh, you have so much inflammation from your kettlebell workouts. Yeah. Pro athletes, I get it. You work out an hour a day? You think you need a tabletop?
As unlikable as Brendan Schaub is, though, this might be the most accurate thing that he said about Joe Rogan's ice bath habits. Apart from that, I think that it's pretty telling that there may be some trouble in paradise in Austin, Texas. So overall, guys, just to sum it up, what we're looking at here is probably the most damaging development in Brendan Schaub's lawsuit so far. Jessica Austin-Phil coming forward as a whistleblower completely shifts the momentum of this case. Not only has she already won a $2.6 million judgment against Pure Spectrum CBD, but now she's supplying Brady Bell with over 300 pages of evidence, emails, internal documents, Zoom call recordings, tax records, all the ammo needed for Mr. Bell to win this battle. Brendan Schaub is being directly named as someone who took a six-figure payout to lie about his ownership in the company, which is a clear accusation of fraud, and it lines up perfectly with the claims Bell made in the original complaint. So from a legal standpoint, this is a disaster. Wire fraud alone carries up to 20 years in federal prison per count. IRS fraud carries 3 years per falsified document. And theft in Florida over $100,000 can hit 30 years if it escalates to a criminal case. So all those charges are now floating just a few steps away from job if this ends up in the hands of a federal prosecutor. And based on how airtight Boston Phil's affidavit is, that possibility isn't far-fetched at all. Brady Bell also explained to me in his email that this is not the final wave. 2 more federal lawsuits have already been filed, and a 4th one, potentially a RICO case, if Shock's name shows up in that file, which it probably will. It's game over. What makes it even is the Rogan connection. Joe Rogan's not hearing about all this behind the scenes. I think he's picking up on Brendan's calls right now. No. So yeah, Brendan Sharp is circling around the drain, and as the days pass, it's becoming pretty obvious why he chose to hang around these low-level canceled comedians who were accused of forcing themselves on women and overall being extremely creepy during their careers. It's because Brendan himself is likely a criminal who is on the exact same level as these guys. You are who you hang out with. Make sure to subscribe if you want to stay up to date with Brendan Sharp's lawsuit, and as always, thank you so much for watching.
Because we can.
Wow, you are a dumb straight I love that you laugh at these moments. Oh, he's flipping you guys off. You're wrong. You're right. Let's go back to the punchline. And anybody with fucking common sense, not to mention somebody working on this show for 12 years, would know not to interrupt. You figurine. Here he is with the end of his joke. It's Finnegan, everybody.
Kill Tony was never meant to be an arena show. It's really impressive that they can fill out these stadiums, and I'm sure the revenue generated is unimaginable from not only ticket sales, but from people buying their merch in troves as well. But the online viewing experience gets ripped to shreds once you realize that arena crowds boo way more, since they feel that they have strength in numbers.
How long you been attempting stand-up comedy? 3 years. 3 years. Where at? Atlanta. LA? Atlanta. Yes, sir. All right. Okay, you guys don't like Atlanta. All right, we get it. We got it, guys. Weird.
She had to hop to us so we could come out here and talk to you. Holy shit. I know I'm Canadian. 51st state. Hold up.
Redman, save it for the comedians. Hit a sound effect. It's fun when you can hear what they did.
So pretty much every bucket pool from this last week's show got booed, and then you have the echo problems from the microphones, since after all, they're in a gigantic stadium.
Right.
So, but I mean,
And he's a white guy?
yeah, he's white.
What kind of food truck is it?
Slothful waffles.
What's it called?
I'm sorry.
What's it called?
Slothful waffle. He's wearing the shirt right now. He signed up too.
Well, okay.
So the arenas are an overall terrible listening experience if you watch the stream. But I think people could look past the audio issues if the show were actually funny. But instead of centering around the actual funny people on the stage, it centers around NPC bucket pools that shouldn't be allowed within a 50-yard radius of a stand-up comedy stage.
And she fucking left me on red? No, I swear to God, y'all wasn't already selling weed to her? But now there's going to elect your ass, bitch! Tell. Y'all like to boo, boy, I tell you what.
Y'all like to boo. Not exactly what you want your closing catchphrase to be during a comedy set in an arena. Caleb, how long have you been doing stand-up?
There's got to be some kind of requirement to be a bucket pool on this show. But aside from my issues with the audio and terrible bucket pulls, the most rotten part of the show actually happened when Tony Hinchcliffe fired one of his regulars, Drew Nickens, after giving him a public humiliation ritual in front of 15,000 people. And Tony framed this termination as a competition between four regulars, with the funniest one getting to perform at MSG in August, and the hackiest one getting banned from Kill Tony for 6 months.
4 extra golden ticket winners that were here that wanted to go on stage tonight and do a minute. So what I've decided to do before the show is have all 4 of them come out at the exact same time. They're going to each do a minute, and then at the end of those 4 minutes, you get to decide who you like the most, and they get a spot at Madison Square Garden. And whoever you like the least has to take 6 months away from the show.
And I really think that Tony knew what he was doing here. Watch the show regularly. You know that Drew Nickens is by far the least talented regular on the show, and it's by a mile. I mean, I feel bad for the guy and don't want to give more shit than he's already been given. I think Tony Hinchcliffe needed an excuse to kick him off the show, but instead of being a good boss and letting see supervillain that
103.7 was his maximum. How many of you have David Jolly winning this? 113 point, what is it, Anthony? 113.9. All right. How many of you have Drew Nickens winning this? Oh boy. Drew, don't wear the sadness on your face like that. This is a very tough art form, Drew. You're in a battle against great comedians. You're doing just fine, Drew. How many of you have Jack Shaw winning this tonight? This ended up a little more depressing than I thought it would be. Drew, love you. Everything's okay. What do you want? You want some? Step up to the mic, Drew. Are you okay? Everyone loves you, Drew.
The saddest part is that Drew Nickens put all his eggs in one basket with Kill Tony as he moved to Austin as soon as he became a regular. But sadly, he's been bombing hard ever since.
I learned how to pleasure a woman from my grandma. She said if you want to make the host flirt, you gotta give that hoe a play. That's why you do the Star Trek symbol. You slide that thing up, and then you wave like or it's guy in a bus stop, like, you gotta make that noise so it sounds like a vibrator, like, and you gotta make it eye contact.
And you know, being a regular usually changes your life instantly, as you're usually able to sell tickets across the U.S. from all the exposure you get from Tony, Hans Kim, David Lucas, Cam Patterson, William Montgomery. These guys all sell tickets everywhere they go. They've become very successful from it all. But for now, I just don't see him getting that same type of love. I mean, I don't even think that the guy is full set ready to go, let alone a minute. David Lucas and the other regulars are great comics, but they at least have a following of people that funny in most cities in the US and Canada, came from Trudeau. And I honestly think Tony giving him a 6-month ban was the right decision. I just don't think it should have been done in this format. So moving forward, I think Tony's got to be a little more choosy with who he gives golden tickets to and who he makes regulars on the show. He just seems to be giving those titles out like candy nowadays, and it's clear that Tony's desperate to find the next star, the next Shane Gillis. But when you give them out all willy-nilly, you get Drew Nickens as a result. Another thing that didn't sit quite right with me was when a literal 11-year-old appeared as a bucket bowl. I just think it's completely inappropriate inappropriate to have anyone under the age of 18 at these events. Women wave their knockers about, and there's not really any boundaries with the topics of conversation, which are extremely sensitive topics that just create an environment completely unfit for children. So on top of that unsettling fact, of course Tony still gave him a golden ticket since he's a child.
You might have news for you. You are the newest golden ticket winner on Hilltop.
Look, I'm not going to go in on a literal child, but there's got to be 11-year-olds that are funnier than this kid. No? Anyways, the most interesting bit from this performance was when Brian Redband interrupted his set with the West Hollywood Pair Roar, which Tony gets extremely uptight about.
Every day, when we walk in there, we're forced to wash our hands like we're carrying a disease. And then we have to eat food that expires in 2 days. Because I can't.
Wow, you are a dumb Redband. I love in these moments. Oh, he's flipping you guys off. You're wrong. You're right. Let's go back to the punchline. And anybody with fucking common sense, not to mention somebody working on this show for 12 years, would know not to interrupt. You fucking Here he is with the end of his show. It's literally destroying live.
Explain to me what exactly Redband's supposed to do in this scenario. I mean, I don't think that the kid knew that the meow was his signal to stop. It seemed like he was just going to keep going on with the jokes that his parents clearly wrote for him. So I think Redband was actually in the right here, and it was just a lose-lose situation that he found himself in. So yeah, from the underqualified regulars to literal children getting golden tickets, Kill Tony in Nashville bombed. But anyways, that is it for the video, guys. Make sure to like, subscribe, and comment down below what you think of it all. Thank you for watching.
Where we going, Adam? Austin, Texas, and who's Liver King taking a fight with? Rogan.
Just pull up to the capital of Texas. Guess what? You're dead.
Alright, so as many of you may know by now, the Liver King was just arrested in Austin, Texas yesterday for making terroristic threats towards Joe Rogan. But I think what a lot of people are missing here is exactly why the police arrested him for that specific charge. Because they wouldn't just arrest him for threatening to fight Joe Rogan. That doesn't really classify as a terroristic threat. In reality, I believe the Liver King gave away some key details in the 2 hours worth of manic vlogs he posted to Instagram in the last couple days. But the main piece of evidence being inside this mysterious box that the Liver King brought with him to Austin. But before we get into that, if you aren't quite up to speed with why this all happened, basically this whole thing started back in 2022 when Derek from the My Plates More Dates YouTube channel went on to Joe Rogan's podcast to talk about his bombshell expose video on the Liver King.
Hey, Derek, you know, I've followed the 9 ancestral tenets.
That went really well.
It's the best way. There's no way you can look like that in your 40s. That Jack, he's preposterously Jack. Now we know that he's full of shit. We're talking about the Liver King. One of these things inside there's a guy, if you don't know who the Liver King is, the guy calls himself the Liver King, and he's this guy who walks around everywhere with no shirt on. I've seen him in Vegas with no shirt on. Big bushy beard, super jacked, and he was telling people that the way he gets that way is by sunning his balls. He literally lays down with his asshole staring at the sun and eats raw liver and just lives like a maniac. And that's how he's so jacked, but it's preposterous.
So this was kind of the beginning of the end for the Liver King, since Joe Rogan and Derek from My Plates More Dates were the first people to truly blast the Liver King for being a fraud. And so quickly after After that, Brian Johnson's brand and business quickly tanked into oblivion. So fast forward 3 years later, and we can now see that Brian Johnson has officially hit rock bottom.
He's the last thing. Or else I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna fight for my family, for what's right. I'm gonna fight to I'll take it. Joe Rogan, you don't have to make videos to pretend anymore. All of this is happening. Coming to you, I challenge you, man, to a fight. I don't have to pretend or look in videos. The world doesn't want to know what the videos for us. You don't have to hold the camera. You can hold the hand of somebody that you want, because what happens next to you, you're going to need to remember that feeling. Something more than what you did.
So he was clearly begging to be on Joe Rogan's podcast, but obviously Joe Rogan didn't even respond or entertain that in any facet.
Joe Rogan has accepted the invitation to fight. Have I gotten his attention yet? Because my goal is I want your attention, Joe Rogan. I want to fight you, real tension. But I want to unite with you too. You can bring me the actual physical fight. If you'll just invite me on the podcast, please. That's what I'm asking, please. I'll be on the podcast with you. Not to fight. Just to bond.
You see, Joe's already made it abundantly clear that there's no reason for him to ever be a guest on the podcast, since there's nothing that the Liver King can say or do to save himself or his brand at this point.
It's probably never going to come out.
Does he have a team?
Yeah, it's pretty elaborate. Like, his team was, he has a media team that he hired to kind of like...
Right, but they're just saying,
Yes.
One of them came up to me in Vegas.
Oh, really?
Yeah, one of my security guards. He's like, I'm a producer for Liver King. I'm like, what the fuck do you produce?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, how many UFC events did he try and, like, goes
He was front row at one of my shows in Vegas. At the MGM. Yeah, and then I saw him again at the Canelo fight. He was trying really hard to get on the podcast. He's trying really hard to get on now. He contacted a few friends of mine, and some of them that are like Bert Kreischer, when they had him on the show.
They told me he's trying to get on.
For what? What? Say that more? Like, come on, this is dumb, man. This is a fucking, he ran a company, he got busted. And it's unfortunate that you feel terrible. I'm sorry you feel bad. Because that's just what happens when you get caught lying. But you didn't have to lie.
So being that Rogan never gave Brian Johnson the time of day, Johnson resorted to threatening Joe Rogan's life, as the next day he'd post a video saying that he was going to the city of Austin with this mysterious box with Joe Rogan's face on it. This is where I believe the police had enough reason to arrest this guy. He only flashes it for a brief second there, but when you slow down the video, you can actually see that that is a firearm. And so not only does he have a firearm and admits to traveling to Austin to find Joe Rogan, he's also clearly lost his mind. I mean, this guy was literally chasing cockroaches around his house and eating random leaves in his garden just days before going to Austin with a deadly weapon in a box with Joe Rogan's face on it.
It's okay. Yeah, it's fine. You're doing your job. We're all doing our job. Cockroaches are like that. Derek, please. You don't have to secure the lane. You just put a slow.
So despite framing it like he was challenging Joe Rogan to a celebrity boxing match, I think the police believed that the Liver King had much darker intentions. Because when the Liver King finally made it to Austin, he threatened Joe Rogan's life on video.
Just pull up to the Capitol protects you. Guess what? You're dead. You're dead. Because
whether they carry coverage or others then ultimately again they will be
So the night before he was finally arrested, the icing on the cake was in another vlog he posted to Instagram where he'd hint that people would no longer see him after tomorrow.
So that's what I'm fighting for. So it's just a one for you. That's not the secret. The secret is this. It's a wonderful thing. You'll all be that I'm going to record a lot of videos this week. And then I'm not going to record anything for a long time. By the way, I don't know if anyone knows this. We're going to have free Wi-Fi where we are. We're going to have free Wi-Fi. And the password for this become 1 week is
So I think it's safe to assume that the Liver King actually thought he was going to go to the mothership and use the weapon in that box, since Joe posted on his Instagram earlier that week that he'd be performing there Tuesday and Wednesday night. So then the very next day, he finally got arrested. Before he was arrested, his wife and his handler were obviously both afraid and shocked and probably frustrated with Liver King, as this was the obvious result to what he was doing all those days leading up to the arrest.
You know, you're not going to stop him. No, let's just have that on your bucket. The leather knife in it. I know, but it's not a leather knife. They're going to take it off and okay, keep protecting me like never don't say anything. You never have to be embarrassed of family. Ancestral law is called reputation. Or the Liver King family built. I was scared. And on the other side of the truck, he's kind of scared down. Do you need anything else okay? Just a quick glance around. We always talk as a family. Talking is a lie to begin with.
So now he's being held without bond there in jail, which means that the judge believes that he's a true threat to society. You really can't make this stuff up. It's also crazy that he didn't really factor that Joe Rogan's friends with the mayor and employs retired Navy SEALs to protect him, the mothership, and his house. So yeah, this is probably one of the wildest stories to come out of this influencer space, and it escalated extremely fast. So overall, I think it's safe to say that this is the official end of the Liver King. But with that being said, that is it for the video, guys. Let me know down in the comments what you think of it all. And as always, thanks so much for watching.
Liver King confession. Was an experiment for the artist. I've been on several podcasts, and when asked if I'd ever take it for months, I said no. Don't touch this stuff. I'm going to touch this stuff.
That would be careful ultimately again of
So in the latest episode of Kill Tony, Dave Lucas proved to us yet again that he's not only a creepy guy, but a downright terrible comedian as well. Because when it was time to do the roasting that he's known for, the guy who sells Roast God merch never really did any roasting. He couldn't even go back and forth with the bucket pulls. Like when he told this random bucket pull that he wanted to bang his girlfriend, he basically just sat there in silence when the guy clapped back at him. Then he refused to turn it into a roast battle after getting owned.
Your girlfriend is in England?
Yeah, she goes to a different country.
What bar does she work at in England?
I don't know.
I go there in 2 weeks. I want to fuck her.
Yeah, you're too big. Too big. Oh, yeah, for sure. You look gay.
I can take your girl.
Get real here for a second. David looked at me into the eyes and said, I'm going to fuck your girlfriend.
She ain't never had stomach on her forehead. That don't show what it's about. You gotta fit to the door first.
Oh, my God.
This is not turned into a roast battle.
Oh, my God.
You see, the craziest part about David Lucas is that he actually believes that he's this ultra smooth, cool guy chick magnet that girls can't get enough of, which leads him to say stuff like this. In reality, though, he's just another sex pest lurking around the mothership, and at this point he should be behind bars for the stuff he's admitted to doing. Let's not forget how he openly confessed to putting his girlfriend into a John Jones-style guillotine until he TKO'd her unconscious.
And she was taking a shower. She was like, I'm so well. And I was like, yeah, you about to go out and I was like, I might as well just stop and go with your ass. And then she said something like, I was like, yeah, I was talking shit like, yeah, you're gonna miss this dick. And she was like, I can always suck another. It didn't say off, and I grabbed that bitch from behind her neck, bro. And she passed out. On my seat. Oh my God, I was so scared.
Was that in the shower?
She was trying on. Yeah, bro, she collapsed. That was scary.
What'd you do?
So she hit the ground. I started crying.
Drop her, or you sort of set her on the
Bro,
ground?
I literally, like, imagine somebody pass out.
Yeah,
And I wasn't prepared to catch a body. Catch her phone.
literally and figuratively.
Man, listen, bro. When she fell to the ground and she woke up, she was like, what happened?
What'd you say? Slipped in the bathtub?
I told her that she was yelling. She just fell off.
How'd she take that?
So this is the type of guy we're dealing with, right? He literally refers to himself as a gorilla pimp in this podcast while bragging about pulling WWE moves on women all the time.
Bitch, who would have pimped you? Expect me to get cheated on. Gorilla pimps ain't no pimp.
What is a gorilla pimp?
Yeah, like that means he, to the point of the break with that. That bitch see the light, then I bring it back.
Yeah. Get your ass up.
And so, whenever David's around women, things get really weird because he clearly has straight thoughts about them that have warped his entire reality. And so, before we continue with more clips from that Kill Tony episode, I wanted to show you a clip that actually shows this delusional perspective in real time. And if you haven't seen it already, basically David exposed himself after he posted a video in London, England, saying that all the girls there were ugly and that he's a 20 out of 10 in the UK.
Yeah, boy, you see why America won't come back when you wake up and see a bitch that look like this every with that brown teeth. And I want to separate the two. Shout out to 1776 on it. Basic face ass bitches. The ugliest people in the world reside in London. I have a 20 over here.
No, Mr. Scratch and Sniff, you are not a 20 out of 10 there, let alone anywhere on this planet. So, of course, after posting that, he got utterly destroyed in his comment section. Because, despite the fact that he calls himself a comedian, it's very obvious that when he talks this way, he's being 100% serious. And he just masks it with the cadence and delivery of a joke. But anyways, getting back to the Kill Tony episode, it's been a while since David Lucas has appearance on the show, with his last one being from fall of 2023. He's also been mostly quiet this year when it came to podcast appearances or specials, which happened almost directly after getting destroyed by the likes of The Elephant Graveyard, Too Lazy to Try, and Mike David from Red Bar. So since then, he's went on this little hiatus into the shadows, and you might be wondering, what is David Lucas doing on this little break of his? Well, apparently he befriended this guy, his local dealer, appearance on this show was a big pull that night. And so when this guy's doing his interview, it's kind of clear that David is ashamed to be friends with this guy. Because as you'll see shortly, this guy is also a scumbag, with all his jokes revolving around him being a deadbeat, alcoholic dad.
You're doing good. You're Thank you, David Lucas.
Man, it's crazy. Rogan is actually a friend of mine.
Yeah, I'm his plug. I tell him Coke, but Ozempic's not working in it right now. So.
Give me all the snack foods before they come out.
Shout out to my boss.
Rudy is actually a really horrible father. The night he had it,
Yeah, tell him about it.
we're taking shots. He's like, oh yeah, my baby was just born. I'm like, today? He's like, yeah. I'm like, nigga, go be a fucking father. You got that chick in the hospital by herself while you're taking a shot.
I got a dream. She knows. Did you go hang out with your newborn kid after? Yeah, of course. So you did shots with David Lucas, and then you went. I went straight to the hospital. I had to get them to watch that shit. That shit was so wild. But you didn't even watch it. The kid came out when you were drinking with David, right? Yeah, but I'm talking about like holding him and shit. Oh, you had to get drunk to look your baby in the eyes. Yeah, that shit was crazy. Yeah, I wasn't ready for that. Yes, I see very clearly why you and David get along so well. Into the fridge.
This guy also admitted to crashing his car with David Lucas while under the influence, which I thought was pretty funny because David hated that guy brought it up and was visibly embarrassed to even be in the same conversation as him.
So you're not drinking as much as you used to drink. Yeah, I still drink though. I get fucked up. Give us an example of a time recently in which you got fucked up. Oh, I crashed my car with David. Not with David. Tell me the whole story. Let's go. Yeah. David was with you? Yeah, David was my best friend. Yes, he was.
So this, ladies and gents, is what David Lucas does on his average night. He rolls around in the shadows with guys that look low-level criminals in the opening scenes of a Batman movie. And honestly, after everything that he exposed about himself last year, it's not shocking that he's doing this now. He really couldn't torture me into admitting some of the stuff he said in those podcasts. What he said women enjoy being lured into a fellow female comedian in a podcast episode that was actually never released to the public.
You know, never get along with David Lucas.
Why not?
He did our podcast and he just said the dumbest shit ever. He said that 8 out of 10 women are come when they are, or something like 80% of women come when they're rude. And me and Ian are like, right, and me and Ian just lost our minds. We just roasted this shit out.
Where does that come from?
He said it was a statistic he found. We roast him until it's 5. Exactly. That's why it's so funny.
I'm sure there are. I know there are numbers.
The word is that the statistic was that there's like 5 out of 10 have a physical reaction. Which is like, yeah, if you stick something in me a whole bunch, I'm gonna get wet. Yeah, but to come,
50% get wet.
and then he made us.
That would be my biggest fucking.
Well, he was like, yo, I talked to my lawyer, and he said we should actually put that part in. And we were just like, then we're deleting the whole thing because that was the only funny part. Because he just sits there and says, I think it's comedy.
So again, this is the type of guy we're dealing with here, alright? And no, he's not a show comic. When it comes to the topic of women, he's sharing his personal beliefs, as many other comedians do. He masks these beliefs with the cadence and delivery of a joke. So for people that don't know who he is, it sounds like it's a joke, but he's not joking, guys. For now, all we have left to do is wait for the UK episode to drop. Since word on the street is that it was quite possibly the worst Kill Tony episode of all time. So we're looking forward to that and diving into it. But with that being said, that is it for the video, guys. Thanks so much for watching.
Real nice and close, like real crazy. Sit that little booty down. No, Game of Thrones. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You on some real shit. I'm not a predator. For sure. Skip the question, bro. Waiting for me to tell you that bullshit you're talking about right now, because I got charged, and that's fair to some time. Yeah. Put my hand in my ass and smell it. Want to smell me? I took no shower and I'm straight off a plane with this shit. Scratch the ass. Scratch the ass so you can smell it. You go through a tough time. I was like, I just went to awesome, man. I'm trying to find my legs. I'm heartbroken. Yeah. And he was like, yeah, Texas is going to be the best decision I ever made. But you should know it's no LA. Just don't get, you're going to miss. There's no replacing LA. And I was like, oh, how long did it take you to get, like, back to your routine and feeling comfortable? It was 3 years. I went, what is tough 3 years?
All right, so it's been about a week since I covered Brendan Schaub's depressing move to Austin, Texas. But since then, he's released an insulting 7.5 hours of podcasts that absolutely no one's asked for. So I went ahead and watched those, and boy, oh boy, it really only gets worse for Brendan Schaub. Like, this guy's literally the Benjamin Button of podcasting, starting out his career by interviewing Conor McGregor in a professional studio funded by Showtime, and ending it in a crammed storage unit, sweating his balls off in the middle of a Texas summer heat wave.
Heartbeating him. It was heartbeating him. Some kind of mention. Yeah, we're serious. We talked about. I like the notes. I got that turn up studio. Yeah, you get a little voice.
So this new studio is really bad, much worse than I previously thought, because as you just saw, it gets extremely stuffy in there, since these storage units don't come pre-installed with AC. So to fix this, Brendan's got this industrial-sized air conditioning box in there that sounds like a leaf blower whenever it's turned on.
But I will say this. You're talking about tens of maybe hundreds of millions of Muslims around the globe. They should comment.
What is that noise? It's nice that you kicks on for a little bit. It'll turn on. But is that us? Probably right. Well, as long as we acknowledge it, it's just AC for a little bit. How's that going? We're starting off the noise. We're working out. We're working out.
I just think that, when you're talking about what these men that Douglas Murray is taking note of,
it's the best I've had. Their pork belly. Sorry guys for that sound. Keep going. No, he has a thing that gets rid of it. I fixed it. You just go straight down.
And so when the AC's not on and blasting, it turns out.
Oh yeah, you have a hard time finding me. That's a train. That's a train. Yeah, there's a train that goes around. I just felt everything rumble. I get nervous now.
So on top of the loud AC, the train outside, the echo, and the smell of engine exhaust from all of his cars underneath, the funniest part of this new professional podcast studio is that the lights in there go off every 30 minutes or so, since storage units like these have built-in motion sensor lights in order to keep the energy bill down.
Old school. It's a sign of respect not to touch the heat. Also, what people don't realize is in the air world, he wasn't looking at her.
So our boy Brendan has finally struck bedrock here in Austin, and as you may have guessed, it's only getting worse for him, as he just recently got pretty upset with Brian Callen, since Callen's going to be missing 2 weeks worth of shows to go on his annual cruise ship with his second family.
Yeah, here we are back, bud. We're back, and I want to apologize for leaving again. But it's only 10 days. 11 days, 10 days. It's 2 weeks. You're missing 2 weeks. I'm not missing 2 weeks. I'm missing, did you come back on Tuesday? Well, I'll come back on Wednesday, yeah. I'll be, we'll get a podcast in that week, so it'll be 3 shows. I guess. 3 shows. What are you doing? I'm going with the extended family. It's every June, every June. It's so, well, it's my family, though. It's my dad. He's 85. The cruise. Well, we take it to high-end
No, but this is a great music with the kids.
And in LA, this usually wasn't a big deal, since there were hundreds of semi-famous people that Brendan could have on the show to replace ranks. But now that they're in Austin, those big names aren't anywhere to be found. So Brendan's left with Joe Rogan's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu friends and Tim Kennedy for the next 4 episodes of Fighter and the Kid.
It's great. But yeah, that's in 2 weeks old. Just got her, so that's cool. But I got Tim Kennedy filming it next week.
It's a very good film.
And then I'll probably have Catherine filming.
These are good films.
Yeah.
No, they're not. Mike Catherwood was just on the show, and he actually had some pretty interesting things to say, but for whatever reason, Brendan loves interrupting Catherwood more so than the usual guest. Like, I don't know if you guys remember, but that legendary clip of Brendan interrupting his guest is from the very first podcast Catherwood did with them. And in that clip, Catherwood gets visibly very irritated with Shaw.
The jelly beans give you amazing energy. They get you fired up for 20 minutes. And then you realize, like, that's not sustainable.
I don't know
But
if
a sweet potato, like,
I don't know if it ever goes. I always have it. It's just controlling the monster. Like at the gym on my shoulders, I can tell you, every day this morning, I woke up, I have a nice house, great family, drove my dream car here.
So in the most recent Catherwood episode, nothing changed, as Brendan is still the world's worst interrupter.
Something that will save you, will use your suffering as an asset, and that is Monty. So maybe someday that'll change.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think it ever changed. Now, also, boxing's tough, but baseball.
So another hour of Brendan interrupting Mike Catherwood is going to drop, and then we get a podcast of the days. Warrior assassin Tim Kennedy. So just a lineup of exhilarating guests coming up these next weeks that I'm sure will boost their numbers, right?
Audio, don't get it twisted. Audio still
That joke. Brendan Schaub is simply not a draw. You see, the majority of his views are from bots. An actual representation of the numbers Brendan would pull without the bots can be seen in this depressing podcast he did a few days ago, which is still yet to crack 2,000 views as of right now. And hilariously enough, the hosts of this podcast actually sort of troll Brendan with their interview questions, which sort of upsets Brendan a little.
Why don't you walk us through kind of the arc of your life, I guess, in a certain perspective? Is that too much?
No, I feel like the movie's not done. Hopefully it's not. Another chapter. But do you ever do stand-up still?
Like, so when you're out in Austin, you won't go to the mothership.
I'll probably hang out, but again, it's like, I don't get how guys do it, God bless them that do, but I just can't find the balance of getting back into stand-up and being a good dad. I can't. I just can't. Everything I'm doing,
It's crazy, guys like Tom Segura and Brett Greicher pull that shit off. Tom Segura's young kids, and he works it into his comedy and stuff. It's really fun. And the wife, Christina, she's also traveling down, and they do the podcast, the YMH Studios. Like,
I don't know the person I think I'd figure it out. It's like,
You see, Brendan's used his family as an excuse to quit comedy ever since he couldn't sell tickets at his local bar. So for him to still be using this narrative and believe that people think he isn't lying is actually insane. But kudos to these guys for asking him that. I mean, they clearly knew what they were doing here. And so their fellow also trolled Brendan while Brendan was taking him for a ride in his Humvee.
Funny, isn't it, after all of us being used to being in really fast shit? I mean, this is a fast Humvee, but the whole time you're like, maybe a few hundred horsepower more wouldn't suck.
So you'd have to be a real passionate thingy to believe that these guys weren't at least 10% trolling Brendan here. It's also pretty funny to me how Brendan said he'll be hanging in the green room of the mothership, because I believe that there's a high chance that all the comedians in there clown on him whenever his name's brought up. So I'm just calling you right now that Brendan's never going to step foot in the mothership. It's pretty similar to how he never attends UFC events. Deep down inside, he knows that if he when he would get trolled, so in turn he just doesn't go. Also trolled, the last episode of the Golden Hour featured Chris D'Elia and Eric Griffin roasting Schaub right in his face.
I drove past Michael Jackson's house that day.
That's. I can't say that out of Louis, guys. I drove past Michael Jackson's house. Dude, you guys like to slow down? Damn it. God damn it. Hey, you know what? It wasn't supposed to work out.
Because if you didn't know already, for 2 years, Brendan Schaub has been subjecting these two guys to his bullying, and they were very clearly fed up with Brendan during every episode. So in this last one, it was almost like they could get everything off their chests before Brendan finally leaves.
Oh, man, he doesn't have to do this.
Happy leave day. Happy quit. Happy day. Everything changes to you. It's a downhill from here. Thank you, Brandon. All because of Brandon.
Welcome back now, you hear?
And so at first, Brendan was going along with the roasting, laughing like anyone else would. But as the podcast went on, the roasting and insults just never stopped. And after a while, you could tell Brendan was getting tired of it. Still playing it cool and chuckling, but kind of shocked at how much they were going in on him in this very last episode.
All right, okay, we're going to miss more Jenner, Brendan. Go.
I like to do that.
I like them for different reasons. I like Jim because he's very sweet, funny, nice, caring, and I like Brendan too. It's just different.
But the most awkward part of this podcast came after Eric Griffin was speaking about his recent appearance on Family Feud, which Brendan had no idea that he had filmed already, to which Chris and Eric take offense to, since after all, they were the two professional comedians that saved Brendan's show after Theo quit The King and the Sting. So they kind of let Brendan hear it for the last time here before he abruptly leaves the podcast early and never returns again.
I'm not going to talk about it a lot until it comes up, but I did Family Feud right. Everybody was like, it would be great to have the mic. No, we just did it. One times I wasn't here. No, I do.
Oh, yeah? Why is she so fucking cute?
I'm just saying, you look at that little cat,
It's okay. Okay, guys. You're moving tomorrow.
You're kind of phoning it in right now. I don't like it. I don't like this phone in right now. About 5 more minutes.
He has to go. It's already changed. He got his cake.
Bye, dudes. Alright, see you for you. That's it, bro. Last one in LA, bro. Next time we see you, you will be still right there, bro. I'll be right here, but just. Love you guys. Thanks again.
Yeah, man. No problem. Take it, put it in your pocket. Take some cake in your pockets. It doesn't feel good. Hug it like bitches do. Y'all would have Chris.
Yeah!
You know what?
They always thought we did it.
You know what it is? Dude. Finally.
I wonder if Brendan actually thinks he's pulling a Theo right now and is going to blow up on TikTok and finally make it big. I really does. That Brendan's missing here is that Theo can actually be hilarious. Brendan, on the other hand, just seems exhausted on his podcast nowadays and salty for whatever reason that particular day brings. Also now with the riots against ICE, he can't even use that as an excuse to why he left LA. So it's evidently clear that the sole reason of leaving, again, was just to be closer to Joe Rogan, who now the entire city of Boston is revolting against. So yeah, just wanted to bring you all up to speed with Brendan's life, because I know you all care so much. Also real quick, just wanted to give a huge thank to all of you for getting me to 1,000 subscribers. Anyway, subscribe if you haven't already, and as always, thanks so much for watching.
It's crazy. It's insane. It's gonna be sad when he's gone.
How soon? What's your bet?
I don't know. I mean, I don't want to spill the tea here, but every time
I've been to his house, I can't help but notice the amount of pill bottles next to his bed. That's like 30 of those orange pill bottles, and you're like, is all that for your liver? What is that?
All right, so it looks like Tom Segura is finally starting to realize that being tied to Bert Kreischer might not actually be the best thing for his career moving forward. Because, well, if it isn't painfully obvious by the end of 2025, internet and by completely talk trash about him with the zero remorse. And so recently this has been made crystal clear for Tom Segura, who's been on a podcast press run ever he released Bad Thoughts on Netflix. And if his press tour taught him anything, it's that you can't talk about Tom Segura without mentioning Bert Kreischer. And you can't mention Bert Kreischer without mentioning how insufferable and hacky he is. So being associated with him is like handing your career a death sentence before it even starts. And we got a good example of Tom Segura realizing this yesterday after Andrew Santino told him that he can't stand to watch two bears, one cave simply because Bert is unbearable to listen to. Right?
Yeah, she's awesome. But honestly, be real with us. Yeah. You don't miss us at all. I miss you guys. Do you miss you? This also goes here. And this show is so fun. This dumb show. This is one of the only things that, like we all watch Super Bowl all the time. I watch every other show. You know what? I would share the same sentiment, but I can't watch more. No, I'll watch you. I can't watch more. Yeah. We don't even see Bert anymore. I can't even see Bert anymore because of his appearance. Yeah, I can't be near him.
So just imagine how it feels to be paired up with Bert while his acting career in Hollywood, and probably wanted to be taken seriously by big Hollywood executives, let alone his peers. He's really stuck in this toxic dude, much like Brian Callen is with Brendan Schaub. But way worse, because I'd go as far as to say now that Bert Kreischer has way more haters than Brendan Schaub in 2025. So for the most hated comic of the year to be known as your sidekick, must really suck for Tom. And so in the latest two-big episode, which Bert Kreischer was in for, we can actually see a much happier and laid-back version of Tom, who was probably just happy to be sitting across from an actual, well-respected comedian.
Bert is having 16 feet of intestines removed this week. We wish him well in his recovery. And sitting in before him, he's gay, he's Muslim, he's hilarious. Give it up for Mark Norman, everybody. There you go. Thanks for coming in.
Good to be here. Good to be back, Tom. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
Hard, man. I was sitting on that one for a minute.
And so honestly, this made for a great episode of Two Bears, One Cave, since Mark and Tom could calmly riff with each other without the threat of interrupting Cal squealing out his own jokes and stories.
I've got a baby now, and he's shirting like a mother.
That's what they do, man. They just shit this for years.
But the beauty of a baby is when it sharts in the diaper, you're like, hey, it's a good day.
Good day.
Usually it's in Katrina and flu water.
Yeah. How old's your baby now?
He's 38. No, he's 4.5 months.
Even the fans were rejoicing in the comments, as almost all of the Tom comments were about how happy they were that Bert wasn't there. Also, quick here, Tom mentioned at the beginning of the show that Bert has to have some 16 feet of his intestines removed.
Bert is having 16 feet of intestines removed this week. We wish him well in his recovery.
I'm just going to assume that was a joke, right? Since these are professional stand-up comics, but I must say that he didn't deliver it like a joke. In fact, he sounded nervous. So if this is even somewhat true, isn't that extremely concerning? Like, now that I think of it, Bert has been looking downright terrible lately, especially in comparison to him from even a year ago. So I believe the drinking and binge eating has just increased as of late, and I'm guessing that Bert Kreischer's health is likely the worst it's ever been. Let's not forget that he had a tantrum on stage during his live show a few weeks ago. Prisoners advocated his blood pressure before giving him his IV drip.
Let's break down that, do not take my blood pressure. Just give me a goddamn IV. I do not want that. Or just give me the IV. Or don't, but do not take my blood pressure.
How bad was your blood
I
pressure?
do not take my blood pressure.
Is that a good sign?
No, the white coat syndrome, and I don't want to get 2 bags. I'll be fine with 1 bag. Just do not take my blood pressure. If
Jimmy, you're gonna take my blood pressure off me. Stop. No, I'm not getting one. Why? You know what? There's 17,000 people here taking my blood pressure.
And guess what? If all 7,000 want you to get your blood pressure, stop.
Game's over. I'm not playing.
Stop.
Game's over. No, it's my arm. I hold him tight. Nori, get up here. Nori, come here. Nori's here. You don't go. Nori.
Wow, so if he had to been that length to refuse the blood pressure screening, who knows what shitstorm was brewing inside that body this whole time. And so now that he's getting his intestines removed, Tom and Mark spend a good portion of this podcast discussing Bert's outrageous behavior and where it all went wrong, with both of them summing Bert up as an overall drunken lunatic.
You ever have a city you had like long nights with your
Oh my god, there were so many nights. Europe were wild. We went to a strip club in Copenhagen, I think, called the Waterloo, and he's getting a lap dance, FaceTiming Leanne. And you're like, this is crazy. I mean, and he's one of those guys who'll get drunk at the show and then be like, we're going to the bar. And he'll be like, after party at this bar. And I'm like, we're going somewhere else, right? And he's like, no, we're going there.
That to me, the mark of lunacy with that guy was when he like started to like really sell tickets. And then I'd see a video. I was like, what's going on in this bar? He's like, oh, yeah. And then at my show, I told everyone, let's go to this bar. I'm like, you told the show?
Yes.
That's insane.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I stayed like 3 in the morning. Bought shots for like, you're crazy.
And he likes it. It's not like he loves it. Oh, I gotta do this for my fans. He's like, no, let's get in there.
So Tom and Mark are clearly shocked with Bert's lifestyle and the decisions he's made throughout his career, and they very clearly do not relate to Bert whatsoever, almost describing his actions in a negative way. Like as you'll see in this next clip, Dr. Tom Segura shares, in my opinion, a deeply disturbing story of Bert and his addiction. You're going to see that Tom very obviously wants to set himself apart from Bert, almost like he's trying to tell the world that he and Bert are not the same kind of people, despite being on the same podcast, on Avon together, doing comedy sets together, and appearing almost everywhere promotionally with each other.
I remember what this so like describes his personality when we went. Joe had sent us, like, we did I think it was a weight loss contest or something, and they were like, what do you want to go to? It was like, I was thinking like a sporting event, right? So I was like, okay, let's go see the Warriors Cavs play. LeBron, Steph, back. It was a fun game to watch. And then we're back at the hotel. He's like, all right, we found like a rooftop balcony or something. And we're smoking cigars, having a couple drinks. And then he's like, I go, all right, well, we go to bed. He was like, what? I go, I don't know. I mean, whatever. Yeah, 9 or 1 or something. He's like, don't you want to like just keep this feeling going?
No, boy.
What? He's like, you know what I mean? Like that whole like there's like that buzz.
Yeah.
He describes it in such a like a romantic way.
Sure.
I was like, I go, no, I was thinking about going to sleep. He's like, no, stay. Yeah. I'm like, all right. So I stay like a little while longer. And I'm like, how about now? He's like, let's just stay, live on the roof.
Yeah. You're like, go see your children.
I find it interesting that Bert's supposed best friend would reveal this very personal and embarrassing story of him without him being there to correct any of the details about it. And honestly, it's kind of pathetic of Tom. It seems to be just trying to impress Mark Norman. So after this talking shit about Bert, Mark and Tom go on to try and balance that out by complimenting Bert's unusual athletic talents. And so they really try to give Bert his props here, but that only lasts for about 30 seconds when Mark gives up on pretending to like Bert and finally admits that he thinks he's gonna die soon.
I go, to me, I'm like, everything is just based on being tired. I'm like, Bert, you just tired. He's like, no.
He isn't. That's why he has to tour with like younger people.
Yeah.
Because they can keep up with him. The guy's fucking athletic. I mean, we would do ski trips every year, and he'd be like, I want to snowboard today. And we're like, oh wow, he was snowboarding better than us. And he'd be like, I want to ski today. And it's crazy. Yeah. And he's like drinking a beer on the slopes, and then bam, out there.
Yeah. He has like really great body control. Yeah. Crazy hand-eye coordination.
He'll like skid off on the snow and then take a photo of the guy and then go back out there. It's crazy. It's gonna be sad when he's gone.
That's your red. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to spill the tea here, but every time I've been to his house, I can't help but notice the amount of pill bottles next to his bed. That's like 30 of those orange pill bottles. And you're like, it's all there for your liver. What is that?
So even though Bird seems to be going through a worse head right now, and is in fact recovering from surgery, since he confirmed it in this podcast that dropped yesterday, it seems that Tom only wants to separate himself and his public image from the walking train wreck that is Bird Crusher, because Tom wants to be the next action star. That reminds me of someone. I really hope a slew of shocking allegations doesn't come out about this guy before he makes it big. That'd be awful. Anyways, that is it for the video, guys. Thanks for watching. Make sure to like, subscribe, and comment down below what you think of this whole thing.
Ultimately, again, it's a monthly that is monthly is permitted to use.
Brian moves, what happens to the podcast?
We've always figured it out. He has to do what's best for him. That's what's best for Brian. Might be what's best for finding the kid.
You gonna miss LA a little bit now?
Yeah. Well, that's kind of pretty much it. I mean, that's our Texas episode.
Alright, so things are looking pretty sad for Brendan Schaub and his so-called career right now, because if you don't know already, Brendan Schaub recently moved him, his family, and his entire podcast studio from Los Angeles, California to Austin, Texas, for seemingly no other reason than to thoroughly hold Joe Rogan and Brian Callen, who've been hanging out together in the green room of the mothership for over 4 months now.
That's funny. I'm just enjoying, I am enjoying Texas. I'm enjoying the mothership. The mothership a lot.
But being that Brendan Schaub quit comedy over a year ago, and on top of that, never even got the invite to the mothership while being an active stand-up comic, this move just seems really desperate and honestly just sad at this point. And I think even Brendan knows this, because in the first ever podcast he recorded from his brand new studio in Austin, he just looks like he has this impending feeling of doom on his face, almost like he's slowly realizing how much of a downer it really was.
Still a work in progress. We got enough to do a show today. Probably the kid later today, so we're up and running, man.
And just to show you guys how bad of a downgrade this move really was, for starters, his new studio is terrible. Certainly much worse than his previous one. You only even call it a studio. It's literally just on top of some scaffolding in a huge concrete garage where he's going to keep all of his souped up midlife crisis cars underneath. So of course the echo and reverb in there is just downright horrendous.
That's it. So by the way, apologies to the audience. This new studio is so huge, it's going to be really echoey for a little bit, but we're going to eventually fix it. We'll get some sound absorber furniture, and stuff going. It'll be stuff at this point. This is, take down some walls. I like this, though. It feels very quiet. It feels very industrial, choppy. Podcasting. Real podcast. No air one across the shit. That's the one thing about HOA.
I can only imagine the huge cost of professionally soundproofing a space big in order to match the sound quality of their previous studio. Also, if you know anything about Brendan, you know that he's a downright cheapskate when it comes to paying people. So I don't really expect that terrible echo to go away anytime soon. Also, speaking of paying employees, he doesn't even pay his producer Jin a decent livable wage. Jin's wage is so low that after 3 months of house hunting, he can't, for the life of him, find anywhere nice to rent in Austin. So he's now flying back and forth from LA to Austin in order to produce 2 dead-end and low-effort podcasts for Brendan Schaub, of all people.
What you guys do? You guys got it on Friday? Thursday? Jim, when you move out, I'm confused. I mean, you found a place. Literally looking for, I've been looking for spots. I couldn't find a spot. Tomorrow at 12:30. I'll be for this real estate person. I'll be fine. Just rent for
Lovely shows not to make it. Only Lovely A paid into it. So let's say based on what we said before, so really this whole thing prevents Mabui A from carrying. Why? Because now Fletcher has access to Mabui A. Fletcher has
Yeah, I don't want a piece of crap spot. You looking for like a rental?
we assign the Fletcher
At first,
to
we were
Mabui
looking
B.
for a
Even though the Fletcher doesn't have any use Mabui
It
B,
didn't work out.
because
So
Fletcher didn't
I'll
make
just
any
look to
use
rent a spot.
Mabui
You
B
really
didn't
sound
make any use. We kind of grouped them together as one unit.
dirty.
Because
Just for a second, I want you to imagine being Jen, who's almost 50 years old, watching Brendan buy a huge mansion, waste all his money on these terrible cars, and dressing his synthetic wife head to toe in Louis Vuitton, all the while not even being bothered enough to throw Jen a couple extra pounds a month in order for him to live in a decent place.
High standard. I like to come in after doing no work. I want to thank you. But I'll tell you, poor Jenny can't find a place to live in Austin. Well, there's nowhere to live.
I'm not sure how you go. Age is irrelevant.
You only had 3 months to figure it out.
But anyways, moving back to Brendan, another funny part of him moving to Texas is him realizing that the weather and wildlife there are like hell on earth compared to sunny California.
You're a car guy. Now, I'm going to need you to understand a
We're
couple
going to take a
things.
break
You
from
need
that. We're actually
a
going to
place
come
to
back
cover
to
your car.
the last
Because
line.
the
Right
weather
before
is
this.
very cooperative here, and sometimes it decides to hail. Golf ball decides to
I'm going to
hit.
be
I'm not kidding.
I'm not kidding.
After that, driving in, I got hit with deer turd size hail, and it was actually kind of scary. It didn't fuck up the test. It didn't fuck it up, but it was so hard. It was it was like, Jesus, I'm like, I rolled over trying to get the thread and thunder. So I get some hot Roberts out, but I just can't test it.
I don't want anyone eating my
Still,
like,
that was kind of crazy.
Of course, instead of registering, and instead, Brendan just makes a hacky, low-hanging fruit joke about Teslas and how they're so easy to replace, which is also an annoying brag about how his cars are so rare and one of a kind. Brendan's been punched, kicked in the head so many times that he can't even realize that Brian's genuinely trying to warn him about the serious dangers of Texas hailstorms. So honestly, there's a very high chance that Shop's going to get carpet bombed by actual baseball-sized ice rocks speeding down the highway during one of these advisories. Pray to God that he isn't taking me while it's happening.
They don't like when there's a tornado warning. Everybody's dead serious. I'll tell you what's no ground here is the thunder and lightning storms. Or hail. The hail and the hail, I've been experiencing that. Oh, you will? No, the thunder and lightning is crazy. It's the hail. And they will tell you, you'll get a notice on your thing. They're like, shelter in place, you could die. Like, yeah, they'll tell you that it's life-threatening. You're like, what? On its way, like 10-minute warning. It's, yeah, it's about 10 minutes, but it whips up right quick. It whips up and that sky goes black, and then it starts to blow, and you're like, damn, what the hell is this? It's crazy.
And also, on top of the really shitty weather, Austin also hosts a variety of highly venomous insects and reptiles. They're actually pretty common to see outskirts of Austin where Brendan lives, and according to Tim Dillon, the lakes there are also infested with brain-eating amoeba. For 4 months out of the year, it's around 100 degrees. The lake is vomit-colored, and there are brain-eating amoebas that can swallow those and kill you within 48 hours. It's rare, but it happens. But as you'll see shortly, Brendan didn't bother to research any of that until moving there.
We have crazy bugs in the house. Oh yeah. I saw a tarantula on the sidewalk. Sure did. And you'll see turtles you'll see turtles, like tortoises. No, you'll see land tortoises. You're gonna see we found a coral snake in our pool 4 days ago. Coral snake. That's a problem. That's a problem. They've got the same venom that a cobra does. They're in the cobra family.
So yeah, it just seems like deep down inside, Brendan knows that this move was a terrible idea for him, and it seems like it's actually getting to him now, since as of today, Brendan Shaw buzzed his head in a very 2007 Britney Spears for help. And sure, guys buzz their heads all the time, and honestly, out of all of Brendan's awful cuts, this one infuriates me the least. But some of this is an actual hell. In this broadcast, Shaw and Brian Callen give 2 great examples for why people find them to be so despicable. Let's start with Brendan. So while Brendan and Brian were talking about their great pal and superstar warrior friend, Tim Kennedy, who certainly never committed stolen valor, Brendan and Brian shook hands on a bet revolving around a story about Tim Kennedy's smart warrior son, betting on whether he scored 17 goals in hockey or lacrosse.
I love that guy. Well, I met my kids for the first time, and I said, guys, you know Captain America, right? Let's start. That is real. That is Captain America. His 10-year-old son, 8 years away, his 10-year-old son is a ridiculous athlete. Love being so gross. Hockey's hockey. Like hockey. Gross is thing. Hockey's his thing. In 3 games, he scored 17 goals.
Even when they're wrong, they're right. And even when they know that they're wrong, incredible. They still find a way to demonstrate that they're right. People like that.
Nuts, lacrosse.
No one for anyone else. It's stifling to live with someone, to coexist with someone, to work with someone who is always right.
So then, after they called Tim Kennedy and confirmed that Brian was actually correct, in classic Brendan Schaub fashion, Brendan refuses to pay Brian.
He was the highest goal scorer and the highest assist leader in the whole entire tournament.
Good idea to think about that.
Yes, but I was 18.
No, that was hockey.
Thank you. I just want. So let's back up for a sec. Now I said his son scored 17 goals in 3 games in hockey. You said that's lacrosse. See, but you made a bet. Give me my fucking $100. No, give me my $100. Hey Casey, hey, yo, champ. Let's rewind the tape and listen. No, I believe it. I believe he scored 17 goals in hockey. Tim's story to me. Well, first, I didn't ask his story to you. Well, then I told you. I told you something, and you said, no, he didn't. I said, no, that's lacrosse. Right. So, no, hey, that's hockey. I know. He would have only got the money if he scored 17 goals in lacrosse. No, he scored 17 goals in hockey. I was right. You said to me I was wrong. And you corrected me and said, I'm wrong about the sport, it's lacrosse. That's what you said. Now pay up. Because I said,
you must be from
This is a great example of why Brendan Schaub is so widely hated on the internet. The man doesn't have a helpful bone in his body. And for Brian, well, you probably know already, the guy is a weird sex pest. And in this podcast, he couldn't help but expose his ball sack to Brendan and his employees.
If you're in the nuts, dude, these are juicy nuts. Let's say these are serious right now. Look how big they are. Oh my God.
Hey, great nuts.
Thanks, buddy. Those are at least 15 nuts.
Oh, wow, those are
Like, that's so big. My just saw it's like hanging out like this. I was like, I can't find cheese that fits. That's the problem with my cheese. Don't you think I would make some change? Yeah. I can do different things with these show life like those videos. Sure, I guess.
Sure, listen to that Ralph for Bros do this type of stuff all the time. All I'm saying is that I wouldn't be the biggest fan of my 60-year-old boss showing his wrinkly nutsack on a random Tuesday afternoon in the office.
Do stuff like put them on like things and count the nuts. Yeah. Put them on like display them. I think it'd be fucking hilarious. I'll do it. I don't really hear you. They should probably, yeah, I mean, it's like he's got a cat on his head. These things have produced 4 children.
So yeah, overall this was a very boring podcast. Like Brian Callen even kind of mentioned his surprise at how boring this episode was at the end of the show when she was wrapping it all up.
Yeah. That's pretty much it. I mean, since our Texas episode, I should have got some like Texas grandmas. LA one, and that's like one of this.
It's funny because Brian's clearly been on top of the world since Rogan gave him the invite to be his best friend again. So now to be around these toxic, low-energy failures just really shows the contrast between their career trajectories right now. And I honestly think Brian's expecting some sort of fallout between him and these guys, since he just ramped up a brand new solo podcast on his own channel, which actually pulled the same number of views as the average Fighter and the Kid episode. But hey, I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens with Brendan and this whole Texas work. But anyways, guys, that's it for the video. Thanks so much for watching. Make sure to like, subscribe, and comment down below what you think the future holds for Mr. Shah.
Go ahead and you split it into two utensils. It's kosher. Aber hilft the Palgi Mitzvah grow. Beisilo would say, when you intentionally split. In other words, Beisilo say, could be that when Beisilo says that if you split the ear into two utensils, the ear is going to be kosher. That's
Where's our guest an hour late now? I saw this. I had a similar thing. We were doing the other pod, me and Sam, and the producer goes, the guest just said he's going to be, if you mind, he's an hour late. And I go, that's a full pod.
Or for whatever
Give me an hour late. And I go, he said, do you mind? So I was like, tell him we mind. And you asked. And he goes, all right. Okay, he said he can do a half hour late. Is that okay? And I'm like, I guess it's better than an hour, but I'm like, what do you mean, is it okay? You're late.
Most of these cases are really
What's up, like,
Alright, so just a few days ago, Eric Andre appeared as a guest on Mark Norman and Sam Morrill's We Might Be Drunk podcast, and the whole thing was pretty awkward. Like, as you just saw in the opening clip there, Eric Andre appeared about an hour late to the scheduled meeting time for the podcast, and before he showed up, Mark and Sam had their producer text him that they did in fact mind that he was going to be an hour late. So even before Eric came, the energy felt pretty off. And for the portion of the podcast that Andre missed out on, Mark Norman and Sam Morrill were already visibly disappointed with Andre.
Where's our guest an hour late now? That's all impressive. Well, I think he'll have some guilt on the way in, and that'll play us. I would love to go, because it was bad when you fixed the guest. The drink and the ice is melting. Oh, not a great sign. Hey, I feel like you're gonna set up on a date here. What do you drink? I'll be there. Well, yeah, we should do ice cream next time. And when he shows up, it's fun. I go, hey, we're trying to give you ice cream.
Finally, after about 30 minutes of Mark and Sam going back and forth without Eric Andre present for the show, he finally showed up. And it wasn't quite the Eric Andre that Mark Norman was expecting. I think he was anticipating Andre to be the crazy character everyone loved him as on his hit TV show back in the day, the Eric Andre Show. But the Eric Andre they got was like the real-life, chill version of him now, who's in his 40s, doesn't really drink anymore, doesn't even do stand-up comedy anymore, and really just focuses on keeping things like his insomnia under control. And Mark and Sam brought this up to Eric in, might I add, the most awkward way possible.
This is the first drink I've had. How the hell do you know that?
You quit alcohol. What do you still do?
I didn't really kind of booze. I'm trying my old jeans. Yeah. Puffed up. That's the ones that I'm feeling old jeans. All right. Why the hell? I didn't know those. Wranglers. Sweatpants will help. Something sweatpants. Because that fucking. You look fine. I just lost their guts.
Wow, really? Doing the song and dance that Mark Norman was hoping for. I don't know if you guys heard it in the clip, but Mark actually was Andre saying that alcohol puffs his face up, thinking that he was saying that it pumps him up. We're saying, well, we're trying to pump me up, man. I'm trying to
my old jeans. Yeah.
Puffs me up. Mark actually got his issue with this on the other podcast he does with his underling, Joe List, mentioning his appointment with Eric Andre's to flirt their show together.
Had him on the pod. On the pod. And I'm like, Eric Andre, we got broken that, what do you call it, breakaway glasses? We were all prepared. Because we're like, he's a crazy wild guy. Sam hit me with the breakaway glass. He's like, geez, what are you doing? And I'm like, you're the guy. You're Eric Andre. And I was like, you want to drink? You crazy wild dude. He's like, oh, I'm off the drink. If I have one sip of alcohol, I can't sleep at night. He's like, I'm off caffeine. I'm like, what are you crazy? It was like Evil Knievel being in a wheelchair.
It was kind of a bummer.
But even though Eric Andre's crazy side didn't make an appearance on the podcast, I think whatever Mark was doing actually just made it worse, as he seemed to upset Andre with some of the questions at the beginning of the show, because it seemed as if Mark Norman was just bringing up things Eric Andre was known for from over 10 years ago. And on top of that, he got the details of those old events wrong, like when Mark brought up Eric's old jokes with actress Rosario Dawson and IG model Amber Rose, which Eric seemed not too pleased to be revisiting.
With him and his son.
Hell yeah. He was on time for that one. No one is taking Margaret Ecker from the promised land. That's right.
I just rewatched that special. It's great. That's a great fucking special. As of today, we're going tonight. We're still alive, baby.
We're in the nosebleed, but we're going.
Move my shit out of the frame.
You're good. You're good. We'll bring you back to the big app.
I never wanted to be in LA for so long. It was like, it's like the Bermuda Triangle. You can suck back in.
But you got to bang Rosario Dawson, so I would move out there for that.
That was 10 years ago. That was here.
Oh shit,
New York's better, baby. New York.
But Amber Rose,
You want to talk about my love life?
you got a good beat.
Let's fucking put it all out of the way. Oh, you just went right in. You went right into my love life.
We go
Finish it. You married.
Yeah,
Your love life.
Eric also didn't really like the fact that Mark Norman kept bringing up his old jokes that he used to tell on stage when he was still an active stand-up comedian. Because if you're not caught up with the current Eric Andre in 2025, he actually quit stand-up comedy. The last time he performed on stage being in 2020. So for him, it's been over for a while now, and it seems like he would have rather spoken about his current endeavors instead, which is more so in television and podcasting. But being that Mark Norman and Sam Morril make their living from stand-up comedy, of course they're still going to ask him about it, which turned out exactly as you'd expect.
You working? You got a pod?
I guess that's how
Right.
played at the Factory in Ladder, Mississippi. That's a good one. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do a stand-up anymore. I haven't done a stand-up since 2020, like right before COVID. I like filmed my Netflix special. Like, edited it. February 2020, delivered it, and then COVID hit, and then we were like, we'll do stand-up on Zoom. I was like, I think the special on Zoom, I keep it clean. I only think clean material. Since the beginning.
I know you like making it or the Anthony Bourdain.
Oh my God, those jokes are from 15 years ago.
Well, you were making
You're
it.
a fucking fuck.
I remember everything.
Now when people remember the really old. No, I haven't heard anything since. That's all it is. I gotta do it. Show me naked. I'm naked. Fucking distracted. We're very distracted.
So yeah, the show was slightly awkward, but since I am personally trying to beat the rape allegations, I'm not going to paint this like Eric hates these two guys, or like there's any underlying beef going on here. I think the hosts of the show were slightly annoyed with Eric Andre, his timeliness, and his slouchy vibe. As professional touring comics would, they made jokes about him being late, which at that point sort of fell flat. And I think Eric Andre was actually somewhat unimpressed with Mark Norman's interview questions, since they were mostly focused on when he peaked in Hollywood. The Eric Andre show, which might I remind you, premiered in May of 2012, an entire 13 years ago.
How about just tell Eric Andre show? The show's wacky, you're falling through a table, you're naked.
Everybody passed. So it wasn't like it wasn't so like
It was. I go with you and say, here's $5.
they were looking for a talk show at the time because they had Space Coast on the air for a while. So
I reached out to
so
you.
it
It
made
looks like there's no
real.
that works.
It's like shitty abandoned.
I love the Lamar. That
Oh, sure, best time.
work.
Yeah.
That doesn't work.
So the entire mixture of attitude, expectation, and timing sort of clashed between the three of these guys, which made for a slightly awkward podcast in some moments of the show.
And towards the end, when they finally brought up a current endeavor Eric Andre is focused on right now, which is his podcast, Bombing with Eric Andre, it almost seemed to be brought up in the conversation too late. And Eric was once again sort of defeated at the notion of having the two of them on as guests.
If you agree, stare at me blankly. Thank you. So good. It was great. Look at him on there one day. Fun. Or we need a lawyer.
That heroes works out when you make it clear for
You got the new pod, Eric Andre.
Yeah, you guys gotta come on. Come on. We shoot up the street.
and the
We have some
domicile
bombing stories here.
Yeah,
on a
think of a better
technical
one.
level.
Come on, buddy. So you talk about your worst bomb.
Yeah, just have guests come on and just say what's the shittiest show you. I guess you don't have to come on.
I have others, trust me.
Yeah, really is.
Don't have money on you.
And potentially more to come.
That's true.
Potentially more to come.
That is true.
Well, you just did the Silly's the only good place to do it.
Those are the good places. Yeah, those good spots.
By far the most awkward moment of the podcast at the very end, which happened when Mark asked Eric advice for writing a movie. And after about an hour of feeling like a lesser stand-up comedian in comparison to the two of these guys, this was finally a field that Eric undeniably had more experience in than Mark and Sam. Since Eric has been in that very industry for the entirety of his career post the Eric Andre show. I mean, he's been a voice actor for a slew of huge box office animated movies, and he's even written some comedy movies. So after hearing that these two wanted some advice, Eric Andre simply tells Mark Normand and Sam Morril to educate themselves before taking on such a huge task, to which Normand and Morril seemed sort of defensive about.
Well, any advice for we're ready? We wrote a movie,
But rather
and I think we're making some headway on.
We got a director.
That's a director right there.
in the same domicile.
I know it's fucking production hell. You gotta just keep pitching it. You gotta go to meetings.
What do you mean his story? He just said Netflix bought it immediately.
Oh yeah, good point. What's the move? Just do it yourself, or
Well, what's the question?
my question is,
My advice is not
we
fucking JJ Abrams.
we've never written a book before, so we're in the dark here.
Well, get yourself, take the screenwriting class.
Well, we finished the script, and
That's not what I'm talking about.
oh, okay.
You don't read the same thing.
Read it.
You can't read all that. You gotta educate yourself. Find a code, find a screenwriting coach that you trust.
Oh, we had a go into other
Yeah, and then the story.
At the end of the day, though, this podcast was less of a train wreck and more of a missed connection. You had two stand-up purists hoping to vibe with the unhinged, shock comedy persona of Eric Andre, and what they got instead was a more grounded, introspective version of the man. And there's nothing inherently wrong with any of that. And with that being said, that's pretty much it for the video, guys. If you made it all this way, make sure to subscribe. And as always, thank you for watching.
That Eric Canteros works out. The following is no specific. Once you use a clean, doesn't mean you can hang it because you use a clean. But remember again, a opinion can be effective.
He is married and he's in
There
love
are sharp
with his
The
babysitter.
aim
By
is
the way,
only listening to
Karen
Canteros.
babysits our baby.
So if you hold that, it will work
For sure.
out.
Double Jilla, that's a dream come true.
Number two, you can't use bread that's worth less than a pizza.
Alright, so we've got a pretty wild timeline of events that just happened between Howie Mandel, comedian Joe List, and Joe List's babysitter slash comic who opens up a book for him, Karen Fian. So basically, Howie Mandel accused Joe List of cheating on his wife with Karen Fian after hearing about the way he talked about her on a podcast Howie did with Joe just a week ago. Then just a few days later, Howie goes on story wars with Joe List and Karen Fian and witnesses firsthand all of his suspicions coming to light. And it's honestly pretty hilarious to see Howie's face in some of the clips from the Story Wars episode, especially after knowing that Howie accused Joe List of cheating on his wife with this very woman just a few days prior.
his own show, which happened after Joe List admitted to knowing about Karen Feehan's OnlyFans account.
Instagram.
Watch her on OnlyFans. You just keep going and going and going.
Not on OnlyFans either, but they're trying to do comedy. My wife has a comedy special on there, and my babysitter / close friend is
Babysitter?
Wait,
Babysitter
your wife and your babysitter on OnlyFans?
close friend is on OnlyFans.
How close are you to the babysitter?
Have you seen her on OnlyFans?
I am aware of it.
Have you seen the babysitter's vagina? I think is what she's asking.
I have not seen her vagina. I've seen her breasts, but not her vagina.
Yeah, if you draw a line, there is a line.
So after Joe List admits to seeing Karen Feehan's boobs, Howie digs a little deeper and finds out that this is also a comedian who opens for Joe List on the road and is also his neighbor.
Maybe he stays away from this babysitter and only her dates.
Go look at it. I've just seen them in a scenario.
What's
So what
the
happens
scenario?
is
I mean, it's a comedy festival. She's a comedian.
they
She gets her breath like a big
Babysitter?
what they want to do.
Is your wife, is your babysitter hot? Is your, and your wife's okay with having a hot
They
babysitter?
now want to
Who's
go
also in
ahead
the same
and
business
do
that
it with second life. So
After learning this
Five
info,
guys
you can see how he genuinely convinced that Joe's messing around with this female comic, since I believe it's not uncommon for slimy comics to use power dynamic with beginner female stand-up comedians in order to get what they want from them.
So your babysitter's a comic, you're a comic, and your wife's a comic. So it's like a pestle kind of image in your house.
It's a big she doesn't live in her house. She lives next to
She makes appearances.
She's
basically
she
is
does
that they made to get them cut and they can transport that era
Does she
to
open
cut and now that same era works for both places. They've already made it right. They can have
she's
and now that allows them to carry the
really putting at the spot here. She's a wonderful lady, a wonderful comedian.
Okay, wow, so the supposed professional comedian who also strangely sounds exactly like Mark Goldman, stutters, and can't even get a word out when pressed about his secret relationship with Karen Feehan. I mean, this guy is about as guilty as it gets, especially after seeing the way they act with each other in that Story Wars episode they did just a few days later. But before we get into that, the last clip I want to play for you guys from this Howie podcast is when Joe List really tries to hammer home that he's very happily married to his wife.
But you're married and you're a babysitter. How would that be? I
Alright, so now that you have a picture of what Howie thinks of Joe List and Karen Feehan, let's fast forward to this Story Wars episode that Howie did with the two of them just a few days later, and I'll let you be the judge on if this is how a happily married man should act around his babysitter, neighbor, and opener. But before I show you this clip, real quick for some context behind the game show that is Story Wars, basically Louis J. Gomez and Big J. Okerson have comedian guests on their show, and they all obviously submit stories from their lives before and before the shows for the comics to guess who submitted the story that was just read out loud. And as you'll see shortly, Joe List just can't get Karen Feehan off his mind.
I don't think so. I don't think it's me.
Karen never spits.
We're united, but I just had an argument about she thinks a blowjob is to fluff.
That's right. Not every blowjob is completion.
A blowjob is to come in the person's mouth. Gender specific.
I
think a blowjob could be a lead in to fucking. It doesn't have to be completion every time. A blowjob to completion is obviously nice.
But if I said to you, I've blown a guy twice the last 2 days, wouldn't you think that I've seen
You told me not to tell anybody that.
Wow, okay, so first of all, why are you having private conversations with your babysitter about getting BJs to completion? And did you see Howie's face here? I mean, Howie just can't believe what he's hearing.
I'm confused. So you're saying that Karen blew a guy and spit his cum on her room windshield?
No. The comments, this is a side topic.
You were arguing about it on the way home.
We were talking about it.
Yeah, I said me with a mouth like and then I spit on my own windshield.
I'm
convinced it's Derek.
I think this.
Mind you, Joe List is the only person on stage during this entire show that actually makes sexual jokes at Karen, and not even in a funny way. I mean, it's actually pretty desperate and cringe coming from Joe List.
Yeah, just so you know, 3 stories in a row. So really,
So, did you see the way how he rolled his eyebrows here? I mean, it's just insane the way Joe's acting after how he played with the idea that it was cheating on his wife. This very comic a few days earlier, but I think Callie was mostly joking in that podcast, but then actually witness it in real life. I mean, look at him. He's disgusted with Joe List here, and poor Joe List's wife. I mean, does she ever do these types of things? Or Joe List is just so rich and successful that she turns a blind eye at cheating like Delia's wife or Joe's wife. But whatever it is, it just puts a grip in my core. But anyways, after delivering that bomb of a joke about Karen dreaming about 2 Joe Lists, he goes on to continue bombing while trying to make more sexual jokes about Karen Feehan.
My mom always carried her like a taser, just like give him a little.
he's like, what do I want for an appetizer? I'm gonna go talk to that swallow outside. Wow. Swallows in front of her face. Guys, my grocery line was really big.
That was good. And in the lead with 6 points, Karen
She's ever been a 6. She's an 8. I don't like the game.
I mean, it got so cringe to the point where even one of the hosts of the show picks up on this weird chemistry Joe List has with Karen. Like, he picks up on it in the clip you just saw, and then he goes on to mention the two again after Karen writes Joe's name on her board. With Big J. Okerson calling Joe List out after he noticed how Joe List blushed like a little boy.
I don't like, I think it's Joe. Joe, like, drops drinks on strangers.
Joe's face got so boyish and impish when you said that. I met Joe and he went, dare you? I know. Drop drinks on people. What do you think?
He texted me last week. He was on a flight and he dropped his whole green tea on the girl next to him.
I did do that.
He's like, I'm panicking. What do I do?
I didn't say I was panicking.
It's like 3 paragraphs.
So you started pointing the stuff in the airplane scene. I was sitting next to a hot place near LA, and she was really hot. So it was like a hot cool.
Yeah, even harder when you dump your hot tea all over. Stupid.
She was steaming. And did you see how his face looking at Joe here? I mean, how he's convinced now that Joe's just a downright scumbag at this point. Like, you're sitting next to a hot, cool lady on the plane that makes you nervous, and then you're texting Karen Feehan about said hot lady and how she's making you pee your pants. Just downright shitbaggery from Joe List here. And it doesn't stop there. Joe List goes on to make sexual suggestions about Karen, with the next one being about how she likes salty things in her mouth.
Can we get some popcorn? Karen wanted popcorn. Some of that popcorn that's going around. Karen was asking for it. She said, I need something salty in my mouth.
There's this golden shot that happens occasionally throughout the show that shows the comedians at a souped-out angle. And as you can see here, Joe's just having the time of his life, sharing popcorn with his younger female comedian, even going as far as to lean over very close to her and whisper something, to which Howie catches out of the corner of his eye and steers Joe List down for him. At this point, Howie's completely convinced that Joe's up to no good. And also, why are they sitting so close to each other? I mean, their elbows are touching here. And you know what? I'm not even going to blame Karen Feehan for weaseling her way into Joe's marriage in order to boost her stand-up comedy career. Like, sure, it's slimy and snake-like, but I mean, if it's not her, then there are hundreds of other female comedians standing in line waiting to do the same. For me personally, this all falls on Joe List, who clearly doesn't have the self-control to be able to stay into his wife when challenged with a flipping woman. So yeah, maybe how he was joking at first, but once you see Joe List in action, it's kind of hard not to wonder if there's anything going on behind the scenes. And this is how Joe acts with cameras rolling. I can only imagine what goes on when they're not. The whole thing is just off. But anyways, that's pretty much it for the video, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Remember to like, subscribe, and comment down below what you think of Joe List, his babysitter, Karen, and the legend of Howie Mandel.
However, resuscitate Karo, but if you say, my mom can choose to see a trunk of the tree, then my husband will go back to Karo Pine Harbor. Karo Bad Base of Pine Harbor. Nimsa Mahalik Mishaka Sheikha. Us unlawful comments. So if a person has unlawful comments, if however a person says, you know what, my unlawful teacher should be underneath the trunk of the tree, or my unlawful teacher should be, by the right side of the fence. Specifies area, you can enough to navigate that way.
Alright, so we've got a shocking development coming fresh out of the fryers of the fighter in the kids subreddit this morning, as someone actually found some real-life game footage of Coach Brendan Schaub getting ejected from one of his son's Little League baseball games in what I just had a very dramatic and satisfying way. The umpire very passionately ejects him from the game here in front of a huge crowd, it sounds like. He just rolls his whole body into that ejection call. So it's like he's been waiting to do that for the past 6 months or so. So let me just break this down for you play by play, because this might be the most sad clip to watch, especially after Schaub's been bragging on his podcast about how dog he is at his son's baseball games, fat shaming other 9-year-olds, and just overall being a very shady guy, as usual. I know this fat kid, slow fat kid, did not view this, but I'll touch on that later. Former UFC fighter Ian Brendan Schaub cracked down at first base, being way too emotionally invested in a literal children's baseball game. And this man looks like he's coaching Game 7 of the World Series. So this all starts when one of the kids on his team strikes out. And I'm going to go on a limb here and assume that Brendan opens his mouth, says something slick to the ump, and the ump fires back with a warning.
You get the point of and this is that.
So the ump says, hey, that's a warning, coach. That's a warning. Tremaine is like going way too far as a parent in a 10U Little League game. Let these players still bring juice boxes, fruit snacks to the dugout. So usually for a normal, level-headed parent, that'd be enough. Like you take your little slap on the wrist, you shut up, and you let the kids play ball. But this is the Brendan Schaub we're talking about here. The same guy who once admitted on air to calling kids fat during the games. So as I'll say shortly, the very next play he actually gets ejected for talking even more shit. And it all starts with Levin walking up to the home plate. I'm just gonna go on a limb here, is that this is Brendan Schaub's son. Since with a quick Instagram search, we can see that Brendan posted a home run that his son hit just about a week ago, wherein the son is wearing the number 11 jersey. So right off the bat, we know that B. Schaub's gonna be a little more fired up with this kid than usual. So the actual ejection happened as LT Gray was running into home base to score a run for his team, and as he slides in, the ump calls him out, which obviously sends Brendan through the roof. So the ump calls the kid out, and then Brendan has an issue with it, says it's a garbage call. Then, without hesitation, ejects him from the game. And the funniest part is watching Lee second from Brendan. It takes a good 10 seconds to register in his brain that this ump just ejected the shit out of him. So as you can see, he turns to the base umpire and is like, did I really just get ejected, bro? This is really the best part, in my opinion, because Brendan then stops over to the umpire and exchanges some words with him really closely. You can actually hear Brendan curl the umpire out. So if you listen closely, he's like, I got ejected for saying that Cole was garbage, even after getting a warning right before. How could you? And the ref's already clearly made his mind up. And honestly, at this point, he's probably scared for his life. Like on a side note, this is actually a great example of just how big the guys are in the heavyweight division of the UFC. Brendan looks like an absolute monster compared to this ref here. And if you listen closely as Brendan's walking away, he actually says something like, get the fuck out of here, or something along those lines. Which like everyone in attendance probably heard. And even hear one of the mothers in the stands go, whoa. So yeah, this is going to be one of the most satisfying clips that surfaced of Brendan Schaub recently, because it's crystal clear evidence of Brendan Schaub being a douchebag in real life. Like, I don't think we've ever seen anything else like it before. And the irony of it is absolutely amazing, since just a few days ago, he was on the Golden Hour podcast with Eric Griffin and Chris D'Elia, talking about how he hates it when baseball dads get too fired up in games.
And then the ref wanted to fight. You know, I was like, this is crazy. I remember coming back. Our had to call a timeout. It was like, everyone needs to chill. This is rap. Everyone chill. Yeah. You're not helping the kids out. I'll call the dads out. They're like, just when that kid yelled at his son who's on our team, throw the ball harder. I'm like, but he's not trying to throw harder. Right. Put more stress on him. Like, let those things. And then what did the guy say? He said, you're right, man. So a little bit of projection here coming from Schaub. He was basically just describing himself here. And hilariously enough, I don't think this is a rare occurrence for Brendan. Like, I truly believe that he regularly gets ejected from his son's Little League games, since he's admitted in the past to swearing at them up during the game. Like the rest of the parents right behind the bat box there, because I yell and I get pretty passionate about the game. Yell out with just words, super embarrassing. I'm so embarrassed. It was the F word. I know. You know, the was really dumb. Balls are way on the hand. It was driving me nuts. And there's one ball I just went. And as I touched a video about Schaub, the beast of the baseball dad, Brendan's also bragged about teaching his son how to fat shame his opponents. And he pretty much just outs himself as the worst Little League parent of all time. So let's just go ahead and relive that moment to really let this injection sink in here. And that's also why his attitude's out. Part of it's on me. I mean, this fat kid, slow fat kid gets it off you. This isn't for you. That's stupid. What? It's more time of.
She says,
That's why it's that. That's why it's that one. You know, if she got me reference. Off the field, very nice.
However,
Then I get to hear it. Of course, but team knows. He's a big, chunky, slow kid. And he gets ahead of him. Oh, of course, he got to do his big chunk. His pass makes him a little slower, so it's really slowed down the pipe. Light his I didn't also from sides. Go light his ass up. Teach him to. You'll see that from him.
When a woman,
baseball's no joke, huh? Light his ass up, man. Oh, yeah, I get pretty hardcore.
So in the end, this is confirmation that Brendan is exactly who he tells us is. A man so desperate for approval and validation that he's now picking fights with umpires half his size at games meant for kids who still need help tying their cleats. And honestly, I hope this isn't the last time we get footage like this, because if Brendan's going to keep acting like this in public, do is sit back, grab some popcorn, and enjoy the show. Also, on a side note, whoever's getting the clips for these games, props to them. Also, it's just a little bit creepy to watch these, like, 10-year-olds play baseball constantly and not even complaining. I mean, someone's going to do it, you know? So, yeah, that's pretty much it for the video, guys. Thank you for watching. Make sure to like, subscribe, comment down below what you think of Brendan as a baseball dad.
Something will satisfy her. The rational wants to without the false satisfy her. So who do you cast? Like Cabernet? I look into my future. What plasma is the line? Plastic is a fascist. It was whenever we use the doubt.
Ian's really, you know, they'll just talk on a podcast or they'll pretend like, you know, me and Rogan and everybody in Austin's a bunch of Nazis and all. And you agree with everything they say, or you're not part of the club, and all this. Trump isn't that crazy. I mean, he did win the popular vote.
It doesn't mean it's so crazy. Just that those two things are not. Okay.
Alright, so for those of you who know by now, Tony Hinchcliffe just appeared on the latest episode of Bill Maher's podcast, Bob Random, and right away you can tell Tony came in with only one goal, to impress Maher, but the interview quickly off the rails as Bill Maher realized that Tony's a hardcore Trump supporter.
You should tell me, I'm curious. Your reputation now is as a right-winger because you did the Trump rally and told them Puerto Rico is a great joke.
When I got there, I go, when am I going up in this thing? And they go, you're up first. Can you imagine?
You open for the Trump rally.
I went up after the goddamn national anthem.
But did you do it because you're a supporter of Trump or just because it's an opportunity and a paycheck? Was it a paycheck?
No, it wasn't a paycheck. I did it literally to hopefully, get some, hopefully, if only 10,000, not to mention 100,000, maybe 200 if we're lucky, actual people to vote for him.
Oh, so you did want people to vote for Trump?
Yes, not a doubt. I think it's a weird rap in this world. And,
We're going to have to break off on that point. One thing I tell everybody, it's okay that we disagree on that. I didn't really know at this moment that I thought maybe you just were doing it for again because you believe in free speech, but you're not really a Trumper.
So upon realizing that Bill Maher isn't exactly vibing with his political worldview, and maybe even looking down on him for it, Tony Hinchcliffe suddenly goes into full-blown damage control mode. In Tony's case, that means pulling out the wildest, most revisionist spin you can imagine, because with a straight face, Tony tries to argue that he, Joe Rogan, and even Elon Musk are not far-right figures, which Bill Maher immediately shuts down.
And this is the thing, because I would argue that we're more center than left and right. I think you'd probably be shocked to know how, at least from my perception, centrist we are. I've been watching you for my whole life. By the way, my mom always made sure we had HBO, even though I was raised poor, so I kind of get you, and it's crazy that I'm considered a right-winger, or the Rogan is, or the Elon is. And
well, anybody, I'm sorry, but anybody who is a Trumper, it's just it's a different mindset that you'd have to be extremely different to get me over there. And he knows that. I mean, a lot of this stuff is just way too insane and too far out.
So as you just saw here, Bill Maher did not let that nonsense go unchecked. And that's where the tone of the whole conversation changes. Because you see, Tony thought Barr was going to embrace him. He thought they were going to fist bump over hating cancel culture and right off into the sunset as anti-truth tellers. But instead, Barr drew a line with Tony, basically saying, you can be a Trump guy, that's fine. But say here and act like that isn't what you are.
Okay.
I know being a Trumper isn't, what you're calling a Trumper isn't that crazy. I mean, he did win the popular vote.
That doesn't mean it's not crazy. Those two things are not. That's fine. You've been talking to me for what, an hour and a half? Do I seem like a guy who hates you because you're
No, and I'm the same way. That's why I think you're, believe it or not, a centrist. I think you are. Yeah. And I am too, believe it or not.
Well, I'm center left. To me, a Trumper is far right. There are old school Republicans. They are hiding right now, but they do exist. That's center right. Trump is different.
This is where it kind of sad, because you can actually see Tony start to swerve, because he realized that Barr's not buying it. Now he's desperate to find his way back into the man's approval. So Tony doubles down, saying he, Rogan, Elon, and Trump are all centrists, as if repeating it enough times will make it true. But Barr, again, is not biting.
Since I moved to Texas,
You're not in LA. You're in LA. So
Sometimes. But what I've learned is that, especially after the rally election debacle and everything, is that the farther left, even though they don't make it their identity or maybe talk about it on stage or whatever, the farther left people, comedians, really, they'll just talk shit on a podcast or they'll pretend like, me and Rogan and everybody in Austin's a bunch of Z's and all. You just have to agree with everything they say or you're not part of the club and all this crap. Meanwhile, again, it's like we're all pot-smoking, pro-choice. If you're going to call us far-right crazy people, you have to realize we're all formerly registered Democrat voters. And so is Rogan, and so is Elon, and so is Trump. All these people are famously, but that's Democrats.
Okay, but that's not where we are right now. They're not Democrats now. And I understand why the party gives them the heebie-jeebies. That's different than being all in on Trump, which they are.
Then Bill goes on to clown Tony a little. He points out that he actually got a sit-down dinner with Trump. Tony, the guy who opened for Trump at a rally, didn't even get a handshake.
When I was going in to do that rally, the goal, it wasn't just to swing a few, 1,000 votes, hopefully, of whoever listens to my podcast or whoever liked my silly performance on the Tom Brady roast or whatever. It was also to fucking have the president go, that was cool. Thanks, man. That's awesome. I liked your set. You got the crowd going. Which, by the way, I did. Of course, that room isn't mic'd for the comedy show. No, he didn't. I didn't get to talk to him.
Tony, you must feel so bad about that. You go, and you're for him, and you're good for him, and you like him, and me, but good for him for 10 years, and I get the invite.
Isn't it wild?
Instead of him throwing right the court, Tony probably thought that Trump rally was his moment. He was going to roast the libs, get with the crowd, and be welcomed into Mar-a-Lago with open arms. But according to Orr, Trump didn't even notice him. And to my delight, the archivist doesn't stop there. Later in the conversation, Orr casually asks Tony if he watched his latest comedy special. And Tony straight up says no.
But man, it was a game changer for me. The comedy specials absolutely 100% contributed.
Casino last one? Oh, I'm not telling yours to you what
Okay, deal.
Then Tony immediately tries to recover by saying that Orr's been his hero since he was a kid, that he learned his politics from him, and that everything he pays stems from watching him on TV.
Why didn't you watch last one?
I don't watch anybody's specials. I like seeing them live. I see the people live where I really like waiting for it. Positive. I'm not kissing your ass. I've been a fan forever. I mean, all my initial politics and everything of anything about politics was through you.
So just to recap here, Tony walks into Orr's podcast as a proud Trump guy, gets embarrassed for being a Trump guy, then pleads with Orr that he only became a Trump guy because of Bill Maher. I mean, that's got to be one of the weakest Uno reverse cards in podcast history. And at this point, Orr just flatly tells him, look, it doesn't matter if you're a Trumper or not, I'll still have you on my show, but stop trying to pretend you're something that you're not.
I want to pat myself on the back and say, no one else could do this. But I do want to ask the question, why can't anyone else do this? I just don't see that many people say that many people. I'm just talking to somebody else who yes, maybe a Trumper, and just not seeing them as this monster being talked to. I mean, I'm not going to convince you, and you're not going to convince me. And we just accept that.
Honestly, that one kind of sums up the entire exchange, because what makes this thing so painfully funny is that Tony isn't actually trying to argue his way out of being a Trump supporter. He's just trying to rebrand it. He's trying to soften the edges so he can still hang out with centrist comedians he grew up admiring, guys like Bill Maher. So yeah, well, this was probably the only interesting part of the whole podcast. It was just Bill Maher talking about himself in a dimly lit man cave. Tony laughed a little too hard at his jokes and tried not to cry.
Well, I'm getting great advice last time. Complaining about shitty crowd work. And
great comedian.
So I'm gonna give an
That's why they're here.
Pick his Dandenstein.
Because they're
Another
not
example.
movable.
Let's say a person did
They
bloodletting.
came here for
Right?
the
A person
medicine of
did
laughter.
blood. Right? Did bloodletting. Did his
Do
time.
you remember
And
who told you that?
very
Yeah, I didn't want to say because it sounds like name dropping. Okay. Who was it?
He makes from the
Never had
bottom,
one.
even if it's from the middle of the sun. Because he sees where his license to make a fire. He warns someone who is ill and chilled, dropped out, and that's only by
Tony
like
realized
by
in
a
real
fire,
time that
or
the
also
movement as the drug comic was honestly fascinating. He tried so hard to pivot, reframe, and finesse his way back into being viewed as this edgy, centrist rebel, but the label was already stuck. But with that being said, guys, that's pretty much it for the video. Thanks for watching. Let me know down in the comments what you thought of the podcast.
He thinks shall his house, shall all of those things. So apparently, Shmuel once gave blood, once did bloodletting, and as a
Brendan Schaub is a horrible person, not only because he frequently lies or bullies his friends or scams his audience. Brendan Schaub is a despicable human being because of the way he conducts himself at his 9-year-old son's baseball games.
I went to the mound the other day. He's like, you have 2 hits. Big fat kid, they're slow. I'm like, buddy, if this kid gets a hit off you, we're not pitching it.
I would so
That's where I'm at.
you were ill.
And that's also why his attitude's that way. Part of it is on me. I go, this fat kid, slow fat kid gets hit off you, this isn't for you. That's but me, it's sports. Tighten the fuck up. That's why I'm his dad. That's why he's around there, you know. That is, you gotta be ruthless. Off the field, you're very nice to the kid. Then I get to the hair, and of course, team knows.
So not only is Dad of the Year over here teaching his son to fat shame his opponents at the ripe age of 9 years old, but on top of that, if the fat kid ever does hit a run off of his son, then unfortunately, the son's gonna have to find a new sport. I just can't wait for the day Brendan finds out that the fat kids in the Little League are some of the only ones who can absolutely skyrocket the ball out of the park.
If he's a big, chunky, slow kid, and he gets a hit off you, oh, in other words, we got work to do. He's big, chunky, he's fast, he's gonna be a little slower, so what's he gonna do? Slow down. Oh, light his light. Also from the side, it's gonna light his ass up. You'll say that from the... Oh, yeah. Oh, baseball's no joke, huh? Light his ass up. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
More legitimate feeling.
You're kind of baseball. Oh, I want the psychos, though. I just tell Tina to make all seconds.
So it seems that Brendan Schaub has some underlying resentment towards fat people. Perhaps it stems from when he was knocked out on live TV by a fat guy by the name of Roy Nelson at the beginning of his UFC career. Or maybe it's from when he challenged his fat friend and employee at the time, Chappelle Lacey, to a race not too long ago. Lost the race, then pretended to tear both his hamstrings in order to save face. With the cherry on top being that Chappelle Lacey went on to become an extremely successful comedian. Whatever the case may be, at the end of the day, Brendan Schaub is transferring his toxic mentality to his son.
That's what I explained to Tina. More practice week, but we still have to hit outside that with money. The games of practice are the bare minimum. Everyone's doing practicing games. It's the bare minimum. So whatever, let's say there's 10 million kids playing baseball. All of them are going to practice playing games. If you want to get to where you want to go, we're going to have to do way more than this. Yeah. You're not even remotely close. Right. Practice. Talk about practice. Practice. Yeah.
And just in case you need some context as to why Brendan Schaub is now an insane Little League parent, basically, after a lifetime of failing at everything he's tried in life, Brendan Schaub now lives vicariously through his 9-year-old son and apparently thinks is the next up-and-coming MLB superstar, the Daniel Puig, if you will. And after quitting comedy a year ago, his son's baseball career has absolutely consumed him.
Last summer, he didn't touch a baseball. He's never played baseball. He's never played baseball. He's never touched a freaking baseball bat. He goes, Dad, I want to play baseball. I want to make the team. So I look it up. I see tryouts. I go, bud, tryouts is 2 away. And these kids are probably pretty good. And he goes, okay, can you help me? I can help you. So remember, I canceled my Europe tour. I canceled everything. I go, but here's the thing. I'm down to do this if you commit for the summer. Your buddies are doing summer camps. We go to the ocean. Then we go on vacations. But if you want to play baseball, we're not doing anything. So what we're going to do, you and I are going to train 5 days a week. And you and I are going to work, dude. We're running sprints. You're going to early. You're going to eat right. We're going to get after it. I want you to out-hustle all these kids. I don't care if you can go 5 for 5 with a bad attitude and you don't outwork everybody. Then I'm upset.
So Brendan basically told this kid that he canceled his entire European tour and basically quit stand-up comedy in order to help him play baseball. So now the kid's under this immense amount of pressure to not only succeed, but to be a quote-unquote outlier. And when the child's doing well, Brendan's a happy, chill guy.
When Tiger has a good game like dominates, well, right? And you see, nothing is better. There's nothing else I'd rather do. There's nothing. There's absolutely nothing. Like when he's playing well on out, that's all I need, man.
But when he doesn't play well or ball out as expected, then Brendan will come stomping out to the pitcher mound in the middle of the game to tell him that if this fat kid has a hit off you, then you rethink the whole baseball thing, kid. We all knew this was a bad guy, but I don't think anyone thought that it was on this level. It only makes you wonder what the other parents think of this uncle would. He's probably shouting at his kid behind the fences like UFC coaches would in a fight. And the worst part is that he's proud of this behavior. As he'll see shortly, and takes pride in having to stand far away from the other parents since he can't stop himself from cussing out the umpire.
Made a royal mistake, all the baseball dads and all this. So I can't sit with my doors to the parents right behind the batter's box there because I yell and I get pretty passionate about the game. So I always just chill over in left field where nobody can hear me. So also I don't sit there just because I yell or whatever. I get excited. I don't want Tiger to see me put more pressure on. Like there's enough going on with it. So I always like to get out of the shot. And then we were playing out of field where that was an option, so I had to sit there, chill out, yell out a cuss word. Super embarrassing. I was so embarrassed. Apologize to the other dads and apologize to it was the F word. I know. I can't help it. The ref was sort of like, goals are real, they drove me nuts, and then there's one guy. And then my wife was like, oh my God, I was like, that's why I can't be around these parts. Like, that's why you should like go over there. And I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to do something. I'm like behind the fence now, staring like this, like that neighbor from home made a mistake. There's my son, and me too. I apologize to him. He got over it, the next time it was that bad. So I told him, I said, I'm proud of you today. I go, I know I didn't help out. That had stressed your life. You were able to put that to the side and hit up freaking
Brendan Schaub is a guy who turned quitting comedy into a publicity stunt. Willing to channel all that misplaced energy into screaming at Little League umpires and publicly humiliating his son. Let's not forget, he broadcasts this behavior like it's a badge of honor. In his mind, this is bad behavior, but in reality, it's just pathetic. At the end of the day, Brendan's not just a terrible comedian or a grifter in podcast form. He's also a grown man projecting his own failures onto a child while proudly alienating everyone around him in the process. And if that doesn't make him a horrible person, I don't know what does. Thank you for watching. If you made it this far, be sure to like, subscribe, and comment down below what you think about Brendan Schaub's Little League behavior.
And if you like to know that there's not one fact you get to love you, this is the first thing I think of prepares a whole sumptuous this thing will be really tight enough to go ahead and eat in the aftermath of blood letting. Apparently, listen, the way it works is otherwise, I guess doctor is not most concerned that her husband will save your life. Bloodletting, your parents give it next to your bloodletting. It's just very important.
Sorry.
Therefore, go ahead and tell them that's not the
Nice to hear that. Nice to hear. I mean, that's not news to anyone, right? Not to, don't say that in the room of the mothership. They'll stab you.
Alright, so on the latest episode of the We Might Be podcast, Tim Dillon explained why he never moved to Austin like everyone else did when Joe Rogan opened up the mothership. And overall, it seems like he's not really on board with that whole place becoming the new hub of comedy. And as you'll hear shortly, Tim has some pretty valid reasons for never moving there. The first one being that the city of Austin itself is simply a bad place to live. I think that moving to Texas is
Really? I you putting your foot down was a big part of that problem.
Maybe I just the city of Austin, Texas is dangerous. The homeless there are more aggressive than I've ever seen. This podcast, I feel like do look like Framline. It's not good. Like as Metropolis, it's pretty small. It's small. It's brown. There's no grass. It's not green. It turns brown. From 4 to 10 years over 100 degrees. The lake is colored and there are radiant amoebas that can swim up your nose and kill you within 48 hours. It's rare, but it happens. Wow. Stage where you get in the lake and go, wow, he's the brain. So yeah, Tim Dillon's not really buying into Austin being the new place to be if you're a comedian, which is honestly pretty refreshing to hear from a guy who lingers in that Rogan sphere. Because usually a lot of these guys just blindly kiss the ring of Joe Rogan in order to stay on his good side. But Tim Dillon is a true comedian, so no matter how many millions of dollars Joe Rogan pours into that bit, Tim Dillon just refuses to believe that it'll ever be any better than New York or even LA for that matter. So let's be very honest about suburbs are nice, the people are cool. I love Texas, I love Dallas, I like Houston, I like City better. Like, the actually Austin is 4 blocks. One of them is just 20-person brawls and melees. Then they're broken up by horses. So I don't even know what we're talking about. I come to visit. Yeah.
Pop in for the weekend, pop out. Yeah, I agree.
Tim even got Mark Norman to see through the Austin facade here, which is actually pretty funny because Mark appeared in that trailer for the new documentary coming out on the Austin comedy scene titled Nighthawks, The Rise of Austin Comedy, which might I just add is extremely cringe. The amount of self-glazing that these guys do is just absurd, and Mark mentions this in the podcast, saying that if you have to advertise a city as the next big thing, it's probably not that.
But also, all the towns you go to, they have to tell you how great it is, which is like a person who posted their wedding photo every day. You're like, you guys are gonna break up.
I think New York, everyone shits on it. New York's actually
Yes.
people love it, but you have no idea.
Right.
You have no idea what it's like. I'll tell you what. And we all because we love it. Because we love it.
Exactly.
Your wife said, "Oh, you're gonna leave her?" Of course not.
Exactly. I love horse.
Right. That's
You don't have to blow New York every day because it's already great.
another great point that Tim brings up is that Austin attracts both extreme sides of the political spectrum. On the hand, you have the very liberal people who had already lived there before the great Joe Rogan migration. And on the other hand, you have all the black rifle coffee dads who've made trucks, cigars, and guns their entire personality. So as a result, you have the city in the middle. Right and who's to the left. Like everyone's either like a Proud Boys and ready to get them roll, or it's like a non-binary blue-haired dreadlock rambling.
They push each other hard to further.
Like, what is he? Is there any normal humans or a person? People are like college kids or dorks.
That's a good point.
Yeah, no, I think they push each other so much that they end up like circling around and becoming the same thing.
Tim, Mark, and Sam Rill then go on to all agree that New York and LA are far superior for comedy than Austin will ever be, which is pretty interesting because most comics in this Rogan sphere will usually shit on LA, since Joe Rogan is desperately trying to sway the public into believing that it's on the verge of collapse for some reason.
You left.
Tom left. And not like you're left forever. It's not like you're like, oh, right. But it's not like you're like cannot go back to there to visit. Really?
I despise the government there. I despise it. I despise their smugness, the way they feel it's okay to close down restaurants and businesses, the way they feel it's okay to just tell people you have no choice.
But even though Los Angeles has its drawbacks, Tim, Mark, and Sam still enjoy it in Austin, which, coming from three New Yorkers, is pretty insane to hear. You probably wouldn't be hearing this from them if Joe Rogan had never started the movement of LA being the worst city to ever exist.
Yeah, it's just how weird. Well, problem with New York and LA, they're so different. Like, New York is like a family that's constantly yelling at each other, like, shut the fuck up! You're like, Jesus Christ, my family's dysfunctional. Then you go to LA and no one talks. That's like a family that never speaks. And you're like, so which one is better? That's why it's good. You do both. Yeah, you go back and forth. And there's a community. I think there's more community in the comedy in New York.
Care about this one. I'm not
That's
going
what
to
also
go
like.
ahead
There's young comics. There's older comics. In LA, it's very, which I kind of like about LA a little bit. Is like it's just very. You go, you do your work, and you leave. There's something nice about it. That's true. New York, as you get older, they're hanging out. Yes. You don't have to hang out. You don't have to go when you can.
And then Tim goes on to list, in my opinion, his most valid reason for why Austin will never be the new LA, as Rogan says, and that's simply because Austin will never reach the insane amount of wealth that California has. And basically, enormous tech companies with trillions of dollars in California always keep Los Angeles afloat. As you'll see shortly here, Tim kind of points out that every time Joe Rogan said LA was on the brink of disaster, nothing ever really happened. I'll just say this, every time something happens, people go, this is the thing, right? And it's never really. So I don't know if the reason LA is able to run is because you have like this economy going to California that's like $8 trillion. So big tech companies, and they kind of run it off that, like the way that California is able to run. They run it off this really consolidated, huge bundle of money. Or if they leave Northern California, they got to rip it out of Stanford. That's one of the reasons Austin can't rip it out of Rice University. You do it a little bit in Stanford. And here's the thing, it's like people talk about, is this thing going to be in Hollywood? You know, Hollywood's dead forever. Right. Hollywood, you can't just make a thing what you want it to be in a week. You can't just now, I have this in Wall Street. You can't do that. No. You know what I mean? It just doesn't work like that. Areas of culture to develop for very long periods of time. Yeah. Everything's developed in a certain way. Where you go, oh, we'll just roll the tech thing somewhere else. You go, yeah, but the literal Ivy League school that has the biggest, all of these tech guys are coming out of is Stanford. Right. So you can't, that's one of the reasons that Stanford, and the Bay Area is the Bay Area, right? Like, it's not just an accident. So I think that, like, that's the difficulty now.
Yeah, completely agree. You can't take Hollywood and go, it's going to be in Houston now.
So, according to Tim Dillon, unless Austin somehow stumbles upon $1 trillion industry worthy of passing California's GDP, it just won't become this huge capital of comedy like Tony Hinchcliffe and Joe Rogan make it out to be. Being that California alone has the fourth largest GDP in the world, maybe behind Germany, China, and the United States itself, then I don't think LA is really going into the dark days like Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen claim it to be. And the reason I bring up Dumb and Dumber is because they're the latest guys in that Rogan sphere that are making their move out to Austin. When you take Tim Dillon's point of view into perspective, it really makes the move seem even worse than it already was. I mean, sure, it makes sense for Brian Callen to move there since he at least has some smidgen of comedic value. I mean, Joe Rogan's pretty much promised him a regular spot at the mothership. Honestly, he probably bought him a mansion at this point, which they probably gave the DL since they don't want Schaub to get all butthurt about it. But for Schaub, man, I think he's just in for a rude awakening. The only thing he's got left to cling on to is this right-wing trucker bro grift, who essentially just scams people into buying his merch so they can increase their odds into winning a souped-up truck. He seems to really be leaning into that now. His New York line has symbols in it weirdly similar to some of the symbols used by the German guys during World War II. But that's for an entirely different video. Getting back to the point, it's going to be pretty satisfying to watch the slow burnout of the Austin comedy scene. Like, I think it's already reached its peak. More and more people just see it as the place where unfunny right-wing comedians go to die. And the only thing that the mothership's got going for it right now is that it's home to Kill Tony. And that show is dying out too. Like, after that whole Netflix disaster, people started to wake up to just how shitty that show's gotten.
nowadays. So being that that's the biggest thing the mothership's known for, then I think it's going to reach its end. I think, I hope, it happens very slowly and in the most cringe way possible. But with that being said, that's pretty much it for the video, guys. If you've made it all the way to the end, you might as well hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. And as always, thank you for watching.
After you change your 40, you shouldn't be bloodletting every 30 days. Rather what? Rather, again, ultimately, again, every 60 days. Every 60 days. So
My name is
probably
Tim
not
Kennedy.
my
occupation.
You should do it even less often, once every 30 days. Before 40, once every 30 days. Between 40 and 60, once
The only
every
type of
60
human being
days.
that survives
About
when
60
you survive.
once
If
every
you take a regular person, send them
Worst
off
of the Dharma,
expect them to do some of the things that Tim
Paul,
Kennedy's done, they're not going to come back home.
the right time to that is
With that guy's
Sunday,
experience.
Alright, so the ultimate badass we have over here is a guy named Tim Kennedy. I'm sure most people are somewhat familiar with by now, but if you're not, he's basically this guy who rose to fame after people found out that he was doing tours of Afghanistan while at the same time being a decorated fighter in the UFC. He's pretty much like the dream life of the average JRE listener. I mean, his life was so cool that he even published a book about it, Stars and Stripes, which instantly became a New York Times bestseller. But as you may know by now, this all came crashing down for Tim last December. The soldiers and captains who Tim wrote about in his book called them out for lying about his stories in Scars and Stripes.
If you're going to write this type of book, the amount of lies you're going to have stolen back that you got injured when you didn't. You say you should have Purple Hearts when you don't. Admitting to war crimes that you do is textbook stolen valor.
Long stories in his book. Even the title of his book was stolen from in 1975 by a prisoner of war in Vietnam. So after all that, everyone covered that Tim was just another grifting veteran trying to get a movie made about his life story, which is actually pretty unfortunate since his life story was already extremely impressive as is. But since then, fans have dug up some insane clips of him from when he was doing the press tour for his book, and it turns out that on top of lying in his book and exaggerating his life stories, he's also an overall weird guy. Like, for instance, Tim fantasizes about guys threatening to harm his family just so he can get the green light to go berserk on them.
You know, my grandpa's generation, my uncles all were in Vietnam. My dad stole planefuls of Pablo Escobar. Like, my brother's in the FBI bomb tent. My other brother works for the Department of Energy protecting nuclear stuff. My other brother's a Green Beret. And then I sit down and I look at a restaurant. I'm not angry and I'm not thinking about killing everybody in there, but I'm looking around and like, they're so useless. They're so useless. What are they going to do if I wanted to? What are they going to do? Buy it? But if the people
It's not abnormal to be prepared for such an event. Honestly, it's better to be over-prepared than under-prepared. If that nightmare situation, God forbid, were to ever occur, but Tim just goes over the top with this, so much so that you could probably classify him as a doomsday prepper. We just listen to him describe his everyday carry loadout to Sean Ryan.
we like to do an EDC pocket dog warm-up. Okay. What are you rocking? I'm pretty straightforward. I think people overcomplicate it. It's all like a kiss guy, keep it simple, stupid. And so I have my keys, I have my cell phone. I unfortunately carry two wallets, a work wallet, and then like my regular wallet. Then I have a small fixed blade. Right now it's going to a knife. That's speed goat. And then I carry a SIG. What's understood? I have red dots, and usually they're solid core, copper, and steel rounds that tumble on impact. They do a great job on penetration against soft body armor. I want to have tourniquets that can work for my kids. I want to make sure that I maybe have two sets of car keys, one on my wife, one with me.
At this point, it seems that Tim is just manifesting some kind of misfortune. It's also hilarious how he says he keeps a set of car keys on his wife, instead of saying, my wife also has keys to our car. But anyways, after seeing some of the move on, I decided to do a deep dive on his YouTube channel, and I found this one video of him describing what he takes in the car with him on an ordinary family road trip. And even the guest he has on laughs at him. And mind you, that guest is also a doomsday prepping specialist. And the survival guy here,
Wednesday that does not have the fourth day of the month, right afterwards, doesn't have 4 days of the month.
Tire pressure, we have 17 panel, solar panel, seat blankets, multi-tools, just farm between this, what's up there, and here. I think I have 10 tourniquets.
More esoteric.
I think that's enough.
10 whole tourniquets, just in case there's 10 guys on the side of the road who all have severed arteries at the same time. So yeah, as more clips are being dug up from Tim's past, he's quickly becoming the laughingstock of that whole influencer universe. He just has this over-the-top alpha masculine mentality that's easy to point and laugh at. Like in that Brendan Shaw podcast from before, there's this one point where Tim mentions the various methods he used in the bedroom in order for his wife to birth a baby boy.
No, I mean, I had to get a boy. You have a technique. I don't own the technique. I did research to find out that there are a plethora of techniques. Yeah, position. So male swimmers swim faster but don't last as long. So like ovulation, if you come early in ovulation, like there's more time for the female swimmers to make it up there, which seems pretty understandable. Since most guys, if they were big, would want a baby boy summer of their lives, but as we'll see shortly, Tim just continued straying and it becomes clear that Tim birthed a son, but a spawner. And then like after you hold my naked wife by the hips, like shaking her, you're like, come on, get in there, see I'm not joking, and it worked. Yeah, I got a boy. This guy Bureau, I thought he's a savage. Yeah, he's not. He looks the opening scene in the last 2 weekends. We're talking about lacrosse. He plays lacrosse. He's got stripes on his shoulders. He's got this V on his back already. He has a little hair that goes down his back. He takes off his lacrosse helmet that's like matted and tangled from being already. And he just looks like a savage right out of the last 2 weekends. He plays hockey. He rides motorcycles.
Out loud, but like, it's like the
I make these
I do say it out loud. I look at like the fat dad bods. I look at their kids that are laying on like, you look at my boy. Sure, you can be proud of your offspring, but striations, way taper,
up until the
these
announcement
clips surface, the Tim goes from being a highly respected MMA
Tia la
fighter
alter
and
Mali
war
about
veteran
Bosnia
to the face of war/first responder cringe. This cringe has
after
gone
blood
so
on
bad
only
that it's
beneficial to
prompted
the
more
media.
people who
But if you
fought
drink
war with
later
Tim
on
to
about
come out on
Bosnia
podcasts
that
and
is actually
expose
getting
him.
it.
Take Tim's former boss from Afghanistan, for example, John Shrek McPhee, aka the Sheriff of Baghdad. If you haven't seen him already, he's been going viral lately for making Joe Rogan shit his pants with some of the stories he has from war.
7 Taliban on my neck. You want to see 7 bodies super quick? You know what I'm saying? Bring them boys up here, you know? So I never really understood some of these other stories because I had such a different experience.
Before that,
I can't
or
fathom
after
if
that,
I was with 5, the times I was with 5 guys, you know how many people get out with 3 guys, you know how many people we killed in the Battle of Tora Bora, hundreds. I just don't count on my first day.
Funny enough, the most viral stories he told was about the time when he had to put Tim Kennedy in his place and humble him. Since Tim would apparently go around the base telling everyone that he was capable of their asses.
So, you did have to tell them. Yeah,
for a
I put
great
him down in
fire.
there one day.
100 animals for a head. I had 100
Incessant talking shit about kicking everybody's ass, you know what I mean? And then like one day I was like,
animal lips
you're
for
gonna
a
kick
good
all of our asses.
don't touch it, doesn't
All of our asses.
the country in the lips of the
I
animal.
was like, yo, meet me at the
Are you
fucking
going
dojo at midnight. You know what I mean? And then what he didn't know was, well, he was all, you know, kicking rocks or mad or whatever he was mad at. All the guys are like, yo, I'll be at the dojo. I want a piece of this action. And like, easy to fill the dojo that night. And then I was just like, look, we're going to fight in the order rank. Now, the new guys didn't like it. And I'd say Timmy did well for
2, 3, 4 guys, I'm fucking out. Guys like, wow, this is it. It's got to be on me. And I just made sure in the time I had, I bloodied him up and I made sure he was down. And all I did is I whispered his ear like, hey, we don't have to have this talk again. And I walked out. Me and the guys walked out, left him in there laying on the ground. You know what I mean? But what I tried to teach him was, you can't beat us all. This is a team sport. We're a pack. You know what I mean? This is how we work.
It's pretty satisfying to know that Tim Kennedy was already pulled into oblivion while he was deployed. It's just interesting how it didn't really translate to his life as an ordinary citizen.
You know, in the course, he was probably the baddest dude in the Q course. And then you come to a place where you're now bottom. It's hard for somebody with high confidence to deal with, you know what I mean? I think all that is he felt as a new guy as we were trying to keep him down. What he kind of missed because he really didn't do any army time was, this is just the way it works for sometimes, you know what I mean? You know, like Malice here, no one wanted to keep Timmy down, you know, and then he got so bad at like talking shit and being poopy that like the commanders, the officers are like, get him under control, or we're going to make sure he's out of special forces forever.
Hey, at the end of the day, Tim's not really a bad guy, and he's certainly not as bad as other people have covered on this channel. He really just says and does goofy stuff. And after taking a look at his YouTube channel, it seems that he does more good for the community than bad. But that's pretty much it for the video, guys. Do let me know what you think of Tim Kennedy in the comments down below. As always, thanks for watching.
It was some type of like school that if you go ahead and you
It's like the way we talk to them as comics, you can't make those kind of jokes sometimes with regular people. Like regular people, when we were insulting, you could say like the most heinous joke to Tony Hinchcliffe, and he would fall on the ground laughing.
Yeah, so there seems to be this notion in the Rogan sphere that comedians are the only people on earth who know how to quote-unquote bust each other's balls. Regular civilians like you or I are incapable of grasping such a concept. I wonder if more social
You're friends with him. We're still I think that might be just us. I think guys, regular guys that drink I think this all the time. They don't even think about it. I think someone's gonna jump all over them and lock them.
On a rare occasion, the regular working class civilian will stand up to the comedic assassins and destroy them in their very own profession, resulting in some of the most satisfying moments in comedy. Take, for example, the time when David Lucas got out-roasted by a random girl after he insulted her body for about a minute or so.
Breast cancer titties you got too. That bitch got 2 medium-sized water balloons in her shirt.
These starting to sound like compliments.
I like big titties. Titties will get you no way.
Really, anything you like, because I don't want like a roast beef sandwich. Oh my God, y'all like that bullshit? You got the titties of R. Kelly sex victims, bitch, yours. You got the titties of big titties. You got big titties.
Allowed you to yesterday. He got served up pretty easily here. And in all fairness, he took it pretty well, but at least he didn't get all butthurt about it like some other comics do when regular civilians get under their skin, because a lot of these so-called killers are actually pretty silent. Like, you don't even have to say much to really get to them. And the best example of this that I can think of was a couple years ago when Andrew Schultz's court jester, Kash Singh, got
infuriated by one of the audience members who was seemingly uninterested in Akash's laughter jokes.
And ultimately, again, you weren't Rothschild, one of the Michigan, not a firm like that. You were not Celtic, again, it's on the risk. La Cell, Los Assault, again, it's two entities. So it's a lot of time, you know about this. I already did it to a point where it was a funny stuff. Alright, I did it to a point, it's turned to the other of Rabbi. How about we get by shots? Low Carasa, you're going to put it like that. How should ultimately the first of all is nothing that you anything in the process that something is not done, you see that you the things that are normally done in the post. And if these things so the consequential means you put in those about or nine know that and you're not watching whatever in the scene, you can't turn off to have lots of sense.
Funny how that guy just sitting there doing nothing will probably live in Akash's head for the rest of his life. When the dude's just sitting there chilling just because he's not ROFLing at every one of Akash's bad jokes. Akash felt the need to go off on it for 5 minutes straight.
Just come sit here for 5 minutes. Just look at this guy. Can you see him from here? You want to see this part of his face? You want to see the shitty part right now? You pay for this shit out there.
One of these reads today had it was set.
What I said about being disrespectful.
You can't show nothing about this. Sell it, look,
And the funniest part about this whole thing is that Akash posted this interaction to his own YouTube channel as if he served an upper grand slam to this guy. But in reality, all he did was expose himself.
He deserved it. I don't know if we put this out because it's so mean, but he deserved it. It's fun, to be honest with you. He deserved it. Anyway, done.
After watching this clip again, guys, it sure does seem like Akash has a lot of inner rage built up inside of him. They must suck knowing that all he'll ever be known for is being the guy who laughs like a hyena and everything Andrew Schultz says. But anyways, not all comedians have a short fuse like Akash. Take Brian Callen, for example. Some of Brian's funniest moments are when he gets made fun of on his podcast. And unlike some people, he actually leans into the jokes about him, which makes it that much more enjoyable. Like when Matan Evan roasted him when he was a guest on Matan's show.
So you have matured a little bit since then, I'll give you that.
I think so.
In some ways, you've got older and your face looks older.
Dude,
have you ever made a person laugh before?
Yeah, I'm a comic, dude. I'm really good at stand-up comedy.
There are some topics, though, that Bry is still cautious about, like the whole Fighter and the Kid subreddit and their massive hatred for Brendan Schaub and him. Like, he'd much rather stay away from that. So Matan knew that would be the perfect angle to take with Callen, and sort of ambushed him with the subject.
Oh, what's his name?
Brendan Schaub. Very funny man, cracks me up. Very strong.
You know, you have to say that?
No. Listen, do you listen to Fighter and the Kid?
I hear about it from different sources.
So you're hearing it third party, dude. I need you to get involved in the podcast Fighter and the Kid, and you will see that I'm not just the only genius in that fucking duo. It's Brendan Schaub. I'll tell you this, Schaub. What are you talking about the underground community?
Just a couple 100,000 of us now.
You're part of that community.
I started it,
fucking guy too.
and
You started it?
how, you know what email I used to?
What did you?
You know,
What is it?
But I actually think the best moment from this podcast was when Matan got Brian Callen to admit that Joe Rogan was one of the worst comedians that he knows, which wasn't even what Matan intended. They wanted Brian to say Brendan Schaub. Instead, Brian brought up Joe Rogan.
in your friend group, what do you think are the 5 funniest comedians?
I think Bill Burr. I think Doug Davidoff. I think Steve Byrne cracks me up. I think Andrew Santino is hilarious. Sorry.
Who now the 5 biggest funniest comedians?
Dude, that makes my Matan, do you understand he can make one phone call, he can open his window and whisper, and this whole podcast goes away?
Oh, are we talking about Brendan Schaub or Joe Rogan?
Talk about Joe Rogan.
Oh, I love Joe Rogan.
Also, while we're on the topic of Joe Rogan, I don't think I can make this video without including him, because out of everyone in this circle jerk, he might be the most sensitive when it comes to regular people having a go at him.
as he is the originator of this whole mindset where comedians are far more superior than the regular Joe Schmo. And he's been this way his entire life. Like there's this ancient video of him on YouTube from 2007 where Joe gets into a heated argument with a feminist who even I'll admit is beyond insufferable in this video, but I still applaud her for rage baiting Joe into a full-on mental breakdown. So at first it seemed pretty cordial between the two, but as soon as the feminists started criticizing Joe's stand-up, you could tell that his blood was starting to boil, and he finally reached his breaking point with her when she started to emasculate him in front of everyone at the bar. So Joe just simply couldn't let that go. As you'll see shortly, this little back and forth quickly escalated into Joe Rogan's shouting match, and it got so bad to the point where everyone in the bar went silent just to hear this meltdown.
No, because you try to tell people what to do. Don't tell people what to do. That's not how you communicate with dogs. You don't tell them look in my eyes. You're not your dog. You're lucky. You don't talk to people like that. That's dumb.
Kind of crosses the line here and touches Joe on the face, and that sends him into an absolute rage.
This is my dog. If I walk out of the room, I don't think you're cool. There's nothing but cool. You start trying to tell me what to do. Why? Because you're insecure. You don't pay attention. Immediately come on me. You have to tell me about your act and what you do, what you do, what you do. I'm just talking as a human being. You ever try that? Just talking. Stop telling people what to do. Yeah, I'm saying you need to hear this shit. You're always talking over people. Yeah, you are. That's why you felt insecure around me. You're trying to get me to do what you want me to do. Just look me in the eyes, Joe. Tell them down and down. Don't fuck those girls. I know people like you. This is all dumb. I'm not like that. You're going to trick them. You're not going to trick me. You're not tricking anybody. It's ugly. You're dark and mysterious. I forgot because you're unhappy. You're unhappy. That's what you people. Very dark and mysterious. You don't have to.
People in the comments on this video are actually in support of Joe, but please don't be fooled. Like, I agree that the lady shouldn't have put her hands on his face, but other than that, I think this whole rant by Joe just shows how thin his skin really is. Much like that situation with the car and the audience member. These hacky guys think getting really loud and talking really fast is them owning their intended target, but really it's just a dead giveaway showing that they're really hurt on the inside. But anyways, guys, moving along, I don't think I can end this video without mentioning the time when Sketch went on to Bobby Lee and Andrew Santino's podcast and brutally roasted Bobby Lee, like for just being a streamer who plays video games and streams the Phase House. His timing and delivery here was just amazing.
For a little bit, it would suck. You get your ass kicked all done.
That was a chubby 170. So I'd go out there and wrestle like around 170. They kind of like throw you around.
You know, this guy was an extremely good high school wrestler. So was his brother.
Really?
That's true. Yeah. One weight. No, you guessed the weight. Guess the weight.
I thought sumo was one weight.
Very funny. You know, because I'm being, I was funny.
Asian jokes are lamps. I'm sorry. Don't fight back. Don't fight back. Well, they can't.
And this was around the time when sketch got Twitter, so I just feel like went into this with nothing left to lose.
What do you think I can wrestle?
Wait, you're not?
I can start with 225, 225. Yeah, 225.
Wow, I gotta get out of this epic thing. Yeah, that's a final straw.
No, it's he.
Yeah, dude, that was fucking crazy.
Okay,
You think I came in aggressive? Right? That 280. What the fuck is going on around
You
here?
look like you got soft skin. Come on. In a good way, though.
In a good way, yeah. I took the guns on this guy.
Say, we'll be tip to tip later.
Yeah, you will.
Can we slow down? I'm sweating now. I'm sweating now.
You're drooling.
Yeah, I'm not drooling too.
And then Sketch's final grand slam on Bobby was when they were discussing what would happen if they docked each other.
You mean dog?
Space docking?
Yeah.
Space docking?
Yeah.
Well, it'd be like dead something.
Something like that. Which is
Am I the pinky?
You're really fired.
Oh, yeah. You have a nice penis?
Check out.
Okay. That's fast, dude. This guy's so fast, dude. Check. We love you, dude.
I love you.
See, Bobby Lee is a true comedian. Even though Sketch was throwing insult after insult at Bobby, Bobby recognized that what Sketch was saying was actually hilarious. So he improv with it all the way to the end of the show. And with that being said, that's pretty much it for the video, guys. If you have any other examples of comedians getting rage baited by people, do let me know in the comment section down below, because I thoroughly enjoy making these videos and would be more than happy to make another.
Most people develop. Or the tunnel and hammer should not smell it. Or a carbon in blood was supposed to be placed above the red line, but was placed below the red line. Or
You know what? Here's the thing. I know how I've done. I know. I'm me. I'm the one that knows what I did and what I didn't do. I'm at home with my family. I see the heartbreak on my wife's face that we have to deal with, and then she gets bullied online. I have to deal with that shit.
Cristalia is back and creepier than ever in his latest comedy special, Grow or Die, which comes off in 5 years after he was accused of preying on dozens of women, some of whom are literally underage teenage girls. And if you guys don't remember by now, Cristalia was pretty much the only comedian who was truly canceled during that wave of cancel culture in 2020. Like this man on the brink of breaking into the movie world and actually becoming the action star that he'd always dreamed of. But as soon as the allegation surfaced, the entire entertainment industry dropped him. Even though he denied everything immediately, the damage had already been done. I mean, his dearest comedian friends distanced themselves from him.
How would you feel if the person told me to your door, and then immediately I was just like, all right, good. It's pretty tough.
So just keep all that in mind while we go through this special Grow or Die, because as you'll see shortly, Cristalia has a very twisted and manipulative mind. And for him, this special is nothing but his final chance to tell the world that he's a changed man.
I got canceled. Listen, it wasn't what you read, okay? There's a lot of crazy things out there being said about me that are true, but doesn't mean that I didn't make mistakes, okay? I made mistakes.
And towards the end, he pretty much starts telling jokes and proceeds to trauma dump on the entire crowd in a teary outburst.
It's my fault that my dad is getting older, you know?
But before we get into that, if we're looking at Grow or Die strictly from a comedic perspective, then I think it's safe to say that this is quite possibly his worst special that he's ever released to the public. It's even worse than the special where he talked about dolphins having sex with people with no pain.
Hey, dolphins, people. That's a real thing.
Number two,
That's a real thing that I didn't make up. Dolphins people. Dolphins people.
Most of the jokes in Grow or Die were completely recycled from his first two Netflix specials, Incorrigible and Man on Fire. With the worst one being a bit he did in Man on Fire, where he claimed that little girls are always touching their private parts from the back, which is completely revolting given the context of his allegations.
Dad, excuse me, can I talk to you for a second? Hey, Dad, why do little girls grab their titties from behind like that? That's so weird. No, weird, like I made them do it. That was Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, that made them do that, okay?
That one of his allegations involved luring a girl in high school back to his hotel room, it'd be completely inappropriate for Chris to use this joke again, right? So in Grow or Die, instead of a little girl doing this, it's his son, which is somehow even creepier.
And by the way, this is how he asked me. He walked up to me, and this is how he walked up to me. He walks up to me like this. This is what he did, okay? I know, but he was holding his asshole. So as I walked up to me and holding his asshole, and by the way, super casual about it, which is insane.
So yeah, just based on the special off jokes alone, it was pretty hacky and also pretty disturbing. Like he has this one bit about his son growing up to become a serial killer, and the punchline is kind of like him projecting his deepest feelings about the woman who made allegations against him in the early part of this decade.
I'm gonna watch a 4-part docuseries on my son. I was eating a muffin, and my mom told me that it comes out of my penis. The muffins come out of my penis, and then I took it as gospel, you know, and then I didn't even know that was wrong until I was a teen, and that's when I started killing women because they lie, you know. That's how that happens.
And then there's the repetition. Chris has always been one to lean into absurd repetition for comedic effect, but in this special, it just goes completely off the rails. Like in one bit, he repeats a single word 30, maybe even 50 times in a row, watching someone slowly lose their grip on reality.
I'm like, Mom, we gotta go. And this is what she does. She goes like this, okay, wait, Christopher, wait. Okay, wait, Christopher, wait, Christopher, wait, Christopher, okay, I see. Christopher, wait, Christopher, wait. And by the way, we're still near the couch. Like, we're not even outside. Christopher, wait, Christopher, wait. I'm looking at her and I'm like, hey, what the fuck are we gonna do?
At this point, this is just a mental breakdown, and not a particularly entertaining one. And then things got really creepy because Chris sat down on the sofa. He suddenly became very tense and serious, and he proceeded to break down in tears, talking about his journey through therapy and how his choices affected his family. And it goes on for so long that we almost forget that this is a comedy show.
You know, and here's the other thing. I know how I'm dumb. I know. I'm me. I'm the one that knows what I did and what I didn't do. I'm me. I'm at home with my family. I see break on my wife's face. That's shit that we have to deal with. And then she gets bullied online. I see that shit. I see my dad's face and how he aged 10 years in 2 years because of the stress of the situation in my family that I put myself in these situations. And that's why my dad's stressed out. I have to deal with that shit. Me. You know, I talk a lot about fear, and that's something that I am fearful of. Is I feel like because of the situations that I put myself, my addiction, it's my fault that my dad is getting older, you know, because he couldn't deal with the stress. And you know what? It's sad.
But before you feel bad for Chris, guys, just remember that he's only sad because he got caught. Like, to this man would have been happily tormenting if no one spoke up about it. Also, sure, You can applaud him for taking steps towards bettering himself, being a good father to his kids, and admitting his own faults in this special. But this whole sitting down on the stool thing and tearing up should be pretty creepy to anybody familiar with the process of creating a stand-up comedy special. Like basically for an entire year, a comedian at Crystal Lee's skill level would go on tour and practice bits, and then what you see in their comedy special will be a sharpened version of the bits they were doing all year long. So him opening up to the crowd with tears in his eyes is just a little bit suspicious to me. Like, was he practicing this in every show he did prior to taping the special? I mean, if you're watching this right now and never went to one of the shows between 2022 and 23, do let me know in the comments if Chris did something similar to this. Because if he did, I just feel like it's pretty revealing as to just how manipulative this man really is. We also saw him do this same routine in that soft-white underbelly interview he did a year ago, cries on cue, and claims that one in line destroyed his life. So I just feel like this is all an act. And this isn't just me who thinks this. I mean, it's not even an original thought. Like Elephant Graveyard pointed this out in one of the excellent videos that he did over a year ago, titled The Abrams Method, How Celebrities Learn to Cry on Camera. So this choice to cry on stage during his first comedy special after being canceled is definitely an interesting one. So yeah, as you can see in the special, Chris D'Elia is truly a shell of his herself, like that invincible, nonchalant, calm-leader-like personality he had before the accusations doesn't quite work anymore. Unfortunately, whatever comes out of his lips now just makes me think of him as a creepy guy. And lastly, the whole crying on stage thing. I just think it's a pathetic attempt to garner sympathy from the few devoted fans that uphold his career versus his main source of income because year-round comedy tour, and he's extremely successful when it comes to selling out enormous theaters around the country and even the world for that matter. He's still making millions of dollars per year. He's just sad that all the growth stopped, and that he'll never be on the big screen ever again. Instead, he rots away on the 3 dwindling podcasts that he does weekly, with one being his solo show, Congratulations, the other being the one he does with his brother, D'Elia, Lifeline, and last but not least, the one he does with Brendan Shaw and Eric Griffin, Golden Hour. So yeah, pretty creepy stuff from the OG Diddler per usual. But anyways, that's the video, guys. If you made it this far, thank you so much for sticking around to the end. Make sure to like, subscribe, and comment below what you'd like me to make a video about next. And until next time, thanks so much for watching.
Meat from the shlamim that is consumed, and I think it's actually moving will actually combine with food consumption. When it comes to Machshavas people, I will say, the only way that Machshavas people can be Mustari is if the Machshavas people are
for example, was also a serious charge. The max out is up to 10 years. I was a full man. Before I did that, I was a drug addict, sex addict, and what I never was looks like Russell Brand's time as a pseudo-intellectual cult leader is finally over, because as you just saw, he was recently charged in court on 4 separate, very serious offenses, all of which have to do with him allegedly violating multiple women back in the mid-2000s. But since the trial won't happen until the beginning of May now, Russell Brand, in the meantime, is frantically trying to save his reputation on his podcast, spewing to his alt-right audience the same BS that most right-wing grifters do when they're charged with serious sexual offenses.
The allegations, just so you know, the charges in fact relate to events between 1999 and 2004. You probably won't even have heard of me until 2005, 2006. Remember when I was talking openly about the coronavirus and the corruption during the coronavirus era, and how the media lied to us and shamed us and tried to control us, how companies like Pfizer and Moderna made record profits, how the UK inquiry into COVID was tepid. It's interesting to me that once I was on the radar of the deep state and many of their affiliates within media, because the media and the government are not separate entities.
This guy might be the biggest bullshitter known to man. It's pretty obvious that he's in a huge state of panic right now because his words are just all over the place. He even admits that he probably did some terrible things back in his heyday because before he made his switch to Christianity, he lived a very hedonistic lifestyle. You know, back when him and Diddy were getting cozy together on private jets.
And I'm going to address as best I can the charges of sexual assault and rape in the UK that have been made against me. What I feel when looking at it with my heart as open as I can manage is that knowing that there are people that, whatever degree and for whatever reason, willing to participate in a venture of this nature means that I recognise that I must have in some ways caused harm. Those giddy and hedonistic days, those ludicrous dark days, those days where I was part of a culture that then seemed to warmly applaud and celebrate Epicureanism, the relentless pursuit of pleasure, a kind of casual godlessness, the kind of godlessness that leads to the erection, forgive the word, of false gods everywhere. When I was in that world, I must have been captured by a kind of darkness. I couldn't have been more clear that I was out there having sex with anybody who wanted to. The famous guy, people are for it. People are up for it. I can't be reason I bothered becoming famous in the first place, which I thought this would be a glorious opportunity for hedonistic adventure. Surely then my life will mean something. Surely I can find some value in the comfort of strangers. Surely I can lose myself in endless pleasure.
The guy's a genius at sounding deep a single thing that actually makes sense. He's basically a smart guy for people who don't read. And even if the charges against him turn out to be false, we all still know he's a slimeball womanizer. Like, just look at any interview of him around the time these charges were to take place.
Chris, are you wearing one of your own bras? I mean, that's your bra. I'm sure you didn't make it for a public levy. I mean, are you in a bra designed by you now?
I know, but my knickers.
Get him off.
Okay.
There won't be a point where I go all day. There'll be a point where I go, come on then.
There's an award named after you. Serial Shagger. The Russell Brand Serial Shagger Award.
Yes, that is actually true, but that's on the basis of an instant happened in a supermarket aisle with me and some frosties.
So yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I'm gonna go ahead and say that this isn't just the deep state trying to take him down because he's a martyr of free speech. When he completely fell off the map and into the right-wing pipeline graft, no one really even thinks about him now. He acts like he's some kind of whistleblower who's on the run from the government. All he really is a master manipulator. Like the day he was officially charged by the prosecutors, he released a pretty creepy and manipulative video on his Instagram denying all of the accusations. It's pretty clear that he's mastered his manipulation tactics.
First, thank you for these incredible messages of support. We very fortunate in a way to live in a time where there's so little trust in the British government. We're very fortunate, I suppose, that this is happening at a time when we know that the law has become a kind of weapon to be used against people and institutions, and sometimes entire nations that will accept and tolerate levels of corruption that are unprecedented. I'm speaking particularly to those of you that are watching this in the UK. How do you feel about your legal system right now? How do you feel about some of the high-profile cases that are being pursued and prosecuted? How do you feel that the Southport murders are handled? How do you feel about the government of Keir Starmer? Now, that's just sort of general context. Me, I've always told you guys, when I was young, single, and my wife and family were just about to shot at their beautiful children. I was a full man. I was a full before I lived in the life.
So yeah, I don't know if it's a coincidence or not that he decided to turn to God after he was initially interviewed by police. He's basically tried to reinvent
himself from what to spiritual guru to political commentator now. But all of his charges aren't without political views. This isn't about censorship or cancel culture either. When multiple people accuse you of something and an entire legal process moves forward, the appropriate response isn't to launch a tour about how misunderstood you are. But I guess we'll just have to see what happens in May. For now, Russell Brand is doing everything except addressing the case in a straightforward way, and that tells us a lot, whether he realizes it or not.
Last night, 48 hours.
Just the animal disappears. You have nothing left of the animal. It disappears. But what is still intact? The covenant. Which the Gemara says that's fine, but that does not allow for this to be so also it's a to need at least the values of the class in order to be able to
never had a problem with diet with like I was just like whatever man you shit. So you did have a problem. No, I never had a problem. Like, this is what you're supposed to eat. You're supposed to have pasta. You're supposed to have rice, sushi. Okay, you're supposed to have bread sandwiches. How are you gonna get sandwiches in your mouth without bread? Yeah, this is for those who don't know me, my name is Rothschild. I'm a stand-up comedian, but I have a very big brain. So let's put that. We just need to mark that right there.
I feel like we know that. I feel like they would know that.
I don't think so.
Looking at you. A couple weeks ago, Bert Kreischer appeared as a guest on Bradley Martin's podcast, Raw Talk, and I don't think the interview really went the way Bert Kreischer was hoping it would. And there was almost this weird energy in the room. Like Bert wasn't totally prepared for how direct Brad was going to be. But right from the start, Brad dove straight into topics that Bert usually tries to avoid. Stuff like his online reputation, the criticism he gets from fans and creators, and most notably, his falling out with Joe Rogan and the whole Sober October crew.
But yeah, I'm really grateful for my experience with him because he changed my life, you know.
You don't say that about him. In regards to you specifically. Have you had a falling out with him? The internet loves to talk about it. They just think they love their cares about you. You know that. You look at the comments.
Oh, no,
Like, you should read back in the comments.
I was going to get back in the comments. I thought it was like, it was unfair to the people that love me to give me positive stuff.
Why do you think you have this sort of skewed perception of these items? Like the number one beef about you is that you only care about yourself.
Don't you care about yourself?
I totally care about myself.
There we go. All right. So stop reading those. Why do people have beef? I have no idea. I've never met anyone that's ever had beef with me. Never met someone in real life that has beef with me. That's never real. Never. I'm telling you right now, not once in my life has anyone said they didn't like me to my face.
So as the podcast goes on, Bradley starts pressing Bert about the hate he gets online. Once, Bert actually opens up a little bit and admits that he knows about the online channels that seem to live rent-free in his head, alluding to some of the main channels that have been covering his downward spiral lately, like Too Lazy to Try, Comedy Enforcement, and of course, Podcast Cringe, which, let's be honest, is probably the main one he's referring to here.
I remember the first time I ever heard someone say that Joe didn't like me was a comment. I think it was a video addressing. I think the number one mistake I probably ever made, if we're looking back at that, was addressing video I saw on two bears. These two bears were so big that gave them a platform, and they realized at that point, they're like, well, Bert may watch these, and this may help my channel. And so that was the mistake. I think that if I were going to highlight a mistake I made, because that's what people go like, oh, Bert's going to give me a shout out because I said something negative about him.
Yeah, and so, and this whole channel is built on shit like that.
Oh, yeah. And by the way, it's like, I can't hate on them because I don't want to watch them, but like, they're going to do what they're going to do, and they're, you know, I really wish, because some of them are really good. If we're going to say anything for real, well, we should cut a couple of them to send me a resume. Yeah, because I'm like, yo, man, your editing skills are wildly good. Yeah, you listen to every podcast. You dial in. You got the media game on lock.
If you watch my channel, then you definitely know that podcast cringe has been absolutely relentless with their Bert Kreischer content lately. And it's honestly impressive. At the moment Bert uploads a new podcast, Mr. T Cringe is a 20-minute breakdown ready to go within 24 hours. And these videos aren't just getting a few thousand views. We're talking tens of millions of views over the past couple years. So during the podcast, Bert admits that videos got so bad for him to the point that he had to manually rework his entire YouTube algorithm just to avoid seeing videos of himself. Like, imagine being so haunted by online criticism that you have to start training your algorithm not to show you content about, well, you.
I mean, I remember there's that, like I said, I have not been online. Like, I had to change my algorithm on YouTube to a certain point. I mean this with respect. But there's only a reason they're using me. They're not using me because it's me. They're using me because I'm so big. Yeah, you know, I do reasons. So they're using me because it will get clicks. They're using me, and that's wild. So they can, this interview is, they're jerking off going, he's saying everything. Yeah, so that's me, and I talk a lot. But I just, it's like, you can't, when I started showing up in my own feed, it would like F me up. I was like, no, I can't see stuff on me. Oh, I want to see stuff on my friends. I'm trying to change my algorithm on YouTube. I used to enjoy YouTube. I don't watch YouTube at all.
The thing that's annoying here is Bert's usual code when it comes to hate. This idea that the only reason they get criticized is because they're famous, brushing off these very specific critiques by saying, you're at the top, people trying to tear you down, bro. Like, no, that's not quite what's happening here. Like, if that were true, wouldn't these same channels be focusing on actual comedy legends like Bill Burr or Dave Chappelle, you know, the ones who are actually at the top? No, because Burr and Chappelle don't constantly humiliate themselves, also taking themselves way too seriously. Guys like Bert Kreischer and Brendan Schaub catch all this team, not because they're successful, but because they're easy to point and laugh at. But they walk around with this inflated sense of self-importance, saying stuff that's tone deaf or just plain dumb. And then they act shocked when people call them out on it. Rather than address any of that constructively, Bert just chooses to laugh it off while he cashes his checks. And honestly, I can't even fully blame him.
My new specials come out right now when it drops. Lucky's out March 18th. Watch it, man. There will be channels dedicated to hating that special, but it doesn't matter. It's like, yo, whatever. It's like, why? Exactly, dude. Why would someone say Bert Kreischer? They don't know me. It's like, that's crazy. Like, I'm gonna sit down like, like what?
Yeah, I guess that's just kind of like the price you pay to just be on the internet. It's like to put yourself out to that level.
Dude, there's people that don't like Dave Chappelle.
Anyway, as the podcast keeps rolling, Bradley circles back to something fans have been speculating about for a while. Bert's fallout with Joe Rogan. And this is where things get pretty interesting, because I've been told Bert has been pretty vague about what actually went down between him and the rest of the Sober October crew. But in this conversation, he finally cracks. He says the real reason for the tension was that Ari Shaffir drove him during one of the broadcast sessions. He literally spiked his drink without telling him, according to Bert, and completely ruined the vibe and damaged a lot of trust.
How long do you drink alcohol? That's why the Sober October fell out. Just never can actually stop
It didn't fall out. It was just like, we just the reason it fell out was that Sober October was on cross because we always joked he busted balls. And then Ari drugged me, and no one talked that month. And so the next month, like, man, it's like the you know, one little thing like getting drugged kind of put a sting on a little bit, and we were like, it wasn't as fun as it was. Because I'm young. A little bit. And, you know, Tori and I are wild to repair a relationship. Like, to actually, yeah. See, this is what's crazy. Is like, you can make all these videos, but these are like real relationships.
Yeah. So there seems to be a bit of an overlap as to why Joe scrapped Sober October. Like, according to Bert, it's because Ari drugged him. But according to Ari, it's because Bert is way too narcissistic to do podcasts with Glenn, which was the initial thing that Ari told Bert last December when this entire fiasco began. So it's interesting that Bert didn't bring this up to Ari when that podcast went down.
So do you think we'll ever do Sober October?
Most of the highs first white lights.
How do you get to be Joe, though?
Yeah, how do you even know?
Because Joe does
You don't have the capacity to just not make it all about himself.
No, hold on. There's a clip. Hold on. There's a clip.
Yeah,
There's a guy there. Clip out there. You're not interrupting. No. You're fine. Look that up.
Conversations. And sometimes I'll say, if you said, and then I go, bro, that's crazy. I would never be able to do that. And then because Joe's done that, he goes, don't make it about you. I go, but that's how life works. I think of things and I go, that's amazing. I could never run 25 miles. You know, like I could never run 50 miles.
You can ask Joe anytime. Never once. Joe and I never had an issue. Never in our entire lives. I was texting him right now because I'm seeing him. Friday. And so I put one more post about it online. Yeah, so then I guess it's not real. He's been a genuine friend of mine for, you know, I guess probably 15, 12 years. Like a big brother. I love him to death. We disagreed, of course. We have different opinions on everything. He doesn't get me, and I don't get him at times. We're friends. We've been friends forever. And we're going to stay friends. And no one's going to change that. And if it gets you views, let it get views. If it monetize it, it gets, you know, hoping to monetize my videos.
If I treat Gillis now, they took the spot for Bob instead.
It's hard, you know. That's wild.
I'm playing the game. I'm playing the internet. That's what they say, you know. I was honestly, I spent the last couple hours just looking. I was like, looking at stuff, and I was like, damn, they believe this.
So yeah, I think Bradley Martin actually did a great job with his interview. PR answers are enough to get real insight, especially on topics Bert usually avoids like the plague. And the fact that he got Bert to admit that he knows about creators like Podcast Cringe is kind of like the cherry on top. But anyways, that's pretty much it for the video, guys. Definitely a revealing podcast episode, and probably one of the more honest appearances Bert's done in a while. But do let me know in the comments what you guys think about the whole Bert Kreischer situation. Thanks for sticking around to the end.
Você nunca means an everlasting statute. Everlasting statute also means that the details are explicit and must be adhered to as they are written, which means
So during the latest episode of Kill Tony, Tony Angela threw some pretty passive aggressive shots at Anthony Jeselnik and his comedy team, criticizing him for various things that Tony ironically does himself, like taking too long to get to the punchline, making fun of others instead of himself, and revolving his comedy around made-up characters rather than real-life scenarios. And just for some context here before I show that clip, this was all in comparison to Tony's new golden ticket winner, whose delivery sounds eerily similar to Jeselnik's.
That was absolutely fantastic. I love your delivery. It's very, very dry. It's almost Jeselnik-esque, but you make fun of yourself and you do more than one punchline every 3.5 minutes. So it's a total different vibe. It's absolutely incredible. You acknowledge that you're human and you make fun of yourself sometimes and real things, not just made up characters. And I love that.
And just based off Red Band and Adam Ray's reactions alone here, You can kind of tell that these comments from Tony weren't really intended to just be friendly banter or Jesselnick. Like, these shots felt kind of personal, and the reason for that is because, well, if you don't remember by now, around last November, Jesselnick made it his sole mission in life to tell the world just how hacky Tony Hinchcliffe and pretty much the entire Rogan sphere was as a whole, with one of his most brutal insults being a quote he made for a popular news article where he called Tony a troll basking in the shadow of Joe Rogan. But that quote was just the tip of the iceberg for Jesselnick and the Mothership comedians. He also went out hard on a slew of different podcasts, with one of them being Dan Le Batard's podcast, where he labeled Tony Hinchcliffe and Joe Rogan's humor as cringy shock comedies, as they pretty much just use slurs and offensive language to shock people instead of making them laugh.
Hear this, people saying a certain line for you. I would not use racial slur. I would not use anti-gay slur. I will talk about, I will make gay jokes, I will make racial jokes. I think once you use the slur, I think you're dead in the water. I'm from Comics on the Bus, who used slurs before. Because I just think that it's got no business in stand-up comedy. So I would never do that. I wouldn't call it a lie. Because I'd be happy to talk about these subjects. We have to do it in a smart way. Again, you want people laughing, not just like that can't be all there is. It's got to be a laugh in there. No, it can't be provocative for the sake of it.
And that pretty much sums up the comedy style of most of the big names that perform at the Mothership. I mean, even Shane Gillis came out to say that comics in the Mothership were going a bit overboard with the slurs.
Comedy movies are back. True, in a big way.
Pendulum swung. Pendulum's fully swung.
Maybe too far. Mothership, you go.
Yeah, pendulum's maybe swung a little too far.
Not everyone has to say it. Every single set.
So in that Dan Le Batard podcast, Jesselnick goes on to say that he's simply just embarrassed by these guys. Because as provocative as all the Rogan comedians are, as soon as someone has an issue with what they're saying, they get all sensitive and pissy about it, which to Jesselnick is an embarrassment.
And if you're provocative for the sake of being provocative, which again, okay, you can't complain about it. You can't say you can't be provocative for the sake of being provocative. Like, why'd you laugh? Because don't get it. Like, that's what embarrasses me about modern stand-up comedy is the complaining from people who are just so really trying to be. So you get bothered by the comedians that are complaining about what the president I'm embarrassed by it. It doesn't bother me so much. It just feels like, why are we complaining?
I really think the final straw that did Jesselnick was when Tony bombed at the largest Trump rally of the year. He performed the same shock comedy that Anthony Jesselnick was referring to in the Dan Le Batard podcast. And just in case you forgot, this is when Tony referred to Puerto Rico as a floating island of garbage and made additional derogatory remarks about Latinos and racial and ethnic groups. So after that entire disaster, Jesselnick kind of wanted to space himself away from the whole Rogan comedy world. So he additionally went on to his own podcast to speak about it, stating that Tony's ego has gotten completely out of control ever since the roast of Tom Brady, which I am totally not taking any credit for.
I didn't know that. Speaking of Trump rallies, if you want to ask me about Tony Hinchcliffe, does everyone want my opinion on that one?
Yeah. What did you think for the week where Tony Hinchcliffe was getting shit on, but then it didn't matter?
I think it was very funny. Again, in a way of not the way Tony wanted to be funny. And no one mentioned that. Everyone's like, that joke was out of bounds, that he shouldn't have done that. I think that as a comedian especially, I think that in all art forms, maybe in all of life, the most dangerous time for you in your career is when you've had a big success. Because you want to do it again as soon as you can. I think he did that roast of Tom Brady and got real high on himself. And again, I'm not going to point you to the interviews, but the Tony Hinchcliffe interview in the past 4 months, it's insane how out of control his ego is. And again, you're a performer, you get that out of ego, ride the wave, enjoy it. It was disastrous from what you chose to joke about. He just did a stand-up set thinking it's a Tony Hinchcliffe show and just made everybody mad. I think it was a terrible venue to do stand-up in. He acted like he was just doing stand-up in Madison Square Garden, which it was not. I think it's cool to open up a Trump rally, No, I do not. Do I think it's cool to open up about it? No, I do not. Those things are cool, especially not Trump. Nothing to do with Trump. And I think he did a bad job of being like, I'm going to kill with these edgy jokes. You're not there for that.
Man, that's our boy, Anthony Jeselnik. I mean, it might be a stretch, but I love the thought that he might have actually watched my video on Tony Hinchcliffe that summer, because what he said here was kind of what I touched on in that video. Tony Hinchcliffe's ego completely exploded after the roast of Tom Brady, which was arguably the height of his career. And as Jeselnik referred to, during all the interviews that Tony did after the roast, you could just tell that he was high on the essence of his own farts, especially in that one episode of Two Bears, One Cave right after the roast, where Tony was acting kind of like a god amongst men with Tom Segura and Bert Kreischer, especially since Tom and Bert bombed at the roast in comparison to Tony's set.
Sent them the script. They sent their script, like their punch-up script, combine the two.
Yeah, you're like, that's good enough. That's great.
I'll tell you what.
No reason to work on this anymore. It's just the most watched thing.
First and foremost, all you should be saying is thank you, Bert and Tom. Because without us, it is a bunch of people doing the exact same thing.
Right.
When we broke up, we definitely.
Yeah, it was a comedy up until you guys started, and then you guys got to really change the tone a bit to make everybody appreciative. I have no idea. I told him
I'm still living in oblivion. I had a blast. I think we did great. I've not met one person that didn't like what we did.
So yeah, as you can see, Hinchcliffe was completely on top of the world in that moment. But just like a shitty meme coin does after the moon, Tony's ego got pulled into oblivion in one of the most embarrassing moments of his career at the Trump rally. I'm pretty sure that was the only moment during election season that actually united Democrats and Republicans alike. Like recognizing that Tony's a hack was the only thing that brought them together. So on top of that entire shitstorm that happened to Tony, for him to see Anthony Jeselnik publicly tear him to shreds like that on multiple occasions, that might have been a bigger blunder to his ego than anything the mainstream media ever had to say about it. Because, like I touched on in other videos in this channel in the past, the only opinions that these Rogan guys care about is that of other comics or successful people. Like, even if you have a PhD in your respective field, you're still a part of the working class. You're poor, and therefore, what you say simply does not matter to them. So Anthony Jeselnik is pretty much enemy number one for the entire Rogan sphere. And honestly, I think he prefers it that way. I mean, it was literally one of the talking points in his newest stand-up special, where he basically mocked the way that all the mothership guys complain about cancel culture, while at the same time saying jokes that are just provocative and not actually funny.
I'm against cancel culture. Thank you. That's my shit of a shit comic channel. In 20 years of stand-up comedy, I've been asked the same questions over and over again. The question I get is the most by far is, Anthony, what do you think about cancel culture? Does it make you mad? Aren't you scared? What do you think about cancel culture? So, let me be clear. I don't give a fuck about cancel culture. What I am sick of are comedians complaining about cancel culture. It's not that hard. Do your job. And yes, I did mention Joe Rogan, guys. Do not get me wrong. I like Joe. Joe's my friend. Joe's a good guy. But if you listen to his podcast, you're a fucking loser.
Jeselnik also appeared on Tom Papa's podcast to talk about this a little bit more in depth, which sheds a little bit of light on Jeselnik's opinion on this whole Rogan crew, because he basically says that comedians need to be individual thinkers, and the groupthink kind of echo chamber that the Rogan sphere is in right now, approaching comedy in a really different way, which Tom Papa has to agree with.
But I hate people complaining about cancel culture. I hate comics complaining in general. It's the second comedy boom. It's not going anywhere. People making more money than ever before. And Dave Chappelle, who's won every award in the world, is complaining that cancel culture is making his job harder. It's like your job shouldn't be easy. If you're gonna make that much money, like, hey, maybe it should be a little hard. You know, I got no issue with that.
I love that line. You're a comedian. Do your job. It's just so perfect.
I think it's kind of groupthink. And it becomes, I'm surprised that I'm at attacked by saying cancel culture. That people just not parroting whatey the comic is saying somehow be seen as treasonous and not as an individual. Like I have my own thoughts. Right? And I would be way more successful. And I'd have way more money if I did complain about cancel culture. If I went the other way that a lot of these guys go, and I think it's stupid, and I'm happy to fight about it. Yeah, I think it's good for comedy when two comics are at odds and talking shit on each other. I think it's good for the art form. Yeah, but now everyone's got to be friends. Right? You gotta worry about what Joe thinks about these things. Yeah, I get have Joe mediate fights, and I like Joe, but I don't get the whole stand-up comedy. I got into it because you get to do it by yourself. Right. You go on stage alone. Yeah, with your audience. Yeah. So he's like, well, let's get a group together. I never understood it. I know, I'm the same way. I have a real hard time with it. They don't want to be a part of a club. No. And what's so ironic is that if you're not in step with every aspect of what they're talking about, then they kick you out. Well, how anti-comedy is that? Yeah, you think because you don't think we all think. How was that? Yes, exactly. We celebrate the thinking differently. Exactly. Comedy is I think differently from everyone else.
And that pretty much brings us back to today. I mean, there's almost no way that Tony didn't catch wind of everything Jeselnik had to say about him and his dearest friends. So now that his newest golden boy sounds exactly like Jeselnik, this was Tony's moment.
It's almost Jeselnik-esque, but you make fun of yourself and you do more than one punchline every 3.5 times. So it's a total different vibe. It's absolutely incredible. You acknowledge that you're human and you make fun of yourself sometimes and real things, not just made up characters. And I love that.
So yeah, guys, pretty petty shit from Hinchcliffe as usual. I mean, you can almost feel a hint of jealousy for Jeselnik during this sneak diss. It's almost like Tony knows that Anthony Jeselnik's a far better comedian than Tony ever will be, which probably drives him insane. Like, even though Jeselnik may take a while to get to the bit, when that punchline lands, it's likely going to be funnier than anything Tony Hinchcliffe's ever uttered into a microphone in his life. It's also insanely ironic how Tony criticizes Jeselnik for making fun of other people and not himself. It's almost like he forgets that that's the entire premise of Kill Tony. But anyways, guys, that's pretty much it for the video. Do let me know in the comments, though, what you think of this whole thing. And until next time, thank you for watching.
I don't know what to do with it. You know who I feel like kind of? I feel like Nate Diaz right after he beat McGregor won. Like, I'm not surprised. It's like I've been underneath everybody. All my peers know about me. But it's, they know what's going on. Yeah,
Just what you were a superstar.
And if you only spill the beans on you, I don't even know how to give them the whole inside scoop. They didn't want me to make fun of this. They didn't want me to make fun of that. Just the naughty kid from back in Youngstown, Ohio. Was like, okay, I'm looking at it. Play by your
Just get up there.
of the world. They gave me a chance. You know what I mean? They gave me a chance and show it.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping out. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Now, I'm obviously not a bomb expert, but I talked to one. You said you're right.
Comedians are simple people who have the ability to humble Joe Rogan, because podcasting, for the most part, is just a watered down, easier version of what they do on stage, except without the pressure of a live audience. So whenever Joe crosses a line or starts spouting nonsense, he's got to have the power to humiliate him in real time. Kind of like how Bill Burr did on episode 1491, after Joe questioned the efficacy of COVID-19 masks.
The whole fucking time, there's been fucking souls on
not quarantining people that come by the houses. You see the fucking, the same people that were going in and out of the house who are not part of their family still going in and out of the house. Let's not start this, Jay. Let's not start this. Okay, let's start. I don't want to start this bullshit. I'm not going to sit here with no medical degree, listening to you with no medical degree, with an American flag behind you, smoking a cigar, like we know what's up better than the CDC. All I do is I watch the news once every 2 weeks. I'm like, mask or no mask? No mask? All right, mask. That's all I give a fuck about. I don't care.
So clearly Bill didn't really want to get into the whole mask debate with Joe Rogan, but Joe just kept pushing it, which left Bill no choice.
But even they say you should wear a mask. You should treat a coronavirus patient. World Health Organization.
No, they didn't say that initial. They didn't say it initial. No, they didn't. They did, and then it gradually, and then everybody wore the fucking masks. This is like rollerblading. Everybody can rollerblade, and then there was that one fucking homophobic joke, and then everybody acted like they never did it. And then 100 million fucking rollerblades got thrown into the fucking ocean. We all wore masks, and then all of a sudden, people have been sitting there. Well, you don't have the body type for it, too. Apples would scrape on the ground. Even with that extra 2 inches.
This entire episode just felt like Burr was running out of patience for Joe's alpha bro ice bath mentality.
I just love how wearing the mask became like this, like soft thing that you were doing, like being courteous. Being courteous. What is this? Just so stupid at that. First of all, God, you're so tough with your fucking open nose and throat. Gee, Joe, and your 5 o'clock shadow. This is a man right here. A man doesn't wear a mask.
I mean, no wonder Bill doesn't really appear on JRE anymore. I can only imagine a bloodbath and pee if that happened. And honestly, it's probably what Joe needs right now. But anyways, as you can see by now, the only people that can really talk sense to Joe are comics that Joe admires. People that he knows are funnier than him. And if you know anything about Joe's comedy, you know that that's a pretty long list of people, since Joe Rogan's essentially one of the worst stand-up comedians of all time. I mean, guys, he's so bad at comedy that a large portion of his audience don't even consider him a stand-up comedian. And for people that do actually consume his comedy, they basically put him on the same level, if not lower, than Brendan Schaub.
As he says, he's taking a nacho dip and nacho cheese.
Joe is so unfunny as a comedian that comics are weird to consider his form of comedy is disrupt the art form, kind of like how Martin Scorsese considers Marvel movies as not true cinema. And sometimes when Joe has comedians on, they'll try to listen in the most polite way possible, like in episode 13-14 with Andrew Schultz and Charlemagne the God, when they indirectly tell Joe that his stand-up routine is not just hacky, but a complete mockery of the art form.
And then, I'm a guy, like I'm a comedy.
Well, it's not a lot.
Sean has kind of an elitist approach to comedy. It's quite interesting. He likes bars. He says he likes jokes. He doesn't like stool.
Stroking, if it's the right bit, can be funny. But it has to be a real comic with a real reason. That's told. There has to be something to it.
I think Eddie was told. Everybody's been on stool, bro. See, I like Eddie. I like Richard. I like Chris Rock. Bless you. I like Chappelle. You know what I'm saying? I like those guys that actually just say something. Like have something to say. Louis C.K. has something to say. Like I like people that have something to say. All that's doing
And yes, before you comment, I am aware that Charlemagne isn't a stand-up comedian, but his words hold weight here because he just so happens to be extremely close with Andrew Schultz. So just think of this to Joe here as a reflection on Andrew Schultz thinks of Joe's comedy.
I would never disrespect the craft like that.
Well, you don't have to disrespect it. You just have to want to do it and then try it.
See, I don't want to do that. I think we do it for fun. I don't want to do it.
If you don't want to do it, don't do it, but you can do it.
I mean, Joe got so bad here that he abruptly ended the podcast before Andrew or Charlemagne could say another word.
But maybe I'll have an talent. I just did 3 hours. Wow. That's how we do it, right? Let's bring it home. Hey, Andrew, thank you for setting this up. Thank you. And Brendan Schaub. Thank you. Shout out to Brendan Schaub.
I really do appreciate what you do for comments, though.
It's also hilarious how they thanked him for introducing Brendan Schaub to comedy. I mean, at that point, Joe probably knew that they were trolling.
Shout out to Brendan Schaub.
This episode also aired around the time Joe Rogan dropped his first Netflix special, which did, in fact, feature Joe's notorious violation of the storm
And while we're on the topic of slumping, Joe was actually confronted about this years before that Schultz episode. He did a podcast with veteran comedian Jeff Garland on episode 1146, which was actually more of a teaching experience for Joe, as Garland is a bit older and has been doing stand-up since Joe was in middle school. So when Joe brought up the topic of physicality and comedy, you can see a switch go off in Jeff's head. What comes after is truly a masterclass of how to tell a guy who thinks he's really funny that he's a complete hack.
And by the way, when you see someone moving around like that on stage, I will bet you every penny I have they're not funny. And most of the move around people are pushing it.
But Jim Carrey was a move around guy. He was always really funny.
But move around in a different sort of way. There's exceptions to all stuff, like all things. But
And then the conversation shifts to the infamous hump miming, as Jeff puts it, and this is when the true learning begins.
anytime I saw someone miming, having sex, pumping air, I would just go, not funny. It was just like, it was a sign of like,
Well, if there's a bit where you have to mime pumping air, it's got to be a bit.
pumping air.
Yeah, but
It's got to screw with
Some bits.
But who doesn't know what that looks like? Why do you need to pump?
Maybe there's a reason. It's got to be something.
Unless, like, you're imitating someone having a heart attack pumping.
Right.
Or, if the content is about your physicality, that's not dancing. Dancing's when you put like English, like when you're doing this to accentuate what you're saying. It's like, screw that, we don't need.
And in that moment, Joe learned of what other comics think of his comedy. And the craziest part about this whole thing is that Schultz episode was in 2019, years before Joe dropped his newest comedy special, Burn the Bones, which was an absolute dumpster fire. I mean, that's like a truck driver T-boning you in an intersection and then not realizing you can sue for millions, which, by the way, you absolutely can. Morgan is the personal injury law firm in America. You don't pay unless you win, since they only require payment if you win the case in court. So just in case you guys ever get seriously injured, remember that your case could be worth millions. You're only a few clicks away from potentially changing it. You can even start your claim right now with Morgan at www.com/greenact, which is in the description below, or you can simply scan the QR code on the screen. But yeah, guys, Joe really gets sat down and humbled by real stand-up comedians. Like in Joe's world, if you are a billionaire, a really famous person, or a comedian, then you're a part of the working class. Therefore, your opinion simply doesn't matter. Even if you have a PhD in your own field, and Joe's been this way his entire career in radio and podcasting. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but way back in the late 2000s, Joe truly showed the world how much of a D-bag he can be to regular civilians. He screamed at a woman with a PhD in primatology after she called in to tell Joe that what he was saying about chimpanzees was wrong. And the lead up to this argument was absolutely hilarious.
This crazy shit that they haven't even discovered yet. Just recently they found a new species of chimpanzee, a gigantic chimpanzee that's over 6 feet tall. It's called a Bondo ape. The locals have two different names of chimpanzees. They have what they call the tree beaters and the lion killers. And the lion killers are these gigantic chimpanzees. They're like 6 feet tall. They weigh like 400 pounds. And they sleep on the ground because they don't give up. And they walk upright. That's the crazy thing. If you look it online, look up giant mystery ape. It's called the Bondo ape. It's a part of the Congo called Beetle.
Then the expert with a doctorate in herpetology calls in simply just to tell Joe that Bondo apes are, in fact, just cryptid folklore creatures, and they're pretty much on the same level as Bigfoot. And this sends Joe through the roof.
Allison before is going to challenge you. Allison, go ahead. You're a fucking idiot. Go online and look it up. You're a what? What do you do? It's a new discovery. You're a primatologist. Well, look it up. You're not current. Pay attention. Go online and look it up. Yo, you learned some shit from college. When did you graduate? When did you graduate? When? Yeah, when was the last time you got online and researched primates? Have you ever looked at any of the new discoveries? You looked at any of Carl Lamon's work?
And all the primatologist could do really was laugh. I mean, here's this Neanderthal radio host telling you, a person with an actual PhD in this very subject, to go online and look it up. I mean, that is laughable. But of course, this subtle chuckle of stupidity just sends you to an absolute frenzy.
What are you laughing at? Why are you laughing? Why why you laughing. I'll tell you why you're laughing because you don't have a point. So you're trying to look, you're ridiculous. Imagine how you have a PhD. Meanwhile, there's all sorts of photographs. This primate, this gigantic chimpanzee. That was at time. National Geographic, stupid. National Geographic.com. CNN.com, stupid. No. There's bones, there's tissue samples, there's hair, there's fecal matter, there's all sorts of different things. And they've mapped the DNA of this animal already. And he's a legitimate scientist and primatologist that are in the Congo studying this thing. And you don't know. You're calling up. You've done zero research on this. You haven't looked into it at all. You're telling me we know all the animals that are in the world? You're telling me we know all the animals in this gigantic, 7,000-mile long intense rainforest?
Man, that whole thing was just brutal. He was hated when an actual woman who swerved in his presence, but he wouldn't even let her get a word out. And the absolute irony of Joe listing CNN as a major reputable news source. Well, now in 2025, CNN is basically Joe's enemy. Joe doesn't believe in Google search anymore. Nowadays, I just wish he had the balls to invite people like Alice from Florida onto his show. And people like Lex Friedman are super there to glaze Joe to no end. But anyways, that's pretty much it for the video, guys. If you made it this far, thank you for watching. And do let me know in the comments down below if you'd like to see a part 2 of Joe Rogan getting exposed by real comedians. Bill Burr is one of the last true comedians alive in 2025. He's a guy great, like he's edgy and controversial, but his targets make sense. Corrupt billionaires, CEOs, and politicians. In these days in comedy, we really don't see that anymore, as quote-unquote mainstream comedians like Joe Rogan and his cronies have pretty much sold their souls to the elite in the last few years. Bill didn't take the easy path, like he has every financial interest to side with the rich, but has decided to instead stand with the working class. And so for many of you that may already know, Burr's recently been on somewhat of a rampage doing exactly that, as the buffoonery of the elite is currently at an all-time high. His most recent call out was just a few days ago during an interview with Terry Gross, where he pointed out how the real handful of ultra-rich elites obsessing over their infinity pools while the rest of us are being played. And when he's asked who's to blame for all of this, he calls out Elon Musk directly.
The fact that all of these stupid corporations are just allowed to do the things that they're able to do is beyond me. And where my comedy is right now is I'm trying to get regular people to stop yelling at each other and realize that it's a select few group of nerds, okay, eating raw almonds and doing their stupid workouts and everything, and just have the biggest infinity pool, and the rest of us are getting pushed out. And they politicize the whole stupid thing, and we're falling for it.
Besides the people who eat almonds.
That idiot Elon Musk. That guy, like he's gonna leave too. Evidently, is it? See, like I just refuse to believe that it was an accidental 2-time Sieg Heil.
It's insane that some Elon stands actually try to claim that his repeated Yahtzee salutes were just autistic quirks or misunderstandings. Like, no, he was clearly dog whistling, plain and simple, and then he proceeded to backpedal on it in order to save his own ass.
They know it was not. It was also non-dramatic. In a negative way. That it was. That I literally said my heart goes out to you. And it was very positive.
But the guy constantly tweets out coded Yahtzee references on his shitty app, yet people still defend him.
And he does it at a presidential inauguration. That's why I hate liberals. It's like liberals have no teeth whatsoever. They just go, oh my God, can you believe it? I'm getting out of the country. I'm just like, you're going to leave the country because of one guy with dyed hair plug, laminated face, who makes a bad car and has an obsolete social media platform? You're going to, when doesn't he leave? Why isn't he stopped? What are we so afraid of this guy who can't fight his way out of a wet paper bag?
Whatever the reason.
Take them off.
Like, what is the, why liberals just sit back and they have nothing?
And that's the entire problem with liberals nowadays. They're sissies. They panic, they complain, and they don't really take action, despite everything you see on X. Like
Those liberals are going away to screw the wheels off of Teslas.
You gotta speak up about it. You don't just go like, oh my god, what? Like just first of all, it's like I'm a stand-up comedian. It's not my freaking job. I'm talking about, you know what the end result of this thing is, which all these, not only they stupid neo-Nazis, they don't even look what Hitler did. He ruined their country, and this idiot is gonna try to lead us down that road and then play it off and act like he didn't do what he just did. And you can get canceled as a comedian for doing freaking Caitlyn Jenner joke, but this asshole can see Kyle and nothing happened. Where are all the liberals? Where are all of these white chicks at the award shows? They were speaking truth to power. Where are they?
It's funny how the same people who scream about cancel culture and the importance of free speech are the ones bending over backwards to excuse Musk's actions. The guys that are platforming fascists of authoritarian governments, using Twitter as his personal propaganda machine. But instead of calling that out, we have comedians running this defense. Because instead of actually being funny, they know that aligning themselves with power is the easiest way to keep their careers afloat.
That's all it is. Honestly, there's video of Tim Walz doing the exact same thing. Right?
Company used to have a clear purpose, but then came the Rogan sphere that pretty much flipped that entire dynamic on its head. Like instead of challenging power, tacky comedians just cozy up to it, and they're willing to do anything to keep their pockets full. So in turn, they're rubbing elbows with Trump, idolizing Elon Musk, one of the richest men on the planet, and targeting their jokes at college students and marginalized groups. Like it's pretty lazy, shameful, and completely counters what good comedy used to stand for. And the absolute worst part of it all is that they still act like they're the underdogs, like they're the ones speaking truth to power, when in reality, they're just poor jesters for the elite. Like Andrew Schultz, for example, a comedian who's pretty much the product of Joe Rogan, recently on a podcast with Megyn Kelly, giggling and laughing about Trump wanting to steal Greenland. It's like Trump saying we're going to take Greenland. It's kind of fun, right?
like that shit. That's the hell yeah, like Gulf America. I don't care. I was in ever Gulf of Mexico.
I know, we're bigger there.
Right? They can still call it Gulf of Mexico. We don't care. Do you know what I mean? Like, but that's the energy that we need. Americans love abundance. Like imagine if Russia or China had the power to take Alaska or Hawaii and joke about it. Would that be funny to the Rogan sphere? No. In fact, they probably make it a talking point in their shitty comedy specials for years to come, much like Joe Rogan did last year when he complained about COVID masks and vaccines 4 years after pandemic jokes weren't even considered relevant. Burr hasn't fallen for that trap though, but he still calls out the real problems, and he really understands who's screwing over everyday people. I don't know if you guys have seen this yet, but he also did this in his complex sneaker shopping interview a couple days ago.
They were one of the best selling shoes in 2023. Your favorite
Oh, they brought it back. Yeah, they brought it back a couple of times, and they went with cheaper leather. Okay, you know what I mean? Because some people tend to give themselves a freaking bonus check at the end of the year. What if we made it worse, but made it look the same? Then could our pools be bigger? Luigi! Let's talk about this here, though.
Also, while we're on the point of Luigi Mangione, when that whole thing was going down, Wilbur was rightfully fired up about it. And if you guys haven't heard it already, he went on a pretty fiery rant about it on his Monday morning podcast, which shows you just how personal this whole beef he has with Elon is.
You know what's annoying me about this kid who killed the CEO is none of these news programs are talking about the incredible lack of empathy from the general public about this. Because these insurance companies treat people when they're at their most vulnerable, giving them our money every month, and now we finally need you, and all you do is deny us. And then companies and all of these things are taking the pictures of their CEOs off their websites. You know, they're going to be on social. Okay, I love that CEOs are afraid right now. You should be. By and large, you're all a bunch of selfish, greedy fucking pieces of shit, and a lot of you are master hoarders. You just don't pull the trigger. That's why it looks clean. That's why these people look, oh my god, oh, he was just
you know, walking into a hotel. It's like, okay, well, what was his job? What did he do? What was the results of it?
So nowadays, he's relentless in taking down Elon Musk, Rogan's golden boy, who constantly lies to his audience. But Bill Burr doesn't buy into the hype, and that is the mindset that we need to adopt. No more pretending like we can reason with these people. Like as Bill Burr said, stop being spineless. These people are frauds, liars, and fascists, and they need to be treated as such.
There's no one else interrupting with another shooter. So exactly same road. Overhaul it, but that's good. I want to look at any boat. You can make any place also need to stylistically.
Days in Vegas. 2 consecutive mornings of bottomless champagne, breakfast, back in the gym looking at this fat face. I swear to God, I look like if The Shining was about obesity. He's home.
Jesus Christ. Guys, I'm honestly concerned for Bert Kreischer's life at this point. Look, I get that it's a running joke that he's an unhealthy fat guy that drinks a lot, but I don't think any of us truly knew the extent of his blood meat up until now. And after watching his most recent Instagram stories, I don't think it's a stretch to say that this guy is speedrunning some kind of disease. Because, as you just saw, Bert just came off a 2-night bender in Las Vegas where he drowned himself in bottomless champagne, and as you'll see shortly, it caused him to black out in pretty much the entire McDonald's menu.
Oh my God, I just watched my own stories and found out that I ate McDonald's yesterday. I ate McDonald's yesterday. I had McDonald's in 10 months. I had 20 nuggets. I had 4 cheeseburgers, a Big Mac, and a fry. Taco cheeseburgers. Time to take off the bottom bun. And then I just eat the top bun with the meat in it. I forgot I had McDonald's yesterday. I just watched my own stories. I was like, I ate McDonald's. And I was like, oh, I ate McDonald's. Oh, champagne, what are you going to do?
So let me just break this down for you here. Bert, after drinking enough champagne to kill a horse, proceeded to then scarf down 1 McNuggets, 4 taco cheeseburgers, 1 whole Big Mac, and then a serving of French fries just to top it all off. But don't get me wrong here, it's a completely normal thing to go out once in a while, get a couple drinks with your friends, and then end the night eating some greasy food. But I think we can all agree that if you're doing that daily, hell, even weekly, that will eventually turn into a much darker problem. I mean, every video we see of Bert, his face just seems to get more bloated and red than the last time, so I just can't help but feel like this is a normal occurrence for Kreischer. Just a couple hours after realizing that he ate the entire McDonald's menu the night prior, he decided that it'd be a good idea to take all the burgers and fries from all the different popular fast food chains in America.
Well, I would say is their menu items are for a cheeseburger, their french fries, and then their signature sandwich. Things got a little out of control. For example, you know,
I truly apologize that you guys had to hear that. I mean, you could practically feel the heat from that Bert Kreischer through your screen. But yeah, pretty much right after that second fast food binge, Bert ends his night with an enormous, greasy tomahawk steak. I actually feel kind of bad for Bert for this one, because he's probably under the impression that this steak's a healthy choice. Since all Joe Rogan talks about nowadays is the carnivore steak-only diet and its benefits. Like, Bert probably thinks that that steak is going to counterbalance all the poison he just forced down his esophagus. So as you guys can see here, Bert's eating habits have pretty much never been worse. And I think the most depressing part about this is that while eating and drinking all this bullshit, I think Bert at the same time actually thinks he's on some kind of diet still. Like, I truly think that Bert thinks of himself as healthy, which is just mind-blowing. Like on the most recent 2 Years, 1 Cave episode with Tom Segura, Bert goes on this 2-minute tangent about how he's the strongest comedian in the world.
The strongest comedian living. Strongest living comedian. Am I the strongest comedian? Am I the strongest comedian? I don't know. That's a good question. Top 5? Top 10? Well, top it's that easy. Google how many people in the world can bench 325 pounds. Nobody's meters in an inch.
Wow, less than 10%.
In fact,
Less than 10%.
Only a small percentage.
Last time I checked, bending body weight isn't really a flex. It's more like a benchmark for beginners. No, but jokes aside, guys, if this were true, this would actually be somewhat of an impressive feat for Bert. And I actually do believe that he can do this. I mean, with a healthy spot and a huge bounce on the bar off of his chest, he can probably muster up 325 pounds for one rep. But that's not the point. The point here is that Bert thinks that ego lifting can somehow counteract all the toxic waste that he pumps into his veins every weekend. And it's a very Bert Crusher thing to think. All this drinking and binge eating just seems to be Bert's way of coping with the fact that he's probably peaked in his career as a comedian. A peak that, according to Bert, he's not really satisfied with.
I saw the list of pictures, and it was so fun. It was fun. You got the jerks, you got you're with Stefano, and it's just so Jeff Tate. I was amped up with Leanne. I was like, I'm not doing shit.
Oh my God.
And I was like, I gotta get on the road. I gotta get back on tour.
Man, the life of a comedian in the Rogan sphere just seems like an endless, exhausting competition. On top of the thousands of hours of podcasts that they have to do, where they have to find something funny to talk about for an hour plus every episode. They have to be on their A game during their comedy tours that seem to really end. So even though Bert probably gets paid an ungodly amount of money per year, this work schedule seems to be getting the best of him.
I think, can I tell you the biggest thing, and this is maybe a little inside baseball, like, I think when you're that busy, sometimes people ask you to do creative stuff and you don't have the bandwidth for it, and so it comes out mediocre. And so, like I'll give you a perfect example. Is like promo videos. They would tell me like we need an on-sale video for ... and I'd just be like, I get so many of those because you have an on-sale video for a show. I need a promo video for Pro, so it's like a promo video for a 5K, and a promo video for your special. You have a movie coming out, we need a promo for that, and all this stuff. You just all of a sudden, I feel like the fun gets pulled out of the job. When the job was never intended to be work, it was meant to be fun. It is work, but it should be fun work.
So he's on the verge of burning out, while at the same time having this deep-seated hunger for more success burning in his core when he compares himself to his peers. I mean, no wonder this guy just eats his feelings away.
And that's why I think when you see, I'll use Shane as an example, when you see Shane leaving tires or Gillian Keeves, that was all just fun. It wasn't work yet. His calendar wasn't loaded. All he had to do was sit in the park with his boys and try to make each other laugh. And that's the beauty of the playfulness of stand-up, And I think I had subtracted that out of it and gotten so many plates spinning that I couldn't have fun with anything. I just was like, I look at everything as another job.
I mean, it's kind of crazy that Bert's at the height of his career, earning more money per month than most people in the world will ever see in their lives, yet still feels empty inside. And Bert claims that the reason for this is because of his absurdly busy work schedule. But I don't think it's crazy for me to say that his drinking problem is probably causing a lot of his bad feelings too. I mean, this guy's entire career has been a booze bender where he's either completely shit-faced or suffering from a brain-throbbing hangover. So I bet if he actually took steps to getting sober, that he'd feel much more with his life. But we can only dream, folks, because if you're familiar with Bert Crusher, you know that that's not really in his cards right now. Like, his drinking problem is so bad that he actually thinks alcohol is good for him. And in this podcast, you can see that he nitpicks stories of people who drink every day in order to justify his alcoholism.
And it was little baby bottles of Jack Daniels all the way across. And he pulled them out, and I saw that, and I was turned on immediately. Yeah. And I said to the lady, "What's this?" She goes, "Oh, he's a dentist, and every morning when he wakes up, he takes a shot of Jack Daniels before he starts his day." And I was like, "Shut the fuck up."
That's very nice.
I can do that. I can do that. That's man wouldn't stop at one, but he just took one shot and started his day. Was it FDR that did that? FDR would have a shot of whiskey every morning. Maybe Truman or FDR.
So, according to Bert, because Harry Truman, the man who was president in 1945, drank a shot of whiskey every morning, this man's whiskey equals healthy. I mean, this guy is truly lost, and honestly, I can't help but feel kind of bad for him, because while he's an annoying hack comedian, he's overall an innocent guy. Never had a meat bone in his body, really. He also happens to be a father, so I truly pray that this man gets sober. But anyways, that's pretty much it for the bird update, guys. If you enjoyed this video, don't be afraid to comment down below, and until next time, thank you for watching.
He just hoped that halacha l'maisa, the length can't be more than twice the width. So the Gemara says, "And Rabbi, yes, Rabbi Shnei Merachot." Change the gist of the Mishnah. It should say that Eliezer holds.
So it seems like Joe Rogan is slowly starting to realize that Elon Musk, someone who Joe once thought of as a friend, is simply just using Joe and his massive audience to do pretty much whatever he wants with. And the best part about Joe realizing this is that at the same time, it's almost like he knows he's in way too deep to do anything about it at this point. So as a result, Joe just kind of sat there like a good boy while Elon took the reign. And we can see this from the very beginning of the show, when Elon used the first 10 minutes to advertise his new AI chatbot.
Now you want to avoid about how the news is a total dumpster fire.
She knows me too well.
Which seemed to secretly trigger Joe, because if you're familiar with Joe Rogan, you know that it's something that Joe really doesn't like. He doesn't like to feel like his guests are using his platform solely to promote their newest product. But since it is Daddy Elon, Joe plays along with it at first.
Do you think that all the gold is in Fort Knox?
Do I think all the gold is in Fort Knox?
Yes.
Conspiracy theorist?
And like
real quick here, is it just me, or did Elon laugh a little too hard at his chatbot calling Joe Rogan a conspiracy theorist? It's almost like that's exactly what Elon thinks of Joe. Like he doesn't take Joe or anything Joe has to say seriously at all. And again, it's simply just they use him for his massive audience. And Joe kind of starts to catch on to this, so he tries to switch topics to get Elon to stop fiddling with his robot girlfriend and actually engage in conversation. But when the AI bot interrupts Joe, we can finally get a glimpse of what Robbie's feeling about the little commercial Elon's doing without his consent.
Coming from a guy who wants to go to Mars. Oh, speaking of Mars, what do you think about that crazy square?
Oh, yeah, structure. I guess there are some squares things.
Number one,
You know,
there is only the
that's a
target
big
for
place,
70
so.
people down to
Yeah, but
70
that one,
people,
It's just
5,000
a
times
square.
square.
No, it's
It's getting closer.
It's
Even
alien
if it has
civilization.
no domicile
That's what I
identity, so
think,
just the people in space, we're saying nothing, it works. That's how I
If an alien civilization did exist, though, and it, you know, what happened, got hit by an asteroid or whatever, she won't show me. She's like the hot lady of the party in the Arabs conversation.
Did you catch that? Joe's getting so fed up with the AI bot that he almost blurted out his true feelings about the whole thing. But because it's Elon, Joe has to submit.
By an asteroid, whatever. She won't show me. She's like the hot lady of the party that interrupts the conversation. So if that was the case, like that thing.
So then, after Elon finally puts his AI girlfriend away, the conversation shifts focus to Elon's Yahtzee salute from the inauguration. And guys, I know this is my third time mentioning this topic, and at this point it seemed like I'm beating a dead horse, but the reason I'm including this clip is because it truly shows that we've hit the peak of Joe Rogan's copium addiction.
What is it like all of a sudden, like, if the left was in love with you?
Yeah.
The same idiots are calling you it. It's the most bizarre thing I've ever seen in my life.
I mean,
There's so many examples of people saying my heart goes out to you. There's a little enthusiasm that probably wouldn't be written, but obviously with hindsight.
yes. I mean, there's obviously maintain the most positive spirit possible.
Yes,
Yeah.
obviously. But it's so strange where people want to think that you are openly publicly doing secret style hand motions.
And now I can never point at things diagonally. I can only point at things there.
It's so crazy.
It's a little propaganda.
Yes.
So they know it was obviously not meant in a negative way, that it literally goes out to you, and it was very positive. The entire speech was very positive. I was very enthusiastic about the future in space.
All right, so Elon's main excuse is that because he was being very positive future, then there's no way his hand motion could mean anything else, conveniently forgetting that those German guys from World War II were also very positive and enthusiastic about the future. Like, that doesn't automatically excuse him of anything like he thinks it does. And then as soon as you thought this couldn't get any worse, Joe opens his mouth.
That's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. And CNN, when I was in all my trouble, absurd. Every time CNN used a photo of me, it was one of the photos from the UFC weigh-ins where I go like this. So they have a photo that's me. He got a little pumped up.
Yeah, good well done. Exactly.
Yeah, that's all it is. Obviously. There's video of Tim Walz doing the exact same thing. Right. Exact same thing. And he said, of course, it's a salute. He said that.
Right.
This is how crazy things have gone. Like,
so yeah, guys, the Joe Rogan that we all used to know and love is gone forever. And whether he realizes that he's being used or not, there's simply nothing he can do at this point to save himself. It's kind of like getting T-boned by a drunk driver driving a semi-truck, severely injuring your back and paying thousands of dollars in medical bills to fix your spine, while not realizing that this injury could have earned you millions of dollars with the right injury law firm. Like, that whole time you could have checked out America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan, for absolutely free, since they only require payment if you win the case in court. So just in case you guys ever get seriously injured, remember that your case could be worth millions, and you're literally only a few clicks away from potentially changing your life. I mean, you can even start your claim right now with Morgan & Morgan at www.forthepeople.com/American Redact, which is in the description below, or you can simply scan the QR code on the screen. So for the rest of the 3 hours of this podcast, no matter what topic Elon was droning on about, Joe seemed to have only one response.
My guess is that place is $100 billion a year.
Jesus Christ.
The idea that would be just untraceable blank checks didn't occur to us at first.
Jesus.
So, think about it. If you like flood protections,
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Basically what happened in California.
Jesus Christ.
The plot thickens.
The plot thickens. Jesus Christ.
Is of your current population, which is 3%.
Jesus Christ.
It's one of the smallest, maybe next year or a couple of years.
Jesus Christ.
Tell Cash where the computer is. How's he gonna find it?
Jesus Christ.
So he just gobbled up everything Elon had to say without giving a single iota of pushback. But guys, going into this 3-hour-long snooze fest, I really didn't expect anything less. Like, if this doesn't hit home the fact that Joe Rogan's a puppet for right-wing leaders, I don't think anything else will. Also, aside from all the politics, is it just me, or are these two sickos just way too overly obsessed with bedroom? Like, there's a moment in the beginning of Pod where Joe and Elon seem just a little bit too excited about the idea of buying a realistic sexual robot.
How long before we have an actual sex robot that can talk to you like that?
Probably not long.
Not that long, right?
Less than 5 years, probably.
Really?
Yeah.
Will it be warm?
You can have whatever you want. You can have a cat go.
Yeah, you probably could. Right. You probably have a furry. You could have a furry lady that you have sex with.
Yeah.
Like an avatar lady. Maybe a big giant lady that lives in your house.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, it's almost like they forget that the entire world is listening and laughing at them while they fantasize about their ultra-realistic, life-size robots. It just points to them probably being degenerate sex addicts. Like, Joe's comedy revolves solely around toilet humor and dick jokes, and the only time a joke doesn't fly over his shiny, bald head is when it's about private parts. And for Elon, well, I don't really have to say anything about him. His actions just speak for themselves. So yeah, overall this podcast just proved them to be the buffoons that people make them out to be. And with that, that's pretty much it for the guys. Until next time, thanks for watching.
Yeah, it's a giant propaganda machine putting out some redacted files that don't show anything.
Yeah.
This is only
A bunch of
stage one.
redacted.
The fact that the Twitter guy he's not even from here. He's from South Africa. He comes to this country and wants to turn it into a dictatorship. He doesn't feel that we deserve democracy. Can you just imagine doing that? Going to another country and just deciding, yeah, you know what? I'm going to change this form of government because I've decided. Yeah, he doesn't mind living under a dictatorship as long as he's on the good side of it.
Alright, so for the past 3 weeks or so, Bill Burr has been absolutely torching Elon Musk on his podcast. And if you're familiar with Bill Burr, you know that he's always been pretty open about his deep-seated hatred for greedy CEOs. So naturally, Elon Musk, being who he is pretty much at the top of Bill's list of people to roast. And now it seems like Elon is finally starting to get rattled by it, because according to Burr, Elon recently flagged Bill's Twitter account for inappropriate content, which is just about as petty as it gets. I mean, Bill doesn't use his podcast on Twitter. In fact, he rarely even posts there. So on one of his recent podcasts, Bill fired back and absolutely tore Musk to shreds.
Laminated face cut.
But before I show you that entire clip, I think it's important to lay down some groundwork to show you what really led up to all this. Because this tension has kind of been building up for months. Starting all the way back in January, right after Trump's inauguration, when Musk was caught on camera doing a back-to-back salute. And when Bill Burr got wind of this, he called Elon out for it. And unlike most comedians in the so-called Rogan sphere, Bill is actually a true comedian. He doesn't pander to billionaire weirdos or play into whatever culture war that'll make him more popular with right-wing podcast listeners. So when it came to Elon, Bill did not hold back.
And look at that guy. His Turkish hair plugs and his laminated face, and now he's out here seeing highly. I mean, that guy is awful. All of these movies along the way, The Greatest Generation, D-Day, all of those that were sacrificed so that people could live free. And this fucking nerd, because he couldn't get any in high school, is now identified with Hitler. Why would he be like, what does he feel he's not getting as a white man? I mean, it's like you're a fucking billionaire, more money than anybody. You're still upset. Like, how do you have the bandwidth with the amount of fucking shooting rockets off and all of this stuff? You still have the bandwidth to be like knocking people, you know, look like you? Is that what it is? I mean, to be honest with you, nobody looks like Elon Musk. That's what scared me about that guy. Hey, Elon Musk, if you don't mind, we'd like to enjoy our life. I don't think we need to reboot Adolf lunatic. I'm sorry, pretty girls don't like you until you have $1 billion.
Also in this podcast, Bill brought up a pretty interesting point. Why didn't anyone call out Elon for this? Powerful people like Elon make strange or questionable moves. The role of the comedian is to mock them. But aside from Bill, no one in the comedy world really said anything. It's almost like everyone was too scared or too invested in maintaining their business relationships to say anything critical about Elon Musk.
He's gonna burn this whole thing down. I think he just lost his job. Oh, wait a minute. Nothing happened. I cannot believe nothing happened. Nothing happened. How do you explain that away? I gotta be honest with you. The fact that he did that and everyone is outraged is just is beyond me. Because I always felt like this country collectively all agreed that Hitler was not a good person. And this is like some shit that needs to be stomped out immediately. That people are gonna lead us back in that direction. What are we doing? Is this the United States not divided? Like, are we really gonna fuck this up?
And again, when Bill says everyone here, I'm pretty sure he's referring to people in his own circle, his comedian friends with comedy podcasts, the people who have platforms just as big as his. Anyways, that initial rant about Elon's salute didn't actually get Musk's attention. What really got under his skin came about 10 days later, when Bill Burr made a much more aggressive statement about CEOs in general on his podcast.
This is so the amount of people that are struggling out there because of these billionaires, and they got us all arguing liberal and conservative. We got to stop doing that. I'm so tired of hearing about people going to bed worried about what's going to happen next week. There is so much money in this country, and there's so much work being done you know, that if you work a full week at job, you should be able to pay your rent. You shouldn't have to go out and get another job and still be struggling. It's bad for the country. That's so these millionaires. They need to be put down. You know, like rabid dogs. They're like rabid with greed. They're just going out and just dividing everybody.
And now, if you've been following Bill Burr's comedy for a while, you know that he says stuff like this all the time. It's exaggerated, and it's meant to be funny. But for some reason, this one hit a nerve with some people. And that comment quickly spread all over Twitter, and the blue check mark warriors immediately jumped to Elon's. And as we all know by now, Elon spends most of his waking hours tweeting. So there's a very high chance warrior decided to Bill Burr's Twitter account, and he doesn't even remember that this is the same guy who just a few days prior stood up at the same conference and said that America needs to legalize comedy again.
You know, and have like a sense of humor. So, the left wanted to be comedy illegal, you know? They can't make fun of anything. So there's like, comedy sucks. It's like, nothing's funny, you can't make fun of anything. It's like, legalize comedy. Yeah. Legalize comedy. And we shifted the entire culture in just the last few months. The whole culture of the country has shifted dramatically just because of that election. Yeah, exactly. Freedom of speech. Having fun again, it seems like we should have get that.
I mean, you just can't make this stuff up. Elon Musk loves to cosplay as the savior of free speech and comedy until an actual comedian uses free speech to make fun of him. So, in response to the Twitter flag, Bill Burr went absolutely nuclear on Elon in one of his more recent podcasts. And let me just tell you now that it was glorious.
I'll tell you what's funny. I made fun of the fucking Twitter guy for Sieg Heiling not once but twice, and I never look at my emails. I was scrolling through my emails and it said my Twitter account had been flagged for inappropriate. I don't even tweet anymore. They've been flagged for what a fucking baby, just like a fucking baby. Because that's another thing that are into fucking learn to be and like look at this guy like he was some sort of fucking hero. The guy's one of the biggest fucking cowards ever. The fact that the Twitter guy he's not even from here. He's from South Africa. He comes to this country and wants to turn it into a dictatorship. He doesn't feel we deserve democracy. Can you just imagine doing that? Going to another country and just deciding, yeah, you know what? I'm going to change this form of government because I've decided. He doesn't mind living under a dictatorship as long as he's on the good side of it. Laminated face cunt.
And that brings us up to date with the Elon versus Bill Burr saga. At this point, unless Elon actually responds, I think Bill is done wasting his breath on him. And honestly, as much as I enjoy hearing Bill Burr roast CEOs, he's probably got better things to do. This whole situation might also explain why he hasn't been on the Joe Rogan Experience lately. If you've been paying attention to Rogan's podcast over the past year, you know that Joe has pretty much been non-stop releasing Elon Musk and spewing right-wing propaganda since the election. So it's no surprise that Bill, who's never really been one to hold his tongue, would kind of want to distance himself from that. So props to Bill Burr for being one of the last true American comedians. But anyways, that's all for today, guys. If you enjoyed this breakdown, be sure to like, subscribe, and do let me know in the comments what you think about this whole situation. Do you think Elon is actually bothered by Bill Burr's comments? Or is this just another case of a billionaire throwing a tantrum over nothing? Either way, until next time, thanks for watching. Tony Hinchcliffe's ego needs to be studied in a lab. I mean, the sheer size of it is unlike anything I've ever seen before. And the craziest part about his ego is that it seems to only grow larger. Like on the latest episode of Kill Tony, apparently Tony now knows more about the Canadian health system than an actual doctor from Canada.
Yeah. What was your schooling like? Super Canadian?
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people don't know this, but I study the Canadian healthcare system because they brag about how good it is, and I like to do my own research just to make sure that I live in the greatest country on planet Earth, and I do. I don't know if you guys know this, but Canada does bites now for anybody that wants one. Am I correct?
No.
Okay, correct me where I'm wrong.
It's called MAID, which is medical assistance in dying, and no one's ever approached me about it, but it's
It's because you're working, you just said, in an emergency, like urgent care thing, so they would go to a hospital or a normal, actual, professional, actual, real money-making, full-time doctor.
I work in a clinic too.
Yeah, no, I know. That way they wouldn't go to like a free clinic for that. They would just be like, hey, everything's free everywhere.
I mean, this might be the most idiotic thing he's ever done. And also, isn't this show supposed to be about comedy? Like, I can't be the only one who feels like everyone in that room who isn't Tony is just completely uncomfortable. But of course, Tony doesn't read the room as he continues to make himself look even worse. Because Tony goes on to tell the audience that he's done his own research on this topic, and he's came to the conclusion that Canada's MAID policy will assist you in unaliving yourself if you're feeling depressed, which with a quick Google search can be proven wrong. But you guys have to remember that Joe Rogan and his crew don't believe in Google.
I've talked to multiple Canadian doctors and civilians that live in Canada, and they have all known someone or know people or have a site that you haven't.
I know people who have, but I've just never had a patient.
Just to make this clear so that everybody understands, in Canada, it's not you're sick with something and dying from something that would make you, like here in America, you have to be dying in order to have other people help you yourself. In Canada, you just have to be sad, correct?
Oh no, but that's something they've talked about, which would be really fucked up if it's like that became a thing and then like you don't accept like psychedelic medicines, which are really like you know what I mean? Like
it sounds like you're in denial that your healthcare system in Canada is so wild that sad people just get to themselves and then they schedule them to themselves. Where's the air horn?
Yeah.
So if you guys don't really know what's going on here, Tony basically only gets his information from word of mouth or through Twitter. So what he's saying here is kind of like a half-truth, because the medical assistance in dying law was set to expand in 2024 to allow MAID for people with mental illness as their only condition, but due to ethical concerns and public pushback, this expansion was delayed until at least 2027, and the doctor explains this to Tony.
I don't know if that's like in practice yet, but that's a dark dystopian potential.
Hold on a second. Hold on. You say that it's a dark dystopian potential.
Yeah.
It's not a use. Can you describe what MAID is then?
Oh, but it's just not for sad people. It's like for suffering, but for like physical pain.
But without even considering what she said, Tony, in fact, tells the doctor that she's straight up wrong and that he knows more than her because, get this, he has a bit out it in his upcoming comedy special. Truly pathetic.
Do you think you have to have physical pain to do it there?
I think so.
You're wrong.
Okay, that's
You
possible.
can just be sad.
Oh,
I know more about your system than you because I have a bit about it.
Okay.
And I'm not doing because I don't want to weaken here because I want to do it on a thing one day. I would go into it and it works.
Yes, you heard that correctly. The mid-tier comedian just told an actual doctor that she's wrong. And on top of that, he knows she's wrong, but he has a bit about it. This guy truly needs to get home. Where's Bill Burr when you need him?
You would have made them all stuff in Slovenia? Yeah. I got you know, I don't know, maybe not. I mean, heck, one guy, I thought, man, we were shitting on him. We thought the market didn't work. This is brutal. This is going to be an hour. This nobody can be funny in a minute.
Tony then goes on to paint the MAID policy in Canada like it's some deeply evil practice that would never be allowed in the United States, without even realizing that his own country practices a version of this. The only difference is that in the U.S., you only qualify if you're terminally ill with less than 6 months to live.
Here's what's crazy is not only, this is going to be interesting for you, not only do Canadians do this, over 2,000, actually over between 1,500 and 2,000 people did it in 2024. And again, this is no physical ailment. This is just being sad.
Which no, it's in Canada right now.
I know. That was the joke that I implied 28 seconds ago. But they schedule you. So literally, it's not like you go into the hospital and you're like, I want to call myself. They're like, come on, I'll do it. They schedule you for a later date. They probably have to process stuff and do things. So they're literally like, okay, come back on this date and we will help you. And people have to wait. And that's Canadian.
But if you're familiar with Tony Hinchcliffe, this kind of arrogance shouldn't come as a surprise. I mean, Tony's been getting high off the smell of his own farts ever since his performance at the Tom Brady roast last May. And then a few months after that, he had his most viewed Kill Tony episode of all time, which featured Shane Gillis and Adam Ray as Donald Trump and Joe Biden. So all of his success and recognition is really going to his head now.
The world, they gave me a chance. You know what I mean? They gave me a chance showing what I can do.
But deep down, I believe that Tony Hinchcliffe is slowly burning out. I mean, this guy's been churning out 3-hour episodes of Kill Tony every Monday for the last decade. So at some point, the smell of his farts just won't hit like they used to for him anymore. And with Tony's monstrosity ego, I would actually put money on the show declining this year because people are really starting to just how much of a prick Tony is. I mean, even in Joe Rogan's recent podcast with the chess god himself, Magnus Carlsen, Tony couldn't help himself but to insult Magnus to his face.
Did you remix you too?
No. I'm talking out my ass. Like, I think the world record is over like 3 seconds or something. Like, it's something absolutely insane.
Imagine the time you could have spent building a business, raising a family.
Get a world record on the same cover.
So dope. Yeah, well, we all have parents.
Watch this computer do it.
He also just overall came off like a self-obsessed idiot, so much so that Magnus laughed in his face multiple times throughout the pod.
You've always been a giant chess fan.
Well, it's actually a newer thing, but when I got into it, it was just everything. Now it's what I do right before bed. I fall asleep. Usually, I fall asleep during actual games online on my phone.
It's driving him crazy.
Yeah.
How can that happen?
I mean, so
What do you do when you wake up?
that's total coffee. Yeah. No, I wake up and I look at the board and it said you resigned.
That sounds amazing. Like, I would, like, obviously that would never happen to me. Like, I like to play a game of chess. Yeah, listening to music, sitting there popping.
Some wild Norwegian music. Rammstein or something.
No, that's actually German. But that's a good song. Yeah, that's a good song.
Like, this guy just can't help but make a fool of himself anytime he speaks. And the fact that he's proud about it is what makes him so insufferable. But I guess Tony will be Tony. And anyway, guys, that's pretty much it for the video. Do let me know in the comments down below about what you think of this comedic assassin. And until next time, thanks for watching.
When you completed that shear, you had an awareness of what you're doing. That ultimately characterizes the act. And this is the partial act you can see. They preclude you from creating a carbon. So the Gemara says, "Avamacha k'benezi lo u'b'mai." What are you talking about? Steve is already showing you this.
Some of the most satisfying moments on JRE is when Joe Rogan gets fact-checked in real time. It's just priceless seeing Joe slowly realize that the thing for the last 15 minutes was completely wrong. And these fact-checks are usually served up by the unsung hero and producer of the show, Jamie Vernon, who endlessly Googles the topics of Joe's claims to make sure that what's saying is correct. And don't get a lot of what Joe Rogan says on his show, for the most part, is true. But when he is wrong, Jamie's not afraid to let him know. For instance, on episode 1926 with Shane Gillis and Matt McCusker, Joe Rogan was fact-checked in real time after falsely stating that a single volcano eruption releases more CO2 gas than anything human beings have ever done.
There was more CO2 released from that one volcano erupting than everything human beings have ever done. Really? Fact check, volcanoes do not release more CO2 emissions than human activity. Reuters is on.
Yeah.
Where would this show be without young Jamie? I mean, he's pretty much carrying this show's entire reputation on his back, since Joe essentially believes just about everything he sees on Twitter. And don't even get me started with the guests. Joe's guests usually only make the lies worse, as they tend to just agree with everything that Joe says, since Joe's blessing them with the exposure from his massive audience. But still, Jamie never fails to deliver the truth. Like during the episode that Joe did with the UFC fighter Bo Nickel, Joe and Bo spend a good portion of the episode trashing the previous president of the United States, Joe Biden, accusing him of saying stupid things on a global stage. But as you'll see shortly, after a quick Google search from Jamie, it's revealed that, hilariously enough, Biden was actually referring to something that Donald Trump was saying.
Well, there's people that voted for Biden. They're doing it now. Yeah, they're like, what did I do? Right? What did I choose? How was this guy? Did you hear what he said? Like yesterday, a couple days ago, he said he was talking about the Revolutionary War. He's like, well, the Revolutionary War. One problem with the Revolutionary War was they didn't have enough airports. Pull him. Let me see. I don't think it is.
The same state is that's the biggest problem we had in the Revolutionary War. We didn't have enough airports.
Yeah, that's it. Is that fake?
It's not fake, but he was referencing Trump saying that. Yeah, Trump saying it. No, Trump said something about it. He didn't say Jesus, he said stable genius, and that's where the.
Let me hear what it says. What he says.
Our army manned the air. It ran the ramparts. It took over the airports. It did everything it had to do.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So,
But I feel like you can tell too. It sounds like a little different. He's like, you can tell that stuff is worse, but yeah.
And the coping done by Joe and his guest after Jamie community notes them into oblivion is just amazing. I mean, it's really the only thing they can do after being completely dunked on by the truth. So yeah, I think we can all say that Jamie's really the unanimous MVP of the Joe Rogan experience. But sometimes it's not just Jamie who keeps Joe in check. Like, believe it or not, sometimes the guest actually grows a pair and tells Joe to his face that he's wrong. For example, during episode 1762 with Josh Zepps in 2022, Zepps interrupts one of Joe's ramblings about the dangers of the COVID vaccine to tell him that what he's saying is, in fact, wrong.
for young boys in particular, there's an adverse risk associated with the vaccine. So it's 2 to 4-fold increase in the instances of myocarditis.
Yes, but that there's an increased risk of myocarditis among that cohort from getting COVID as well, which exceeds the risk of myocarditis from the vaccine.
I don't think that's true. I don't think it's true. I don't think it's true that there's an increased risk of myocarditis from people catching COVID that are young versus increased risk of myocarditis from the vaccine.
No, there is.
Let's look that up because I don't think that's true. Myocarditis is more common after COVID-19 infection than vaccination. Is this with children?
Yeah, we're talking about young females and boys aged under 30 after this.
But with children, is the issue.
Well, no, we were talking about 15-year-olds.
Well, we're talking about young children.
Yeah, so you're about 8 times likely to get myocarditis from getting COVID than from getting the vaccine.
That's interesting.
Now, that being said,
What I've read before, but also it's like, even while reading these things, it's like, what are we getting from? Is this
So even after Joe says that website, Zepps, most polite way possible, says to Joe that he should trust this internal research. But of course, Joe ignorantly remains skeptical.
a great idea?
I don't trust American epidemiological data very much, but the fact that it's a global pandemic and that there are lots of wonky geniuses in Germany and South Korea and stuff doing a lot of this research as well, I think that in general I sort of trust the consensus of most of the people who speak about it. That's the data that I've heard about it.
Joe Rogan during the pandemic was just another breed of gullible stupidity. Like, it got so bad to the point where it seemed like it was actually starting to piss young Jamie off. Because oftentimes, after painstakingly finding the most trustworthy article on the topic of Joe's claims, Joe would still disagree with Jamie. Like during episode 1749 with Shane Dorian, when Joe claimed Texas Health Department had a policy that would deny straight white males access to antibody treatment.
Texas, crazy. A friend of mine went and he's white power, and he went and they told him that they couldn't give it to him because of his age and his body mass. Because he's white, but if he was Hispanic or black, they would be able to give it to him.
That's so messed up.
And he went, what? He said, if I looked exactly like my body now, but I had more melanin, it's crazy to be able to just because you'd be in an at-risk group.
It's like a long episode of Black Mirror.
Fact check. No policy denies white people antibody treatment. Texas Health Department says. Was a video of it.
Joe then goes on to refute Jamie's fact check with his own personal anecdote. And when Jamie responds to this, you can kind of hear Jamie getting impatient with Joe's stupidity.
Was a video of it.
I know the video says that so they talked about the video in this, and then they reached out to the Texas Health.
Yeah, but they absolutely did to this guy, though. Like, people are definitely doing that. And maybe they're...
That doesn't mean it's a policy. It means that person is an asshole, maybe.
Oh, I don't think so. I think maybe the person at the clinic, like the nurse, whoever said they couldn't do it. But she was saying she was sorry. This was the way that they had to do. Well, I don't know. I mean, this might be covered up for fucking horseshit.
Or it's not, but
And I think Jamie's pushback here was justified because this episode was during the height of Joe getting lambasted in the media for spreading misinformation on his podcast about the COVID-19 vaccine. So I think this really kept Jamie on his toes moving forward. Like ever since then, Jamie's evolved into the world's greatest fact checker, and I honestly think he enjoys telling Joe that he's wrong on Joe's own show. For instance, during a recent episode of JRE with Sean Ryan, Jamie fact-checked Joe's claims that Democrats had the most amount of donations over any other party. And the funniest part about this fact check was that it seemed like Jamie knew exactly how Joe was going to refute this evidence. So in turn, Jamie had his backup source on standby.
Well, it's also like if you look at the amount of donors that donate to the left versus donate to the right. Have you ever seen that chart? No. It's fucking nuts. The left gets so many more donations than the right does. Like, it's a giant difference.
what do you got as the top donors to secrets.org? 7 of them, or 6 of the top 7 are Republicans. Individual donors.
Individual donors. What I was talking about was like they showed a chart that had like Google, Facebook, all these mega corporations that were donating. Go to top corporation donations via party. It is a complete facade. This is the number one. This is corporations. So they donate more than Google.
Federal contributions.
So 82 million is the top one, and that's Empower Parents. These are right wing. Is that why it's right? So it seems like the top 4.
The sweet sound of Joe Rogan getting served up back-to-back fact checks. What a time to be alive, folks. The last fact check on this list was actually a very recent one from episode 2271 with John Reeves, where Jamie fact checks Joe after Joe claims that the conspiracy about USAID giving $27 million to the George Soros TA fund is true. And guys, the reason I saved this clip for last is because it truly shows you the state of the Joe Rogan experience in 2025. Like, Joe just simply doesn't care about the truth anymore. He's 100% a propaganda machine.
We're spending like $27 million went to the George Soros DA fund. That's so crazy. That's more than he puts in. We were paying to get shitty DAs on.
There's pushback on that million George Soros stuff.
Oh, really? What's the pushback?
That's not true.
What did they say?
Sure, bring it up. I thought it was 58.
Okay, the claim that Mike Pence establishes in his research is that USAID paid out $27 million in grants to the Tide Foundation. The Tides Foundation is a major funder of the Soros-backed group. As far as I can tell by Googling, there has never been any organizational affiliation between the two organizations. Okay, by Googling, that's it. You just Googled, but the end of the what what is that? What's that 24 million going to? Like, what it might be going to fight seasons. It might be going short, or you don't know. How about you don't know? And also Google whether or not those will know each other. That's crazy.
It's hilarious to hear Joe Rogan laugh and call Googling a ridiculous measure of fact-checking, when that's literally what he has paid Jamie to do for decades. That's Jamie's entire job, just Googling the shit that comes out of Joe and his guest's mouth, and occasionally using, you guessed it, Google. So yeah, guys, Jamie's truly the NPU of the Joe Rogan experience nowadays. And even though Joe doesn't really agree with any of the fact checks that Jamie brings up anymore, I think Jamie's doing a wonderful job of showing the audience that there are at least two sides to whatever Joe is blabbering on about in the current moment. But anyways, that's pretty much it for the video, guys. If you made it this far, thanks for watching. And make sure to like, subscribe, and comment down below if you want a part 2 of Joe Rogan getting fact checked.
Remember again, they would go ahead and they would have to put him on firms. So he die in order to go ahead and die the purpose. So something that they would just.
Ori said you always make it about yourself, and Tom, I couldn't understand what that. I don't know what that sentence means. Like, I really don't, and I don't know that how I do it. And I said to Leanna in Paris, we were having, and I said, "Do I make things about myself?" She goes, "Yeah." And I said, "But doesn't everyone?" And she goes, "No." And I was like, "But wait, when do I do it?" She goes, "You're doing it right now."
Bert Kreischer's never-ending downfall seems to be in full force as of late, because in his most recent episode of Two Bears, One Cave with Don Segura, he still seems to be completely shocked that Ari Shaffir and Joe Rogan have distanced themselves from him because of his horrible habit of always wanting to be the center of attention. So basically, the entire back end of this episode was kind of an intervention for Bert, even though Tom tried to explain to him in the most simple way possible that Ari and Joe are in fact correct, that he does indeed have a glaring issue with needing to be the main focus of any conversation. Bert still seems to be deep denial that he has a problem, and according to Bert, people just don't understand him.
No one gets me. Like, no one understands me. Like a moment where I said to Leanna, I was like, "Am I a narcissist?" I said this in Paris, and she was like, "No, you're not a narcissist." I go, "Would a narcissist know it though? Like, does a narcissist go like, no, I'm not a fucking narcissist?" Or they go, "Yeah, I'm a narcissist. It's wild."
That's an actually interesting question.
So in order to help Bert find out what's really wrong with them, the two guys start researching personality disorders that Bert might have similarities to. And listen, I've never claimed to be a psychologist, but what Tom describes next seems to be exactly what Bert has.
How about histrionic personality disorder, HPD? Do you think maybe you have this?
What's that?
Well, here's these symptoms: attention seeking, being being uncomfortable with not the center of attention and acting out to get it.
Everyone shut the fuck up, okay? Okay, I might have that. Keep going.
Dramatic behavior, being overly emotional, dramatic, or expressive.
Okay, alright, keep going. I got that.
Being overly concerned with physical appearance and using it to draw attention.
Oh, do you mean like taking pictures of my posting on Instagram? Yeah.
Okay. Being overly sensitive to criticism or disapproval.
Come on, you know I got that.
Having a low tolerance for frustration or delayed gratification.
Yes, I got that. I'm drinking right now because I'm frustrated.
HPD is often coexistent with other mental conditions like anxiety.
I got that.
But instead of ending it there and realizing that, oh yeah, I do have this issue, Bert just seems to think that it's natural for comedians to be that way. And he admits that he simply cannot comprehend how other comedians like Tom Segura and Shaffir have a desire to be the section while they perform stand-up comedy. When they go off stage, they're able to flick that switch off.
And I like being on stage. I do center of attention. But I understand the person like yourself, kind of, you don't like being the center of attention, but you have a draw to.
So I like being the center of attention off stage. I do like being the center of attention on stage.
But okay, so how can you? I would think this would go hand in hand. So if you want to be the center of attention, then why like I can't wrap my head around that because I think my whole thing is based around like being on stage and being on stage, like always being on stage, always being having that.
So it's the difference. I have a separation for it.
It's so interesting to me because I can't imagine. I can't see the juxtaposition. You know.
Yeah, I think for me it's just when performing.
But without even taking a breath to think about what Tom said, Bert immediately jumps into a story about him while he was in France, where he found it upsetting that no one in France was recognizing him on the streets as they would in the United States. And what happens after is perhaps the biggest indicator that Bert will, in fact, never change from the loud, annoying egomaniac that he is today.
Like it was kind of interesting. This is gonna sound whatever it's gonna sound like. That's true. Because I didn't get I got recognized like maybe 4 times in France. I saw guys like in the States. I can see if I see a guy, I go, that guy's gonna recognize me. Like I can see that there's a body type, clothing type. Where you go, this guy's gonna recognize me. And I would see the type of guy that should recognize me, not recognize me, and it was kind of like caught me off guard. The first day, I'd be like, oh, you big guy in shorts in cold weather. With a fucking hoodie on, beard. That's about to say, oh, the machine. And they were all drinking. And he just walked right by me, and I was like, wait, you want to walk by for a second time? Like, sure.
You really do. I don't know if I've ever met anybody who likes it as much as you really like it.
And I think there's a subset of people that find that shameful. Like, that's kind of gross. But I can't wrap my head around the fact that it's not gross. I can't wrap my head around the fact that people would see that as gross. I go, yeah, but I got on stage.
Those ultimately, again, they just go ahead and place on top. Quite amazing. Actually, Rashi says, "Dimos al she'in alav kabod, dimos in choshishin lo ka'ed mitzad echad, hilchach b'nachal outside." So it's just a fascinating statement of what it goes for emphasis. Right now, I love telling myself the foundations.
Well, that's what you do. Come on, man. Let's just hang around the cell. Let's just table stuff.
True. Let's just be at the table. It's nice. That's a nice template. That's where that kind of talk belongs. You can't
give it out to the civilians for free.
You can't diffuse the legendary
Soviet assassins out here.
All right, so during a recent episode of Matt Shane's Secret Podcast, Shane Gillis and Matt McCusker spent some time talking about the overall new segment every single week. It seems they don't want to be associated with the Austin comedy scene whatsoever, and it's almost like they take it as an insult if you classify them as Austin comics, which is a completely valid feeling to have. I'm sure Matt and Shane are great friends with the entire Rogan sphere, but that doesn't change the fact that their friends are complete hacks, and they know this. I mean, you just saw them making fun of how Joe Rogan considers him and his posse as assassins, or the comedy death squad. In short, they'll see them make fun of how pretentious it is to consider comedy as a sacred art form, like Joe Rogan and Andrew Schultz have on several Jerry episodes. So they're very aware of the bad reputation that Austin has garnered over the years, and they obviously know about all the hate that their buddies receive online. Because in this next clip, they admit to watching YouTube videos criticizing the Rogan sphere and how Joe Rogan has ruined comedy. So something tells me that the Elephant Graveyard's recent video about that whole scene left a long-lasting impact on Shane Gillis and Matt McCusker.
I still get huge every time when I see a dude with like genuine disabilities doing a thing on stage, because it's like I would give in. It would just be too much for me. I don't know that my spirit would be resilient enough to practice the sacred art form that is comedy.
Dude, it's such a sacred art. That's what the thing that's driving me during the comedy wars is how sacred the art is. That's all. Yeah, dude, the comedy wars will pass.
Yeah, well,
I got to go to New York.
So I'm going back to Philly for about 6 months. So I'm out with the Austin scene, dude. I'm back east and still still good. We were watching nasty YouTube videos about the comedy wars. I was like, what are we doing? Let's get something positive. I just put on
So like, you know, it just hangs the balance around.
Well, the comedy one.
Yes.
That's not part of the
The Olympic comedy scene's too powerful. LA and New York, they need to unite to destroy the Olympic comedy scene. How do they stop it?
That is it. So we have all the butt
And so throughout this podcast, Shane Gillis kept bringing up how he's from Philadelphia, which to me just showed how much he doesn't want to be labeled as a comedian from Austin, even though he currently lives there, which is just so funny to me. It'd be like if Joe Rogan considered himself as a Boston comic just because he started doing comedy there. Like that is the length that Shane's willing to go to separate himself from this army of healthy hacks. He even considers the podcast he does with Matt McCusker to be a Philly podcast, even though all of the recent episodes have been held in one of their huge Austin mansions.
Talk to the people in the New York, and everyone talks a big game, and then when they see you, they're very interested in knowing how that's working, and they get a little piece of that. There's a hopelessness out there. You go, LA, you say, what are the podcasts that you can go on here? They got nothing. They got Ad Friends Universe.
No, there's a lot. There's so many. LA, New York are doing great.
No, New York's doing great on the podcast. LA, if you build Class Friend,
Classrooms out there.
yes, that's another thing.
There's a lot.
Name a fourth. Name a fourth. Put me up in here. We got the Matt Shane Secret Podcast. We got the Joe Rogan.
East Coast, all that.
No, you got to take the Stuff Island being here.
Philly all day. That's Philly podcast.
What am I, Australian podcast?
Philly. I also like LA. I was just out there. LA's Philly special. It's really nice. I like it. It's great. Comedy Store's great. I know. I like everywhere. Everything's good. I hope it doesn't devolve into a big Tupac situation. I don't want to see Joe DeRosa get shot in 90. Everyone relax and have a good time.
So just for some context here, Shane Gillis moved to Austin back in 2023, drawn in by his tax perks and proximity to Joe Rogan's mothership. But now that Shane Gillis is pretty much Taylor Swift for average frat guy, he doesn't need to be there anymore. Frankly, Joe needs Shane on his stage more than Shane needs Austin, or Rogan for that matter. And now that Rogan, Hinchcliffe, and that whole crowd is being called out, it could be time for Shane Gillis to happily part ways with the Rogan sphere. Not in a way looking anyone mad, but in like an understanding, sort of wholesome way. Like how Theo Vaughn left the podcast he did with Brendan Shaw, the King of the State. Or how Joe Rogan slowly started putting Brendan Shaw back on JRE. Like obviously they both wanted nothing to do with it after he believed Bobby Lee.
Talked about the fact that if you had a level of color that was higher than 20 ounces, you had to lower it, and we said that it was wider than 10 ounces, you had to lessen the width of the lovely. But listener said in Yeso Turta Pesa that if there was a Turta Pesa which consists of two guideposts and a half post of Torah and two lefties, that would that Alpha P to Rock and After and Dr. Myers, even though it's wider than 10 ounces, you don't need to minimize the width of the lovely if you have a Turta Pesa. It says tomorrow, ask for some Turta Pesa from a hundred for Rockfall. So it's very clear from our Mishnah that a Turta Pesa helps if you're probably wide, the hundred is bubble, and as well we learned about giving a matra, we talked either something like a decorative thing on the lintel that drew attention, or maybe it was the cedar wood that had a coal that people knew about it, but whatever the point was, draw your attention to that, so you can have even higher than 20 amas. The question is, so what kind of shirt that Pesach helps, can we found our shirt that Pesach helps us with? And our mouth are help with height, not to get all from dollars. So if for my, what about the opposite of that? Could a shirt that Pesach help if for a height issue, and couldn't our mouth are help for a width issue? The first we're going to answer the first question first. Is kind of shirt that Pesach help for height? Says tomorrow, mother can invite me at the Rama. My age, that if you have a level called the lower, if it hasn't turned the past on any level, you don't need to lower, you don't need to make it lower. So clearly from this right that a turn the past helps for a height issue. Says tomorrow, a mouse of the Rothschild, what about out 10 and your mouth or something that draws attention to it and that helps with a whip is your mother is wider than 10 amas opening. I'm not coming here to tell you because we went to the right up. Mother people learn me after my mother in my age. I have a mother that's too tall to 20 amas, you have to lower it. Up mother in my age, if it's wider than 10, you have to narrow it. You need a Tzurta Pesach and you start from If you have a Tzurta Pesach, you don't need to narrow it or lower it. The engaged Maltara ain't a Tzurta Mayit and continue to bite there. And if it has a Maltara, you don't need to lessen it. It says, where my lava sefa. Isn't it going on the second case, which is the case where your mother was too wide, it was more than 10 amas wide, and it's telling you that if you have a Maltara, that you don't need to lessen the width. And that would answer our question. No, Areto. It's going on the race. Talking about when the height is too high, 20 amas, and then Maltara helps, that we already knew. So this price does not necessarily increase to the point, and therefore we leave off inconclusive as to whether the Maltara will help us with. I think Shalom might say that is tomorrow. Masmile, so we're going to turn our world a little upside down now from what we've always heard. Masmile is here by Rav from Mozirat. Rabbi was teaching our Mishnah. The son of Rav, in the Torah Mayas. So it says that if you have a Tzurta Pesach and it's wider than 10, you don't need to be under the water of the Tzurta Pesach. It's okay if it's wider than 10. So on the way, Rav said, Rabbi Yehuda, Asnai is Torah Mayas. No, what the proper gear to the Mishnah is to say that even with a Tzurta Pesach, you need to lessen it. So he's saying, you never have more than 10 amas in a mother. You know the Tzurta Pesach for help. Okay, some of Yosef, one Rav told us that a Tzurta Pesach doesn't help for a challenge of 10. Yomad, we should learn from there a different halacha, which is, that if you were to have a chutzner that is filled with doorways and windows, we're talking about windows here that are open at the 10 fucking points, they're open. So it means, so here's the that if the chutzner is majority filled with doors and windows, and so the halakha is that, well, we'll see what the halakha is, but that's the case where you have majority doors and windows, and obviously that creates an environment, the parts in Rubal Omed, where you have more openings, and the majority of the area is doorways, those are open. And if you think about it, a window and a doorway is like this. It has the shape of the Tzurta Pesach. So we're gonna, so what Yosef says, from the words of Rav, we can learn that if you have a chutzner that starts to move all the way, because it's primarily comprised of doorways and windows, they really care to Tzurta Pesach. It's not helped by Tzurta Pesach. In my time, so how do you learn one from the other? What does one have to do with the other? Why? Because he said that Tzurta Pesach doesn't help for a width challenge, that's going to tell you something about parts of Rubal Omed, where it says, he says, we see that basically the idea is as follows. So we've talked about this many times, that if you have an area, you have that has a padlock in it, then that's acceptable. But when you have that takes away from the single padlock. All being sure the breaches of the car, one is that it's part of the Rubal Omed. You have openings, and there are so many openings that there are more openings than not much of the street, even if it's less dynamic. So that we know is part of the Rubal Omed. And we also know that what's another problem that was made of breach is if you have more than 10 openings, so then we don't consider it a Pesach. Even if you have more walls than openings, but any given opening is more than 10 amas, that's a problem. So basically what we're saying is as follows. Those are the problems of breaches that take something out of the category of the Pesach in the doorway, which is acceptable. And what Yosef is trying to say, once you tell me that a Tzurta Pesach doesn't help with opening that's greater than 10, so it's not going to help with the other kind of breach either, which is going to be a case where you have parts of Rubal Omed, even if it's less than 10 amas, right? But since there's more openings than closed, So I might have thought that it's just a pass up is going to help with that. Because no, once you see it doesn't help by widening the doorway, it's not going to help with the other kind of trees, which is part of the Rubal Omid, where you have more things. So therefore, I have a cluster that's filled primarily or majority with windows or doorways which are open. They're not closed. And therefore, you have a chance of part of the Rubal Omid. I'll tell you that a Shur the Pesach will not help. My Yosef Master, also the mother, just like we now see from Yab, greater than 10, a width is considered a breach in the mother, not a Pesach, and it's not up to the truth of Pesach, and how far is Rubal Omid, also the Chucker, and you miss the truth of Pesach, and so too, part of Rubal Omid, which we see, does not allow, you cannot allow carrying a Chucker if it's part of Rubal Omid, so that too is not going to be solved by truth of Pesach. Basically saying, once we see for one kind of breach, truth of Pesach doesn't help, it doesn't help for the other kind of breach. Gemara says not so fast. You cannot assume that just because there's a halacha by wider than 10, that's necessarily going to be the halacha by part of because says Gemara. Mali Yosef Master Ha'osef and Mavo Yitin Lo Etartabo Eto Pasiros Lurid Meir. So, okay, 1 second, let's just give a little bit of background here. So we talked yesterday about Pasiros. Pasiros were the leniency that the Rabbanan made for the Olei Regalim going up to Yerushalayim, that they would put those little L-shaped brackets around the bar so that they'd be able to draw water out of the bar up to the ground level. The bar that should be up at the ground level should drop, right? We talked about this yesterday, that we were trying to figure out what's the upper limit of wider than 10. But in any event, we talked yesterday about the view of Rabbi Yehuda, which is you could have 13 and a third animal. Because basically 4 animals going in and 4 animals coming out. Rabbi Meir has the opinion, we're going to see this when it comes back to science, Rabbi Meir has the opinion that it's 3 animals in and 3 animals out, and since each animal is 1 2/3 amma, that's 10 ammas wide. So the Rabbi Meir is of the opinion that by passing the road, we don't allow you more
45 to 77.
Now, what the Gemara is going to say is as follows: you cannot learn from just like you have a local first a Pesach by opening up 10 amos. You cannot learn to Rubal Mali also may ask you that when we talk about a problem something wider than 10, it came to a practical it's a possibility for the mayor. According to the mayor, you never even by passing the road, where Chazal tried to be as lenient as possible to help the Olei Regalim. According to the mayor, they never allowed a gap of more than 10 amos, because that, according to the mayor, is the maximum. Omar, when you say we therefore learn the part of Rubal Omid, also the cluster, it came in Tarsha, it's a possibility. It's very cool. So he says, but how can we compare that to part of Rubal Omid, where everyone, Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Yehuda agree that you allow for that special leniency of part of Rubal Omid, because as we discussed, Pasuk Rosh just has that little 1 amma thing each side, and so clearly, if you have a 10 amma gap, so each wall has 10 ammas of gap and 2 ammas of wall, it's clearly everyone agrees that we allow part of Rubal Omid, that even though there's more opening than physical structure, nonetheless, we consider the valid by receiving from Pasuk Rosh. So therefore, we're saying what you see is a leniency that we will allow part of Rubal Omid according to everyone, whereas we will never allow, if you go in the version of the mayor, greater than 10 ammas, because it doesn't help if it's a Pesach, it doesn't help if it's by Pasuk Rosh. So what do you see? You see that the concern of 10 ammas is more bummer because we don't loosen it by Pasuk Rosh, according to the mayor, it's more bummer than part of Rubal Omid, because even the mayor agrees that we loosen restrictions of part of Rubal Omid when we take the Pasuk Rosh. So therefore, I cannot do what Rabbi Yosef wanted to do. Rabbi Yosef said, Rob passing something by greater than 10 ammas to say the Pesach doesn't work. Okay, we're going to apply it to the case of Rubal Omid to say that the Pesach doesn't work. But the Gemara doesn't work that way, because you see that everyone is Mako by part of Rubal Omid, and according to the mayor, no one is Mako by 10. So therefore, you see part of Rubal Omid is less rigorous, or less strict. Because the Gemara, you cannot do what Rabbi Yosef is saying, which is just more now, just because Rav says the halacha by 10, to assume that that's also going to be the halacha by part of the Rubal. Says the Gemara, let's say that the view that through the Pesach does not help. In other words, Joseph tried to prove that the peasant doesn't help by part move all right? So the question, and we said there's no proof in what you said, but in other words, that's his view of Joseph's view. So then we say, maybe there's support for this idea that the peasant does not help that part move all. Why? Because these walls should move on stuff in the Talonos, that the majority of them are doorways and windows, as we said before, are obviously open space, they're parot, that Spanish Talonos, we keep talking about Talonos, mutter, they're mutter, even though it's open space, and it says the price in the Obovad, so long, they hate open move all apart, as long as the physical part is greater than the open part. So it says the Gemara, so we put talk to that though. After that, you can't possibly, then are inherently contradictory. What you're saying is, if it's comprised mostly of windows and doors, which means it's more parts than omed, then it's mutter as long as there's more omed than parts. That doesn't make any sense, right? So says the Gemara, so rather the word we read in the beginning is to default by himself that if there are a lot of windows and doors, as long as the omed is more than the parts. What's it saying? Windows and doors have the qualification that they have. We're assuming that they have a clear that they have sides and they have top. And yet you see that the Mishnah says you can have a lot of them, but not more that it's not enough that it gets you the parts move all only. So you see that even in an instance where you're exploring the device of the Torah Pesach, you still need only move all parts. You need more physical than open. So it doesn't learn that seems to be a proof to the halacha that the Yosef is trying to learn from Rab, but not learning from Rab, but the idea that Torah Pesach does not help the parts move all only. Where it says, kind of would answer, they know no proof in there. That's talking about when you have the Rashi says comes from either someone like the door that's not properly constructed, or Rashi says nothing with Poland that something that's fluid, like you say, nothing that's dry, someone who's touching Torah. The idea is these are sufficient doorways. So what does that mean? My testing is right. Then you go to Rukumi of Yosef, that there's arguments in Rukumi of Yosef what it means, what it says. Right? Adam is the left leg Shakti, Adam is the left leg Tikva. One says that it has no side post, and one says it has no top. One doesn't have no side post. So that's going to be the case if you want to see it on in the picture number 84, which is Nicholas Yosef. It was like a jagged edge that brickwork, and you pulled out certain bricks. So it's going to look like this as you look at the wall. So therefore, it has no side post. Alternatively, we're talking about a case where it has no picture, it has no roof, which would be picture 85. So the idea is you have stuff in the salonos, you have windows and doors that are open, but they have no roof above them. But if they would have one, if there would be a setup process, then maybe in fact you would be able to have part move all over. So no proof from that to the salon. Okay. And now, we're going back to Rav. Rav said that in our Mishnah we should learn that greater than 10 amos wide, a Purus HaPesach does not help. Says the Gemara, but Rabbi Yochanan Kabbalah HaDarat. Yochanan agrees with that halacha of Rav, that a Purus HaPesach doesn't help for wider than 10. Rabbi Barbada, Rabbi Yitzchak, Rabbi and the son of Rabbi, my son of Rabbi, because they forced them. And you had a story with a certain person who came from this valley, called
especially considering
that he stuck 4 poles in the 4 corners of the church. And what that Surah is draped a vine on them. So that's a picture in number 86. It's all Michael of Mekakalim. The story came from the Chachamim, that is this a valid thing. It's Kirilo, the Indian flight. And they said the purposes of playing, because we know playing you cannot plant in the vineyard, you cannot plant other things. So we said as follows, that we know that if there is a physical wall, then you can plant up to the wall. So they said even if what you have is a halachic wall, this is the nature of halakha. Halakha looks at it that it's halakha is if there's a physical wall. So therefore, as long as you have these vines going around these poles, create halakha. So then you can within the poles you can plant a vineyard, and right outside the poles you can plant a grain. It's not a problem. Well, I'm already bucket. That was the basic halacha that the Chachamim said to use the fire. And in Shlosh said to that for Tilo Lenin fire, half a Tilo Lenin Shabbos. So too. Look, if you're allowed to use this because obviously the pole, wine above it. There's a message for it. That's a different fire. Yochanan says, the fire kilo, that fire makes it okay, and the Shabbos don't kilo. Not allowed. So now we're going to take the mask. What are we talking about? He's laying on the outside. If you're going to tell me that this is the case where the vine is going around, is not on the tops of the pole, is around the sides of the pole. So that can't be because but if you created a Turk of Pesach from the side, meaning that the mirrors are not going on top of the pole, that's nothing for Ella Agava. So we must be talking about a case where in fact the string or the vine in this case went on the top of the pole, and we're going to say okay, so that's when we know it's going on top of the pole. What's the scenario about the size of this enclosure that was made? Elam of the Esser, if you're going to tell me that we're talking about 10 amos or less, the whole lamer of Yochanan is Shabbos low, would Rabbi Yochanan say that for Shabbos purposes, that's less than 10 is not a valid source of Pesach, not a valid Mechitza? Of course you can agree it's a valid Mechitza, but can't be talking about that because Rabbi Yochanan said that it doesn't work for Shabbos. For Elulav, yes and the Esser. So it must be talking about, it is now established, it must be talking about a scenario where the space between the poles is more than 10 hours. And the wire, in this case the vine, went on top of the pole. So what do you have? You have a valid case of 4 thirds of Pesach. So there's 4 poles, you have the 4 sides, you have 4 thirds of Pesach, you have greater than 10 hours in them. And what is the Yochanan Hatzim does not work for Shabbos, it only works for Flying. So you see, like Rab, who said that a third of Pesach does not help for greater than 10, but Yochanan is saying the same thing, because he's saying this is not a valid Shabbos Mechitza because it's presumably because it's wider than 10, even though it has a third of Pesach. So that's what he's saying. Yochanan was like Rab, the third of Pesach does not help on Shabbos for wider than 10.
In the
says, well, scenario, a lot of we think so, but no. The whole of the effort. Really, we're talking about 10 hours or less. You did not stop. So before we said, well, if it's on top, you can't possibly be talking about 10, because why would the Yochanan not allow that for Shabbos? Now we're saying it is talking about less than 10, and the reason it's in my focus, and the Yochanan is not for Shabbos, is because we're dealing with a case where the vine goes on the sides of the pole, not on the top of the pole. And we asked before, wait a second, how can you say that? This is the most good. How could Rabbi Yochanan asking that I'm sorry, how could Rabbi Yochanan asking would be good for Shabbos? So it must be that it was not on the side. So now the Gemara is going to say, no, that's the very point. This thing that Rabbi Yochanan said, the also will prove, is exactly what they're arguing about. So we are dealing with the side, and we assume for sure everyone would agree that on the side it doesn't help. We're saying, no, that's my focus. The whole of that, we're talking about 10 or less hours, on that side. And it's the vine went around the sides of the pole. And they're arguing about Rav Shishto. So Rav Shlokish, who says that you can carry both the Shabbos quiet, hold that even from the side, it works. And the Yochanan says that it works for quiet but not for Shabbos. We're talking about because it's from the side. You would not say it's like on top. Therefore, what's coming out that according to the way we're establishing that Yochanan and Rav Shlokish are arguing about an issue of when you have a the branch or the wires on the side, that's the case they're arguing about. But we don't see that's not a valid source of Pesach in a traditional sense. So therefore, we don't see any proof proof that he holds like Rob that a Surat HaPesach on Shabbos, if properly constructed, with two poles on the side and something going across the top, we have no proof of that. It's actually an interesting thing. It turns out that there's different levels of Surat HaPesach. So for Flying, you can have it on the side. For Shabbos, you need above it. And so these are separate things. So it's interesting thing. People talk a lot about football and Surat HaPesach. How you construct a football. It's interesting. They talk very interesting question comes up. If you have a Surat HaPesach that's a valid machine, one of the things they talk about, I don't think of a minion. Surat HaPesach machine, that's not a problem. It's not. But the interesting question would be the following. If it's a Surat HaPesach, then you should need a mezuzah. And yet, we don't have mezuzahs for Surat HaPesach. Most Eruvim rely on Surat HaPesach. So they say, okay, you have different levels on the side for Erev and Shabbos and Surat HaPesach to have a mezuzah, a doorway, even mezuzah, that's even higher level, so we don't have it by this kind of Surat HaPesach. It's not like that. He says, no, a Surat HaPesach is a Surat HaPesach. He says, so what about the fact that people bring a proof that all these cities with Surat HaPesach rely on for Erev, no one puts up with us. Okay, that could be because, if we're going to stick it out, take it down, or if it's a year that the majority that mixed both Jews and non-Jews, it doesn't get mezuzah for those mezuzah reasons. But according to him, from a halachic perspective, so people say that if, let's say, you had a neighborhood that it was comprised entirely of Jews, you have some of those and it would be a safe area that some would say that if you make your area with Surat HaPesach, you have to put up a mezuzah by yourself. Anyway, okay, what we said is that there's no proof that Rabbi Yochanan is actually talking about the regular case of a properly constructed Surat HaPesach. And he said it didn't work for Shabbos, was talking about one that was in a fact. Gemara is not going to ask a seeming theory between Rabbi Yochanan and Rabbi Yochanan, and with this it's going to try to establish that Rabbi Yochanan actually is saying it's halacha, and he is talking about on the top, not on the side. So let's see. The Gemara says, we're going to have a question because we just brought him. I thought this before where Rothschild said that this Surat HaPesach that he made with divine help for Goyim, but not for Shabbos. I'm sorry, Rothschild said it helped for both. Or Yochanan said it helped for Goyim, but not for Shabbos. Now we're going to bring another writer, or we're going to bring another statement. Another Rothschild, some of the Rothschild. Pay attention to that. He said in the name of his Rabbi, on the base, he says as follows, that if you have, Rashi says this is a different term because it's a swine branch or vine. He has four poles and he put it on. So we say, hey, we're translating Chaim, Avalol Shabbos. So now you have a Rothschild who reports that it works for both Shabbos and Chaim is saying now it only works for Chaim and not for Shabbos. Rabbi Yochanan says from the pieces of Shabbos, the low, half the pieces of Chaim below. And Rabbi Yochanan says in this case, just like by Shabbos it doesn't work, it also doesn't work by Chaim. So what do you have? You have a second brisa you have a second member of Rabbi Yochanan's Rothschild where they each take it up a notch and reduce the allowance. So they collectively to allow for Shabbos and Chaim, now says only Chaim. And Yochanan says Chaim, but not Shabbos, now says neither. So we have a theorem. So the Gemara says this, I'm going to talk about this, I can answer up the part of the Rothschild. So Rabbi, because the first thing we said, Rothschild said in his own name. So when he says it's good for both Shabbos and Chaim, that was his own name. And the second statement, which he said in the name of his Rabbi, which was the Yehuda Ber Chanina, we're going to say, okay, so that's how you explain the theory and the Rothschild's opinion, because once you say his own opinion, once you say the opinion of his Rabbi. Elder Yochanan Kasha, but Yochanan is a Kasha because Yochanan both instances said it in his own name. And in the first instance, he said when you have this branch flung over the pole, that in one case he says it works for Chaim and not for Shabbos, and in one case he says it works for neither. So how do you answer this? He says, stop here. So I could come up with something that would explain the distinction. Maybe that what Rabbi Yochanan was saying was, fine, if it's on the side, so then it only works It doesn't work for anything. It doesn't work for Shabbos. It doesn't work for Friday. If it's on Shabbos, Goyim, but not for Shabbos, so that would explain, right? But then what we have is that, in fact, if it was we're dealing with the first right, where it doesn't work for Goyim and not for Shabbos, we'd be dealing with the vine was on the top of the pole, so then that would be a validly constructed source of Pesach, and that would restore the proof that Rabbi Yochanan holds like Rob, that source of Pesach does not help for wider than 10 amas. So that's what the Gemara is saying. We should still be able to, and our Jews tried to answer that it was Minatzad, and that's why they're not talking about a validly constructed source of Pesach, but we proved, or we're trying to prove, that because there's a Sira and Rabbi Yochanan, and the only way we know how to answer right now is to say that the one where he permits it to fly and not to Shabbos, here must be talking when it's on top, and where it's Minatzad, he says nothing works, but that would seem to restore the proof that it holds like Rob. The Gemara says,
Well, they have flames and they kill everything.
You're going to say that's the first in the Yochanan halacha, the Yochanan. Hold on, really, I'll tell you exactly what you not. That there is, again, I'm gonna say that there's no truth that Yochanan Rav as relates to Hilchos Shabbos, because they're both talking about something Minatzad. So then the question will be, okay, well, why in one case does he say it doesn't work for Shabbos or Friday, and in the other case he says it works for Friday but not for Shabbos? What's the difference? The Gemara says, he said, when Rabbi Yochanan said that it works for Friday but not for Shabbos, we're talking about where it was 10 amas or less. But where it's greater than 10 amas, so then he will say it doesn't work for Shabbos or Friday. Again, we're back to a point that Rabbi Yochanan is not discussing a properly constructed source of Pesach at all. So he has no proof what Rabbi Yochanan holds vis-a-vis Rav halacha that source of Pesach on Shabbos does not help for wider than 10, but rather, what are we seeing in the discussion of Rabbi Yochanan? He says in either case it doesn't work for Shabbos, but for Goyim will depend on whether it's 10 amas or less or it's more than 10 amas. 10 amas or less, then even a weak, poor form of source of Pesach, where the wire is on the side, will still work for Goyim, but if it's amas, then even Goyim would allow for a consistent or less than ideal source of Pesach will not allow that, and it's not going to work either for Shabbos or for Friday. That's how we resolve the Shira and resolve. Now, says the Gemara, where do we get this idea that it can make a difference whether it's more or less than 10 as relates to Friday? We're not saying it's anyone than Esther or Yosef Esther. So where do I have this idea that by Goyim there's a distinction between whether it's 10 hours or less or it's more than 10? So I'm like, Rabbi Yochanan is bucket. Rabbi Yochanan says very bucket. Lo kata yemaita, what's the story? The whole of Rabbi Yochanan really learned the Torah. When the Rabbi Yochanan learned to learn, that's a beautiful thing. That Yeshua went to Rabbi Yochanan learned, even though he was a bucky on his own and helped his life, but nonetheless, when he saw, he found Rabbi Yochanan learned, he looked at him, he wanted him sitting between the trees. So what happened? So Rabbi Yeshua found him between the trees, and he said, very convenient that we're between the trees, because I want to ask you a question, and I'll demonstrate what I'm talking about. So Rabbi Yeshua must have known that he erected a vine going for people, creating a fruit of Pesach. And he said, Rabbi, said to Yochanan Nuri, Rabbi, he could run and Malus right. Cut up this wire between the two. And he said to him, Rabbi, I stand on the side, if I were to plant a vineyard here, could I make a grain field right next door on the other side of this branch that I put up? So he asked him this question. Hello, and the Yochanan Nuri back to him to ask him, that if it's 10 or less, if it's less than, if it's more than 10, it doesn't work. So it says the Gemara, the Maya, what are we talking about? If it's on top, Yochanan Asher, could you say that, and if you're saying the price they're talking about what's on top, and it's telling, and I'm sorry, that the government is talking about what's on top, and it's telling you that more than 10 widths is up to carry, I'm sorry, up to the client, if you have a that's about Tanya, but let's invite them, Tanya, some kind of has to run it. So also on Pay of Normala, if you had poles that are stuck in, there's just a different shaped pole that comes to a sharper edge, so you stick it in the ground. But anyway, then it's a pole, stuck it in, and you made a Pay of Normala, which is twisted fine. A feel of the Yosa may have been with it, even more than 10 is with it. But the Brisa tells you that by Klayim, more than 10, as long as it's Al-Gabon, works. So when Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri said more than 10 doesn't work, cannot be talking about Al-Gabon. Elalav Menabad. So it must be that when Yeshua strung up the vine and showed it to Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri, it was where it was in a side, where the branch did not go over the tree or over the branch, but rather went on the side. The Amarle and Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri answered him, that if it's 10 or less, more than 10 is upper. So we were looking for a source. Where do we get this idea by Klayim? That there's a distinction between 10 or more than 10. That we see it from the story with Yeshua and Marcus Maminot, in fact, learn from there. Again, we are dealing with the fact that if you have by Klayim, if you have the wire from the stop, so then it depends. If it's 10 less, it's okay. If it's more than 10, it's not okay. By Klayim, if the properly constructed circuit vessel is up with as long as the wire goes on top, the vines goes on top of the branch, so then we're going to say even more than 10 works by Klayim, but not necessarily is that the same by Shabbos. We don't know by Shabbos, and instead we have no proof that they were arguing by Shabbos. It will be a properly constructed circuit vessel. What would be the halacha? Presumably Rabbi would say it doesn't work, just like it says in our Mishnah, but we don't know whether it's Rothschild says like Rabbi. Okay, says the Gemara, Zufa Amr Shita. Mishnah says, here's a Pesach, the sun in a Shad, law of Rothschild. And we learned that before. Mishnah says, by Shabbos, if you put up a pure Pesach in the side, it doesn't help. So this, by the way, is very because what happens in our Erudim, we by and large rely on telephone poles. Now, in a telephone pole, in the case where the pole goes up and the wires are strung along the side of it.
You know,
if
that's
you
how they
could
raise money
rely
with their filthy fucking oil money.
on a pure Pesach in that side, we would have to really do very little to create a Erudim because of the telephone wires are good. But the problem is you're not allowed to have them in that side. So what do? What we do is you see on the side of the utility pole, they get permission to put a strip, and that strip serves as a lefty. And we see in a minute, the lefty doesn't have to be connected. You have good optics, it goes up, and therefore they place that lefty, line it up so that it's beneath the wire that's going on the side. You have the wire on the side, you have the pole, you have the wire on the side, so they put the lefty right here where it's beneath the wire. And that's because it's not good. It's not good if it's Menatzad. If it was Menatzad, we wouldn't have to put that lefty on the pole at all. We could just rely on the wires as they're constructed. And anyway, says tomorrow, it's a Turta Pesach Amru, this Turta Pesach that we said, they were hamid but that, but really zealous of Pesach. So basically what we're saying here is the concept of the Turta Pesach is as if it's a doorway. So we say you don't need an actual door, but it has to be a reasonable doorway. So therefore, it needs to be strong enough that you could theoretically put a doorway on. Even a door made out of like staff or straw, that would be fine. But in order to halachically, we have to do something that's capable of having a door. I remember talking to the Yana, it needs to you have to have like some kind of like a hinge. For my hectare here, what kind of hinge would you need on the Avia Absita? That Absita is we have this conveyor, we talk about it a little bit. It's the door that's on like a pivot hinge. You have a little thing that comes down at the bottom and comes down on the top, and we put swings on that kind of thing. The kid of Rabbi prayed to Rabbi Abiel with Hamid into Rabbi. So Rabbi son of Rabbi Abiel. Rabbi Abiel is the one who says you need to pivot him. Message Hamid into Rabbi. I'm going to read that. I'm going to need to say that. Did Rabbi say anything that says that? I'm going to long ago but didn't say anything. So the way the Rizpah, the Rothschild, they learned that he was really responding to him and saying Rabbi did not pass me like your father because he didn't say that halacha. So in fact, halacha might we don't require him on Shirat HaPesach. Hana says Shirat HaPesach to upward the Shirat HaPesach that we're talking about. It's one stick on this side, one stick on that side, and a ton on top. Basically, two lefties in a quarter. That's here's the legal, here's the legal. Does the pole on the bottom need to touch the quarter that goes across on the top? Now, I already gave you the answer to this because I mentioned that with the telephone pole, the lefty, as long as it's 10 o'clock, it doesn't have to go all the way up the side of the telephone pole. But anyway, we're not going to they do need a touch. So other Rav Nachman, so Rav Nachman said they don't need a touch. He was setting up the Eruv for the Reish Galuto, the head politician, Jewish politician in Babel. And so therefore he set it up where he had poles that went up to certain points, but then the wires that were going across them were not touching. So Rav Sheshes was Sameh, so Rav Sheshes who held that they need to touch, said to his servant Rav Gada, he said to Rav Gada, feel slow to do, go take them off and throw them down. I think that's an invalid area that are not set up for the race. They're not going down. Other sellers at dinner. So he went, he listened to Rabbi, he took it down, he threw them, he took them off and threw them down. After dinner, they were so the race people said, what are you doing? And they arrested him. And they say, they arrested Rav Gada. They take him from above, they take him when he said, I'm going to come out, not the job that he came out because people saw that he was acting on the direction of the Sheshes thing, they let him out of jail. After the Sheshes were out of the wall, the Sheshes was the one who said they needed touch. They had Rabbi well, I'm a leg. I'm like, this because, yes, we learned in the business. That if you have a keeper is a rounded thing, but here we're talking about a heart. And the question is that follows, that we'll see exactly what they're arguing about. The mayor says that people need to do this, and some say we don't. Everyone agrees that if there's, let's make it easy, there's not supposed to be showing this, but let's just say that there's 10 buckets of great doorway before you start the arch, then agree by a hot couple of means the law that if it's 10 tall, I'm sorry, that they agree that if there's 10 buckets of sidewalks that go straight up, it then goes to an archway, that's going to be a doorway. Now the question is, where though is an arch doesn't count as a lintel, as a Torah? So where is the Torah for this? So the way so we have a Nazi, we learn that the Torah is the top of the wall. So what do you have? And it has 10 buckets going up, and then above the arch is a flat thing. So what do you see? You see that the 10 buckets going up are not the side walls before they curve like this, are not connected to the top, and yet we're saying that it's a valid doorway and it requires that everyone agrees that it requires a mezuzah. So you see, not like the case. Okay, keep that in mind for that. Let's say you have an opening that's 10 tall, but it does not have 3 buckets before the curve starts. Right? So then we say that that's nothing because not explained something that's within the bottom of the floor is considered like the floor. So it means once you knock out the bottom 3 buckets, there is no portion of this doorway. So it's for sure not a doorway that needs a mezuzah. Alternatively, there is more than 3 straight buckets on the sides of the door. But it's a very short doorway, and with the arch, it's not even as high as 10 buckets. That below plumb. That's nothing. So, in other words, if it does not have 10 buckets of height, even, or it does not have 4 buckets wide for at least 3 fucking or more, it's for sure not a valid law. When the Rabbi and the argue, the Gimel, the Lawyer, Sarah, they recover our ball. So what happens when you have at least 3 fucking, where it is 4 fucking wide, meaning 3 fucking coming forward, at least 4 fucking wide, you do have the doorway is at least 10 fucking, but the issue is, once you get above 3 fucking on the side, the arch starts, and it's no longer a straight side of the door. So we say as follows. But there's enough, if this arch doorway is in a broader doorway that you could theoretically stand on arch, it's in a broader doorway that you could cut out part of the doorway. So the idea would be, the mayor says that the mayor says we imagine we could cut out a rectangular doorway properly. So we're going to say, therefore we're going to treat it as a proper doorway that's Mechazim and Zuzah. We don't do that. At the end of the day, you have a Zuzah, you have a doorway that does not have 10 coffins going up straight, or 10 coffins before the first starts, so it's no good. Underlay. So the case has heard this from him. That basically a proof that the sign next to the top. It says it's the race to climb your what came a little bit, so they race to the one that I'm not sure to keep us. Don't have this business about the people because it's so wrong. And that I couldn't not a fair. Okay, says the next extra mother, by the time I am left in the Torah, that if you have a mother with 3 sides and you have an opening into the right, you need a left and a Torah. It's still only like all left and Torah. Either one. Which is how we learned that mission. Rabbi 11 on left the iron. You need 2 left on either side of a in the name of Rabbi Yisrael, that everyone agrees, that a left work is sufficient if the opening is less than 4 amas. That between 4 and 10, because even the pillow, that once you get past 10, a left your Torah doesn't work. So from 4 to 10 is where the time they tell argue. Every time I'm left in the Torah, the time you need plus a left and a Torah. The pillow, the pillow says, oh, left the Torah, you need either or. I'll tell you, I've done that before. That they come and tell argue, even from 0 to 4 as well as 4 to 10, you need in all cases of marvelous, the time you're taking not the Torah, until you need one or the other. That's the Gemara. Command, the locals are not even looking on the count. Because if you remember, we learned that law, so they talked about coming up left in Torah, and on the count that you need a tourist and a left in Torah, and they tell all the Canadian and they tell that you need, sorry. If they Canadian in the name of they say that you need Dallas and a left ear Torah on the other end. They said, what's our mission talking about? They said, you need either a left ear Torah, both left ear Torah. What happened to the need for church that has the word, hey, Dallas? I mean, you know, how come Hudson Mother Chelsea case that? Hudson Mother Chelsea, because that halacha that we said, you need a church that has a left ear Torah, or you need Dallas and a left ear Torah. We're talking about a mother with bullets that open on 2 entrances to the rabbi. But here we're talking about a mother Chelsea. We have 3 closed walls, and the 4th open with the rabbi. They come down and left the Torah, they come to both the left and the Torah, they go on, they say that, oh, left the Torah, they need one or the other. They come down and left the Torah, says the Gemara, the name of it is probably somehow above the Torah. The Gemara says, wait a second, if they come in, it's one thing if you say you just need a left or a Torah. So all you need a hectare, you need something so people don't mix it up. But once they come and say it's not enough to have a lefty or a Torah, you have to have both. It means that he's trying to track in the picture. So maybe the Shammai, it wouldn't be a full wall, but it's kind of like sukkah. You got 2 walls and then a little wall. Maybe he hopes you need to build something for the 4th wall, because with their eyes, in order to have a pizza, in order to have a pizza, you need 4 sides that have a pizza, because otherwise they come and they just build something. So maybe both the left and the first. Hello, listen to tell us to the guy that's not all they are. Even they come and agree that 3 walls in the right is enough. Why does he make you build something? Because there are fun on the one you need to have a 4th wall, not just a hectare of either a lefty or one you build a little bit of a pizza. Have a lefty and a Torah. Tell them no lefty or Torah, either or. Our ladies tell me they told so they tell them that lefty or Torah only for the 4th wall. So maybe should we establish in there that they hold you need 3 full walls. Otherwise, that he does not hold the 2 walls is enough. Remember, we have this with Rabbi Yehuda with the left, and he said, yes, I'll take it. And he put up lefty that even if the 2 walls on the side of the sister Rabbi were there, Rabbi Yehuda, so should we say that they tell us? He said you can only fix the 4th wall on the left of your but not the 3rd wall. Hold that midaraisi you need 3 walls. And he says, well, this Stein in the kind of help out that to throw something in that the Raisa really only needs 2 walls. So if you would throw into something with 2 walls, you would be tired for the Hilchah Shabbos. But in order to carry, the Rabbanan said now you need 3 walls, and then the 4th wall would be the lefty or Torah as a hecker. But that would be, they would not necessarily disagree that 2 walls is enough for it to get the Raisa.
Any label that the general public has slammed onto him, which is so ridiculous and annoying that even the guest sort of calls him out for it. Right after Joe Rogan says that he's not anti-vax, right after spewing anti-vax talking points.
Yes, I got vaccinated 6 times, but of course I just had to get vaccinated.
People who didn't get vaccinated got it once or twice.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, they fucked you. They fucked everybody. They fucked everybody with that goddamn stupid thing.
I got it hard. See, I'll talk to you about this tomorrow. My liberal mom will be like, the vaccine is good. I'll be like, yes, Mom.
It's a long conversation. It would take a long time to explain what was wrong, but it all boils down to the same thing that it always does, which is money. They distorted the facts, they distorted the research, they distorted the efficacy, they distorted what it was actually designed to do, just because they wanted money. That's it.
We pay them for vaccine.
Oh, fuck yeah. They made a shit ton of money. Might have been free for you.
I like the idea of money, but isn't your camp in on like control, mind control, not mind control, but knowing where we are, like anti-vax people?
I'm not an anti-vax person.
What are you?
No.
Give yourself a label.
No. I believe that all medications should be subject to scrutiny. They should all go through rigorous double-blind, placebo-controlled trials to find out what the side effects are, what the efficacy rate is, what's the real fact behind it.
Just lie about that.
This is why. This is why. The problem is pharma companies do their own research. Not only do they do their own research, but they do their own research that they hide. So they'll do multiple studies that show no efficacy. Rig one study can show just like a little bit of it, and then they just sell it.
Now Joe Rogan will say he's vax, and then talk about his anti-vax. But that is not Republican or right-leaning, because he has black friends and lets comedians of color perform at his comedy mothership. Like, just because this comedy club isn't allowed to legally segregate performer audience members doesn't mean that his personal beliefs don't align with someone like Daryl Cooper's, who was a guest on Joe Rogan's podcast last March, where Joe Rogan was idiotically questioning why China is allowed to keep their population all Chinese, and Poland is not allowed to keep their population all white.
When an all-white country wants to stay all-white, where people get very nervous of it. If you have, let's say China. Like, China is Chinese people. We all agree that it's filled primarily with Chinese people. There's people who live there from all walks of life, all over the world, but it's mostly Chinese people. If China had decided that they wanted to remain Chinese and stay Chinese, and that being Chinese is very important to what China is, no one would have a problem with that. When a country like Poland does it, you're like, oh, those white people, you want to keep everybody out. They want it to be all white.
So yeah, at the end of the day, this is just more proof that the Rogan sphere is eating itself alive. Brendan and Brian are running out of grifts. Joe Rogan is scrambling to rewrite his own public image, and the whole scene looks weaker by the week. The only thing keeping them afloat is a mix of bots, hate watchers, and a handful of diehards who would cheer for just about anything, which honestly just makes it funnier to watch the empire crumble in real time. But anyways, that is pretty much it for the video, guys.
Eating the buzzer? That's easy. But stress sweating on live TV? That stinks.
Secret has 3 times the sweat protection versus ordinary antiperspirant.
Not using Secret Clinical? Now that's original.
Secret, fresh air under pressure.
So let me ask you a question, Mr. Joe Rogan, Mr. Scientist. You say that we shouldn't have it. Don't call me Mr. Scientist. I'll start mocking you. It's so much easier. So are we? No. I know you think so. I heard this is a long conversation that we're not going to have on this podcast because I'm going to get angry because I've researched this for years. Right. But you're not a scientist. I don't have to be a scientist to know this. You do. No, Brian, shut the fuck up. I don't have to be a scientist to read research. Brian, you don't know what the fuck I'm saying. You don't. Well, I know because you don't want to talk about it. Where's the old guy from? From your mother. Hey, that's out.
All right, so this past weekend, Joe Rogan was called out and exposed live on his podcast by none other than Brian allegedly Callen, who managed to enrage Joe by doing something incredibly rare, simply pushing back on Joe's horrible takes on vaccines. Part of the reason this got under Joe's skin so badly is because it almost never happens, especially from one of his own mothership underlings. You see, Joe Rogan getting any pushback on his podcast is basically like spotting a unicorn. It's almost mythical. For starters, his guests are usually just nodding along with anything he says, because they're just happy to be breathing the same filtered air as Lord Rogan. The last thing they want is to make him look dumb in front of his millions of listeners. Another reason they don't challenge him is because Joe is possibly the most unbearable person on earth to get into an argument with. The moment somebody brings up even the tiniest shred of evidence that nonsense Rogan is spewing weak, he completely flips out, shouts over them, hurls random insults at them, and then abruptly ends the conversation just so he can crown himself the winner. He's been doing this for decades. Like, I'm sure you know of the time when an actual primatologist had to explain to him that the Bigfoot-like cryptid he believed in wasn't actually real, which of course sent Joe through the roof.
Yeah, I'm a primatologist. There's no such thing as a quantum age.
You're a fucking idiot. Go online and look it up. You're a what? What do you do? It's a new discovery. You're fine. Well, look it up. You're not current. Pay attention. Go online and look it up. You've learned some shit from college. When did you graduate?
I have a PhD.
When did you graduate? When?
It's 2000.
Yeah, when was the last time you got online and researched primates?
He just couldn't accept being told he was wrong, and that happened like 20 years ago. But that's how bad Joe Rogan's debate style is. He argues in such an obnoxious, defensive way that he can actually make Brian Callen seem sympathetic in comparison. And trust me, that is not an easy trick to pull off.
But the bottom line is, biology is really simple. Double X, X1. It's super fucking rare. What this is a social contagion. Abigail Schreier wrote a fantastic book called Irreversible Damage that she highlights how they're happening in these clusters of a lot of girls who are autistic. Yes. And let's get to the bottom of that. What's causing all that? How come 1 in every 12 kids who's a boy in California has autism now? Because that's what's going on. That's what's going on in California, which has one of the strictest fucking vaccines. Yeah, and Florida doesn't. That's dangerous. I knew you were the truth. Of course, it's dangerous. Right? What are you talking about? No. We need bail on the tetanus thing. Suzanne Humphreys explained tetanus. In fact, she's like, I know that one. What are you talking about? So you're saying she's an absolute that absolutely understands tetanus? She said tetanus, all you have to do is keep the wound open and clean it. Don't. It's not bullshit. It's not bullshit. Do you know people die of tetanus every year? So let me ask you a question, Mr. Joe Rogan, Mr. Scientist. You say we should have had it. Don't call me Mr. Scientist. I'll start mocking you. It's so much easier. What I'm trying to say to you is that there are certain diseases. Pick a smallpox, diphtheria, mumps. Have you ever looked at tetanus, paralytic disease? Have you ever polio? Please stop. No. I know you think it's. I've heard this. This is a long conversation that we're not going to have on this podcast because I'm going to get angry because I've researched this for years. Right. Let's just. But you're not a scientist. I don't have to be a scientist to know this. Brian, shut the fuck up. I don't have to be a scientist to read research to understand that they were spraying DDT all over the fucking country when everybody was getting polio. Do you know that? Yes. Did you know the first instances of polio, they happened in rural communities where they're all farmland and agriculture, and then cows were getting them, and horses were getting them, and dogs were getting them? It's not just do this with you, but it's not just about. It's not just about. Hold on. I'm a joke. No, Brian, I don't want to do this, but it's not just about. We're in the middle of a fight companion. It's annoying. But it's like.
Man, Joe Rogan might genuinely have the most fragile ego in podcasting history. And I honestly think this exchange
his feelings, especially when Brian hit him with that little Mr. Scientist jab during a debate on a topic that Joe probably has lingering PTSD from. Like, he actually got so flustered here that he threatened to unleash his comedic skills on Brian if he didn't stop embarrassing him in front of the audience, which, by the way, might be the saddest threat in human history. Like, imagine being roasted by Joe Rogan.
It looks like he's like inmate 1, the unexpected COVID-19 release. They sent a bunch of people back out in the streets.
But the funniest part of all this is Rogan claiming he actually did research on vaccines, which is probably the best joke he has ever told. This man couldn't read a scientific graph to save his life. He's even been called out multiple times for misinterpreting data, sometimes by the actual researchers who collected and published the data he butchered on his podcast. His version of research is scrolling through the headlines on Twitter, cherry-picking whatever confirms his bias, and then regurgitating it to his listeners in a tone that makes some of them actually believe that he's smart. He's the definition of a jack of all trades, a master of none. And even saying that feels too generous. So even though Brian Callen is, the scum of the earth, at least he managed to call Joe out this time, especially after Joe once again pushed the debunked nonsense vaccines might somehow be linked to autism. So honestly, it was refreshing to see someone finally put it. And some people online are speculating that Callen did this on purpose as a bladed move, because conveniently this was one of the rare episodes being broadcast live, which meant that Joe Rogan had Jamie edit out any afterwards to erase his humiliation. So people think Brian saw his shot and took it. Personally, though, I don't buy that theory. Like, Brian Callen is not that calculated, guys. I think the real reason he spoke up is finally comfortable enough and spot at the mothership. Like, he's there every single week, hanging in the green room with Rogan, doing sets, and, of course, drinking the Kool-Aid. In other words, he doesn't feel like he has to kiss the ring anymore. So in that moment, he felt bold enough to call Joe out, not because it was some master plan, but because he just didn't care anymore. Compare that to Brendan Schaub, though. Man, Brendan Schaub was fighting for his life during this podcast. This dude couldn't suck up harder if he tried. He straight up just lied through his teeth, claiming his kids aren't vaccinated just to align himself with Rogan and avoid being lumped in with Callen.
No one's anti-vax. It's not anti-vax. Question why there's so many, though. My kids are all vaccinated. And they're vaccinated, but they went on a delayed schedule. They delayed schedule. So did I. So did you not? Yeah, good for you. I don't think you need to. No, they're healthy as fuck. Yeah. Between the two of them, they have 12 touchdowns this week. 2 home runs.
And so this is 1,000% not true. Kids almost certainly needed vaccination records to get into whatever private school he's sending them to. But of course, Schaub will literally say anything if it means getting Rogan's approval. This is why he'll never challenge Joe. He's stuck in the first category of guests I mentioned earlier. The ones who are just grateful enough to be in the room. Like, he's just nodding along and adjusting his story to fit Joe's narrative.
I think there are 3 things that have pushed our muscle. I think it's crazy. Because I didn't say all vaccines. He's very worried, but he's not saying all vaccines. It sounds like he is. Brian, you don't know what the fuck I'm saying. You don't. Well, I know, because you don't want to talk about it. Brad, I don't want to talk about it in the middle of the podcast because it'll completely derail the podcast. And I'll start showing you statistics. If you look at when people stop getting all of these diseases and then when the introduction of vaccines happen, it's at the end. After the diseases had already gone through the population. Most of those diseases were eradicated by sanitation and nutrition. There was a huge problem in this country. People were living in fucking squalor.
And so as soon as he sensed that Rogan was losing ground to Callen, Brendan immediately pulled the plug and shifted the conversation to smelling salts, desperate to steer things away from his hero looking dumb.
That's the problem. Who wants to do some smelling salts? Okay, good. Let's go to the guy. Who wants to do some smelling salts? We got something. Hey, that's out of line. Hey, that bird is too far. John, I always have these arguments scored. Yes. Oh, this one's weak. Is it? Yeah, it's a little old. It's a little old. Look at you going. What are they like? What do we got? It's like, right?
Like, he is the ultimate non-writer. No one does it better. And the best part is that he's been doing this for years. He's been playing defense for Rogan, even distanced himself from him socially. So yeah, I think this whole exchange was an absolute train wreck, but also kind of fascinating. Rogan for once got rattled, Callan for once was fine, and Schaub has also reminded us why he's at the midpoint in his quote-unquote career. Now that I think of it, I think it's time to make another Brendan Schaub video. His performance in this episode alone just makes me want to do another deep dive, so stay tuned for that this week, and with that being said, thank you so much for watching.
Some people just don't get it. That Squarespace isn't just for websites. You can get a domain from Squarespace too. It's kind of like how your parents don't get how you make a living off your art, but you do. And with a domain like existentialglitter.com and a website from Squarespace, you can build a brand for yourself, grow your client list, and continue to confuse your parents all in one place. Get yours before it's gone with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your domain or website. Terms and conditions apply.
That's funny. They think we act, we move as a group. Yeah. Hell, they're all Republicans. It's the things I hear people applying to this comedy scene. I'm just like, what the great so it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I read another article the other day about us being anti-woke comedy scene. Like, why not just do great stuff? Go do great stuff. Don't worry about what we're doing. And we're not anti-woke. There's no anti-woke. There's like a ton of left-wing comics at the mothership. It's like that's not what we're talking about. Yeah. We're not dwelling on that. We're making fun of things.
Alright, so it looks like Joe Rogan is acting like Joe Rogan again, because he seems to be in denial about the fact that he and his army of so-called healthy fellas are, in reality, just anti-woke comics. That's their entire identity now. So for Rogan to sit there and pretend like he isn't anti-woke might be the funniest thing he's ever said. It's almost like he forgot that there are literally thousands of hours of him ranting about this exact thing online. Like his whole migration to Austin was built around the idea that there was this massive crowd of people desperate for comics to stand up to the woke mob, which of course he knew he could turn to a gold mine. And luckily for us, he documented that entire thought process on his podcast, like all the way back in early 2020. Right before the big Austin, he was already trying to frame this narrative to his audience. There's this untapped market of people out there who just want to see edgy comedians push back against the dark woke mob. That is what became his business model. And he figured out that if he could run in comics and set up in Texas, that he could corner an anti-woke market and profit off of it for years. Like, just listen to the way he talked about it with Mark Norman all the way back in January of 2020.
It's like the word retarded. Yes, you can use that word and everyone laughs, or you can use that word and you're a monster.
That's what I don't get. Why would you want to be on the bad snitch, the tattletale side of all this?
They want to be woke because there's a lot of being against. Well, that's what it is. Coming after you. If you don't want to be shit on, you have to comply 100%. And then if you don't, they come after you. It's scary.
And it's a bummer. Who wants to live like that?
Well, nobody does. But here's the thing: when you don't comply, so many people are like, "Thank you."
Of course.
There's so many. I think more people are happy. It's just the voices that are upsetting you for not being woke are the louder ones. They're more into it because they're not.
And I think that clip is important because the exact mindset Rogan had going into all this, a calculated business move. He knew there was money leading into the right-wing grift, and he was aware that there was a huge demographic of people wanting to throw cash at anyone who promised cancel culture and keep comedy dangerous. So when Rogan plays dumb now, acting like he isn't part of the whole anti-woke crusade, it's laughable. The Austin scene was pretty much engineered out of this realization that the anti-woke angle was a business model. Now fast forward to today, and we can see that Rogan's plan worked out perfectly. Him and Tony Hinchcliffe have basically mastered the art of pandering to the anti-woke side of America. And honestly, it was the easiest layup imaginable. All they have to do is spit out a handful of anti-woke buzzwords, and the crowd goes absolutely wild. No setup, punchline, or actual joke is needed. They just say whatever the buzzword of the week is. mixed in a couple slurs about the LGBTQ community and people of color, and boom, standing ovation. The audience eats it up every single time. And now it's gotten so bad and hacked to the point where even some of their peers are exhausted by it. Like when Shane Gillis openly joked about this non-stop slur parade on the podcast he does with Matt McCusker.
Comedy movies are back. True. In a big way.
Pendulum swung.
Pendulum swung.
Pendulum's fully swung.
Maybe too far. Yeah, no, mothership, you go.
Yeah.
Pendulums, maybe they swung a little too far. Not everyone has to say it. True. Every single set.
So even the comics who made their name tiptoeing the line of offensive comedy are rolling their eyes at how lazy and hack it's all gotten. But now, as soon as Maron officially called them out for it, suddenly this whole crew goes into denial mode. And now all of a sudden Maron's just jealous and mad he's not a part of the Rogan sphere. Like in his next clip, Joe literally frames the Rogan as a walled garden that outsiders are just bitter about being left out of.
That's also, you gotta realize, like someone framing it in a way that's gonna get people to read it.
Yeah.
And then there's people that genuinely do think that way. And it's what a lot of that is, I think, is the walled garden issue. And the fact that walled garden, right? What's a walled garden is a bunch of people that do it really well together and hanging out together and have fun. And you're not in that group. You start getting mad at that, and you find the reasons why that's bad. You want to leverage well. I see like a whole group of friends, like palling around, laughing. I always smile because I know what that's like. I like it. But if you never have that in your life, and you see a group of people palling around, a good time together, and hugging each other, and just laughing, and just having a good old time, you feel like left out. You feel disrespected almost.
Yeah. Do you ever get angry? Do you remember, like, I don't know if you've ever experienced this, but I'm assuming you have. It's kind of like when you're coming up the ladder initially in show business, and you see famous people on TV and whatever, and you got an opinion about everybody that's having too much fun, that's annoying. That guy's music sucks.
He's a hack.
Yeah. And then 5 years later, you find yourself in a room with the guy at some party, and you meet him and talk to him, and you go, "What? He's the nicest guy." I think I like his music now.
It just shows. It's so stupid.
Alright, so according to Joe Rogan and his designated form sniffer, Mr. DeRosa, any guy who dares to call them out with reasonable criticism is just some bitter hater standing outside the club. Like, that's their go-to defense now. And if you notice, it's the same script that Tony Hinchcliffe rolled out last week when talking about Mark Maron and Anthony Jeselnik. It's always that critics are angry failures who just don't understand what it's like to win. But they never actually address what Mark was calling them out for in the first place. They just skate around it. Because I feel like they know that there's some truth there. Like if we go all the way back to one of Barron's call-outs, his actual problem isn't that these guys are successful podcasters. Is that they've gone so far down the right-wing pipeline that they barely resemble the people that they used to be. And that is a valid point. We've all watched Rogan and his circle of comics drift from being edgy contrarians into fully blown political mouthpieces, the same talking points you would hear on Fox News during any given podcast. And Barron specifically pointed out how insane it was that Rogan and his buddies went as far as to publicly back Donald Trump during the election solely because he advocated for free speech and bringing back comedy. Like, that was enough for them. Like, they turned one vague talking point into their entire political identities. And now they're realizing that maybe tying their brand to a politician that they barely understood in the first place wasn't the smartest long-term move.
And then it just evolved into the idea of the anti-woke angle of, I'm voting the way I'm going to vote because, I can't, I don't have freedom of speech, which is it's a false preface. Yeah, there was cultural pushback, and, it got a little weird with the canceling, but I really think it would have found its level, and language would have evolved, as it does. There's a lot of things you don't say anymore out of respect for people who we live among. Democracy. And so, but that's not the way it went. So the anti-woke thing was just about like, all right, you voted this way because of this one issue, but along with that, comes everything that we're going to do, and was it worth it? And then calling back was just a natural way to go. Yeah. And Rogan and Hinchcliffe and
just a lot of these people just locked into this anti-woke thing. But now, the government, which is for all practical, good intents and purposes, is an authoritarian government, and we have a fairly dominant fascistic culture. So they're using the same language, which is anti-woke, to dismantle progressive institutions.
So yeah, Aaron definitely hit a nerve. That's why instead of addressing what he actually said, Rogan, DeRosa, and Tony default to the same tired narrative. Critics are just jealous losers who want in, because if they admitted that there's a shred of validity to the criticism, they also have to admit that their whole "we're just about freedom" shit was built on shaky ground.
This feels like family to me. This is a beautiful thing. Everybody's so supportive. There's no backbiting. There's no shit talking. It's all fucking love. So when I hear people say negative shit about the Austin scene, I'm like, I found it to be a beautiful experience. Like a truly heartwarming experience.
It's people that aren't in the scene. That's all it is. It's like people that looking at it from the outside. And it's not just us that are like this. Like, my thought on all this shit is that my favorite people to hang out with are comedians. We do it here too. And some people don't want to hang with comics, they're lone wolves, and that's fine too.
So for Rogan to refuse that he and his pals were against the woke mob might just be, again, the funniest thing he's ever done. I mean, just take a look at the way he spoke about the quote-unquote woke mind virus to another guy who's trying to creep his way into the Rogan sphere, Tyler Fisher.
Show you these outrageous people over and over again with fake eyelashes, reading stories to kids, just freaking him out with a bunch of different, I'm two-spirit, and I'm this and that, and I'm trans-masculine. The whole thing is just nuts.
And then shutting down free speech. I mean, I've been banned for shut down for 3 years. They froze I was going all my pandemic shit all day.
On TikTok, they banned you. What'd you do?
They don't size me white. They don't have to text me white. I was texting you white. They don't have to tell you. That's part of when you sign up. It's the only way. Look at the word woke. Woke used to be a cool thing, and it was because of comedy. It's foolish. It's a clown word.
Yeah, it's a clown world word that you can't use on the other side. You can't say I'm woke because everyone's like, fucking idiot. So it becomes pejorative. It becomes something it points to. It says, oh, you're infected with the woke mind virus.
So yeah, just wanted to point this hypocrisy out. But real quick here before I end the video, I just wanted to give credit to Mike David from Red Bar for finding these clips of Roki during his latest episode. I'm sure you're familiar with Mike, and you've probably already formed opinions about him. But let me just say that he's truly the godfather of this entire niche. We were all, in one way or another, inspired by what Mike's been doing at Red Bar for over 20 years now. Like the Elephant Graveyard gives all credit to Mike for his entire channel. So if you like my channel and everybody else's, you would probably really enjoy Red Bar. Like, he's easily the funniest guy covering this stuff right now. But anyways, with that being said, thanks so much for watching.
Can you save money and still get reliable phone service? With T-Mobile, the answer is yes. In an era of overpriced everything, T-Mobile comes with an excellent phone service that actually has the best prices. Super customizable phone plan options that start at just $5 a month and go up to only $25. And the best part, you're free to tailor your plan to fit your needs and budget. T-Mobile, phone plans just the way you like. Visit T-Mobile.com to discover more. I used to be, I'm such a Bill Burr fan. They actually bought a ticket for me and my wife and two of our friends to go see Bill Burr at the Hard Rock Casino down here in Hollywood, Florida. And I have to say, it's one of the worst shows of my life because he got up there and woked. He's become woked, I assume, because his wife is very much on the left. Over time, I think he became embarrassed. And many people on the right thought he was very funny, so he decided that he was going to start woking it up. Like that idiot Ben Shapiro. No, he's woke. So I don't, at one point, the guy liked me. I'm supposed to look at that guy like he's an adult. All right.
Alright, so as you may know by now, Bill Burr recently made headlines after he called out a group of dude bro podcasters who platform corrupt politicians and world leaders without ever giving pushback. But another huge call out in that interview that you might have missed was when Bill Burr addressed his ongoing beef with Ben Shapiro. And so I touched on this briefly in my initial video about that podcast, but I actually think it deserves more attention because after learning about the history of this beef, I quickly realized that this was probably the biggest moment of Little Ben Shapiro's career. Because, believe it or not, at one point in time, Little Ben was actually Bill Burr's #1 fan. He promoted Bill's special on his Twitter account in 2019, calling it shocking and audacious, and he even made an entire YouTube video defending the comedian in 2021, titled "Leftists Outrage Over Bill Burr Jokes at the 2021 Grammys."
Bill Burr said a thing, and the thing was unwoke, because our cultural Puritans can never allow Bill Burr to make a joke about his own inability to pronounce Latino names. You can never let Latinx names.
So up until 7 months ago, Ben Shapiro thought that Bill Burr was on his team. You know, he thought Bill was one of these anti-woke mob heroes such as himself. But then in February of this year, Bill Burr vocalized his support for Luigi Mangino and criticized the evil practices of billionaire CEOs, which seemed to hurt Little Ben's feelings. So much so that he made an hour-long podcast about Bill Burr, claiming that his stand-up's become weak, that he's become disconnected from his audience, and that he's turned into a woke a-hole ever since he married his current wife.
So this brings us to Bill Burr. So I have to say, Bill Burr is Bill Burr, I used to really enjoy his work. I mean, on occasion, I still enjoy his work. He's a comedian, which means he's very hit or miss. His Red Rock special, for example, hilarious. I used to be, I'm such a Bill Burr fan that I actually bought a ticket for me and my wife and 2 of our friends to go see Bill Burr at the Hard Rock Casino down here in Hollywood, Florida. And I have to say, it's one of the worst shows I ever saw in my life, because he got up there, and Bill Burr has become woked. He's become woked, I assume, because his wife is very much on the left. Over time, I think he became embarrassed that many people on the right thought he was very funny, and so he decided that he was going to start woking it up. So this entire show that he did in Hollywood, Florida, it was so bad that he got frustrated with the audience. The audience was not laughing at his jokes, because his jokes were basically about how Floridians were a bunch of anti-gay racists. And Floridians were like, that's not true. A lot of gay people live down here, and a lot of Hispanics and black people live down here. And in fact, Rome is filled with Jews. And so he actually got so frustrated cutting his show early and walked off the stage. And the reason was he was totally disconnected from the audience. Well, that disconnect has continued. And now he is proclaiming that he is very happy that CEOs are walking around in fear for their lives. In any case, here is Bill Burr openly cheering the murder of a United Health executive because he says that live in fear if they don't act in the way that he would have them act in a system that he had no fixes for, by the way.
I love to think that CEOs are afraid right now. You should be. By and large, you're all a bunch of selfish, greedy pieces of shit. And a lot of you are mass murderers. You just don't pull the trigger. That's why it looks clean. That's why these people look, oh my God, oh, he was just, walking into a hotel. It's like, okay, well, what was his job? What did he do? What was the results of it?
Okay, Bill Burr isn't a piece of what he is saying here is truly evil.
And what's so satisfying about this podcast was the golden irony of Shapiro stating that Bill Burr was disconnected from his audience. Because if you slowly scroll down, you'll quickly see that this video was ratioed into the ground with dislikes. And pretty much everyone in the comment section let Ben know just how idiotic he sounded. It seemed that they all came to the conclusion that Ben Shapiro would get on all fours and bark like a dog if a billionaire CEO told him to. I mean, absolutely no one agreed with what Ben was saying there. So this podcast was a overall pathetic attempt to rile up some kind of beef with Bill Burr, I guess. But the fact that Shapiro's own audience found this take to be brain dead says just about everything you need to know about the guy. And that was pretty much the end of the story, until Bill Burr responded a few weeks later, saying, I don't know who he is, but that guy is a jerk-off. Which of course goes without saying, but it's still a perfect way to sum it all up. After that response, though, of course, there was radio silence from Burr. Since according to Bill Burr, his whole feud that Shapiro was trying to drum up with him was completely driven by money, and then Shapiro continued making negative videos about him and his wife, sandwiched in between ads for ExpressVPN, the Daily Wire, even name it, the whole thing was a grift. So Bill Burr wisely took the higher road until a few weeks ago he was sort of put on the spot about the Ben Shapiro thing after the interviewer asked him directly about the situation. So to put the final nail in the coffin, Bill Burr aired out that he's blown it up over the last 7 months, exposing Shapiro for being a greasy slick talker. He's cultivated this toxic fan base of chronic line extremists who have also been harassing Bill and his wife for the last 7 months.
Summarize for people who have been watching your career so closely. In this last few months, you've had a few things happen, which is Ben Shapiro talked about going to one of your shows and complaining about you becoming woke, which sort of then creates.
He doesn't even know what that word means. His definition of woke is white liberals' definition of woke, and they didn't even know what it was. They just took the word from black people. That's the worst thing about our people is not only do we take from other cultures, we don't even take the time to understand the definition. He went there to be annoyed so he can then have something to talk about and that he can make money off of dividing his own country. Those people, it's treasonous what they do.
Yes, but to be fair, or not to be fair, the fact is that it worked for what his goal is, which is that it became a thing online where then a certain portion of the right complain about how you're woke,
Racist.
and we're racist.
They're racist. Yeah, they send pictures of monkeys to me and my wife. They're horrible people. And they never say it to your face. They never do that. And no, they're like, look, dude, there's an ugliness that's out there right now where, there's certain podcasts out there that if you're a racist, if you're an anti-Semite, if you're a psycho-nationalist and you want a softball interview, there's podcasts out there where you can, and they will laugh at your bad jokes and just give you this pass. And it's like, there's a really ugly thing that's going on out there, and it's the kind of things we've already seen this, and we've seen what it does to a nation, and it's not the way to go.
And real quick here, I just love that Bill spoke about how these guys hijacked the word woke and gave it an entirely new and negative meaning. Because what Bill Burr said was true. Like, people threw it around as an insult nowadays, but it wasn't ever supposed to take on that meaning. Bill saying that also shows you how Shapiro obviously just panders to his crowd and their buzzword of the day. As Shapiro is just in it for money, which Bill wants zero part of. Later in this interview, Bill Burr details how silly it was of Ben to have him as his favorite comedian just because one of his jokes aligned with his worldview, just to then completely flip-flop on him as soon of something against that view. It was very childlike, which Bill summarizes in a perfect way.
What I'm finding is that people keep trying to categorize what it is that you're doing. Like that idiot Ben Shapiro. No, he's woke now. He's like, I don't. That guy came to me and goes, hey man, he went to bring me into his fold. At one point, the guy liked me. And then when I didn't, then all of a sudden I'm a insult. I mean, I'm supposed to look at an adult.
And you see, Bill Burr wasn't just a fan of his at one point, because as I mentioned at the start of this video, Shapiro defended Bill Burr for making jokes about Latinos at the 2021 Grammy Awards.
I will accept behalf of her. If I butchered her name, I'm sorry. I have feminists like going, why is this white male doing all this Latino stuff?
Okay, and on the woke one, like, it's true. Why is that white male doing all this Latino stuff? And then, because our cultural Puritans can never allow her to make a joke about his own inability to pronounce Latino names. You can He's a very, very bad man. But, what's great for our culture? What is great for our culture is Harry Styles or Boa.
But as soon as Bill Burr said stuff that Shapiro didn't really like, all of a sudden Bill's now apparently a lazy hack who tarnished his career after marrying his wife. And then, of course, after that call out, Ben Shapiro responded literally the morning after that podcast aired. I mean, you just know he was jumping with joy as soon as he learned about it.
So Rabbi suggests that halacha l'maisa, every means that avodah zarah transmits shema through masa. What's the machlokas? Yes, the machlokas is what happens if you have avodah zarah sitting on top of a suspended stone, and then I walk underneath.
What is great for our culture is Harry.
Do I become coming from avodah zarah like this? You since I walk under the suspended
Styles
stone,
wore a boa.
But as soon as Bill Burr said stuff that Shapiro didn't really like, all of a sudden Bill's now apparently a lazy hack who tarnished his career after marrying his wife. And then, of course, after that call out, Ben Shapiro responded literally the morning after that podcast aired. I mean, you just know he was jumping with joy as soon as he learned about it. And what went down in the studio that day was quite possibly the most desperate, lazy, cringe-inducing attempt at a clapback that I've ever witnessed in my life. Like, you could tell that he really wanted to savagely roast Bill Burr. Thinking the two of them would have it back and forth like he always dreamed. But after watching this, you're going to see that very clearly reading a script off his teleprompter, seeing the first time, and B, the entire script was generated by AI. I'm going to touch on that more after this, but I'm 99% sure that he used AI to write this shitty little roast he made for Burr. Just a lot of dead giveaways in it that you can clue in on immediately if you're familiar with the way that ChatGPT writes, but more on that later. Okay, so now Bill Burr would really call that Bill Burr insensitive and unresponsive to the needs and definitions of black people. Which all this is amazing, guys, because Bill Burr is whiter than a painting of a polar bear in snow on a white canvas. So he's actually the most annoying form of a woke person. A white to criticize, a white person who apologizes for being white by pretending they have black people about the systemic privileges of being white. Oh yeah, while pulling down millions of dollars to be an angry thumb of a human. So Paul Rumpelstiltskin over here, who gets mad when he called him by his real name, is still pissed off. I didn't enjoy his comedy show last year, and he thinks that I and my friends, my wife, felt paid to attend his show just so that I could criticize him. Now here's the thing. On a random weekday night, if I'm going to a comedy show, I'm going because I want to laugh. Be paid to attend your show because you used to be funny. And then you trans yourself and turn into a white, bald, allegedly mute of Sunny Hassan on you, screeching at me about income inequality and racism. There's some irony to the fact that as you lost your nuts, you morphed into a shriveled nutsack of a human. And now you decide you're a victim. And that everyone you know is a victim. And that America is nasty and such, and you're deliberately understood just because you're not on a great show anymore. Which makes me sad, as I enjoy watching Bill Burr. But now watching you, it's like watching Robin DiAngelo, but even whiter and even faker and less fun, with a scritchy Boston accent to boot. It's her Bill into this drunk woke leprechaun. Good luck with that, dude. Listen, I hope you turn it around. I really do. Because the world needs better comedians. And I like a lot of comedians who disagree with me. BCK, Dave Chappelle. But, you know, we don't need 57-year-old men trying to earn street cred with the fellow kids by turning into a human embodiment of those in this house lawn signs. That makes me sad. It does. And yeah, you're being a full jackass. You cannot tell me that that entire thing wasn't written with ChatGPT. And even if it wasn't, it's seriously embarrassing stuff to be putting out to hundreds of thousands of people. I mean, come on, little Benjamin. This was truly the biggest moment of your career. Like Bill Burr never calls out anyone by name anymore. He didn't even mention Joe Rogan's name in that interview. Like the last time this happened was when he called out Elon Musk, and that was huge. So just a little more effort would have at least been respectable. But yeah, guys, sadly enough, this call out by Burr was the highlight of Ben Shapiro's miserable career. Because that pretty much wraps up the Shapiro versus Burr saga for the rest of eternity, as Bill Burr is likely done with this mosquito that is Ben Shapiro. So with that being said, that's it for the video. Thank you so much for watching.
What happens if I love the place? A woman is what happens? That's just something that limb no longer has to be. Just like you must not recall. Right up to that made up into pieces. It's simple, a piece of devil is that piece does not must not simple.
Trying to find just the right balance because there's nothing really challenging there. Because you don't have any real problems, and you're not on the earth. You're not standing on the earth anymore. You're in a bubble where you sort of like maybe you'll try this.
we're fine. They're balanced because life does. That's not a normal life. That's not organic living. That's not living human being.
Joe Rogan's podcast seems to have gotten worse this year, as every time a new episode drops, it becomes increasingly clear that Joe has drifted into wacko territory. No longer is Joe Rogan the relatable stoner that talks about the four-dimensional beings he encountered on DMT. Nowadays, Joe's morphed into this almost grumpy variation of a boomer that no longer talks with his guests, but at them, usually about the same 4 or 5 political points stuck on a loop. Like, no matter what kind of guest he has on, Joe will inevitably end up talking about either COVID-19, how California has turned into a godforsaken wasteland, how great Austin, Texas is, or he'll just go on a conservative glazing session. And it's gotten so bad now that longtime fans of the show have stopped listening to most episodes. Joe Rogan's peers have also become more comfortable calling him out on public platforms recently, as we just saw veteran comedians like Bill Burr and Mark Maron do on 2 huge podcasts last week.
You know, there's certain podcasts out there that if you're a racist, if you're an anti-Semite, and you want a softball interview, there's podcasts out there where you can, and they will laugh at your fucking bad jokes. The thing with Joe is I don't know that we have a lot to talk about because of my idea of what he's done to comedy. Sure, and I don't think it's great.
But to be fair, Mark Maron has been Joe Rogan's biggest hater since the early 90s. And ever since 2021, we haven't seen Bill Burr on Joe Rogan's podcast. So these guys calling Joe out as overpriced to most people, a better indicator of how far gone Joe truly has become. When his closest friends call him out on his own show, almost as if they're trying to show Joe Rogan the light, like when Joey Diaz snapped at Joe Rogan for talking about things that truly shouldn't matter to either of them.
Have you seen any of that stuff on Japan? See if you can find anything on the Japanese population crisis. They're having so few children that, like, in 3 generations, they can be in trouble. Yeah. What the fuck is wrong with you, Joe? Well, I think about it with us. Because I think about it with, like, civilizations collapsing. I think about it what we've been talking about the whole thing. We don't have to worry about it. I know. We don't have to worry about it. This is the first podcast I'm scared. You're right. Enough of this shit. You're right. Politics, enough. COVID is over.
This clip happened around 3 months ago, and if Joe had listened to Joey Diaz's advice, even in the slightest back then, I wouldn't be making this video. So, as you may have guessed, Joe did not listen. In the past 3 weeks or so, I feel as if he's become the most out-of-touch version of himself to date, and he's now bending reality based on his own personal relationships. Like on episode 23 with James Talarico, when Joe disagreed with his guest about Nick Fuentes being a Holocaust denier, insisting that denying the Holocaust and debating the numbers of the Holocaust are 2 very different things.
Research on this to learn about it. There have been a lot of stories about these 2 billionaires and their control over state government. And I say this because they go to the Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro's very Jewish. Well, and these 2 billionaires hosted a meeting with Nick Fuentes, who is a Holocaust denier. And he's got a Holocaust denier. Nick Fuentes.
Denier, or does he debate the numbers?
Well, to be fair, I don't listen to a lot of Nick Fuentes, which is on me, but
pretty hard thing to push back on Joe, especially since Joe doesn't push back in the very slightest when he has people on his podcast who people have want answers from, like the sitting president, the vice president, and of course the current director of the FBI, who, if you don't know by now, was sitting 4 feet over Joe Rogan when Elon Musk publicly accused Trump of being on the Epstein list, which the FBI director just conveniently skated on over.
Since we were talking about fake news, this is going to come up. It's been going on since we've been recording here. Elon and Trump seem to be in a bit of spat, Joe. Check the tweet that Elon put out a little bit ago.
Time to drop a really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day. Jesus Christ.
I'm not participating in any of that conversation.
Have a nice day. DJ, so much thing is following.
They're going back and forth about different things.
Yeah.
How does he know? Does he know that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files? Does he have access to the Epstein files?
I don't know how he would, but I'm just staying out of it.
the Trump Elon thing, that's way out.
What the fuck are they doing?
I know my lane and that ain't.
I just don't. I mean,
Wow, not a peep from Joseph. But you know, when Nick Fuentes is being accused of being a Holocaust denier, then Joe's got to step in. And then to make his list even more annoyed with that situation, Joe actually talked about this encounter with Cash Patel only a few weeks ago on his podcast with Danny Jones, where he scoffed at the idea of actually pushing back at the FBI guy about Epstein.
There's the director of the FBI on the show saying there's no tape. There was nothing you're looking for. What? Why did they say there was thousands of hours of tapes of people doing horrible shit? Why did they say that? Right? Did Pam Bondi say that? Epstein. Yeah. She said it literally, I think, a week before you had the FBI director sitting here telling you there was nothing, right? She said something about the thousands of hours of tapes of people doing horrible crimes. There it is. And didn't the FBI dude say that there was nothing? Tell us there's nothing. I mean, what am I going to do? I'm going to push back. Obviously, I'm just saying what he has to say.
So this is what I'm talking about when I say that long-time listeners have been really fed up with Rogan recently. Joe has 24 million listeners every week, yet refuses to practice any type of good interviewing when he has guests on that people really want answers from. So it's crystal clear that he has a political bias on his show, because he obviously only gives softball interviews to people that he aligns with. But at least Joe Rogan platforms actual politicians and scientists that are professionals in the field that they're talking about. What's even more annoying than Joe not pushing back is when Joe decides to talk politics all by himself, because he doesn't really fact check anything he has to say. And when he goes on these long political spiels, it's almost like you can feel Jamie on the just itching to turn on his mic, but he doesn't in order to keep his job.
We're in this complete shifting of the poles, where the Republicans now are in favor of free speech. The Republicans want to end the wars. They want to stop contributing to foreign countries. They want comedy to be comedy again. They don't want restrictions on people's behavior and thinking. And the Democrats have developed this sort of like cult-like idea of what everyone should accept, and what's normal, and what's not normal, and what needs to be elevated in our population, and what needs to be ignored. And it's just like,
It's kind of insane of Joe to still push the idea that Republicans are anti-war and pro-free speech at this point. Come on, Joe. Even if you ignore the massive increases to the military budget, push to start a war with Iran, and deporting foreign students from speaking out, you'll still find plenty of evidence showing they're pro-war and pro-censorship. A lot of people actually think that Joe is saying this on purpose. Like, people believe that Joe is probably aware of everything that I just listed, but subconsciously ignores it, because if he did, it could threaten his new life in Austin. He knows what side he's on, but Fuller still thinks he's in the center when it comes to politics, which he says about 5 seconds later in this very podcast.
God damn, you guys are ruining it for everybody that thinks in a left way. Like anybody who's reasonable, like a reasonable left-thinking person, which is most artists, by the way. Yeah, of course. And then you get to this point where you're like, no, I can't go along with you on all these things. You guys are you're just a bunch of fucking assholes who are using these subjects as a way where you can behave incredibly shitty, incredibly uncharitable, like vicious, mean, ostracizing people from school. I don't want any part of it. I don't want any part of the way you guys think and behave. And you tend to pretend that you're doing it for good. You're doing it for, you're clothing yourself to all for climate change. The fuck? You're just a nut. You're just a crazy, entitled nut. And you're fucking up society. And this is not the way people should be behaving. And I can't believe it makes people go to the other. The Republicans are smarter about it. And now, in this day and age, because they're like, yeah, we'll take it. It's fine. Come over to us. You can say whatever you want. Comedy's back.
It's a big ebb and flow. To me, it's like some weird natural balance of like things shift a little bit to the left, shift a little bit to the right. And you gotta hold the center.
So yeah, there's way too much political jargon from a guy who used to talk grizzly bears, Volante, and the ancient Egyptians' knowledge of the pineal gland. And again, most people wouldn't mind Joe talking politics if he went about it in a level-headed way. But it's almost like he's pandering to one side, like he's sold out. If
will. But in my opinion, the political grifting Joe's done recently isn't even his worst offense. Most despicable behavior can actually be observed when legitimate, reputable scientists go on the show and disagree with any of Joe's various conspiracy theories. Like Joe's handling of the Flint Dibble Graham Hancock bait was just atrocious. Because even though Flint had provided real evidence to back his claims, since he's an actual archaeologist who's been to the Graham and Joe talk about, Joe and pseudo-archaeologists bullied and interrupted their way through the podcast. And after that show, believe it or not, Joe actually blamed him for having cancer.
If a guy in bodies would come out in academia, you see him physically in bodies, like it's like that's what it is. These weird, kind of bitchy.
Hey there, Joe. I found out yesterday that you're really parents in front of millions of people on your podcast. Here I am, I have the last 6 hours in the hospital to consider this while I get treated for my stage 4 cancer with an infusion. You know that I've been fighting cancer for the last 4 years. You've mentioned it on your podcast. What a little man Joe Rogan truly is. And if you haven't watched the whole expose video Flint Dibble put out about Rogan, I'll put the link description down below, and I recommend you guys give that a view. They tore Rogan to shreds, and it really puts Joe in a light that you may have never seen before. Joe Rogan, you're a coward who calls a cancer fighter. And mind you, all this stuff about Joe happened in the last 4 or 5 months or so, which is why I think that Joe Rogan is actually at rock bottom right now, because it's not like any of this is new, you know, but it's become much worse recently. I'm sure if you're watching this that you may have been a fan of the podcast at one point in time, because the show used to actually be genuinely good. It felt as if Joe felt as if he was lucky to be in the presence of some of his guests, and he would let the guests lead the convo instead of the other way around. Joe also used to have the best guests on, as when he lived in Los Angeles, there was a plethora of cool people in town that could stop by the studio and talk with Joe while they were doing other promotional stuff for their careers. That's cannot be found in Austin. Now, when you scroll through Joe Rogan's recent podcast episodes, I bet that the general listener would have searched at least half the people that Joe's talking to. So Austin's not really skyrocketing. Instead, it's sort of stagnated now, and the comedians in his circle, aka the Rogan sphere, have openly criticized how shitty the city truly is. Like Tim Dillon, Mark Norman, Shane Gillis, and even Ari Shaffir have all come out on separate occasions to publicly trash Austin with seemingly zero remorse.
What is the most overrated city in one most of the time? Sitting in one of them. Right now, Austin, Texas. Class is trash, everybody. It's not cool. Everyone's like, watch from Austin, the conversation's huge here. I'm like, sure. The city itself is not cool. I'm not saying it's a lie. I'm saying it's actively uncool.
Well, let me just say what to Austin. I gotta tell you that Austin. I don't know how these people, these Gillises, or these Tyler Fish, or these Segura's, who must be Greek. How do they live there? I mean, it's that city is a boiling pot of evil goo, just circling a dish.
Texas is scary than ever. Texas? That's fair. Wait, wow. I'm sure not. They don't know Austin is a gayer version of it. There is equally as many shirtless guys in Austin. No, I have not one shirtless guy.
I hated everyone I met. Exactly. People were doing, I hated.
So that was the financial what is the
There was like, this is the next city, and I didn't get it.
if you
I didn't understand what the lake is, the color,
Boston
the worst. Boston is like Broadway's an Antifa, not Barry, and a city, nothing works. And the food is atrocious. Some of the worst food in America, you have to be like a college pig, and I would enjoy it. I should talk about 3 years, not one of them being It just seems to me that Joe Rogan and his once universally loved podcast have, in fact, face planted into rock bottom recently. But I guess we'll just have to see where things go for the rest of this year. Because I heard rumors that the mothership would be expanding to New York City, which would be pretty interesting to unfold. But with that being said, that is it for the video, guys. Thanks so much for watching.
I mean, what am I going to do? Push back? No, obviously.
So now, I don't know. I don't know what the difference between the national was. What's that? I'm ready to laugh. I was like, well, you're not. I don't know. I don't know what the correct reading is.
Sound familiar? In Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches, and pains, or sleeping high. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, you can upgrade to a queen mattress at adjustable base for just $499.99. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
I don't know. I mean, his thing,
The thing with Joe,
since everyone
the thing with
says
Joe
I'm myself.
is I don't know that we have a lot to talk about because of my idea of what he's done to comedy. Sure, and I don't think it's correct. I think that it's tribalized, and I think that he's created a sort of army of people that think they know comedy, but they only know a specific thing. And what they think is good is not necessarily good, maybe what they're like.
So it seems that Mark Maron has reignited his decades-long beef with Joe Rogan and his group of comedic assassins, as he just called them out on 2 separate podcasts in the span of a week. And Mark Maron is not just going after these guys because he doesn't like them. As he puts it, he has reasonable criticism for them.
It's reasonable criticism.
Like in his most recent special, Panicked, Mark actually spends a good portion of time calling out the anti-woke comedy that Rogan's forged on, criticizing them for normalized slurs, punching down marginalized groups, and overall platforming dangerous ideas. And if you haven't seen it already, I highly recommend you go watch that entire special. But to give you an idea of what he talks about in that special, here's him going on the idea of Theo Vaughn having Adolf Hitler on his podcast.
Hitler reliably appear on Theo Vaughn's Theo would be like, Theo did a lot of men, right? Hitler, that should make you crazy, dog. I just spent once, I was up for 3 days, and then I ate a live bird. No shit, live bird, bro. Hitler probably didn't even hate the Jews. You're crazy, dog.
So now he's on a podcast press tour for that new special. He's sent shots left and right at the Rogan sphere. Look at his recent Friends episode. He goes Rogan in a pretty hilarious major way, roasting for leading an army of meatheads who predict that they'll run out of material quickly, since the majority that they tell are pretty service-led marginalized groups that will be beaten into the ground. You think about this Rogan era comedy, you know that they do this quite frequently. Like to this day, they're probably some COVID-19 jokes. Maron considers this shtick to be hack.
But yeah, who do you do up, Joey? Joseph Rogan? Yeah, he's a Texas. I got it.
He's also he's running after planet Texas.
He's got a tight hold on the enlightenment. Maron's disdain. It's not just saying, it's reasonable criticism. Reasonable criticism. When was the last time you spoke?
Like, so small.
I don't know. That's a good question. I guess we've been at the store. I never talked to him often. I don't go into the club. I don't really think I'm on his radar. So, something tells me, oh yeah, something tells me too. I don't, it's weird. I get lumped into a certain thing, and maybe it's my assumption that, his army of healthy fellas. Is that their title? Army of Healthy Fellas is so good. You just gotta, keep the machine. Machine's gotta be good. Schellenberg, go ahead. What do you think on the self-funded? Well, I don't know, I think that it's so effectively tribalized at this point. It really comes down to material. At one point, it's like whenever they represent terms of policy, sure, it's not a stretch. It's like they want trans people are afraid that they have their own ability to get health care anymore. And they're afraid of people and have no freedom. And so that's done. When you stop with the jokes, like immigrants, okay, well, they're being ripped away from their homes. And they're all terrified. And okay, so that's done. When they stop Joe, it's one thing to marginalized. Yeah. Why do you gotta keep it? Now there's a question. Another issue that Mark had, Joe Rogan, was one that Mark's had a problem since the early 90s. It is that comedy is supposed to be for the quote sensitive weirdos, not necessarily for the high school locker room bullies that Joe Rogan's ushered in. Even though I don't fully agree with this stance, since to me, you're funny, it is a stance that I've seen others take. Like when Tim Dillon was calling out Brendan Shaw, who released his insult of the comedy special Gringo Pop. Why would Brendan do that? It's like I go, here's a big, tough guy. Why should you see in a Ferrari? He should be able to rip people's faces with his catcher mid-hands. See him running around the stage, but I go, you're gay now. You've become gay. Why are you gay? He was a fucking knight. I remember he was a knight. He's a now he's a jester. Now he's dead. He's a gay man. He's a funny gay man. When you watch his special, he's like, woo! So our main issue with this is that the weirdo old comics have sort of been pushed to the side in recent times. And when Mark brings this point up to Bobby Lee, he actually gets into joining in on trashing Austin comics, which was just great to see. That's a problem. Yeah, so, and the bigger problem that what you're saying is, I think we all still do exist, but the nature of the comedy business is fragmented and some of it's tribalized, but there used to be a lot more weirdos around, who were kind of exciting and interesting and took it a different place. I would care with just talking comedy. There's not that many people bringing it to a different place, dude. Right. Well, there is some good ones. Like I think that kid Casey Rocket's really entertaining and fun and different and unique. I think they're both there, right? I think the problem is there's so much sludge, there's so much shit, there's way more noise than we've ever fucking seen. I care because all that's really being shown is kind of the constant like, give it to him, give it to him, give it to him, give it to him. So I'm tired of the attitude. I thought you were going to have violence in this country. No. I'm tired of one guy I wanted to name seemed like a thriving and I'm like, whoa, dude. We're going to live now because you can survive here. This is it's an animal. It's an animal. I think the weirdos you're referring to, by the way, were birthed, and I defend this to fucking blue in the face, were birthed in the comics. And I think I always push, I was like, people don't know that about the store. They think they hear this like corporate bro, and that happens internally in LA a lot too, where they're like, the store is a fucking, whatever, sellout factory of fucking bro comics, because they don't need more. No, but there was a wash of it that came through, and I think that Joe, they were lost. Real quick here, just based on the voice inflection that Bobby was doing there, I'm almost certain that he was talking about Tony Hinchcliffe. It's 100% something Tony would say too. Well, you seem like you're thriving, and I'm killing it. So yeah, just an all-around hilarious episode of Bad Friends that I highly suggest you go watch the entire episode of. One thing that this podcast was missing, though, was the larger, more political reasons that Mark Maron called out right-wing podcasters in his special form. But luckily for us, he actually explained it in detail in the Vulture podcast he did nearly 10 days ago, calling out Joe Rogan and Tony Hinchcliffe by name, which even if you don't agree with anything Maron says, you have to respect the fact that he calls them out by name here. As most comics are too afraid to seriously go after Joe Rogan in sort of fashion. But anyways, in this podcast, Mark Maron explains that he's going after these guys because he essentially sided with Trump solely because he was more pro-speech than the option. But now that he's in office and has acted on these policies, someone says that they're acting shocked that he's doing anything like that. I mean, just the other day, Andrew Schultz posted this screenshot to his reacting to Trump administration not mandating IVF care. I mean, this sort of thing is happening every day in the Rogan verse at this point, and Mark touches on that in his best. Rogan and Cliff and, just a lot of these people just locked in, the government, which is, for all practical, good intents and purposes, is an authoritarian government, and we have a fairly dominant fascistic culture. So they're using this language, which is anti-woke, to dismantle all progressive And, whether you like it or not, or whether that's not what you signed up for, you tied yourself to that horse, right? And, and that's, it's not even a matter of unforgivable. It just is what it is. So you can back that all you want, but this is the reality. Is that, democracy was squashed because of, the policy now of using anti-woke to dismantle the liberal democratic state is something you didn't shut up about. Maybe it wasn't to say, I just wanted to say they are. So that's who I'm talking about. I think a lot of them were just like wanting to land on the side where they could earn a living. It's a challenge.
For years, Joe Rogan has acted like the small guy that the media likes to pile on top of, as if he was the victim, just because he wasn't allowed to make jokes about marginalized groups. But now that they've sort of won that small victory with Trump, they can't play the victim card anymore. Also, in this next clip, Mark plainly states again that whenever a Rogan guy makes a joke punching trans or gay people or anything of that nature, that it's simply just hack and is only offensive because of how unfunny it is.
And that thing, it's at a point now where it's like you don't have the victim position anymore. You have the dominant position. So why keep kicking? Because it's hackneyed. That, you walk through a comedy club or you go to some certain cities where it's like there's a prerequisite to do a trans joke. There's a prerequisite to do an hardcore joke. There's a prerequisite to push the edge in a very non-risky way. Not push a boundary, but act like you are. But just and act like your voice is somehow dangerous. There's nothing less dangerous. It's ignoring. To say what people want you to say is not doing it. Those particular people.
Pretty much for years, everyone thought that Mark Maron hated Joe Rogan and was just jealous of him, because up until now, most of his critiques for Rogan were pretty surface level. He resented Rogan's athletic background, his overwhelming success, and had an ongoing podcast rivalry with him. Rogan was almost like the more popular version of Maron, actually confronted Joe on these very issues all the way back to 2011, which at the time felt as if Mark were simply just jealous of Joe.
When I first saw you, I had this problem with guys who were athletically oriented or had some sort of athletic nature about them before they came into comedy. And I remember that you and Kevin Flynn, he was like a soccer guy, and you were a kickboxing champion, and there was part of me that was like, this is not for them. This is not their world. Why are they here? Why don't they stay in a competitive world? Of course, it's silly. You were sort of a cocky fuck then, weren't you? I don't want to know. First of all, how would you get around someone like that? And also, you're not somebody who doesn't have the martial arts champion. Yeah, it's wood without a receptacle. Just fucking spot.
In this podcast, Mark also admitted that he felt that Joe having fear factor disqualified him for being a comedy authority, implying that doing a show so out of sync with thoughtful or serious comedy should have knocked him off any moral or artistic high ground.
That in your television career, you cannot portray anything with fear factor was anything that equated, who you are now. And that I thought it was harshly unsettling you were able to stand in a position of judgment of what comedy is or isn't, having done fear factor and the impact it had on comedy business and television.
That's an interesting angle, and I kind of think that angle's got to be coming from some weird animosity that you might have had to me already before this. Because, first of all, how many sitcom writers are really comics? It's very few.
A lot of them started as comics. I'm just saying in general.
You can't say that that's taking away jobs, because it's an economic issue, and if I wasn't hosting it, someone else would host it.
So after that 2011 interview, a lot of fans of the podcast came to the conclusion that Mark was just jealous of Joe. But now, fast forward to 2025, and it almost seems like Mark's criticisms of Joe are becoming more valid by the day. And now, instead of having animosity or disdain for Joe, Mark labels it as reasonable criticism of death. Like it started as a personal rivalry, but now it's evolved into this broader cultural clash. These guys representing two very different versions of what comedy should be. But anyways, with that being said, that's pretty much it for the video. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure to like, subscribe, and comment down below what your thoughts are on this entire thing.
נכנס למנהל בעזרה, הוא לדעת שכן רוצים לקלפליס לצלay, אני שומע תושה חולת הסבונס, ואת אומרת, ואת אמרת, נכנסים,
Little's Kitchen Slow Cooker Lighters.
Look, dude, there's an ugliness that's out there right now where, there's certain podcasts out there that if you're a racist, if you're an anti-Semite, if you're a psycho-nationalist and you want a softball interview, there's podcasts out there where they will laugh at your fucking bad jokes and just give you this pass. And it's like, there's a really ugly thing that's going on out there. And, it's the kind of things we've already seen this, and we've seen what it does to a nation, and it's not the way to go.
Like many people on Earth right now, Bill Burr seems to have reached his last nerve with this group of riffing podcast bros in the Rogan sphere and adjacent circles, as he just spent a good portion of this interview he did yesterday with Variety, calling out the absurdity of what this whole thing has turned into. Because if you didn't know already, these podcasters Bill's referring to here have truly been playing with fire lately with the people that they platform. And it seems that they have zero clue about the actual impact these massive podcasts will have on the public for years to come. They're really just in it to make money. It is grifting at the highest level, and it seems to just be getting worse. Like why on God's green elk boys interviewing the Prime Minister of Israel?
That sucks. Yeah. I disagree completely. American over McDonald's are worse than absolutely.
And you know what's gotten bad when Bill Burr has to finally step in? Being the voice of reason, since he typically avoids these heated topics until he just can't take it anymore. So he rather does it all back here, like he pretty much calls Joe Rogan and his whole crew a bunch of pseudo-holes who think they're genius because they read stuff online. When in reality, they're just dumb guys who don't realize that they're causing irreversible damage just by having these types of people on.
We talk about the billionaires and politicians stuff. What do you feel in podcasts? What do you feel about politicians and billionaires who appear on podcasts of your peers use leverage for their own goals?
Oh, that was before that. I remember the first time I saw The Office. It's like they never did that. Now that everybody has a camera and blah, 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 it's just so all over the place. I just think the landscape of it has changed. All I can say is, personally, I would never do it. Never have somebody come on that's running for president with my intellect. I'm not going to sit there and be like, what's your foreign policy? Like, I would be like within 3 minutes, dude, what was your favorite Super Bowl? And then people be like watching it going, I like that Super Bowl too. I'm going to vote for this guy. It's just so far beyond my wheelhouse. Like, I am just way beyond. Like, this.
And Burr really starts to go in on who people assume are Joe Rogan and Andrew Schultz, criticizing them for thinking they're some form of higher intellect, like they've ascended beyond the normal working class civilian just because they can regurgitate whatever they read online that in a somewhat coherent way. And Bill Burr explains here that this is all ego-driven, as they desperately want to appear like someone who's more valuable than who they really are. D-tier stand-ins at best, who have to get onto their tippy toes just to reach for the lowest hanging fruit. But as Bill Burr puts it, at the end of the day, they're just dumb jocks who would only sound in a sports bar.
There's a difference between the people that read and the people that are the subject of what you're reading. You know what I mean? There's people that discover shit and figure shit out, and then there's the people that read it. Like the only people that can explain the theory of relativity. That's probably not a lot of people, but they can do it. But then there's this ego thing that because now I can explain it like I'm somehow Einstein adjacent. It's like, no, you're not. You just read some smart shit. That was a bit I used to do in my AdWords.
almost like worse than when a dumb person reads, because now they think they're smart. It's just like, no, you're just a dumb guy that knows a lot of shit. Like, intellect, to me, is how to process information. It's not just reading a bunch of smart shit, putting it in your head, and then get out at people. And be like, you know, that's torturing people. So it's more like how you put stuff together. And like, somebody said me one time, really smart guy, and I go, yeah, in a sports bar. You go in a sports bar, you want me to talk about 70s and 80s sports? I am wildly. I'm scoring very high. All right, you put me in like that form to have to interview somebody that is the president, and then as the sports bar guy, and go to summer school a lot. So,
And Bill saying this is truly satisfying, as Joe Rogan and his offspring have been impersonating philosophers for way too long now. So even though he doesn't mention them by name, it's pretty clear who he's talking about here. And just so we're clear here, Bill Burr will probably never go back onto Jerry, as he A, would like to keep A, healthy blood pressure, and B, doesn't want to waste time trying to save Joe since he's already past the point of term, like he's truly compromised. And Bill knows this. So the next point Bill makes here is, in my opinion, the most important point that he makes in this interview, as he goes on to define the role of the stand-up comedian when talking about politics, which seems to have been lost in memory. So as you'll see shortly, Bill says that the comedian's job is to simply trash both sides of the political spectrum. Because, like many other people around the world, Bill Burr hates both the far left and the right. And if he doesn't trash both sides equally, two idiots will think that he's on their side, which is the last thing he wants. And funnily enough, it's the thing that guys like Tony Hinchcliffe and Andrew Schultz want, which just goes to show how many light years ahead of them Bill is.
Yeah, ultimately, what do you, when you think of talking about ball in your act, what do you want to do, right? If I do it, I trash them both. Yeah. With what? Because that is my job. That is my job. I can't fix the political system, and I don't watch a lot of it. But, you know, when I do stand-up, you know, if I start trashing like Trump, I would hear the left in the crowd like, yeah. I'd be like, the fuck, you voted for a guy that, you know, is staring off into space. Like, your guy literally should be in a fucking home. What are you patting yourself on the back for? X, Y, and Z. Your fucking party has not let you vote for, has not let you choose your candidate since Obama's second term. That's fucking insane. We want Bernie Sanders. Fuck Mr. McGo. Mr. McGo had fucking 2 weeks before. Oh yeah, it's vice president. That's what they're doing. So like, I get, so that after I trash Trump, I then do that because my thing is like, I'm not flying either one of their flags that say now. That is the problem. And they're always distracting us with other stuff. So, like, CNN and Fox News are a fucking disease.
So Bill Burr is really trying to make it clear here that he is not affiliated with either side of the political spectrum. He might be left on some issues and right on others, but at the end of the day, he is a pure stand-up comedian, and he wants to hit on both sides equally. And by saying this, he really exposes the major error that podcasters in the Rogan sphere made by taking one side before the election last year, as they quickly went from being podcasters and entertainers to political puppets, which is Bill Burr's worst nightmare. And it almost came true earlier this year when he started going after Elon Musk and other CEOs on his podcast, which made the left think that he was on their side.
He's all about Elon, that he was ruining Earth. I saw the view. You're critical of him. What do you think of all the boycotts? Even though I don't watch the news. I don't watch news. I watch Instagram. I watch people fight out on motorcycles. I watch lions and hyenas fight each other. This is the things that I do. And I don't think you should be asking a comedian. Comedians are up. You heard of them. No. That's weak. That you guys take a buck. You guys need to have rules again, which you don't. You guys always get us on the shit
You guys present stuff like that. You just have balls.
So in this next clip, Burr goes in on the left as demonstrating how a true stand-up comedian should approach politics.
So, and then at the same time, you're talking about billionaires, you're talking about stuff like this, and people on the left are really embracing you, and they're sharing your.
No, it's not true, dude. Certain parts are not true. It's not true.
Certain portions of the left are true.
And certain portions are right. There's common sense on both sides. But we keep doing this shit. Where it's like, oh, the right's all fucking racist. And the left is some of the most fucking. Most of the left feels like if they have a black friend, they don't have issues. Okay, I'm out of that. Out of that. And I don't want to hear crap that they're all fucking nuts. That fucking shit, Me Too, where it went from people shouldn't sexually assault people, absolutely, to I don't like what you're talking about in your act. It was fucking nuts. It was McCarthyism on the left, and now you've gone to the other side on the right. And the left was so fucked up, the right, the psycho right thinks that they're in the middle, and they're not. They're out of their fucking minds. And I travel to, and I'm telling you, people who lean right and lean left are chill, and they're just sitting in the middle like, when is everybody gonna fucking calm the fuck down? When is this gonna go back to, like, live and let live? And there's way more of that. And I have people from construction workers to fucking, hairy leg close rings going, hey, I like what you're saying out there about these billionaires. Because that is the fucking problem.
Yes.
And the other problem is that people make it like it's political. Like if you vote for this colored tie, these billionaires are somehow going to grow hard. And it's just not the case.
Then goes scorched earth on Ben Shapiro, who idiotically associated Bill with his politics until Bill said something that didn't align with Shapiro, to which he then criticized Burr for and called him blind with wokeness, which is just another why Bill tries his very best to stay far away from both sides of politics, since it's just an ideological joke if you dare say that they don't agree with.
Is that people keep trying to categorize what it is that you're doing. Shapiro, he's like, I don't, that fucking guy, someone came to me and goes, hey man, he was trying to bring me into his fold. And what the guy liked me, didn't. Then all of a sudden, I'm a fucking asshole. I mean, I'm supposed to look at that guy like he's an adult. He doesn't even know what that word means. His definition of woke is white liberals' definition of woke, and they didn't even know what it was. They just took the word from black people. That's the worst thing about our people, is not only do we take from other cultures, we don't even take the time to understand the definition. He went there to be annoyed, so he can then have something to talk about, and then he can make money off dividing his own country. Those people, it's treasonous what they do.
But to be fair, or not to be fair, the fact is that it worked, so just that it became a thing online, and then a certain portion of the right complained about how you're woke,
Racists.
or racist.
They're racist, yeah, they say monkeys to me in my way. They're fucking horrible people, and they're cow, they never say it to your face.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, who more and more seems to be one of those Lex Friedman type guys who look and sound like scientists, but really haven't done anything else to prove it.
My God, I'm still out. The jury's still out with me with Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's like, is he a good scientist? Because every time I see him, he's talking just like me, and I'm like, is that how the times work? I have no idea. It's like, he didn't figure that out. He learned it. I want to see him sitting down next to another scientist and have the guy be like, wow, Neil, I never looked at it that way. Like, I want to see somebody on your level.
He's like, he does spend a lot of time talking about me.
He doesn't do science a lot. He definitely sits around a lot talking about it. It's kind of like a Dr. Phil kind of thing. He's always like a crooked cop to me. He just looks like he would plant a pistol. Do one of those, take like a pistol, take the pistol,
Probably more right than we realize.
So yeah, at this point, Bill Burr laid out a blueprint for how comedians should be handling this mess, calling out the grifters and staying out of the political trap, and actually be funny without selling your soul.
Because once you pick a side, you're no longer a comic. At that point, it's another pawn. And whether you agree with Bill's stance here or not, one thing that's truly beautiful about this call-out is that whether you're left or right, you agree that the frat boys in their 30s and Bill should have never in a million years interviewed guys like Donald Trump or Benjamin Netanyahu. Absolutely no one asked for that. And after that Netanyahu interview happened, humanity sort of came together to pile on them for it, and they actually just got completely destroyed for it in their podcast with Bassem Youssef. And so on that note, that is it for the video, guys. Make sure to like the video, comment, and thanks so much for watching.
Everyone's in a good mood, everyone's happy, they have good information. What's the problem? The problem is sometimes if you had a long day of learning, you could also occur within a couple of glasses of water. See, obviously, if you don't want to go home from a day's meditation, so apparently they discovered that Rabbi oil and salt
There's nothing better than that.
somehow
To watch
the
rockets
effects
sweat
of the
so
water.
he can buy a
You're
second
not
house.
Shabbos as well. It's not like it's been
Alright, so it
called
looks like
the
Tony
umbrella of
Hinchcliffe finally got canceled.
the
Maybe he's always
When
fantasized
you
about
also go ahead and say
instead of getting
that just
canceled
like
by
the oil
an
and
evil
salt,
woke mob for saying an offensive slur, Tony Hinchcliffe was literally canceled by the WWE after he couldn't sell enough tickets to SummerSlam event, an event that was going to be based entirely around Tony's comedy. Pretty hard pill to swallow for the comedian known to have the largest ego of all mankind.
Tony's ready to suck the anybody water.
Your magic moment is the biggest thing in your career. Go do it. Go get it.
After Hinchcliffe bombed horrendously at the roast of WrestleMania, which was so awful and in bad taste that the WWE removed all existing audio and video of it from the internet. I mean, you know you're bad at stand-up comedy when the WWE and its fan base all come together to agree that you're a hack. These are the same guys that find Bert Kreischer to be one of the funniest men alive. So I think it's safe to say that this is now the biggest Tony's massive ego recent memory. The last time reality checked this back was when Donald Trump publicly announced that he's never heard of Tony Hinchcliffe. In fact, wanted absolutely nothing to do with him, especially after Tony's atom bomb at Trump's largest rally of the year. I have no idea who he is. Somebody said that was a great that Trump had Puerto Rico. I have no idea who he is. So for this video today, I wanted to explore the following question with you guys. Is Tony Hinchcliffe in 2025 an actual stand-up comedian, or is he just a witty podcast host who knows when to throw in a good one-liner from time to time? We all know that his show, Kill Tony, is massively successful, but I'm pretty sure you heard that it's passed Joe Rogan's podcast recently. He stripped away the live band and the world-famous comedian guests. Can Tony Hinchcliffe really be funny all on his own? Well, to put this to the test, we have to look at the times when Tony puts on a show all by himself, which is pretty rare, but most recently happened around a month ago when he appeared on the YouTube channel Country Club Adjacent, where Tony tried to show the hosts of the show what roasts from a world-famous comedian really sound like.
Well, I was running in the mind for the manager and a pitcher of the weekend. By inning, I mean children's book. Hearing I'm thinking Tony wrote for 6 months, the mayor of the dictator of dictators.
And also the
N-word. It's a big deal because this is a special word for him. He says the guys that his mom are on the billboard down there. You see the guys that come up, they zoom in on him. He also controls the weather, so this little gust coming from east to west might help him fart out or I love it. I have a Twitter to maybe words recorded back off, so I didn't who they are. Mark Knocker, Hippie Bobbity. Remember Hippie Bobbity? If we didn't edit, we would have.
It's hoped that he really tries his hardest to roast these guys here, but the jokes just never really land. And after a while, the guys he's with just start to belittle Tony right to his face.
Like when you pick your outfit, are you just like, I don't want people to know that's a real woman. You know, I have sex with campers. Just get down too much. Not sure.
And the reason I'm labeling this as belittling instead of roasting is because you can really tell that Tony's not too happy at the guy suggesting that he's wearing a fake Rolex or that his outfit style doesn't scream that he's rich. Because if there's one thing that Tony would be genuinely offended by, it would be from someone suggesting that he's not high class.
But you know, he just blends in, like, he's clearly a man of the people with his fake golden Rolex. Yep. And it's not one game's equivalent to how these stories are. Yeah. He's going for campers. You guys are literally don't know anything about taste or class. The guy who has his shirt tucked in a picture. You don't know about class.
So then Tony continues to try and trip at them, but nothing really sticks. Sure, you might say that it's a pretty casual setting. These are just guys being dudes. But in reality, Tony knows that he's truly Barney. This is the guy who considers himself the king of roasting. The guy with license plate titled I Roast.
I don't know if you've heard about my license plate, but I roast.
It's his only trick. So shouldn't he be a bit better than this?
Oh, yeah. You're gonna need a stick of butter to hit that next ball with. That's a greasy shot. Well, come on in, boy. You must want one of these gay cars, or as we call them, Tacoma Toyota Tundras. You can use the stick shift of your asshole. And to operate the turn signals, you gotta use your whip mouth. Come on down, you dirty little Jew boy. The Joe Rogan experience.
I mean, you know it's bad when Tony's laughs are the only ones heard after he tries ripping his way out of the grave he dug for himself. So overall, in this one example, he really didn't put on the comedic masterclass like I think the hosts were expecting. But to be fair, Tony's never claimed to be the best off-the-cuff roaster in real time. His best roasting is actually done when he pre-writes more legitimate roasts. Because if you didn't know this by now, turning Kill Tony into the huge spectacle that it is today, he actually worked for Comedy Central as a ghostwriter, writing jokes for the celebrities in the roast of Justin Bieber and the roast of Rob Lowe. So this format of roasting is what Tony's truly known for. And honestly, when I first watched his set on the roast of Tom Brady, I thought it was hilarious. But in hindsight now, I think we all may have been fooled, since it was in contrast to the normal non-comedians who went for Tony that night. Like, of course, Tony would be the guy in the room in comparison to them, right? What happened though if he did a roast with only Kansas guests on the panel? Would Tony still be king? Well, that's the most recent time this happened. The roast of Louis J. Gomez featured comedians like Shane Gillis, Rob Kelly, Joe List, and Okerson. You know, people were just a tad bit funnier than a drunk Rob Gronkowski spitting on the mic. So let's just compare Tony's set with the other comedians that night to see if Tony's a true master, as he says.
Ari like knows Ferratu. Ari now famously does yoga. If I wanted to see something all stretched out that disappoints black men, I would just look at Ken Condon's pussy. Ari does yoga, his forward-facing dog. You got canceled for making fun of Kobe Bryant. If only your career could rebound as good as he did. Or you got Lakers fans from saying he was glad Kobe was dead. They told him to go to hell. That's going to be weird when he runs into Kobe's daughter there. Joe List is here. I have a Joe List. It's a list of awesome shit to do because I'm friends with Joe Rogan. I want to take you guys to fucking should have been pussy idiots. Kim Condon. What again for Kim, everybody. Looks like one of the guys. Unless you're talking about her setup here tonight, but she's not like one of the guys at all. Kim was built to live here in Texas. She already gets an abortion every 6 weeks. She can take shots to the head and chest, and her pussy looks like brick.
You can really tell that he's been doing this for a long time, but I think where Tony goes wrong is that he tries too hard to get canceled. We got him in bad graces with the WW and the Trump rally. It's almost like his roasts revolve solely around extremely sensitive topics that are just shocking, just to appeal to the crowd that's against the quote-unquote woke agenda policy, the censorship that YouTube uses platform. How are we gonna do this? And I believe Tony's lost himself by being funny for being rude and off-putting. And don't get me wrong, I think we can all agree that when done right, jokes about sensitiveness material out there right now. Like Shane Gillis's opening monologue at the ESPYs this year, he tackled a range of highly sensitive and polarizing topics. He absolutely killed it. But if Tony in Shane Gillis's shoes, that it would be very bad. I think something we can all agree on. Speaking of this, in this very riddle, he actually tore right into just came into oblivion without feeling the need to bring up things that the woke movement cancel him for. This comedy to be funny.
Tony looks like Matthew McConaughey's skeleton. I don't have a joke for this, but something about Tony being young Sheldon. He's sick Bazinga every time he makes one of jokes. Here's the thing. Tony for real thought he was going to be the Joker. You ever see the movie The Joker? It was a dream of his. He does the laugh sometimes in front of his friends, and they told me this when he wasn't around, and they all make fun of him behind his back. Funny. As soon as he left the room, they're all like, dude, he keeps going. Isn't it such an embarrassing to have? When a dumb fuck believes he can be the Joker. Tony, I believe, had a Corvette license plate that said I roast. People are calling this guy gay, dude. That's so cool. I roast. Damn, that sucks. Tony's father was a mafioso, and his mother was the horse that he woke up next to.
So I think the recurring issue that Tony Hinchcliffe has been running into lately is that he's trying way too hard to get canceled by saying jokes in the big 2025. And if he keeps this hacky shit up, I don't think it'll be too long before we see Tony Hinchcliffe on the Kill Tony show, which by definition would make him just a podcast host and not a stand-up comedian. But anyways, that is it for the video, guys. Thank you so much for watching.
Anything that affects Kaparov, he goes ahead and burns items, tracks tumor of the Rabbi, he says he doesn't use the drasha of the Chaper, he doesn't learn it. My time, Rabbi shouldn't violate the Kirishah, why doesn't he learn out? From the drasha of the Chaper, must be ultimately that he's using it for the Kirishah. But that's
I want to talk about like jail cancer. Yeah.
Is the whole podcast just this? What do you mean? Is it just like straight nonsense?
But I would love to see you make a go of this. So yeah. Never bring in the gorillas, please. Oh no, we're gonna bring in gorilla twigs. Here we go.
So it seems that Harlan Williams has again trolled another comedian past the point of no return, as he just made Sam Hyde break out of character and completely destroy Harlan's podcast setup. All because he, and get this, said jokes. Yes, I know that might be hard for some of you to grasp, especially if you frequently go to the muck shit. But when a veteran comedian like Harlan Williams decides to troll you, it's game over, as he's been doing this for over 40 years now. And we first saw him do Dare when he exposed Joe Rogan for the novice comedian that he truly is.
I have a take for him. Bro,
like it's about almost 4 feet. Have you ever had one?
You really do. Yeah. And then you went on to dismantle David Lucas in front of a live audience twice, which was so brutal that a lot of people were your editor for Mr. Lucas.
This is the only guy I know. Everyone else in the country has Lyme disease. It says got key lime pie disease.
You know, this motherfucker could get fucked his own.
But for whatever reason, this one with Sam Hyde felt a little more personal, as I actually believe that Harlan doesn't like Sam Hyde at all. A lot of people thought that this was staged, but when you scroll down to the comments, it turns out Harlan was liking a lot of the ones critical of Sam. He actually confirmed in one of the replies that this was going to work. The friends that Sam brought along looked extremely uncomfortable when the whole crowd plays, which just further points to this being a genuine reaction from Sam Hyde. Also, if you're familiar with Sam Hyde, then you could probably interpret this as him just pulling a quick break on old Harlan here. But in the podcast, then you quickly realize that Sam Hyde was completely on it from the very beginning. Sam Hyde operates the best control of the situation. You could tell that he tried to establish control by bringing 6 buddies with him on set, even placing one next to Harlan. But right from the bat, Harlan established that he couldn't control and that he was going to be the one controlling this episode.
Sam Hyde is here, everybody. Sam Hyde in the house with his posse. Damian, Charles, Michael, Karen. It's changing. Are you Jewish? Since when?
I'm glad to convert from these.
Oh, where? What temple?
Well, it was actually the Scientology Center.
Wow. Wait, so you just turned Jewish, what, 3 days ago?
Once it comes up,
Now, what were you before you became, as you call it, Jewish?
so now we're going to
It's a fish in a pond in Japan? And, boys, why don't we start off with a ham? Pardon me? What's Cajun? A Cajun, it's sort of a Cajun Jewish. It was a Cajun. Yeah. And yes, I was making fun of you.
Sam also attempted to riff for Harlan a lot during this podcast, but after getting outclassed by the veteran, he sort of broke out of character and questioned the premise of the entire show.
What's your heritage? So everything. You know you're legally allowed to open an IHOP with all those qualifications. International House of Pancakes. Nosy.
If it goes up on his gas,
Maybe I am, yeah. Had my bar mitzvah when I was 13. Rabbi Papa never lied.
someone remembers that one of my carpets.
Pretty weird dynamic in the room, very stark. And it just seemed that Sam was feeling more and more as if he was the butt of the joke, especially since his posse were laughing at Harlan way more than they were at Sam. Another thing that got under Sam's skin, though, was when Harlan seemed to reference Sam Hyde's allegations, which in all honesty, I'm not too familiar with, but I believe they have to do with SA, so just keep that in mind when you watch this next clip, because Sam's mood shifts as soon as the topic of sex arises, and Sam mentions that even before the podcast started, that Harlan was talking about things in a sexual connotation, which he wasn't too thrilled about. So overall, I believe that this was the beginning of the end of Sam Hyde entertaining Harlan's trolling.
Sam is tight and right. Yeah. Do you like those two words together?
No, I don't like when you're outside you're talking. Yeah, that's right. You're saying things with like a sexual connotation.
Yeah.
And your eyes have this kind of like, say beautiful, but then it became sinister. Sinister sex. Sinister sex.
You're talking about how tight the tangerine trees are.
Fire. Therefore, fire. Once it's put on the fire, that's not too long.
Party boy.
Real, anything that's used for the altar, it does not talk. Ola she really is there on all summer, just like Ola, that it's 50 minutes there once it goes
Sam
up.
then proceeds to stand up in what I can only assume is an attempt to intimidate Harlan, as I believe that he felt he was losing control of the situation, kind of like how David Lucas acted during the infamous Matan Evan podcast.
Sounds like us. He's saying the same thing, which was actually very
But of course, Harlan remains in character and even pokes fun at the guy Sam is with in the process. I mean, Harlan Williams really put on a masterclass here in a high-pressure environment, which I think really highlights his comedic ability.
Because there's going to be a lot you need to lurch. If you're not going to lurch, then come to Sam. You have something to say. Sam's okay. Come on in, man.
Where's the blood
Flexi belt.
I have fire. Yeah, but not where. Not fire. We're stuck in white
Let's go to Steven. Okay,
not on the fire. Sure, like a meal on there, go years. So the typical meal he says that Roy was back with other
Catholic. I know you're Jewish and all that. Jew or whatever.
Price the blood and the wine. Once they are put on the
I'd like you to lead it. Spiritual leader.
However,
That's a good
Then, right before Sam Hyde lost his mind and went apeshit on Harlan's entire podcast set, he dropped his whole act and questioned Harlan's show, whether he's ever going to be serious or not, and if the whole thing is just a joke, which I think was the truth for Harlan, since usually this is how people would react to Sam Hyde. It's impossible to read if he's ever joking or not.
I want to talk about cunnilingus. Do you like it? Yeah.
Is the whole podcast just this?
What do you mean?
Is it just like straight nonsense?
Hell no.
What's the serious? What do I get serious?
So how do you feel about the situation in Cunnilingus County?
Cunnilingus County's been up against it for many years. It's internment camps.
Sam, I was going to say, if any of the gang, or you even Sam, not you, if you have any cunnilingus techniques, we'd love to see them. If you each want to give it a shot.
And this is where shit truly hit the fan, because at this point, Sam Hyde is mentally exhausted trying to keep up with Harlan's gaffe. So Harlan rubs salt in Sam's wound here by pretty much calling him a gorilla, telling him to make a gorilla nest with gorilla twigs. And this was a planned jab at Sam. I mean, he even had the twigs as a prop set up before the show. So Sam, in turn, completely wrecks the desk, which was absolutely planned and throws everyone off. While this clip's playing, just pay attention to Sam's henchmen here, because if there's one thing that points to this being unplanned, it's them and their reaction to this whole hissy fit.
Are you a nature guy, Sam? You like nature? I'd love to throw a nature thing by you. Okay, gorillas and orangutans. They get nests every night. Like every night they get twigs and they make a nest up in a tree. Sounds disgusting. I know. But I would love to see you make a gorilla nest. Right here. So, yeah. Never bring in the gorilla twigs, please. Oh, no. We're going to bring in gorilla twigs. There we go. We lost power.
So what we are saying is this item, essence, it belongs to the It sounds like that's what. And if you were to put it in this something that's what.
I think the funniest part of this whole crash out is that Harlan seemed to enjoy it more than anyone else in the room. And if anything, it just made him turn up his trolling even more so. Because as Sam tries to manhandle him and make a fool out of him, Harlan doesn't break out of character even for a second. Instead, hilariously, he offers to feed Sam high like a zookeeper feeding the apes at a zoo, which Sam again gets pretty pissed at and refuses to entertain, and actually threatens to slap the cookie out of Harlan's hand if he attempts to feed him. Another thing that suggests that Harlan really doesn't like Sam Hyde here happened towards the end of the podcast when Sam tried to promote his new show, which Harlan has his team of editors actually edit out.
Can you tell us about your fabulous new sketch show? Of course, I love it. You're about it. Tell the folks. Thanks for fun.
And a show called
So yeah, this entire thing was just a beautiful disaster, and it is now Harlan Williams' most viral podcast. And one last question before I end this video is this a bad thing for Sam Hyde or a good thing? Like, will he be doing more podcasts after people saw how he reacted to Harlan's trolling? I personally think it's just good PR for him and Harlan Williams, but do let me know in the comments what you think of it all. And as always, thanks so much for watching.
So 0.5 has 3 shards. And you put so
No.
right on his back. What be the halacha? Be the halacha? Take down.
Yeah, what up?
Why is he the Big Software's founder? My first successful startup was in the basement of a factory. But prior to that, I other businesses in my spare bedroom. The state of Ohio sent me a nice letter every day. Cleaned every business out of my home. Thank you. That's why I created Patriot Software. Follow payroll regulations so they don't get shut down by the government. That's Patriot Software.
Hey, what's up?
Why?
To that point, like there'll be people that like they'll do everything. You see what your boy doing. You voted for this. I'm like,
How are you?
Well, thank God. How are you?
The exact opposite of everything I voted for. I don't want him to stop the wars. He's funding them. I want him to shrink spending.
How'd you find out about me?
So I noticed you haven't changed that shirt in like 3 months.
Oh, I've got like a full bunch of them.
You do?
Yeah, dog, I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency.
I don't mean to sound mean at all, but like,
Dog, I don't have time for you right now.
So again, it's a fun because once you designate the animal while it's alive, check that as conduct. But the idea is the limits are absolutely no place in the depth for athletes to go. Because in a single step. So you are suggesting that limbs before Zrika should be the equivalent of what? Of mitzvah without a shards. And what did we just say? What did Buddha say? That if you put the limbs before Zrika on his back, then what do you do with them? You leave them. So I would have said, therefore, what? If you end up putting the mitzvah on his back, when? Before you put it in the shards, although it's not appropriate, let's be clear, but I would have thought that halacha l'maisa, you leave it on there and you do not take it back down. To which the Rabbi says, take a look at Rashi in this moment. We already cut some college days, you guys know it. So, Operulim is there. They have not yet set aside for them there. Shezvikas daman shalahem, Hamas, Lachil, and Gavoah, the Indian Milah. As we'll say, ultimately, again, it's only with this result that they are considered to be a Chilas and Gavoah. Hektish, true Hektish, Svinyan Milah,
the purposes. Shaking the Kachin Kalim, Shin, Lasna Gabar, and Rain Olin, is back of a Kachin Kalim, I'm sorry, Kachin Kadash, Shin, Lasna Gabar, and Rain Olin is back of a Kachin Kalim, ain't by me Ela. So we'll say, so actually just pointing out over here that this is one of the distinctions between Kachin Kadash and Kachin Kalim. It's not something that only have to speak of. It's not a detail we have to really get to the verses like that. I will say that for our purposes over here, it's follow the flow. So the Gemara is being the Daik Mishnah, that the beginning of the Mishnah, or once you put something on his back, it doesn't come down, even if it's invalid, only something that is wrong for the Mizbech, that should be there. It should be there. It's not fit for the Mizbech and all the laws. We do take it down. What's an example of something that's not fit for the Mizbech and everyone should be taken down? A kamitza that narrowed into a few shards. Really says below? I don't understand. What about if you put up limbs of kach and kalin before Zrika, which also don't belong to the Mizbech? What's the halacha? Once you put them on, they come down. Limbs of kach and kalin, I should say, so that it shards should be the equivalent of limbs of kach and kalin. And therefore, then halacha is once you put some meats on, you should be down. Shot, which the Gemara says distinction. So the Gemara says, Hana lo mechsuru ma'aseh b'shifayim. Hana mechsuru ma'aseh b'shifayim. What's the difference? The limbs themselves are not the same with themselves. In other words, it looks like that. Only a avoda for the limbs is what? To be placed on the death. That's the avoda. There's nothing that has to be done with that in order to bring them that renders and fit for sacrificial service. Now, again, what's it doing? What has to is a process outside of them, which is a shit. When it comes to the example, right? Something inherently deficient and missing within the itself. What's missing in the example, right? Placement in each chart. It was a distinction. So ultimately, the limbs of the Ola or Omena and the limbs themselves, there's nothing else that has to be done there. There's a process outside of them that still has to be done. Again, they should not have been put on that. Once they are put here, we don't put them down. The Kamitza, however, itself is inherently deficient because the Kamitza essentially is not really a bona fide Kamitza until it's put into a few shards. Therefore, if you place it on the Mizbeach, you have placed essentially not empty there. Therefore, it has to be down, put into a few shards, and then put it on. Good. But Yoshua Omer Kalarai, the Mishnah, remember again, the Mishnah said, Yeshua Shita is anything that is hit to the fire. Ultimately, again, if you put it on a Mizbeach, you do not take it back down. So we'll say, remember again, that Yeshua and Rabbi both quoted the same process. Both the process. Remember Yeshua's model, he's focusing on Ola al Mukdah, right? The Ola on the fire. It's Joshua was just like Ola is fit for the fire. It went up, it doesn't come down. So to anything that is fit for the fire, it can go up, it does not come down. Rabbi Gamliel says, Ola says, Ola al Mukdah ala Mizbeach. Just like Ola goes on his back, so anything that goes on his back. The most now what essentially what we do is try to understand how each party interprets the drasha or the plays of the other. Translates as follows. So Yeshua Omer Kalarai, Yeshua says, Al Mukdah, everything that is fire, ultimately, again, once it goes up on the fire, it remains on the Rabbi Gamliel, now we have Ola al Mukdah. We'll do the fact. The pasuk says Ola al Mukdah. Right? What is it with that phrase? To which the Gemara says, La ahaduri komudas. It's actually very interesting. He goes and he says Ola al Mukdah, which is about poking. What poking? Actually, this is amazing. Ahula dure poking. Actually says the lam of Salak Shin Shepoki made me apparently, exactly why that's happening. Sometimes it pops off with that. Pop off. What happens if something pops off the Mizbeach? What do you do with it? You put it back. So the Gamliel says, where do we learn that from? All the Mukdah has to be on the fire. To the point that even if it's not off the fire as a result of the heat, you put it back on. The Idaf, Really focused. It's supposed to say that's Rabbi Gamliel because he has both the open. Yeah, where does Rabbi Yeshua learn out? Focus that if you have a piece of sacrificial meat that pops up with there, that you put it back on. Naturally, may I share so called What's it learns out please? I share so called Aish. Ultimately, you're going to sacrifice your heart by fire. To the point that even if it pops off, you end up putting it back on. So what does the other thing do with this phrase? I share so go back and forth. He drushes over here. What does the other thing do? I can be boile ume ola atama here. Diatamasya apudex. I was listening to this. He said it comes to teachers. That ultimately again I go ahead and I return to the Mizbeach consumed olas, but I don't return to the Mizbeach consumed Torahs. This is actually quite interesting. Quite interesting introduction. That ultimately again, that if you have a partially consumed ola that falls off the Mizbeach, you put it back on. But if for some reason the Torah's incense fell off the Mizbeach, you don't put it back on. Okay? Where it says, "Yet also akolik Torahs." Tell the Benina about me, Rabbi Elazar ben Yaakov, Tani Rabbi Hanina about me, Rabbi Eliezer ben Yaakov, Asher Sochal Ha'ish Es Ha'ul. The passage says that the fire will consume the ola. Hallelujah. Where it says, "Achule ola atabaxir." So it's actually very interesting halacha. So you go ahead and you return to the Mizbeach partially consumed ola. But you do not return to the Mizbeach partially consumed Torah. Let's say again, why? Zeres HaKasim. So the din, supposed to say, here's what's interesting. This is fascinating because there are a number of halacha sacrificials that we kind of pushed our way. So number one, I'm going to have the din that if a piece of sacrificial meat comes up in Mizbeach, ultimately, what do you do with it? You put it back on. Seems to be now when we're burning it in, but that only applies to sacrificial. If for some reason they had Torahs, that's how often it's back, and halacha l'maisa, you would not put that back. More speaking up. Again. Asher tol kala isha la'olam al-mizbeach, achuli ola tamachir, via tamachir achuliktor. V'idov, la memela shmamina, za'achule ola mahadis. Ultimately, was the other opinion will say, that it's not that you put back partially to sacrificial. I don't need the custom. I don't need the custom. There's not there's one thing that the sacrificial has to be there, but of course, even if it falls off, ultimately, again, I don't the custom. And then bring it Rashi says, "Lama melish mamina hilcha lo boy crack." So therefore, I'm talking about what's in. So it's like what we've just done over here. This particular piece is we just show the real Rabbi Yeshua both darshan from the word that the other one uses for their primary function. So remember again, I have Rabbi Yeshua saying, "Kalaroi li'ishin." Whatever is spit from the fire, once it goes on the fire, it doesn't come down. Where does he get that word from? Now we just saw Rabbi Yeshua again, does with the word of fine. Rabbi Gamliel says, whatever is fit for the Mizbeach, once it goes on the Mizbeach, it does not come down. He says the Gemara, Rabbi Yeshua Nami Aksin Mizbeach, so remember again. So Rabbi Gamliel's drush is based on Ki Ha'olah Hamukta Al HaMizbeach. On the Mizbeach. If it's fit to the Mizbeach, it doesn't come down. What does Rabbi Yeshua do with the word Mizbeach? Which the Gemara says, Haomi Boile, my time of Rachmana, Kalaroi Lamukta, Nik Kaddish, Kaddish Mizbeach. So the Gemara says, just keep the drushes. So the Gamliel is darshaning ala Mizbeach. Ala Mizbeach teaches me that if the item is fit to the Mizbeach, it doesn't come down. Rabbi Yeshua darshans based on Mokdah. Now we're trying to figure out, according to Rabbi Yeshua, what does he do with the phrase Mizbeach? Which the Gemara says, only by the way, he needs it for the following. He must make Hamrachmana, Kalaroi Lamokdah, Nikadesh Mizbeach. So what is the Torah telling us? When it says that anything that is fit for the fire, the Mizbeach is Nikadesh. V'idach is the Mitzvah. Homi Baile, so my Kamarachmana, Kalarai Lamukta, Mikadish Mizbeach. So we'll say the way that Yeshua Darshan, that Yeshua, what the Pasuk is telling you, is that whatever is for the fire, that's what the Mizbeach is Mikadish. In other words, we'll say that Yeshua disagrees with Rabbi Gamliel's fundamental understanding of the Pasuk. Rabbi Gamliel understands Ala Mizbeach to be a qualifying term. So interestingly enough, Rabbi Yeshua says it's not a qualifying term, but rather it's a modifying term. The qualifying term is Amokdah, whatever is fit for the fire. Ala Mizbeach, that's ultimately again what the Mizbeach will accept. If it belongs to the Mizbeach, will accept it and it doesn't go down. But the Ala Mizbeach itself is not the qualifier, it's the modifier. What do Rabbi Gamliel say? Mizbeach HaKinetzi. So what's that? Gamliel says, here's the problem with that. It says Mizbeach twice. He's referring over here to the concept Shiva Sem Chava Ala Mizbeach. So what's that? There's another Mizbeach. So again, once there's another Mizbeach, ultimately again, that leaves the Mizbeach in our concept open for some type of drasha, which Rabbi Gamliel uses it to teach me anything that fits for the Mizbeach. So the Idach Mizbeach HaKinetzi. The other thing will say that Chad lehecha the haisel hashas hakosher, the chad lehecha the lo haisel hashas hakosher. What's that? Very interesting. Rabbi Yeshua says you need two mizbeachs, and I'll tell you why. To teach me about a sacrificial item that had a kosher, that had a window of kashrus, and the other mizbeach teaching about a sacrificial item that never had a window of kashrus. What is this referring to? Look at Rashi. Shas hakosher lahaktara v'zei yisro is going lon yotzi. So we'll say one refers to the type of carbon, which ultimately, again, was offered up, had a window where it was permissible before it was offered up. For example, Lon Yotze carbon, we'll say Lon Yotze carbon at night. Yotze means a carbon that went out of its limited boundaries, coming. In all of these cases, carbon had a time in which it was permitted, versus Lo Haiselo Shasa Kosher. Sacrifice that is never kosher, for example, Mishchat Chutz Bizmano B'chutz, carbon that was offered up outside of a specific time or a specific place. So we'll say so. So the truth seems to be saying that ultimately, again, two mizbeachs are teaching in both of these types of cases, if the carbon was fit to carbon technically and therefore was placed on the mizbeach, we wouldn't take it back down. The idach. Rabbeinu Rachmana, lo shna haisa lo shasa kosher, lo shna haisa lo shna lo haisa lo shasa kosher. The other thing says that once talking about over here, the ability for the mizbeach also to us, once ultimately again, we'll say, now we just did this. At this point in time, we've seen this both. What Rabbi Yeshua and Rabbi Gamliel both do with the drashos of the other. Rabbi Shimon Omer has Zevach Kasher. Also, again, this is how Rabbi Shimon says that in every other situation of Zevach Kasher, Sachem Subin, Sachem Sherin, Zevach Puzzle, both puzzle, a Zevach of carbon every day, but the Sachem, so let's begin to analyze this. Kind of. Rabbi Shimon says, Ola, ma Ola haba'a b'klal atzma. So the pasuk says Ola. Just like the Ola will say, comes haba'a b'klal atzma. Which will say, ultimately, Ola is its own self-contained sacrificial item. Hafkola b'ayim b'klal atzma. So so too, this thing, that even if it's possible, his back doesn't come up with his back, is confined over to be a inherently separate, I should say, independently separate. Which is items whose offering is not dependent on something else. Yatsu, Yisachim, Ba'in B'Nazim. It's different than Yisachim. Why is it? Because it was like, no one ever brings Yisachim on their own. Yisachim are always what? Are always going to that's like the one like mission. Is always an accompaniment to something else. It is never brought on its own. It's always an accompaniment to something else. So the Gemara says, this is the Shimon's whole idea is this ability for the currents to accept something that is possible. You can tell you that once you put it up, now it is something that is an independent sacrificial system. Something that is only brought with something else does not have this same, it's not granted this same Kabbalic inclusivity. The Yossi Adlivi Omer, the Tok Shinem, our calling example, is that Yikdosh, so what the Pasuk says, any man such as the Mizbeach will be sanctified. Shomea Ani, being Roi, I would have thought that maybe this applies to something that is fit or something that is not. Now we'll go back to Boston. Where the Boston says Boston. Boston was just like a TEDx. So to what? Hakoroy. So to was it refers to anything ultimately again that is fit for the Rabbi Kiva says, Ola, we focus on the word Ola. Ola, just like in Ola. So special, we'll call it almost. Once it goes up, it doesn't come back down. My opinion, because it was not what happens is you end up offering up an invalid invalid burden. Mar Maisiva Me'ula, so once the being of earth out from Ola, we say that even an invalid bird offering, offered up on the Mizbeach, would be valid. Mar Maisiva Me'ula, and the other opinions are from Kvasim, from sheep. So what you would say is to go to the Mizbeach to go and accept valid kavanos, only did by animal sacrifices, you can't find valid kavanos. The man the Maisiva Me'ula, how to see Ola. What's the one word that ultimately you get the word Kvasim? What is the fact that it says Ola? Iksip Kvasim, Boksiv Ola. If it would have just said Kvasim and not Ola, I might have thought that this applies even to the animal while it is still alive. Because of Rahmana Ola, therefore the Pasuk says ultimately Ola that it only applies once the animal is a sham. Pasuk Ola would have just said Ola Boksiv Kvasim. I might have thought ultimately again it applies to the book of the therefore, because of Rahmana Kvasim. My Ikabin Hanita and these terms that we just quoted above in the Raisa and the Tanakh and Mishnah, ultimately, it was the case of a Komet and Kmatzim that were sanctified in the Rishonim, but then subsequently became awesome. The Tirai Bidar of Lawyer, according to the Tanakh that we just mentioned above, he brought this up on his death to an actually says, the Tirai Bidar of the Rabbi Shlomo Yerdi, the Gabriel Mukta, Mizbeach, Mahani B'nei Mizbeach, Mukta Mino Achon Etzim. So it's ultimately again to Achon, ultimately again, they would have to take it down. Because whether you subscribe to the Mokdad Drasha or Mizbeach Drasha, these are fit for both Mizbeach as well as the fire. However, the kind of the Masnisi, but ultimately again, the kind of Mishnah we just quoted above, Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Akiva, you would take it down. Why? Because ultimately again, this piece of today, just understand what we're leaving off. We're leaving off the fundamental focus still between Rabbi Yoshua and Rabbi Gamliel. We just added a few more people into the mix just now. But the fundamental issue which we will resolve tomorrow is this. Here's what we know. Here's what everybody agrees. Is that there are certain times where even if the carbon isn't valid, if it's brought on the Mizbeach, then what? You need not take it down. The carbon accepted in Mizbeach, in fact, accepted even of an invalid carbon. The machlokas is what is the scope of that altered inclusivity or altered acceptance. Is it any item that comes out of the Mizbeach or only items that are placed on the fire? Again, we started one masculinity with blood and wine libations. And again, we're now beginning to see other potential applications as well. And here's the shortest. All I feel is like wood more than lemons. Beautiful mountains. I don't know. Yeah, I think I was responsible for saying that one time I won't see open focus with you because I still this one is the ugly song. I've had it very always very high. So I won't see open focus with you. I like the idea that every item that you carry out has a particular reference. So for example, like the sheer for open, the sheer for food is a gross. Like that's the capacity. Right? This is what that is the size of the drive through. In this case, one apple with one friend, food in a carry. You then carry which thing you can from the home. So interestingly enough, the food is less than the issue. So it's less than the drive through. You can't open these ice gaps. What's not the home? So you must be Shakti is so again, I would begin to say that even though you are carrying less than years of food, you would still hide. Right? You think about this. I'm carrying, let's say, I'm carrying half a okay. So therefore, again, a lot more nice and carrying that. But it's going to if you want to say that only the nice and carrying therefore, that's why? Because Shakti is looks like it's bonded to the food. The food is the primary item, the food is the secondary item, and therefore the food is bonded to the food. And therefore, in general, it's like food is being carried to that at the end of the year. That's when we have a high of food, but also a high of the food. Similarly, as a high if you're carrying food within the personal bed, but also the most really well the title of the stuff. If you kind of look at personal about the same idea, Hata Akalabisa, you are Hata and the bed, Hamisa the Halo Law. But the bed is secondary to the minister. Most of the concept, which is actually one that the high level stuff, but high level looks like you are never high carrying the makes it actual the most we have this high state of use that is person, both the head carrying the expression that for example, if you dead, so let's say, why would you very important. Anyone who smokes certain children, whether knows this halacha, but you ever find yourself out and your child settling himself down, and there's not one dead. So what's the halacha? You pick up and carry your child. I will go to the so the nice again, there's a kind of but ultimately, again, when you put your child, come on, please carry some salt, carry yourself, so what can I do about the child? This idea, so carry the item, right? You carry items, ultimately responsible for the item. Therefore, you are comfortable for the primary item, you also comfortable that is supporting the item. Similarly, the designs will have this. The designs will have a adoption and Asher Kai. So we'll say similar again in Mishnah says. I'm sorry, skip the line. The Gemara says, "As Hamis the Mika Kai, carry your head first. When a person passes away, lying in a bed, you carry that bed out to the shine. Since you went higher than carrying the mace, you also higher than carrying the bed. When the dice when I'm supposed to carry out the dice from a board, or the dice when I'm available, or the dice when I'm available, God doesn't have the dice from a board, of a shell. High, also, you can run high. Also, again, it doesn't seem to be such a novelty that I remember again, also to tell you here, the dice in Amis is a significant shear. Why does it? It's exactly not that much same as the dice in Amis, and Adosha. And I'm not sure to share it. All of these representatives that shouldn't say that. I will say interestingly enough that the shouldn't say this is we are about to now enter into the Yeshua Poker, and even the name Shabbat. I will say this is that. The Shimon and the Gold, which is going to be publicly carried on quartz. For example, Reuben passes away in the house. Shimon carries parts out from the house around town. Like Reuben dies in the Rabbi. Shimon carries the diamonds. The Tanakh and the high road that like the active transfer of the Shimon to the house. For example, what's the shot? And Shimon from Rabbi the Mishnah. So, in the long run, Shimon is useful. Let's say that the Shimon holds that this is the Malacha, not for the constructive purpose. Not for the constructive purpose. The whole Malacha Shein and people in the and any Malacha or any Malacha not for the intention purpose. Ella with some public Allah, having Malacha Shein and people in the virtual of Allah, Malacha is some of the Malacha of Allah, the Shimon has a dramatic definition.
Please answer this in one sentence. Please answer this in one sentence.
Let's say again, go back to this one. Moving size in the house, guys, and Shimon does not want moving size in the house. So what is Shimon? Shimon moving size from it. So Shimon says, Shimon will not hire someone. I am a transfer item from one building to another. That's not putting the law from the that is not called the constructive law. That is called the removal of something bothers. The removal of something bothers something. Not considered to be constructive law. So we'll define more. However, Hamosi hopefully this year, if you carry on one side, you have now the implicated follow is carrying out carrying out some point right making utensil. I want to use the fingernails to that, but I also use utensil to scoop out water. Therefore, again, rice is just an actual plus. Once you transfer food, once you transfer food, something like this. You see from there, it's twice. Have a garage, you don't shut up, the interest level of the case of it is that I accidentally transferred out. In other words, I would do that transfer, but I intentionally transferred. So this is example when rice is tired, tied back to Lisa. That penalty for intentional violation of Shabbos. That's the other you showcase you accidentally violate, you accidentally transfer that multiple but what happens? If those are no, if other people are but let's say you found out about your two transportation. So first you found out about the transportation, and then you found out about the fact that you transferred the food. So the food done so that the open actually up our application will make you the office instead of getting the business help lashes on you. Regarding again, when you have different awareness, that generation separate by ability or time, or do we say that together, therefore it has to be generated once that's enough. Okay. So we'll say so again, just for our purposes, we're beginning to see it as follows. We've got a lot of life pretty much so as the same always on the objective item. Items transferred only again of liability and ultimately earth itself separate. Now, Russell and stuff, the identity of the temple ultimately again is solidified by the identity of as a high belief upon the Amal. So remember, it's going to be transporting every person to that. So you touch it on that. So remember, since I'm partner for carrying your person, right? Because time goes to an actual, so this person carries himself. Therefore, again, the bed is up on the second carry. Therefore, I'll be under the bed as well. Since tomorrow, great practice. Multi-billion type of which is one carry down Chaya, wild animal, and oh, birds. From private domain to the public domain. They kind of whether they are alive or they are dead. Type. Ultimately, again, such a person is such a person is other animals. It is transported ultimately because of living quote unquote transport subscribe to this concept ultimately again of remember again this is not focused on here the Latona on prohibiting transfer of living animals on shack to carry out any animal to stop the by virtue of Rabbi Nassim said it's not why animals kind of transfers itself. We're suggesting our mission that subscribes to the concept of I know yes that's both the living being transfers itself, that's Rabbi Nassim and not the Rabbi. Our mission, even if it's to do with Rabbi, why? Has become to be Rabbi Nassim, however, the Himach Ayah over. This is Rabbi Nassim only has Rabbi Nassim. Shouting that shouting. The Lord said, "Frankly, you did actually, you were shouting that shouting." Maybe you actually says, "Shout." Dropping my phone, you must keep it until the hush of the afternoon. The kind of time like go ahead and carry them. They have a way of thinking themselves, like trying to propel themselves downward. So that one on hold that by animals not quite the concept of gynosis. By animals, but halacha l'maisa by people that are going would absolutely agree that gynosis. Adam gynosis that's what I do. The rabbis agree with the concept of gynosis aspect that a living person carries his own weight. And therefore, you know, also the statement of the Mishnah that if you carry out the living person on the bed, and halacha l'maisa you utter because the bed is utter, the bed is helpful to the individual. And gynosis and smoking that one of would but what about that? Seder, let's see, of course, how this is people not give us not taking just a little bit of a tangent for a moment. Not give us as he says, the local Shalachas association how you other person also in Chayav Alechades. The Repubok back I will say as I spoke. The Hada Asul Ukami and the Gasola is show shame is what's never again. Context here is a sort of police. You're not permitted to sell high gas a large animal to a I won't say focus, but for our purpose this morning. You're not allowed to sell a large animal to a Gentile. Why not? There is a concern that if we allow you to sell large animals to what would happen? You would come to rent large animals to a Muslim. What would the about renting large animals to a Muslim? That does not really make sense of looking ahead to those animals who work on Shabbos. Since it's only a rental, it's a Jewish animal that works on Shabbos, and the Jewish obligated to ensure that its animals do not work on Shabbos. Okay, so then the Seder, however, says that this Seder, this rabbinic decree, does not apply to horses. Why not? Get back to the Gemara. Gemara says, "The Kanyon that the Seder back to the source, the case should also be Malachashim Hayavim Amach Chanis." Because when we say, what are horses primarily used for? Horses are only used for riding. And again, riding a horse on a technical level is permitted on Shabbos. Why? Because the most high says that. So, ultimately, again, a living person supports his own. Therefore, that's not considered to be working your animal on Shabbos. It's actually very interesting. Looks like the reason you can't ride a horse on Shabbos, in fact, is because how we're concerned. See, you would have thought the reason that you ride a horse on Shabbos is say this, interestingly enough, even though we say we shouldn't sell large animals to enough, lest we come to rent them for enough, and he will come to work them on Shabbos. And if your animal that's working on Shabbos, then the Sarah says it doesn't have any horses. Why? Because coming is horses is for riding, and riding actually is not considered to be working on Shabbos. Why? Because time no says something. So again, the Sila also subscribes to this idea that a living person supports his own weight. What Rabbi Yochanan said, then the Sila, that Nasa comes over Echad. And yet Rabbi Yochanan said that then the same Rabbi Nasa both said the same thing. And they both subscribe to the idea that time no says something. And he said, what's that? The Amid will be Rabbi Nasa, and the Nehir Chayim Oath. You should do the Shard. One said, you just said before, that the Rabbanon also agree with the concept of time no says something. And if that, the only time they disagree is where? By animals. Apparently, again, animals normally, again, position their weight downward. So it's only in the case of animals that the Rabbanon disagree on Rabbi Nasa. And say that you can say, my animals kind of say sense. Well, then what? My theory of that is say Rabbi Nasa. Why do you only say that there's a certain person who each other? Not other. The Rabbanon goes. We say exactly should be that one. The Rabbanon, in other words, let's make this an all-inclusive list. Rabbanon, Rabbi Nassan, and then the Sila, all agree to the same concept, at least by people, then Haidon says, I'm strong. The only point of tension is that Rabbanon don't subscribe to that concept by animals, because Rabbanon, the weekend is Mahots and animal behavior. Rabbanon, when you lift up an animal and try to carry it, it generally tries to position, make itself under, so that it cannot be carried. When it comes to people, the Rabbanon and says as well. If that's the case, then why do you seem to make this like an exclusive club of Rabbi Nelson and Rabbi Shula? Rabbanon agree with this as well. To which the Gemara shall say why. The Gemara says, when is Rabbi Yochanan talking about his place? The sus coming to touch Ophos. Because I one thing that the Sela ultimately again say, you don't worry anything about what was go ahead and sell the horse to enough meat. That was the type of horse that would serve the birds. What does that? What does that mean?
Somebody's music's increasing. It's like everything that he said he's going to do, except sending immigrants back. Everything. Now he's even flip-flopped on that, which I kind of like. But he's like, we kind of need the people working in restaurants, and we need our farmers. It's like everything that he said that he was going to do that he can't. He said to us, which was important.
All right, so after about 5 short months of Trump being president, the podcast bros and the Rogans are already backpedaling on voting for him and publicly supporting him on their podcasts to hundreds of millions of voters in America. Like, as you just saw, Andrew Schultz is completely baffled by what Trump has done in office since being elected, claiming he voted for none of what Trump has been doing. Let's not forget that this is the same guy who was all giddy and excited at the thought of his podcast swaying the election after their Trump interview.
Not close anymore. Is that energy out there? President, you really upset. We know that about before Trump came on, you're like, yeah, go either way, it's very close. Before he came on, I was like, I'm gonna change it. I was like, he's coming on here. I'd be down bad. He'd down being no, we're the best. Yeah, bad. And then after the interview, obviously we saw the reaction, and you got 20 or 25 text messages, and you were like, this guy's winning. It wasn't the 20 or 25 text messages, you know what it was the looks on the street.
So yeah, very idiotic stuff coming from the Flay broadcast as always. But honestly, you can't blame Andrew Schultz for behaving this way, because after all, he's just following the Joe Rogan blueprint as he's since the very beginning. Joe Rogan was the guy who made this Waluigi lookalike so successful. He's the guy who inspired Andrew to start a podcast. He's the guy who probably set up Trump interview. So if you're going to point fingers at this stuff, point them at the guy who they're standing in the very short 5'5" shadow of at best, Joseph 250 Rogan. Joe Rogan is also shocked at Donald Trump doing exactly what he said he was going to do, as he was just criticizing Donald Trump and his immigration policies in a recent podcast he did, calling these policies insane.
It's insane. Yeah, and we were was told there would be no war. There's two things that are insane. One is the targeting of migrant workers, not cartel members, not gang members, not drug dealers, just construction workers showing up at construction sites, raiding them. Gardeners. Yeah. Like, really?
And so the buffoonery has gotten so bad that even Hulk Smash himself, Mark Ruffalo, had to call Joe out for this in a tweet he made the other day, saying it's a little late now to pretend like Project 2025 didn't exist all along. You're either not that smart or not that dumb. It's hard to tell at this point, which I must say is pretty on the money. I mean, there were Trump supporters waving enormous deportation signs at every one of Trump's rallies leading up to this. For Joe Rogan to act this way, especially after having a podcast, is badly mindless. And mind you, that was likely Rogan's largest podcast of all time. So not for him and his army of unfunnies to take no accountability. Very, very dumb, and honestly pretty characteristic of the Rogan sphere. Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
Do you regret?
A lot of people made a big deal. I did say that I regret the other day. You know what?
It's like podcasters who have zero knowledge of anything outside of locker room humor shouldn't get involved in politics, let alone invite them onto the huge platforms and have them push whatever narrative they want while giving absolutely zero pushback to anything that they say. And the Rogan era has gotten so political now, some of the comedians inside of it are speaking out about it. Like when Andrew Santino, Bobby Lee, and Yanni Papa to the conclusion that comedy podcasts should have never turned political on a recent episode of Bad Friends.
It makes me happy to know that this show is still as stupid as it's always been from the beginning, because I see a lot of our podcast pals or people in our sphere that are taking these shows to a level that we don't go to, which is why. Well, they're all having like politicians on. Tim got fucking interviewed by like CNN. Yeah. I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, we stay here.
Stay with hyenas. We stay right here. Yeah. And I saw that they had Bernie on Schultz's shit. Yeah. What the fuck is going on? Bernie?
Yeah, we had David Madden.
Yeah, Ben Affleck. Yeah, that's rad.
We got people that they can't get.
No, it's not that they can't get him, but
They can't get him.
Yeah,
We got him.
I still think we want politicians. It's getting a little muddled, right? It's getting a little. What's going on? I just think podcasting, comedy podcasting is entering this world of like news or something.
Yeah.
And people are taking it serious. And it's not.
Well, there was an article after the election about how legacy media doesn't have the, power it once had, and that podcasting is now, replacing some of that,
That's not good. We shouldn't replace it. This should be its own thing. This is its own form of music.
They then go on to make a fantastic point when they say that they simply don't know enough to have politicians onto their posts, which is very refreshing to hear these comedians admit to, since the guys that do have politicians on seem to think they're the second comings of Pythagoras or Aristotle.
We also, you probably will know more than me, probably, but I don't know much.
In the world?
Yeah.
I only know what I read this morning.
Yeah, so me too. So my point is that we don't know enough to have these people on. We are goofy. Yeah. It's a comedy podcast.
Imagine Bernie Sanders coming on and Bobby's like, what does your penis look like? Somehow.
Okay, that'd be one of them. Yeah.
Is it though? It brings big numbers, right? That's probably what people do. Because everyone's like talking. It didn't used to be this way. It didn't used to be everyone was into politics. Now kids are into politics.
Yeah.
When I was like 12, I would just be like, smell my fingers.
Very refreshing to hear a comedian in the orbit of Joe Rogan confess that they're just comedians and not knowledgeable enough to have the types of guys on their podcasts like Andrew Schultz, Joe Rogan, or
Even worse, Theo Vaughn. And speaking of Theo Vaughn, he now might just be the biggest political puppet in the Rogan sphere, larger than, dare I say it, Papa Doe. And man, do I have a lot of stuff to say about this guy. But I'll just round it all up by saying that he is much worse than you think he is. And he's just hiding behind his stage act, which is him just improving as this curious hillbilly from Louisiana who says random things. In reality, guys, Theodore von Kurnatovsky comes from a line of deep, influential, and successful Polish politicians, and some of his relatives are pretty shady individuals. Like I'm sure one of his close relatives was assassinated in Louisiana a few years ago, which everyone just assumes was staged as him unaliving himself, since he actually owed millions of dollars to people who lent him money.
The former owner of Tipitina's Music Club has died at the age of 68. Roland von Kurnatovsky reportedly shot himself during a hunting accident. Eyewitness investigator David Hammer recently reported on allegations he took millions of dollars from investors.
Von Kurnatovsky was primarily a real estate developer building widely praised projects like the Orpheum Theater. But in the last 2 years, Von Kurnatovsky's financial life was unraveling. He split with partner Eric George, bounced checks to performers, and was sued by investors who gave him millions of dollars for treasury bonds, only to learn the money was tied up in his real estate projects. And this year, the FBI began questioning the investors about where the money went.
And so I have a lot to say about Theo Vaughn, because I think that he tries his very hardest to stay away from any criticism. Like the reason you never see P cringe, Too Lazy to Try, Comedy Enforcement, or anyone in this category make a video about him is because he has the strictest copyright bots out of all of the comedians we cover. I mean, they literally ban anyone from seeing even a clip from his show in another video, which is pretty much illegal since all these videos fall under fair use. So as innocent as he paints himself, he's actually terrified of any sort of negative review. I mean, just look at the way he scurries away from Andrew Tate and the Nelk Boys after the Nelk Boys ambushed Theo with the idea of having Tate on Theo's podcast. So, as shitty as it was to ambush Theo with someone as old as Andrew Tate, him scurrying away is very telling of how he's so protective of his image. I'd also like to add that when he pushed Dude by his neck in a random bar in Nashville, everyone and their mothers came to Theo's defense before ever hearing the side of the story. So I'm just going to share his side of the story with you guys right now to let you judge on whether this guy deserved physical violence or not.
Hey, I'm the man who got choked out by Theo Vaughn. Let me tell you what actually happened. So I'm not just a random fan. I live in Nashville. I play music full time. That's me. All of this happened on May 2nd. See you right there. Which also happened to be my birthday. I had my gig from 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock. My friends brought me cake. They brought me balloons. The bar brought me sparklers. So when Theo walked in, he didn't have any security with him. So people were walking up to him, talking to him, taking photos. I finished my show. This was like 10:18. Nobody in my party had talked to him yet. I thought it would be a funny video idea to get him and me popping my birthday balloons together, because he's a comedian. I was trying to be courteous because he was talking to somebody at the moment. So in this next video, you can actually hear me say, I don't want to interrupt their conversation. I was waiting my turn to talk to him. Everybody was all just standing around having fun, having a good time. Nobody was bothering anybody. I mean, I'll show you the full video. That's the guy I was waiting for who I did run into. This is where the video that you've seen starts. I went up and I said, will you pop some balloons with me? He turned away and looked like I said something offensive. I leaned in and said, hey man, I'm a fan, I'm just messing with you. He turned back around and then aggressively cut in my face right there. I was confused, so you can see me lean in and say, what? And that's when he grabbed my throat and shoved back. What happened was a completely uncalled for reaction, especially when you consider the facts that nobody in my party had been badgering him for hours. We hadn't even talked to him. This was a 14-second interaction, and that was it.
So I'm not entirely sure if I support this guy or not, as his story likely has a lot of holes in it. But I really don't think that what he did called for a shove to the throat. But do let me know what you guys think of that. move on also reacted negatively to one of Trump's decisions after seeing the mass casualties in Palestine, where he then proceeded to cry about it on his podcast only a few days after being buddy-buddy with the entire family that sends Israel billions of blood money per year.
It feels to me like it's a genocide that's happening while we're alive here in front of our lives. And I don't. Sometimes I feel like I should say something. I'm not a geologist or a geographer or anything like that, so I don't know a lot of some of it I do know though. Like I know the basics of the issues over there, and I just can't believe that we're watching that and that more isn't said about it. And it's crazy because our country's also complicit in it's in it, and it has been for a long time, and it's just kind of interesting because you just realize, I'm just I'm a member of this country, but I'm just what we want sometimes doesn't matter. And you just have to be a member of a place that your government is making other choices. So I don't know if I said that correctly. So just praying for those people and just the grief that is all going to cause. Just like, what are we doing?
I just want to say that this was a completely human reaction by Theo here. It's good of him to say anything in order to make a dent and move the ball in the right direction. I just think saying this and then doing a complete 180, dining with Ivanka Trump and rubbing shoulders with the people who fund Israel is pretty contradicting of him. So guys, as more and more Austin assassins come out and visibly regret voting for Trump, it just makes you realize that these guys should have never involved themselves in politics in the first place. Since after all, they're just podcasters, with some considering them comedians. I mean, even my channel is now somewhat political at times, simply because I focus solely on these guys. Like, I've never intended to wade into these deep political waters, but here we are, and I am well aware that the comment section of this video is going to be an absolute war zone, so I'm just going to go ahead and turn off the auto filter that YouTube places on my videos right now, just so everyone can say whatever they want. So yeah, sound off in the comments on whatever your thoughts are on this whole subject, as everyone is entitled to their own opinions, of course. And as always, thank you so much for watching.
Let's say two white hairs, so let's say two white hairs is the minimum. You gotta make a person cry. So let's say I go ahead, I pull out one of the white, like two white hairs on my us. I pull out one hair. What's the look of Kai? You Kai, you say obviously what you've done is you essentially now at this point you only give that where Saras coming one white hair. And there's only one white hair because tempered with Saras. So Saras tempering is it would be prohibited. So if you have two white hairs, you pull that one, you'll be high. After Shalosh, if you have three white hairs, what's the other hair? You pull that one. So remember at this point, if you have three white hairs, you pull out one. At a technical level, you have not done anything to Saras. Saras will still be covered. But watch this. So you must say that you're hiding that case. The Shesha Summer Partner. Shesha said you're partner. So let's analyze. You've said, they're not going to have so you just got to have that case. They're not because even though right now you only pull out the front hair, you still do that. And when I said one more hair comes out, the Yanga will no longer be coming. The Shesha Summer Partner. Shesha says you're partner. Why? Ashta be a hot Silatuma. That's just right now you remove the third hair. And you're actually giving the consequential. Right now, look at what you do right now. Right now, the act that you perform has absolutely no consequence for you should be partner. I'm going to show you. Shesha says, where do I know this? So Shesha says, where do I know that even though right, when we look at right now, at the end of the day, you pulled out that third hair, because nothing else is significant, and therefore you will be partner. And he went, where are those? So I'm going to show this time, if you carry out the desires of Shabbat and Shabbos, you're kind. So the person says, they look high, looking in front of you. What's his eyes? What's it? From your ears, and you guys carried out. I have a Or half of his eyes from Harry Potter. I not trying to cut his eyes, but we will swear that if you carry out the half of his eyes will be cut. My love, hot deciding highly, ought to cut his eyes.
It's like we've got a major development in the current lawsuit Bob is facing right now, because just a few days ago, an official whistleblower in the picture and dropped an atom bomb of information that further implicates Brendan Shaw in this alleged CBD fraud scheme. But before we get into that, I just had that, according to Brady Bell, the one who filed the lawsuit, was actually just officially served with the lawsuit at his local to think about, since he was probably mid-bite with his tongue all the way out when he was served with the lawsuit. So before we dive into this whistleblower affidavit, I just wanted to give a huge thank you to Brady Bell for keeping me up to date with little tidbits of information, because without his emails, I wouldn't be able to share bombshell developments like the one I'm about to share with you right now. So the official whistleblower in this case goes by the name of Jenna Ostenfeld. She's a former editor in Pure Spectrum CBD and was actively involved in the company's internal operations, making her very familiar with the people named in the lawsuit, including Brendan Schaub.
Pure Spectrum, you know exactly what you're gonna get. Oh, really, dude?
She also won a $2.6 million lawsuit against Pure Spectrum back in 2020, where the judge ruled in her favor after she returned documents, emails, info, financial records, and company misconduct. So long story short, she is a very credible source and is collecting evidence against defendants named in the lawsuit for over 5 years. And so now she's signed her name on the dotted line in this whistleblower affidavit, certifying that she has emails, text messages, and Zoom recordings that outline a plan to reduce Brady Bell's equity to 2% in a broader conspiracy orchestrated by none other than Brendan Schaub and his band of CBD goons. She also claims in this affidavit that she has direct knowledge that Brendan Schaub was offered $100,000 to falsely assert that percent equity in the company a year after he and the company aligned in the initial lawsuit. So this is a direct and official accusation of fraud against Brendan Schaub. She's claiming that he lied about his equity stake in Pure Spectrum, participated in a corporate company, and potentially commit wire fraud or conspiracy to commit fraud. So guys, even though nothing really happened yet, and it's still very new, simply being named in a whistleblower document as someone in a cash bribe to commit fraud is utterly devastating to Schaub's reputation, especially in the business world. The Brendan Schaub seems screwed, and this is only a matter of time before the few response he has